The Lord's Empire Chapter 1709 to Chapter 1796. Boom. Boom. At this moment, there was no longer a need for countless experts to hide. They exploded out with terrifying auras and appeared in the sky. Their auras were like wild gales that wreaked havoc in all directions. The extremely dangerous auras flooded out, causing the entire world to fall into a cold and oppressive atmosphere. The expressions of the countless people who had been looking at Xiaofu in shock fell, and they felt a wave of terror. Soon, someone stepped out and said loudly, "Outlander 10 College's examination has concluded. Those who have nothing to do with this should quickly leave." Countless people understood that something terrifying was about to erupt, and they felt quite terrified and hurriedly left the viewing platforms. There was no point in staying. In front of those powerful people, they were like ants that could be easily slaughtered. As such, no one dared to stay on the viewing platforms. However, some of the terrifying figures on the viewing platforms chose to stay. They understood these people's goal, and with their powerful strength, they did not fear them. Boom, boom. Boom. There were also experts hiding in the surroundings in order to defend against these outlander experts. They gave off powerful auras as they appeared. They would not allow anything to happen to the second King of Kings. He was the hope of the entire outlander race. Both sides stood on different sides, and each side gave off powerful auras. The two massive auras continuously clashed, resulting in massive gales that swept out. At the same time, the terrifying auras reached their peak, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, making it difficult for people to breathe. Their bodies instinctively trembled. On the side of the attackers, a middle-aged man in black clothes giving off killing intent said loudly, "Hurry up and hand over the second King of Kings and let us seal the King of Kings' sword." On the side of the defenders, a green-robed elder with a ruddy face coldly replied, "You're delusional. Do you really think we'd do that? Also, you're acting so arrogantly in the Outlander domain. Aren't you afraid of staying here forever?" The middle-aged man in black wildly laughed as he said, "You don't need to worry about us, you should be the ones worrying. Do you really think you can protect him? The experts of the 7 domains are all rushing over. Do you think that your foreign domain alone can stop the 7 domains? Also, this isn't the era of the King of Kings. Can the Outlander race still unite? Most likely, many people wanted the second King of Kings to die. You don't have any hope in this battle, so don't put up any pointless resistance. When the time comes, it will be too late for you to regret." The green-robed elder's expression was a bit ugly, because the black-clothed middle-aged man was right. Their foreign land wasn't the strongest realm to begin with, and it was impossible for them to resist the joint attack of the 7 realms. More importantly, times were different now. Back then, countless races had revered him as the King of Kings and were willing to listen to the King of Kings' orders. However, would the countless races still do the same now? The answer is uncertain. The green-robed elder said coldly, "No matter what, we're protecting the second King of Kings. If you have the ability, you can do it over our corpses." The black-clothed middle-aged man snorted coldly, "That's your own death wish." Boom. The black-clothed middle-aged man exploded out with a massive blood-red flame as he held a large blood-red saber and gave off a powerful aura as he charged at the green-robed elder. Boom. The green-robed elder did not show any fear and also exploded out with a massive green aura flame. He held a spear and gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed over. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two people gave off terrifying power as they clashed together, resulting in a terrifying shockwave. It gave off destructive power as it blasted out, destroying everything in the surroundings. It was not just the two of them, everyone else also exploded out with great power and held their weapons as they rushed at each other. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as the battle was extremely intense. Waves of terrifying destructive power turned into wild gales that wreaked havoc, and the destructive aura spread out like a tide. Sensing the terrifying shockwaves behind them, the countless people who had left the viewing platforms felt quite startled and their bodies felt cold. They understood that the intense battle behind them was simply too terrifying, and it was all for the second King of Kings. Boom, boom. Boom. The other domain's experts brought large forces and joined in, causing the battle to become even more intense. However, the situation was not looking good for the protectors because the attackers outnumbered them. The major figures on the viewing platforms hesitated and wondered if they should act or not. Just as the black-clothed middle-aged man had said, with their prestigious statuses, they did not want to stand at the foot of the King of Kings and acknowledge him as their king. As such, they did not want the King of Kings to appear. Of course, if it was their disciple who had appeared as the King of Kings, they would be quite happy. However, it was a stranger who had nothing to do with them, so they did not want to act. However, now that the other domains were bullying the Outlander race, if they did not do anything, it would be too humiliating. Moreover, if the Outlander race lost, they would be suppressed and mocked by the other 7 domains. Moreover, the King of Kings was the Outlander race's hope of rising up. Without him, the Outlander race would have no hope in the future. After thinking for a while, some experts exploded out with terrifying auras and joined the battle, choosing to defend against the invaders. There were naturally those who had liked Xiao Fu before. They had admired Xiao Fu and had wanted to marry their princesses to Xiao Fu. However, they had never thought that Xiao Fu would become the Outlander race's King of Kings. This was completely out of their expectations. This time, they had chosen to stand on Xiao Fu's side and had decided to marry their princesses to Xiao Fu. After all, Xiao Fu was the ruler of the Outlander race in name, and countless Outlander races had to submit to him. Moreover, this would be of great benefit to them, which was why they had chosen to participate and protect the second King of Kings, Xiao Fu. However, some people did not act, but they did not leave either, waiting to see how things would develop. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as Outlander 10 College's experts gave off terrifying auras as they appeared. This was their territory, and they had protected the King of Kings' legacy for countless years. If nothing went wrong, they would definitely stand on Xiao Fu's side. This included the gnome elder and serious-looking middle-aged man, who did not like Xiao Fu. They looked resolute and decided to protect the Outlander race's hope, the second King of Kings, and they could not allow any harm to come to him. Even though they did not like Xiao Fu's character, Xiao Fu had exceeded their expectations time and time again. Now that Xiao Fu had become the King of Kings, they felt as if they had been conquered and were willing to protect him. As for Xiao Fu's other matters, they did not care at all because Xiao Fu was the ruler of the Outlander race. In front of him, everything else did not matter. Bang, bang. Bang, the battle became more and more intense, and terrifying power spread out, sending out intense gales. Sharp light shot everywhere, and space twisted and tore apart, creating a terrifying scene. However, with Outlander 10 College and the experts on the viewing platforms joining in, the defenders were able to suppress the attackers. This made the man in black's expression become quite unsightly, and if this went on, they could only retreat. Boom, boom. Boom, the man in black did not worry for too long, and the experts from the other domains gave off powerful auras as they descended and joined in the terrifying battle, causing the two sides to reach a balance. Boom, suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. An incredibly terrifying shockwave spread out with destructive power, creating long spatial cracks. The people fighting felt quite startled and were affected by the shockwave. They stopped and looked at the sky. Countless rays of intense green starlight shot out from the cracks, and an enormous green star giving off a boundless aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink as a massive pressure descended. The powerful, chaotic, ferocious, and noble aura was incredibly dense, and it flooded out like a flood, easily inundating everything. Countless rays of green starlight flashed past mountains, rivers, cities, grass, and trees, covering the entire world. Countless people stared at the horizon with wide eyes and saw a resplendent azure star appear. Looking at this resplendent star, everyone felt as if their eyes were brimming with tears, and they felt a sense of familiarity from their bloodlines. By now, whether it was the farmers working in the fields, the peddlers on the streets, the ordinary people walking on the streets, or the nobles with prestigious identities, they all understood that the King of Kings' prophecy had been fulfilled, and the second King of Kings had descended. Tears of excitement flowed out of everyone's eyes as they knelt on the ground, welcoming the second King of Kings' descent. To them, the King of Kings was a legendary existence, and he was someone worshipped by countless Outlanders. Everyone in the world knew of his name. At that moment, a pillar of green light shot down from the Emperor Star and landed on Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu felt boundless star energy flow into his body, causing his body to heat up and once again go through changes. Within the secret realm, countless people looked at Zhao Fu within the pillar of starlight in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would pull out the King of Kings sword and become the second King of Kings, and he had awakened the Outlander race's Supreme Emperor star. The elephant person looked incredibly shocked and could not help but gulp. Thinking back to his battle with Zhao Fu, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. He had been fighting with the legendary King of Kings. Yu Luohua also looked incredibly shocked. No matter how proud she was, facing Zhao Fu, she felt an urge to lower her head. She felt incredibly powerless, as if Zhao Fu was standing at the peak of a mountain while she was standing at the foot of the mountain. She was deeply subdued. The orc person started to feel nervous as he stared at the scene in front of him. Zhao Fu had become the King of Kings. This was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, there had not been any conflict between them, or else facing such a terrifying person, his empire would have given up on him. The ogre looked at Zhao Fu in shock and inwardly sighed. No wonder he had such terrifying power, so he was the future King of Kings. Now, he had lost without any resentment. The lion person also looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and massive waves crashed in his heart. He could not calm down for a long time, and his body felt incredibly cold. Hu Baimei stared at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and could not help but think of what she had said before, saying that her body was only fit for the King of Kings. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would actually become the King of Kings. The dragon person looked quite dispirited. Facing Zhao Fu, with his status, he would have to look up to Zhao Fu in the future. The dwarf person felt quite shocked and marveled at Zhao Fu's power. It was simply too terrifying. Now that he had become the King of Kings, he had to take good care of his relationship with him in the future. This could affect his fate in the future. Medusa had wanted to challenge Zhao Fu in the future, but it seemed that she would not have the chance to do so. The distance between the two of them had been pulled to an unbridgeable level, and she could only look up at him without any thoughts. The Sun Elf's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would become the King of Kings and the ruler of the entire Outlander race. All of this could have belonged to him, but it now belonged to Zhao Fu. The blood-haired young man's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Even he had not been able to pull out the sword, but Zhao Fu had done so. This meant that Zhao Fu was more powerful and had more potential than him, and it was the first time that the blood-haired young man had suffered such a mental blow. Zhao Fu did not care about any gazes and focused on absorbing the massive power, causing his body to go through changes and making his bloodline even purer. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying auras descended, causing wild gales to spread out. The various experts once again sensed this, and at the same time, the Outlander experts quickly gathered over. They were now personally witnessing the Outlander Supreme Emperor star descend. One by one, the experts stood in the air, exuding a terrifying power as they stared at the green star in the sky. Right now, no one dared to make a move against it. Because, under such a massive amount of fate, if they were to make a move, they would suffer an unimaginable backlash from the fate. Even half-step immortals might die. They waited for the abnormal signs to end and for the massive amount of fate to dissipate. That would be the time for them to act. Bang, bang. Bang, some people exploded out with powerful power to attack the secret realm, and attacks slammed against the secret realm's barrier, resulting in massive sounds. They wanted to destroy the secret realm's barrier and enter to prevent the second King of Kings from escaping. Boom. Boom, the battle between the two sides was extremely intense, and there were even more foreign race and domain experts joining in with powerful auras. This was perhaps the most powerful battle in the past few thousand years, and it was also the most intense one. However, things were not so simple, and even more experts gave off terrifying auras and hurried over. In the end, most of the Heaven Domain's experts arrived, and they all gave off terrifying auras. The space continuously twisted, unable to withstand so many experts descending. The atmosphere became incredibly oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. The situation was completely disadvantageous for the Outlander race's side. The experts from the other 7 domains had surrounded the Outlander race's experts. Even though this was the Outlander race's territory, most of the experts from the other 7 domains had come, and they greatly outnumbered the Outlander race. Countless people felt that the Outlander race would not be able to protect the second King of Kings, which was a great pity. After waiting for so many years, the second king of kings was about to die at the hands of the other 7 domains. On the attacking side, an elder giving off large amounts of demonic chi looked at the Outlander race's experts with his jet black eyes and said, "Hand over the second king of kings, or else you'll all die here. In the end, the second king of kings will still die at our hands." The Outlander race's experts' expressions were quite unsightly. They were facing the experts of the other 7 domains, and they felt immense pressure. It was possible that they would die here. However, were they really going to hand over the second king of kings? He was the hope that the Outlander race had waited for countless years. If they handed him over, it would be a humiliation that the Outlander race would never be able to wash away. The experts of the 7 domains gave confident smiles. The experts of the 7 domains were working together to pressure the Outlander race's experts, forcing them to hand over the second king of kings. If they did not hand him over, they would forcefully attack. They would directly kill the second king of kings and destroy his soul and seal the king of kings' sword. That way, there would not be a new king of kings in this world. In actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that this was Outlander 10 College's territory and there were many things that they feared, they would have directly attacked instead of wasting words with them. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, and it was as if a world-destroying battle was about to erupt at any moment. The Outlander race's experts' expressions were quite unsightly, and the experts of the 7 domains looked at them with ill intent. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out as a blood-red starlight spread out in the sky, and an aura of disaster and slaughter flooded out, causing the world to sink into icy terror. A massive blood-red star giving off a terrifying might slowly descended. Many of the experts present were stunned and did not know what was going on. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as countless traces of golden starlight spread out, dyeing the sky golden. An incredibly noble aura that seemed to cause the heavens and earth to submit spread out as a massive golden star giving off terrifying power descended. The faces of all the experts turned into shock when they saw the scene. Huge waves surged in their hearts, but this wasn't the end yet. Boom! 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 Massive explosions continuously sounded out, shaking the surroundings. A gray star giving off a boundless cold and eerie aura, a violet dragon star giving off massive amounts of devil chi, and a black star giving off boundless demonic chi slowly descended from the sky, giving off immense might. The Chaos Imperial Star, Celestial Emperor Star, Nether Emperor Star, Violet Sky Dragon Star, and Demon Lord Star all gave off intense lights that covered the entire world, giving off an aura that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth. The sky became 6 colors, with the 6 Emperor Stars as the main ones. 6 terrifying auras inundated the world, causing all creatures to sink into terror. The second King of Kings was actually the person with 5 Emperor Stars, who had caused such a commotion. No, now he has 6 Emperor Stars? How is this possible? It was not just the experts of the 7 domains who looked at the sky in shock, even the Outlander race's experts were the same. They had never thought that the Outlander race's hope, the second King of Kings, was the person with 5 Emperor Stars. Within the secret realm, the geniuses all looked on in disbelief, including the Sun Elf and the blood-haired young man. The geniuses had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a terrifying identity. Before, they had been discussing why Zhao Fu did not use his own Emperor Stars. It turned out that he had 5 Emperor Stars. If he used all 5 Emperor Stars, the Sun Elf would most likely be defeated. However, Zhao Fu's identity would also be exposed, and everyone would know that he was that peerless figure with 5 Emperor Stars. This also explained why Zhao Fu had a powerful human race aura and a terrifying demon race aura, as well as the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Those 5 Emperor Stars explained everything. The Sun Elf felt a sense of defeat that he had never felt before. That terrifying battle with Zhao Fu had made him feel that even though he had lost, he would become much stronger in the future and that he would definitely be able to defeat Zhao Fu. However, that had all been an illusion. Zhao Fu had not used his true power and had only used his body's power. If he had summoned 5 Emperor Stars, he would definitely have lost. Now, Zhao Fu not only had 5 Emperor Stars but also an Outlander Emperor Star and had the King of Kings sword. The Sun Elf felt a sense of despair, facing an unsurpassable despair. All of his hard work and talent seemed to be trash. No one could compare to him, and it was the first time the Sun Elf had admitted that he was inferior to someone. The blood-haired young man also looked quite shocked, He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying person in the heaven-awakened world. Zhao Fu now had 6 emperor stars, and 5 of them were the supreme emperor stars of the 5 races. No wonder he had lost to him, he was completely convinced. This matter was also of great importance. That person was definitely hiding a heaven-shaking secret. When he returned, he would properly tell his master about this person. He was simply too terrifying. Even in the Holy Empire, if such a person appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. Before, his big brother had looked down on everyone in the heaven-awakened world, and now that such a terrifying person had appeared, he would definitely be greatly shocked. This person would become his big brother's most powerful opponent. Thinking about that, the blood-haired young man smiled. It was time to go back and deal a blow to his arrogant big brother. Countless experts raised their heads in a daze, their eyes wide open as they looked at the sky. The battle had stopped for some reason, and the surroundings had also fallen into silence. Cough, cough. Seeing the familiar Demon Lord star, the Demon Emperor Sect Master Di Jiang lightly coughed and said, I feel that there's no need to kill the second King of Kings, we can discuss this. Di Jiang's daughter, Di Moji, was in Zhao Fu's harem, so he naturally stood on Zhao Fu's side. At the same time, he felt quite shocked. His son-in-law was simply too terrifying. Not only had he caused such a huge commotion in the demon domain, but he had also caused an even bigger commotion in the Outlander domain. Who knew how many experts were hurrying over? What's more, it was not just 5 Emperor stars but 6 Emperor stars, and he had become the second King of Kings, the ruler of the Outlander race. As a father-in-law, he felt quite ashamed in front of his son-in-law. I also feel that there's no need to be in such a rush, let's discuss this before dealing with it, a beautiful middle-aged woman said as she stepped out and smiled. She was Yuan Ziyuan's mother, and because of Yuan Ziyuan, she stood on Zhao Fu's side. At the same time, she felt quite shocked. Just what kind of man had her daughter found to be her husband? He was simply too terrifying. Even though he was weak now, thinking about his future potential, she felt that he was simply too insignificant. Some of the factions related to the demon race, as well as those related to Zhao Fu, naturally stood on Zhao Fu's side. After all, they knew who Zhao Fu was, so they all said, don't be so rash, let's discuss this matter. This made everyone feel quite speechless. It was clearly the demon race who had been the most ferocious, and the battle had been incredibly intense. Why were they saying not to be so rash now? A cold-looking woman from the Devil Domain's Dragon Imperial Palace gave off a powerful aura as she walked out and said, I also feel that there's no need to be in a rush to kill that person. Everyone was stunned, and they all turned to look at the cold woman. Why did someone from the Devil region also stand out to speak? In actuality, the Dragon Imperial Palace's people had been looking for Zhao Fu this entire time. After all, Zhao Fu had obtained the 10,000 Dragons legacy and was the legatee of the Dragon Imperial Palace's 9th Palace Lord. Not only did he have the Dragon Imperial bloodline, but he had also awakened the Violet Sky Dragon Star. Logically speaking, Zhao Fu was part of the Dragon Imperial Palace. The cold woman had never imagined that the 9 Dragons Emperor's successor, whom she had been searching for all this time, would be found so easily. What shocked her even more was that the successor Old 9 had found was truly terrifying. If he could become the Dragon Emperor Palace's Hall Master, he would definitely have many supporters. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor Palace would receive unimaginable benefits. According to the agreement between the 9 of them, Zhao Fu, the successor of the 9 Dragons Emperor, was qualified to become the Dragon Hall Master. The Dragon Emperor Palace was one of the most powerful factions in the Devil Domain, and since she stood out to speak, some other experts from the Devil Domain also stood out and said, we also feel that there's no need to be in a hurry to kill that second King of Kings, we still need to discuss this matter. Everyone could not help but curse inwardly. Just then, the Devil race had been fighting just as ferociously as the Demon race, wanting to rush in and blast that person to pieces. Why did the situation change so quickly? A horned man with a pale face gave off ghostly chi as he eerily laughed. I also feel that there's no need to be in a hurry to kill that person. He has our Death Race's Supreme Emperor Star and the Underworld's Supreme Six Paths Demon Image's bloodline, so he has a great connection to our Death Race. An elderly man giving off ghostly chi said in agreement, I also feel that it's like that. We can't just casually kill someone who has such a connection to our Death Race. Some people from the death race also stood out and said, that makes sense. Since he has such a great connection to our death race, perhaps he's also one of us. We feel that we should clarify this matter first before deciding how to deal with him. Everyone felt quite startled. Why was the death race also speaking up? Moreover, they were saying that they should not be in a hurry to kill the second king of kings and that they should deal with him after clarifying things. On the human domain's side, a light laugh sounded out as the human Phoenix Empire's ruler, Feng Qianhuang, said, in actuality, I also feel that we shouldn't be in a hurry to kill that boy. After all, he has our human race's celestial emperor star, we can't let him die for nothing. Feng Qianhuang lightly smiled, but she felt quite shocked inwardly. Her daughter's judgment was not simple at all, she had actually taken a liking to such a terrifying man. Moreover, she had long since sensed that this person would definitely become a peerless figure who could shake the heaven-awakened world. It seemed that her daughter's feelings were not wrong at all, she had greatly underestimated that person. It was a pity that her daughter had caught him back then, but he had escaped in the end. If her daughter had taken this boy as a concubine back then, the benefits to the human Phoenix Empire would have been delirious with joy. The Sword Sect master also stepped out and gave a trace of a smile as he said, I think so too. I think we shouldn't be in a hurry to kill him. Let's talk to the second king of kings first before dealing with him. Now, the Sword Sect master felt quite delighted. The Sword Sect had been searching for this person with the celestial slaying sword intent for a long time, and he was finally going to see just what kind of terrifying figure he was. In the past, his daughter had described how extraordinary this person was, and even though he had been quite shocked back then, he was quite shocked now. He had never thought that after such a short period of time, he would be able to cause such terrifying ripples. His daughter had always been thinking about that celestial slaying sword intent, and if the two of them were suitable, they could consider being together. Thinking about that, the Sword Sect master could not help but smile. Some people from the human domain also stepped out and said the same thing. Back when the celestial emperor star had awakened, many people had been searching for this person. Now that they had finally found him, he was most likely from the human race. If the human race had such a terrifying genius, the benefits to the human domain would be unimaginable. As such, they naturally could not bear to kill this person with heaven-defying potential. The Outlander race also looked quite dumbfounded, they had never thought that the demon race, death race, devil race, and human race would send people to help them. This made them feel incredibly surprised and delighted, perhaps they would be able to keep their second king of kings. Moreover, they were also quite shocked, the second king of kings was the person with 5 emperor stars. If he became the second king of kings and led the Outlander race, it would be difficult for the Outlander race not to rise up. When that time came, the Outlander race would truly be at its most glorious, and they might even surpass the first king of kings era. If it was not for the fact that he had a pure Outlander bloodline, they would not have been able to accept him. After all, as the king of kings of the Outlander race, he had to have a pure Outlander bloodline. Moreover, they were not sure what kind of attitude this king of kings had towards the Outlander race. The Outlander race was quite dumbfounded, but the God race, Water race, and Spirit race were even more dumbfounded. Out of the heaven-awakened world's 8 major races, 5 of them had come out to protect that person, and they all seemed to have some sort of relationship with him. Now, only the 3 major races had no relationship with Zhao Fu, and that person did not have their emperor stars. However, from the looks of it, that person would most likely awaken the God race's emperor star, Water race's emperor star, and Spirit race's emperor star. When that time came, that person would have 8 races' emperor stars, and adding on his fate star, he would have 9 emperor stars in total. Just thinking about it was quite terrifying. There were some people who spoke up for Zhao Fu, but they were in the minority. Most people had come to kill the threat that was Zhao Fu. Moreover, Zhao Fu had piqued their interest, and they wanted to obtain all sorts of secrets from Zhao Fu. They were now even more determined to kill Zhao Fu. A ferocious-looking big man loudly laughed, since you all agree not to be in a hurry to kill, I agree as well. However, shouldn't we destroy that barrier first so that that person can't escape? The other experts all agreed with this. Right now, the only thing that was protecting them was the barrier. Without the barrier, if so many people charged in, the Outlander race would not be able to stop them at all. When that time came, they would completely lose control, and no one would be able to stop them from doing anything. They could kill or not kill, or even plunder, with a single thought. As such, they wanted to destroy the barrier and control that person's life and death. Dijiang understood what these people were thinking. Once the barrier was destroyed, he would not be able to stop anything, so he smiled and said, "I feel that it's best to wait outside. This is Outlander 10 College's territory, and we're not giving Outlander 10 College any face by doing this." Feng Qianhuang lightly laughed as she said, "I feel that it should be so. Outlander 10 College is one of the 7 great colleges and is the oldest college, so we should respect it. As such, we should wait here for the signs to dissipate and that person to come out." At this moment, Feng Qianhuang was thinking of letting Zhao Fu off this time. Once the barrier was broken, Zhao Fu would definitely die. The cold-looking woman with dragon horns also said coldly, "I agree, we shouldn't offend Outlander 10 College too much. Let's wait for that person to come out first." The cold-looking woman also decided to let Zhao Fu off for now. After all, with so many people rushing in, even she would be unable to protect Zhao Fu. As such, she could only let Zhao Fu escape. Perhaps she would be able to see him again in the future. Perhaps because of the inheritance, he would go to the Yao realm one day and stand in front of her on his own accord. She wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find him. The ferocious-looking man sneered, "Why didn't I see you guys being respectful just now? What are you pretending for now? Everyone, let's break the barrier together." Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the experts did not hesitate and exploded out with immense power, ferociously attacking the barrier. Some people also acted to block, and a battle once again unfolded. On the side of the attackers, they definitely had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Some of them would pin down the defenders, while others would attack the secret realm's barrier with great power. Bang! Bang! Terrifying attacks blasted against the defensive barrier, causing it to slightly tremble. The defensive barrier that protected the King of Kings' sword was quite powerful, and facing the terrifying attacks of so many experts, it only slightly trembled. If it was an ordinary defensive barrier, it would have long since been shattered. However, the experts continuously blasted the barrier with terrifying power, causing it to tremble more and more. If this went on, the barrier would shatter sooner or later. At that moment, the 6 emperor stars in the sky gradually disappeared, and the abnormal signs in the surroundings calmed down as the heavens and earth returned to normal. Zhao Fu, who was holding the King of Kings' sword, returned to normal and woke up from that massive transformation. He slowly opened his eyes and shot out a ray of green light, and a green pupil appeared in his eyes. Adding on the green pupil in his left eye, there were 10 pupils in total, and the cross-shaped pupil in his right eye had an extra layer of green. In the distance, countless people looked at Zhao Fu in shock. It was now completely silent and no one made a sound. Zhao Fu did not have time to pay attention to them because through the emperor stars, Zhao Fu understood what was going on outside. The most important thing now was to escape from here. Zhao Fu did not plan to bring anyone else, as that would only make things more dangerous. When that time came, none of them would be able to escape. Luckily, he had left the others to the Dragon Princess and Elf Princess, and they would take care of everything. Zhao Fu did not have to worry about them, and his biggest problem now was how to escape from here. Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that he still had a teleportation medallion. As long as he used it, even higher beings would not be able to stop him, and he should be able to escape from here. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu grinned and took out the teleportation medallion. Just as he was about to use it, he found that he could not use it, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. Following this, Zhao Fu thought of the reason. It was most likely that the battle between the countless experts outside the secret realm was simply too terrifying, causing the surrounding space to fall into chaos and collapse. The combined power was simply unimaginable. As such, Zhao Fu's teleportation medallion, which even higher beings could not stop, could not be used at all, as it could not break through the destroyed region. What should he do now? Zhao Fu felt quite startled as he watched the defensive barrier tremble more and more. Soon, countless experts would charge in, and even if Zhao Fu had 1,000 lives, he would not be able to survive. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions once again sounded out as terrifying attacks continuously blasted against the defensive barrier, causing powerful gales to spread out and give off destructive power. Gotcha! A clear sound rang out as a small crack appeared on the secret realm's barrier. Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly, and he did not know what to do next. Sensing the auras attacking the defensive barrier, the countless geniuses in the surroundings looked quite unsightly. They did not know what was going on, but they knew that there was a large group of terrifying experts continuously attacking the defensive barrier. Moreover, even if it was not for that reason, just those 6 Emperor stars would cause countless experts to charge in, wanting to capture Zhao Fu and ask him about the shocking secrets within. The Sun Elf and blood-haired young man tactfully distanced themselves from Zhao Fu. In front of so many terrifying experts, they were powerless, and it was possible that they would die here. The other 9 geniuses looked at Zhao Fu with pity and quickly left. They did not have the power to change anything, and if those experts died, their factions would not be able to escape justice. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds continuously sounded out as the experts continued to use terrifying power to attack the barrier. Shocking auras spread out, and more cracks appeared on the barrier. It seemed that they would soon be able to break through the barrier. Zhao Fu's heart sank, and he could not think of a way to escape. Seeing that more cracks appeared on the secret realm, the experts grinned and attacked the barrier even more ferociously. At that moment, within a room in the depths of Outlander 10 College, a silver-haired elder slowly opened his deep, wide eyes and looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, and nothing could stop it. Countless experts' bodies froze and felt a chill in their hearts, as if there was an incredibly terrifying monster looking at them. That person looked at these people and slowly raised his hand and pressed it against the ground. A massive magic formation appeared, and a terrifying ripple spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as the 34 statues at the entrance gave off intense 10-colored lights and exploded out with terrifying auras, creating massive gales. Bang, bang. Bang, rays of rainbow-colored light shot out from the 34 statues, giving off terrifying power as they shot into the sky. Massive explosions sounded out as they formed 34 rainbow-colored pillars of light that stood between the heavens and the earth. Boundless heaven and earth power continuously gathered and flowed into the 34 pillars of light. The 34 pillars of light quickly moved and surrounded the countless experts, and a terrifying sealing power spread out, seeming to turn the heavens and earth into a cage. Countless cultivators could only feel a terrifying force restraining their bodies, making it impossible for them to move. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked and understood who had acted. Someone with such power was definitely Outlander 10 College's most powerful expert, the Dean of Outlander 10 College. They were the existences that countless people feared the most. However, since the experts dared to act, they had made some preparations. They did not believe that the headmaster would be able to seal so many experts by himself. After all, they were either higher beings or people who were close to becoming higher beings. They immediately joined forces and burst forth with terrifying power. It resisted the powerful sealing power. Outlander 10 College's dean's expression did not change at all, and an unimaginably massive power flowed into the magic formation below him. Boom, an even more terrifying sealing power landed on the bodies of the countless experts, causing their bodies to sink. The countless experts also exploded out with even more terrifying power. Aura flames blazed, seeming as if they could destroy the heavens and earth. At that moment, an ancient voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind, "Hurry up and use the medallion to leave. I can't suppress them for too long, and some truly terrifying people are hurrying over." Hearing this, even though Zhao Fu did not know who the elder was, he understood that this person was helping him. He felt delighted and thanked him before using the teleportation medallion. The teleportation medallion gave off boundless silver light that covered Zhao Fu's body, and he turned into a ray of silver light that shot into the sky before disappearing. Seeing the silver light disappear, the countless experts felt quite startled and felt quite furious. They understood that that person had escaped under the protection of Outlander 10 College's dean. However, in the end, they were unable to do anything to Outlander 10 College's dean because he was most likely a half-step celestial. Moreover, this was Outlander 10 College's territory and had Outlander 10 College's magic formation. If they had really fought, many of them would have died here. Since that person had escaped, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Afterwards, some truly terrifying figures descended, causing them to choose to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, staying here would be quite dangerous. Those terrifying figures were people who stood at the very peak and had existed for countless years. Even higher beings like them felt quite fearful of them. After those truly terrifying figures descended, an incredibly terrifying battle erupted. It was even more terrifying than a world-destroying battle, following which everything calmed down. As for the details of the battle, not many people knew because ordinary higher beings would not be able to participate in that battle, which showed just how terrifying it was. The teleportation medallion gave off boundless silver light that covered Zhao Fu's body and flashed past countless worlds before turning into motes of light and dissipating. Zhao Fu directly arrived in the central domain. He had no idea how many worlds he had passed in an instant. The teleportation medallion's effects were quite powerful. After successfully escaping, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Fu did not stay here and flew for a while. Only after confirming that he was safe did he relax and take out the golden sword. Even though Zhao Fu had pulled out the sword, he had only obtained some basic information about it, which was that it was called the King of Kings sword. As for its other abilities and information, Zhao Fu did not know. He needed to continuously activate this sword's power. Zhao Fu was not from the Outlander race and had never heard of the legend of the King of Kings, so he did not know the complete information about this sword. However, thinking about it, it was most likely not simple. After all, this was a sword that even the possessor of an Emperor Star and the Outlander race's holy son could not pull out. If he could activate its power, it would be able to destroy the heavens and earth and would surpass countless people's imaginations. After looking at the King of Kings sword closely, Zhao Fu put it away and went to a kingdom. After asking around about this sword, he was shocked to find just how terrifying the King of Kings sword was. At the same time, Zhao Fu asked people to bring some information to the women in the Outlander domain. Apart from the Dragon Princess and the others, Zhao Fu had left many women there, including Hu Shan, Niu Luyun, and a group of centaur guards. They were most likely waiting for him there. Zhao Fu had already come to the central domain and naturally would not go back. As such, he told them to come to him while he waited for them in the central domain. "Husband, you're so powerful. You became our Outlander race's King of Kings, we can't help but worship and respect you," Niu Luyun said as she gave a beautiful smile. "I was the first to meet husband, and I knew from the start that husband would become a major figure whose name shook the world." Hu Shan hugged Zhao Fu as she flirtatiously smiled. "That's right. Thinking about how our husband is the King of Kings, it's such an honor for us to be able to serve him every day. How much luck does this require?" "We're simply too lucky," Liu said happily as she stood beside Zhao Fu. The centaur guards looked at Zhao Fu with respect and excitement. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would become the second King of Kings. The centaur prince felt quite shocked. Back then, his ancestor and father had wanted him to become Zhao Fu's slave, and he had been very unwilling. Even though Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, he had not been willing. Now, Zhao Fu had become an untouchable figure, and he was the ruler of the Outlander race in name. He did not have any complaints, and he had already accepted his status as a slave. At the same time, he sighed in amazement. His ancestor's vision was quite terrifying, knowing that Zhao Fu was such a terrifying person. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "All right, I'll take you back to my empire. Now, I will bring you back to my empire. However, perhaps everything is different from what you think. I am actually just the emperor of a small country at the border, not someone from some mysterious empire." These words caused everyone to feel quite startled. They had never thought of Zhao Fu's true identity. However, they quickly smiled. No matter what, they were determined to follow Zhao Fu and would not be able to leave Zhao Fu. In the end, Zhao Fu brought everyone back to Qin City after a week or so, concluding this trip to the Outlander domain. Zhao Fu's gains from the otherworld were quite good. First of all, there were the goddesses. There was the Wolfman goddess, the Orc goddess, the Naga goddess, the Centaur goddess, the Pigman goddess, the Chicken goddess, and the Monkey goddess. There were 7 goddesses in total, and adding on the 12 from before, Zhao Fu was only 5 away from opening the godly spirit door. In actuality, the 12 races related to the Chinese zodiac were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Zhao Fu had already gathered the women of the 12 races, but he wanted to find the 12 goddesses that corresponded to them. Right now, only the Naga goddess, Centaur goddess, Pigman goddess, Chicken goddess, and Monkey goddess were among the 12 zodiac gods. There were still 7 other zodiac gods, and perhaps he would collect them all in the future. Apart from the goddess sword, there was also the 10,000 flower beauty spring and the stage 8 splendor night silver dragon. Adding on the medicinal pills and heavenly kingdom protection, as well as the precious king of king's sword, Zhao Fu felt that he had not obtained much this time. However, all of them were incredibly precious, and they made up for the lack of numbers. This was especially so for the king of king's sword. If he used its power to deal with outlanders, it would be invincible, and it was the most precious thing this time. Zhao Fu first went to the flower region, where there were countless types of flowers, red, yellow, green, and black. Tens of thousands of flowers vied with each other, forming a boundless sea of flowers. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and adding on the blue sky, white clouds, and colorful butterflies, this place was as beautiful as a celestial realm. This place could bring out the full effects of the 10,000 flower beauty spring, and Zhao Fu had come here to build the 10,000 flower beauty spring. Zhao Fu first dug out a 100-meter wide and dozens of meters deep pit. The ground and walls were made of jade and there were runes inscribed on them, gathering large amounts of flower power. There were also exquisite statues around the pit. All of the statues were of women, and they were incredibly lifelike. Not only did they look good, but they also protected the 10,000 flower beauty spring. Zhao Fu went to the bottom of the spring and took out the mouth of the spring and placed it at the center. The mouth of the spring gradually sank into the ground, and the runes on the jade stones were all activated, and the flower power in the surroundings flowed into the spring. A clear spring water giving off a dense flower fragrance started to gush out from the ground, and Zhao Fu flew to the surface. The spring water continuously flowed out and filled the surroundings. Yi air. Is it done? Zhao Fu's 12 beautiful madams asked Zhao Fu with a trace of anticipation. As women, they valued the 10,000 flower beauty spring greatly, and they hoped that they could become more beautiful. Moreover, even though Zhao Fu had told them his real name, they still liked to call him Mo Yi because this name had a special meaning to them. As for the reason, there was no need to explain. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "It's done now. Madams, go down and see the effects." The 12 madams smiled and nodded before taking off their clothes and entering the spring. They immediately felt a mystical energy nourishing their bodies, and they happily smiled. The flower fairy stayed by Zhao Fu's side, and Zhao Fu smiled as he brought her into his embrace and asked, "Why don't you go down and try the effects of the 10,000 flower beauty spring?" The flower fairy looked a bit shy as she replied, "As a flower fairy, the spring water's effects are quite weak on me. Also, why didn't you bring back any wondrous flowers this time?" Zhao Fu said apologetically, "I didn't find any wondrous flowers when I went to the Outlander domain. Also, the Heaven Awakened world has 7 wondrous flowers, and each one corresponds to a race. The Outlander race doesn't seem to have any wondrous flowers, so the 8th wondrous flower you mentioned is the wondrous flower of the Outlander race, right?" The flower fairy smiled as she replied, "The Outlander race's wondrous flower is something that almost no one has ever seen before, so many people don't know about it. They think that the Heaven Awakened world only has 7 wondrous flowers and not 8. This wondrous flower is called the King God Golden Flower. It's a flower that seems to be made of gold, and it has a very powerful king's power. Also, if you plant it on the ground will turn into gold. Moreover, this power can spread and turn an entire world into gold." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. To ordinary people, this kind of flower was a priceless treasure. When the time came, they would have an inexhaustible supply of gold. It was like a city of gold in the world, it was something that countless people dreamed of. However, Zhao Fu was not very interested in this. The main reason he collected the wondrous flowers was to help the flower fairy recover her power. If Qin had another celestial, Zhao Fu would be the happiest thing. Following this, Zhao Fu left the flower domain and found a spacious place to put the Stage 8 Splendor Night Silver Dragon Denver. If Zhao Fu fused the City Lord seal into it, the Stage 8 Splendor Night Silver Dragon would be more powerful than ordinary Stage 9 dragons. It was a pity that the city's stats were continuously weakening, and the City Lord seal's power had greatly decreased. Otherwise, with the City Lord Seal's power, if it was fused into a Stage 8 dragon, it would be able to challenge Stage 9 elite dragons. Zhao Fu placed the den in his hand, which was the silver dragon statue, and chose to use it. Boom, the statue exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off boundless silver light. It floated up from Zhao Fu's hand and floated in front of Zhao Fu. Countless traces of silver liquid flowed out and formed an octagonal, 3-meter-tall silver stage. The statue floated at the center of the stage, and silver light flashed as a 600-meter-long dragon appeared. It spread its silver wings and gave a massive roar, causing a wild gale to blow. This silver dragon was just like the statue. It had silver-white scales, long and sharp horns, and a pair of black, gem-like eyes. It had a pair of large silver wings, a pair of sharp claws, 6 toes, and a long and slender tail. It gave off an incredibly powerful dragon's might, causing people to feel a chill and their bodies to uncontrollably tremble. Looking at the powerful splendor Night Silver Dragon, Zhao Fu smiled. If it could be developed into something like the wyverns, it would be a great force for Qin. Zhao Fu left the matters here to someone else and did not have to manage them himself. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Qin's palace. Everyone in Qin had long since heard that Zhao Fu had returned, and they all looked delighted because their king, the ruler of the Qin Empire, had returned. The ministers and generals all looked excited but also respectfully waited outside the palace. Zhao Fu put on his black dragon robe, put on his black dragon crown, and sat on his throne. Court, begin. Many of the officials entered the hall and bowed in unison. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "We've been gone for so long, has anything big happened in Qin?" The ministers and generals went up and reported what had happened in Qin while Zhao Fu was gone. Zhao Fu left the internal affairs to Li Si, and during this period of time, he had done many things. The first was to hold an imperial examination to select talents from various races to serve Qin. They had also dug a few large rivers to make transportation more convenient, and they had countless tributaries that could be used to irrigate crops. They also encouraged production, and all of the food and vegetables that they grew belonged to them instead of Great Qin. This encouraged the residents to grow more food. Now that the production attribute had disappeared, food became the most important issue for a kingdom. Of course, Great Qin collected some taxes. This was the same in other areas. They strengthened the commoners and the various professions. They also encouraged the commoners to interact with the various industries. They also encouraged the commoners to communicate. They also encouraged the commoners to trade. There were also representatives from various regions who gathered together to ask the imperial court all sorts of questions and express the thoughts of the commoners. Great Qin naturally placed great importance on this, and they had good solutions to these problems. This was all thanks to Li Si and the various ministers and generals' efforts, and Zhao Fu gave them appropriate praise and rewards. There were also a few big movements in the military. During the time that Zhao Fu had been away, no kingdoms had attacked. Whether it was the Devil Horn Empire or the Second Wind God Empire, they had both done their best to develop their factions and stabilize their rule. They had also started a few battles against the outside world, and they were now kingdoms with 9 worlds. They were only one away from becoming a royal kingdom. Now, the population and military strength of these 2 kingdoms had greatly increased, and their strength had become incredibly terrifying, causing the surrounding kingdoms to feel quite afraid. However, even though Zhao Fu was not in Qin, Zhao Fu did not fall behind them. Under Bai Qi's leadership, they had conquered a world. Because Zhao Fu understood that going to the Outlander domain would take a long time, he gave Bai Qi and Li Si great authority. They could take care of all matters for Zhao Fu and make all decisions. They could be said to be below only one person in Qin and above tens of thousands of people. Of course, it was mainly because Zhao Fu trusted them the most that he had given them such great authority. Bai Qi saw that the 2 kingdoms were rapidly developing, and Qin had finished digesting the worlds that they had conquered. He gathered all of the ministers and generals to discuss and made the decision to attack another world. Bai Qi was the one to carry out the decision. With Qin's current strength, as long as they did not ally together and the other 2 kingdoms did not participate, they would be able to easily destroy a world. The world that Qin had destroyed was called the Sante world. It was a world with many mountains, making it very difficult to move around. Many large mountains blocked the way and were quite difficult to cross. It had taken Qin quite a bit of effort to conquer it. The people living in that world were called the Sante people. They were ordinary humans with Western faces and tall figures. Because they lived in the mountains and often dealt with wild beasts, they were all quite ferocious. When Qin had invaded the Sante world, the Sante people had taken advantage of their familiarity with the geography and tried to stop Qin's invasion. Faced with such complicated terrain and the Sante people's obstruction, it would not have been easy to conquer the Sante world with ordinary soldiers. They would have had to spend some time and effort, and they would have suffered more losses. However, Qin did not use ordinary soldiers to attack. Instead, he directly attacked the Beast Army and Masanori Hanno and the Devil Army. With their abilities, the complicated terrain did not affect them much. Instead, it was beneficial to them. This was the effect of having many different types of soldiers. The beasts and devils were even more ferocious and evil than ordinary Qin's soldiers. Qin would not stop them, and they had caused a few terrifying massacres. The beasts were fine, as they only fed on humans. Apart from looking bloody and cruel and leaving behind some corpses, the dead did not feel much pain. However, the devils were obviously much more twisted and perverted. The devils also fed on humans. Some liked to peel off the skin and eat the bloody flesh. Some liked to cut open a person's stomach and dig out the organs. Some liked to eat the eyes. They would dig out a person's eyes and eat them, then cut them into pieces. Furthermore, no one was spared. When a group of monsters attacked a village or a city, not a single person would be spared. There would not be any living beings left. The villages would become dead villages, and the cities would become dead cities. The beasts and devils had slaughtered countless people, causing the Shantae people to feel both terrified and furious. They could not stop them at all, and in the end, Qin was able to successfully conquer the Shantae world. They had killed 5 billion or so people in the Shantae world and taken in 23 billion or so people, causing 8 billion or so people to escape. They had also obtained 60,000 cities and countless resources, many of which were quite good. The first was that there were a lot of spirit medicines, such as ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms. Even though they weren't very useful to Zhao Fu, they were quite useful to ordinary people. There were also mountain rocks, which were treasures that were birthed by mountains. They had powerful gravity and could be used as protective items or as offensive items, and they could cause great damage. Qin had lost hundreds of millions of cities, which was quite small. Qin could accept this loss. Adding on their original population and cities, they now had 465 billion people and 720,000 cities, causing Qin's foundation to become a bit stronger. Now, there were 3 empires with 9 worlds, and they were 1 world away from becoming royal kingdoms. When that time came, there would be 3 more royal kingdoms. Just thinking about it made people feel quite terrified, so many royal kingdoms had suddenly appeared. This caused the surrounding worlds to fall into panic. Facing Qin, the Devil Horn Empire, and the Second Wind God Empire, they quickly formed an alliance and chose to resist Qin's 3 factions. In the end, 30 or so worlds joined in. The alliance formed from 30 or so worlds was incredibly terrifying, and it greatly surpassed any one of Qin's 3 factions. It could suppress all 3 factions at the same time. Because of this alliance, Qin, the Devil Horn Empire, and the Second Wind God Empire became much more cautious. If this alliance went all out, it could destroy them. At the same time, this forced the 3 factions to change their original plan. They wanted to conquer another world and level it up to a royal kingdom before attacking other factions. Now, the alliance had gathered countless armies to defend the 3 factions, making it impossible for them to conquer another world. The 3 factions also sent many soldiers to defend in case the alliance suddenly attacked. This was the current situation in this place. Zhao Fu listened attentively from his throne and understood Qin's situation. He praised the generals who had fought and gave them rewards. As for the alliance, they could only put it aside for now. With Qin's current strength, he could not resist the alliance head-on, as that would be disadvantageous to Qin. They could only wait for an opportunity to conquer another world and become a royal kingdom. After hearing about Qin's situation, Zhao Fu decided to head to the Chaos World and the Underworld to understand the situation there. At that moment, the Underworld Yellow Springs Kingdom sent news that the surrounding factions were attacking the Yellow Springs Kingdom. The situation was quite dangerous, and the Yellow Springs Kingdom had requested reinforcements from Qin. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He could take this opportunity to head over and bring Great Qin's 2 billion soldiers to the Underworld. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, the Yellow Springs 12 queens all smiled and flirtatiously surrounded Zhao Fu's side. "Husband, you're finally back. You don't know how much we've missed you, you'll have to make it up to us later." These words caused many of the palace maids to feel quite surprised. Not only did the Yellow Springs Empress have peerless looks, but they were also incredibly lofty and could not be profaned. They were usually incredibly cold and everyone had to be careful around them. In front of Zhao Fu, the 12 dignified empresses had become 12 sluts waiting at home for a man. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Huang Quanling and said, "I'll have a good taste of you later. Tell me about the Yellow Springs Kingdom's situation, as well as information about the other factions attacking the Yellow Springs Kingdom." Following this, the women started to talk about the Yellow Springs Kingdom's development and the problems they were facing. The Yellow Springs Kingdom was at the boundary of the Underworld, and the factions here were not very powerful. With Qin's help, the Yellow Springs Kingdom had developed incredibly quickly. It was now as big as 2 worlds, and its population had reached 40 billion or so, which was quite shocking. An ordinary faction would not be able to develop so quickly without decades of development. The Yellow Springs Kingdom's rapid expansion caused the surrounding factions to feel threatened, and under the leadership of a nearby Great Kingdom, they started a war against the Yellow Springs Kingdom. The Yellow Springs Kingdom was not very weak, and it had 4 billion soldiers. They were all high-grade soldiers with Yellow Springs power and had used Yellow Springs water, so they were much more powerful than ordinary soldiers. What was worth mentioning was that the Yellow Springs Kingdom's soldiers were all wearing yellow armor. Adding on the fact that they had obtained Yellow Springs power, their eyes had also become yellow, making them look like terrifying ghost soldiers that had walked out of the Yellow Springs. Yellow was the most noble color in the Yellow Springs Kingdom, and the 12 empresses all had yellow pupils and wore golden palace dresses, making them look incredibly noble. On the other hand, Qin's color was black. The forces attacking the Netherworld Kingdom this time were mainly made up of the surrounding ghost kingdoms of various sizes. 4 of them were the most powerful: the Ghost Tiger Kingdom, the Mountain Charm Kingdom, the Great Kingdom, and the Zhuxian Kingdom. Each of them had a population of 8 billion and a military force of more than 1 billion. If the surrounding ghost kingdoms of various sizes were added, their military force would reach 8 billion. It seemed that Zhao Fu had not brought enough soldiers this time. The Yellow Springs Kingdom had 4 billion soldiers and Qin's 2 billion soldiers, which was 6 billion soldiers in total. The enemy side had 2 billion more soldiers than Qin. Zhao Fu could not bring too many soldiers because Qin's soldiers were tied down in many areas, and the primal chaos world required a large number of soldiers to defend. However, even though there were less than 2 billion soldiers, with Qin's foundation, they should be able to resist. Moreover, the enemy seemed to have discussed this beforehand, and they attacked the Yellow Springs Kingdom from 4 directions. Zhao Fu split the Qin's soldiers into 4 teams, each with 500 million soldiers, and they supported the 4 directions of the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Zhao Fu also went to the most dangerous direction, which was the west. The Ghost Tiger Kingdom led the attack against the Yellow Springs Kingdom, and they had around 2 billion soldiers, while the Yellow Springs Kingdom only had 1 billion defending soldiers. The Ghost Tiger Kingdom's full-scale attack caused the Yellow Springs Kingdom to fall into a crisis. However, with the soldiers that Zhao Fu had brought, they quickly turned the situation around and successfully defended against the Ghost Tiger Kingdom's attack. Following this, news came from the other 3 directions that each side had roughly 500 million reinforcements and had successfully stopped their attacks. This forced the factions in the 4 directions to temporarily stop attacking. Zhao Fu was thinking about how to defeat them. Even though Zhao Fu had the power of 9 worlds and could use his nation armament, he could not stop billions of soldiers by himself. As such, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to charge in by himself and insta-kill everyone. That was simply impossible. This time, Zhao Fu did not bring any beasts and only brought some ordinary Qin soldiers. There was also the war god's fury. Zhao Fu had fused the Earth Soul into it, and it could release terrifying destructive power. However, it was as big as a region and could not be brought into the underworld or other worlds, so it could only be used in the Heaven Awakened world. Of course, since he did not bring any beasts, Zhao Fu brought some other things, as well as a method that he had not used yet. Right now, he was baiting the other side to attack before using those methods. Because of the urgency of the situation, Qin's soldiers had not been prepared, so they had only repelled the attackers and had not used those methods. Zhao Fu waited for an entire day, but the enemies from the four directions did not attack at all. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. He had thought that the other side would come and then deal with them. Now, the factions in the four directions had gathered together and were discussing how to deal with the Yellow Springs Kingdom. A skinny and weak-looking elder looked at everyone and said carefully, "The Yellow Springs Kingdom has received powerful support and is only 500 million soldiers away from us in each direction. However, they have the advantage of defending, so we can't attack at all. How about we stop attacking?" A well-built man resolutely opposed, "How long has it been since the Yellow Springs Kingdom appeared? In just a few months, it has become a superpower that controls 2 worlds and has 40 billion or so people. If we don't destroy it now, we'll be the ones dying in the future." A scholarly-looking young man sighed as he said, "I wonder what the Yellow Springs Kingdom's background is. It's developing so quickly that it's quite terrifying. Also, we've surrounded them in all directions. Where did the reinforcements come from?" A cold-looking woman said, "I heard that it's related to the Heaven Awakened world. Those soldiers seem to be from the human race, not the death race. It's possible that there's a terrifying human race kingdom secretly supporting the Yellow Springs Kingdom, which is why it has developed so quickly." A black-clothed middle-aged man said angrily, "A human dares to stretch his hand into our underworld, he's simply too bold. We're in a hurry to gather more death race people to destroy him." The scholarly man replied, "Difficult. The others have nothing to lose, so why would they join in? Also, since we know that the Yellow Springs Kingdom has the support of a large country, we really can't destroy the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Let's think about how to defend." The skinny and weak-looking elder gave a trace of a smile as he said, "That's what I meant. Since we can't destroy them, we'll set up a defensive zone to defend against the Yellow Springs Kingdom's attacks and restrict their development." Hearing this, everyone else thought for a moment before nodding. In order to attract the enemy's attack, Zhao Fu's side had opened up the city walls, but they found that the enemy still did not move. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to withdraw his army and set up a second defensive wall. This was quite dangerous, as it was equivalent to giving up on a layer of defense. If they did not deal with it well, the enemy might break through. Even though this was dangerous, Zhao Fu was confident that he could repel the enemy, which would be quite beneficial to Zhao Fu's side. The allied side was quite tempted by the Yellow Springs Kingdom's actions, and they wanted to lead their army to attack. Perhaps they could break through the Yellow Springs Kingdom's defenses and destroy it in one fell swoop. They did not know who the leader of the Yellow Springs Kingdom was, and they were quite daring to use such a tactic. They were completely provoking them. Some people could not help but want to lead their army in, but others stopped them. This was evidently a massive trap, and once they entered, they would not be able to return. The allied side had guessed that the Yellow Springs Kingdom was supported by a large kingdom, and without enough confidence, they would not do such a stupid thing. As such, they did not attack. Instead, they chose the plan that they had discussed before and started to set up defensive barriers nearby, focusing on defense. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. They had not taken the bait yet. The other side was quite resolute. Looking at the defensive barriers, Zhao Fu quickly understood their goal, and he did not hesitate to gather his army and prepare to attack. If they did not attack now, once they finished setting up their defenses, it would be even more difficult to attack, and they would suffer great losses. It was not suitable for 1.5 billion soldiers to attack an army of 2 billion or so, so Zhao Fu took out another 200 million soldiers from the other 3 sides. In total, they had 2.1 billion soldiers, and they were not any weaker than the other side. They just had to focus on defending the other 3 sides. Kill! The countless soldiers loudly roared and gave off powerful auras as they flooded out of the defensive walls. They gave off a destructive power, and it was as if nothing could stop this flood. The Allied side was quite startled. They had never thought that the Yellow Springs Kingdom would dare to attack even if they did not take the initiative. However, the situation was quite advantageous to them, and the Allied side gave a trace of savage smiles. Since the other side was seeking death, they could not blame them. Soon, the Allied side formed a defensive formation and waited for the Yellow Springs Kingdom's soldiers to charge up before launching a ferocious attack. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds of the air being torn could be heard as terrifying arrows shot out from the Yellow Springs Kingdom's army, seeming to explode the sky. They drew out sharp arcs in the sky as they shot towards the Allied side's army. Under that massive and sharp aura, countless people's hair stood on end and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. The general was greatly startled and immediately yelled, "Hurry up and defend." They had formed a defensive formation, so they did not panic. The shield-bearers at the front raised their shields and exploded out with a powerful aura as a gray energy barrier appeared. Looking at this massive gray energy barrier, everyone let out a sigh of relief and felt that it would be able to block this attack. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the wave of light at the very front slammed into the defensive barrier, causing sharp light to shoot out and massive gales to spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Bang. Bang, the powerful streams of light behind them carried terrifying power as they pierced through the gray energy barrier. The huge gray energy barrier then completely shattered, and the streams of light shot into the crowd, slicing apart countless people's bodies. Blood flew everywhere, and dismembered corpses flew everywhere. Countless howls sounded out, and the scene was incredibly bloody and cruel. As the rays of light descended, the area in front of the army became a land of corpses. Blood dyed the ground red, and there was a dense stench of blood. Countless people looked terrified. Just what kind of arrows were these? How could they have such destructive power? These were Qin's talisman arrows. Because of the limitations of talisman stones, Qin rarely used talisman arrows. However, he had always been prepared, and he had obtained many talisman stones from conquering the Sante world. This time, Zhao Fu had brought them. However, things were not over yet. The desolate god led the 12 women in blood-red clothes and appeared in the sky. The desolate god gave a trace of a cold smile as she said to the 12 women behind her, "You can begin. Let them see how powerful we are. Don't let that bastard of ours look down on us." The 12 women in blood-red clothes nodded and stretched out a hand, causing a powerful aura to explode out. Countless runes appeared on their outstretched hands as 12 blood-red figures appeared behind them, giving off intense blood-red light. They turned into blood-red afterimages and landed on the corpses in front of the enemy army. The 12 figures landed on the ground, which were 12 2-meter-wide orbs of blood. These 12 orbs of blood floated a few centimeters above the ground and exploded out with a formless suction force, causing the blood in the surroundings to flood towards them. The Allied side quickly understood the danger and gave the order to attack the orbs of blood. Swish, 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 arrows quickly shot out, descending like raindrops. However, the arrows pierced through the orbs of blood and did not affect them at all. Even when the arrows hit the gathered blood, they were not affected at all, and the blood continued to flood towards them. The blood continuously gathered, forming 12 massive orbs of blood. That wave of talisman arrows had caused the deaths of tens of millions of people, and those orbs of blood had been formed from tens of millions of people's blood. Boom, boom. Boom, the massive blood-red orbs lined up and shot out countless blood-red tentacles, all of which contained immense power. They pierced through soldiers' chests, and some even pierced through dozens of soldiers' chests. The soldiers immediately died. Their bodies quickly lost moisture and turned into dried corpses. All of the blood in their bodies was sucked away by the tentacles, and it was unknown how many people died in an instant. The scene was extremely terrifying. The Allied side was greatly shocked. They had never thought that the blood orbs would have such terrifying power, and they did not hold back. Roar, massive roars sounded out as formations were activated. Countless traces of Yin Qi gathered, forming 1,000-meter-long ghost tigers. There were hundreds of them, and they gave off powerful auras as they charged at the massive orb of blood. Boom, 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 the orb of blood controlled countless tentacles, which gave off immense power as they grabbed towards the hundreds of ghost tiger beasts incredibly quickly. Some of the ghost tigers brandished their claws, bringing with them terrifying sharp blades that slashed at the countless blood-red tentacles. Some of them let out deafening roars, and the terrifying sound waves spread out, blasting apart the countless blood-red tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. However, the blood-red tentacles that had been sliced off and shattered turned into blood-red swords that gave off terrifying power as they shot towards the ghost tigers, sending out blood-red sword lights. Roar. 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 Massive roars of pain sounded out as the ghost tigers were pierced by countless blood-red swords, and their bodies turned into ghostly chi and dissipated. However, some of the ghost tigers spewed out gray flames, burning many of the blood-red tentacles. Blood god devils were immune to physical attacks, but they were not very effective against energy attacks. Roar. 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 Massive ghost tigers were once again condensed, and they gave off massive roars as ghostly flames erupted around their bodies and they charged at the orbs of blood. Even though the ghostly flames were effective against the orbs of blood were not afraid, and they continued to shoot out countless tentacles to attack the countless ghost tigers. The tips of the tentacles were crystallized, and they could cause massive wounds. The orbs of blood could also use the tentacles to attack the soldiers and replenish their blood. Swish, 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 sword hums once again sounded out as Jean's side once again shot out countless rays of light. The rays of light gave off immense power as they once again tore apart countless people's bodies, causing countless howls to sound out as blood dyed the ground red. By now, the Allied side's defensive formation had been completely destroyed, and after suffering the attacks from the talisman arrows and blood-red tentacles, the scene became quite chaotic. Boom! At that moment, Jean's soldiers were like massive waves as they slammed into the Allied army, resulting in massive sounds as the battle officially began. A Qin soldier held a spear and vigorously pierced through a soldier's throat. A Qin soldier rushed up and vigorously swung his saber, chopping off a soldier's head. A Qin soldier vigorously swung his axe, splitting a soldier's body in half. A Qin soldier kicked a person flying and stabbed a sword into another person's chest. A Qin soldier held a spear and pierced through another person's head, and a Qin soldier smashed another person flying with a hammer. The Allied army's side was quite chaotic, and after being attacked 3 times, their morale was quite low, so they hurriedly defended. After hearing that the Yellow Springs Kingdom had taken the initiative to attack, the other 3 sides simultaneously attacked the Yellow Springs Kingdom, and their attacks were incredibly ferocious. However, the 3 sides had long since made preparations and were waiting for the Allied army to attack. There were also some talisman arrows from the other 3 sides, but there were not as many as Zhao Fu's side. After all, Zhao Fu's side was mainly attacking, so they needed a large number of talisman arrows to be effective. However, even though there were not many talisman arrows, they were still very effective. The Allied army gave off a terrifying aura as they flooded towards the defensive wall. A single wave of talisman arrows could kill many people and weaken their momentum. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as Qin's side once again threw out many destruction crystals, resulting in massive explosions. Although there were not many of them, they still caused some chaos among the enemy army. The Allied armies on the 3 sides also condensed many powerful ghosts and charged towards the defensive walls. The Yellow Springs Kingdom's soldiers gave off terrifying auras as their bodies gave off countless traces of yellow aura, and they formed Yellow Springs beasts to deal with the ghost beasts. By now, the Allied army had reached the bottom of the city walls and started to attack. They used all sorts of methods to scale the city walls, such as ladders, flying chains, and some people directly jumped over the city walls. The Yellow Springs Kingdom side defended with all of their strength, continuously using arrows and heavy objects to attack, and they poured down barrels of Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water was the water of the Yellow Springs River, and it was not harmful to the Yellow Springs Kingdom soldiers. However, it was harmful to others, as it could contaminate their bodies and equipment. However, this was only ordinary Yellow Springs water, and its effects were not very powerful. It would not cause anyone's body to be contaminated by the Yellow Springs water and die, and they could use their power to resist. This was the Yellow Springs Kingdom's goal, which was to exhaust a portion of their strength. When they attacked the city walls, they would have to defend against the Yellow Springs water and the Yellow Springs soldiers' attacks, reducing their battle strength. The Yellow Springs soldiers' main job was to defend, and each side had 1.3 billion soldiers. Adding on their various preparations, they should be able to defend. Moreover, they dragged out the allied army and did not allow them to reinforce the Ghost Tiger Kingdom's side. Soon, the two sides started to fight, and the sounds of weapons continuously clashing could be heard. Cries continuously sounded out, and blood flew everywhere as people fell. The battle was quite intense. Even though the other side had more people, the Yellow Springs soldiers and Qin soldiers were much stronger than the other side. It seemed that the Yellow Springs soldiers had an advantage. Back at the Ghost Tiger Kingdom's side, the battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, and the allied army was at a disadvantage. The previous waves of attacks had caused the front lines to fall into chaos, and they were unable to effectively defend against the Qin soldiers' attacks. The desolate god raised a hand, and a powerful aura exploded out from its body. Countless traces of blood-red chi rose into the sky, forming blood-red clouds that gave off powerful auras. A might spread out, and blood-red light shot out from the clouds. The blood-red light covered the Qin soldiers' bodies, and the Qin soldiers felt a wave of power enter their bodies. Their bodies seemed to become slightly stronger, and their blood became hotter, making them want to fight. The desolate god's blessing caused the Qin soldiers to become even more ferocious, and they attacked the allied army, causing the allied army to be at a disadvantage. When Zhao Fu saw that the allied army was completely pinned down, a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and his body disappeared. All of the king's expressions became quite grim. If this battle continued like this, they would definitely lose. However, there was nothing they could do to change things. Not only were the enemy soldiers powerful, but they also had many tricks up their sleeves. Ah! A howl sounded out as everyone felt incredibly shocked. They turned and saw a black-cloaked figure appear behind a king and stab through his chest. Blood leaked out of that king's mouth, and his gaze dimmed as he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Even though everyone did not know who Zhao Fu was, waves of nation armaments power exploded out, causing countless terrifying auras to spread out and create wild gales that swept out in all directions. This person was only a single person and dared to come here, and he only had great earth realm cultivation. Everyone coldly laughed. This person was simply seeking death. This person was most likely an important mission for the Yellow Springs Kingdom, so the kings did not think too much and gave off terrifying auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. Looking at the charging kings, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile as he exploded out with his nation armament's power. A massive black aura flame erupted around his body, and a powerful gale blew out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Xing, Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out an enormous blood-red sword light with terrifying power. It brought with it a blood-red sword wind as it slashed apart 5 or 6 kings' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. The kings were greatly startled, and their bodies froze as they looked at Zhao Fu in terror. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's power would be so terrifying. Now, Zhao Fu was using his nation armament's power, while Qin's nation armament had the power of 9 worlds, and it was only one away from becoming a royal kingdom. It was not something that these small kings could defend against. Seeing them standing there in a daze, Zhao Fu did not hold back. He rushed up and slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp sword arc that seemed to tear apart the air. A few people's heads fell off, and blood spurted out from their necks. Everyone quickly came to their senses. This person was a monster, and they immediately ran to the side. Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and started to chase after the kings. Some soldiers rushed up, wanting to protect their kings, but they were easily chopped into pieces by Zhao Fu. Moreover, the allied army was being suppressed by Qin. They were already at a disadvantage, and now that their kings had died, they lost even more morale. Some people started to run, and once someone started to run, more and more people started to run. In the end, the front lines completely collapsed. Zhao Fu chased after the kings in the sky, while Qin's soldiers chased after the allied army on the ground. In this battle, Qin had won. However, Zhao Fu did not stop there and ordered his people to charge towards where those factions were. After hearing about the western side's defeat, the allied factions immediately retreated. They were unable to take down the defensive walls and had already suffered great losses. If they were attacked from 2 sides, they would also suffer a crushing defeat. A few days later, Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the 200 or so nation armaments in front of him. Some of these nation armaments had been obtained from destroying other kingdoms, and some had been obtained from destroying the western kingdoms and factions. These nation armaments all had ghost-type attributes and received underworld fate. They were not suitable for use in the Heaven-Awakened world, or else they could be used to expand the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation. They could not waste so many nation armaments, so Zhao Fu planned to set up a sub-formation here. After all, the underworld's Yellow Springs Kingdom was a part of Qin and could not be excluded. Soon, Zhao Fu ordered people to build towers within the Yellow Springs Kingdom's territory, forming the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation. This formation could not be used yet, and it required the main formation to split off a portion of its power to activate this sub-formation. Zhao Fu stood within the Yellow Springs Kingdom's sky-reaching tower and started to split the main magic formation's power. In the Heaven-Awakened world, a massive magic formation appeared on Great Qin's territory, and heaven and earth power continuously gathered as a massive wave of power seeped into the ground. Boom, a powerful pillar of light descended from the sky and landed within the tower. A formless energy spread out, and the entire magic formation was activated. Countless Death Race's nation armaments gave off intense light as massive amounts of underworld power madly gathered, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Zhao Fu stood in front of the magic formation at the top of the tower, and the image of a book gradually appeared. This was a sub-formation and did not require a coronation armament. As the coronation armament, the Book of God, would also split off a portion here. At that moment, massive amounts of underworld power flowed into the image of the book, causing it to give off a terrifying aura. It continuously became corporeal and became a grey book. What shocked Zhao Fu was that the book's name was Book of the Earth. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He had never thought that such a thing would happen, and he looked at the earth book floating in front of him. The earth book's cover had become stone, and there were many ghosts carved on it. There was a rectangular frame at the center with the words Earth Book written on it. It was twice as big as a normal book and was 3 centimeters thick. Zhao Fu could not help but feel curious and went up to look at the Earth Book stats. Countless names flowed out and floated around him, giving off a steady light. Yellow Springs Queen. Yellow Springs Spirit. Yellow Springs Queen. Xianxia Yuan. Yellow Springs Queen. Li Ye. Yellow Springs Queen. Lu Ye. Yellow Springs Queen. Yu Qin. Yellow Springs Queen. Yan Yan. Zhao Fu looked at these names and found that the top ones were the 12 Yellow Springs Queens. He then looked at the others and found that everyone who belonged to the Yellow Springs Kingdom had a name, no matter who it was. Moreover, the Earth Book could control everything in the Yellow Springs Kingdom, such as heaven and earth power, mountain power, and every blade of grass and tree. The Earth Book had become something like a world's consciousness. After looking at the Earth Book's information, Zhao Fu immediately returned to the Heaven-Awakened world and went to the tower. The Book of God, or rather, the human book, had greatly changed. The cover had become green jade, and there was a scene of a prosperous world engraved on it. There was a rectangular frame at the center with the words Human Book written on it. It was the same size and thickness as the Earth Book, but the light and aura it gave off were much more powerful than the Earth Book's. Zhao Fu guessed that this was most likely because of the world he controlled. Qin controlled 9 worlds in the Heaven-Awakened world, while the underworld only had 2 worlds. Moreover, the human book was the main body, while the Earth Book was a split product. Zhao Fu went up and looked at the human book. The human book's effects were the same as the Earth Book, and it recorded the names of all sorts of people. It could also control heaven and earth power. Now that Zhao Fu had finished reading the human book and Earth Book, this was what they were used for. As the core item of the sealing heaven-suppressing Earth Book, they would most likely become the most important item in controlling a world. In fact, when Zhao Fu had chosen the Book of God as the core item, it was because of its uniqueness. Perhaps it had other abilities. Now that it had become the Book of Man and the Book of Earth, it was faintly predictable. There was also the Earth Book and the human book. Aside from Zhao Fu, there was only one other person who could control them. And that was the Spirit Maiden, who had once been the Will of Earth. Aside from her, there was no one else who could control the 2 books. After looking at the Earth Book and human book stats, Zhao Fu returned to the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Because things had not been resolved yet, the Yellow Springs Kingdom had only destroyed the factions in the west and had not destroyed the factions in the east, south, and north. This time, after destroying the western factions, they had gained quite a lot. There were more than 10 billion people, as well as countless resources and cities. Of course, there were also many beauties, as well as the queens and princesses. They were definitely necessary because they could be used to refine nation armaments. Now that these women had been brought to Qin, they provided a large amount of Phoenix Chi for the Emperor Phoenix statue. The Emperor Phoenix statue's power was now extremely terrifying, and it was no weaker than a nation armament's power. The factions in the other three directions fell into terror. Now that the Yellow Springs Kingdom had destroyed many factions in the west, it had become much more powerful, while they had fallen greatly. This made them the weaker side. They knew that the Yellow Springs Kingdom would soon act against them, so they quickly constructed defensive lines and prepared to defend against the Yellow Springs Kingdom's invasion. Zhao Fu wanted to take down all of the factions in the other three directions at once, but he found that he could not take them all at once. Now that they had destroyed many factions in the west, they had obtained 10 billion or so people, which was a quarter of their original population. If they rebelled, the consequences would be quite severe. Moreover, they had not truly controlled a large portion of the western side's territory, and there were many hidden dangers. As such, they gave up on attacking the factions in the other three directions and focused on stabilizing their rule. After dealing with the people and regions, they would make a move against them. Husband. Now that you've taken care of things, shouldn't you be spoiling us? The 12 Yellow Springs Empresses looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He did not have much to do right now, and he could leave stabilizing the unity to the other civil ministers. Zhao Fu hugged the empresses and entered the palace and started to do it with them. After not doing it with Zhao Fu in a long time, they all felt incredibly thirsty, and they lewdly cried out like prostitutes. Afterwards, Zhao Fu put on his clothes, leaving behind a group of breathless beauties whose faces were red and faces were breathless. Zhao Fu once again came to the primal chaos world, and after hearing that Zhao Fu had come to Great Qin, everyone came before Zhao Fu. Erisina lightly harumphed, "You still remember to come back?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he hugged her and asked, "How has the development in the primal chaos world been? Has anything major happened?" Erisina's expression softened and became slightly flirtatious as she said, "We'll tell you in detail on the bed." The women's faces became slightly red and they looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. They had been separated from Zhao Fu for a long time, and they desperately needed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. After satisfying the women, he hugged Erisina and Bai Shihan and smiled as he said, "Can you tell me now?" Erisina's face was red and she gave a satisfied smile as she started to tell Zhao Fu about the Great Qin territory. The Great Qin territory's development was not as fast as it had been in the underworld, and it had encountered many obstacles. After all, Great Qin was an outsider who had come to another world, and all creatures in that world were enemies. Most importantly, these creatures could not be subdued and could only be killed. They could not devour factions to grow, so their development was quite slow and their strength did not increase much. The only useful things were the various items they obtained. The Great Qin territory now controlled about 1/3 of an ordinary world. The danger zones around it had been cleared out and they had obtained large amounts of materials and resources. There were also many dens, and they now had 3,000 insect den wyverns. However, Qin also faced even more powerful enemies, which came from 4 directions. They restricted Qin's development, making it so that Qin could not take a step further. First was the east, which was also the most dangerous side. This was because there were many chaotic races living there, numbering in the tens of millions and controlling more than 10 billion insects. Moreover, they were quite intelligent and were different from the brainless insects. The Chaos race had also discovered Qin's existence, but they understood that Qin city was not ordinary, so they did not directly attack. Next was the northern side, where there were a large number of beast dens. They were shaped like cows but had large mouths and were filled with fangs. They looked quite terrifying, and there were 6 billion or so of them. These terror cows were large creatures and had powerful bodies. They had great destructive power and were even more difficult to deal with than ordinary insects. Once they went berserk and charged at Qin, it would be difficult for Qin to stop them. In the south, there lived a group of chaos creatures that looked like aquatic creatures. They looked like ribbonfish, had long, flat bodies, only one blue eye, and a mouth full of teeth. They could swim in the sky, almost as if they were in the water. There were 5 billion of them, and because they could fly, they were quite difficult to deal with. Finally, there was the western side, which was quite simple. There was a large group of insects, and there were 5 billion of them. They were shaped like cockroaches and were dark red. However, they could not fly and could only crawl on the ground. However, they were still quite fast. Jiaofu felt quite troubled. In the Heaven Awakened world, Qin had to face the Devil Horn Empire, the Second Aeolian Empire, and the Alliance. There were still 3 other enemies in the underworld that he had not gotten rid of yet, so he could not spare any soldiers. Right now, Jiaofu could only tell Qin City not to expand too quickly and slow down its development. Even if they expanded, they would only gain more domains and resources and would not have any substantial increase in battle power. There was also the blood demon snake mosquitoes, which was quite delightful. There were already a few million of them, and they were stage 3 creatures. Being able to nurture a few million of them so quickly meant that there would be at least tens of millions of them in a year. That speed was countless times faster than going from rank 1 to rank 3. Furthermore, the blood devil snake mosquitoes didn't just rely on their nests to respawn, they could also reproduce. The mosquitoes' growth rate and reproduction rate were both shocking. Jiaofu felt quite delighted. When the time came, Qin City would have a large group of insects to help Qin conquer the world. Now, Qin City mainly focused on defense and started to construct defensive measures to defend against the dangers from all sides. After understanding the situation in the chaos world, Jiaofu once again returned to the Heaven Awakened world. Following this, Jiaofu decided to do something, which was to increase the number of people in sword obsession. The Emperor Killing Sword could be upgraded long ago, but Jiaofu did not have time to capture those sword cultivators. There were too many people this time, and he needed 100,000 sword cultivators with high talent. These sword obsession were extremely overpowered. No matter how you killed them, you couldn't kill them. The previous 10,000 sword obsession were even stronger than 1,000,000 soldiers. Sword demons in sword obsession were quite powerful and could not be killed. Even 10,000 sword demons were more powerful than 1,000,000 soldiers. Jiaofu began to prepare. Jiaofu clearly remembered what had happened in the past. The anger in his heart had yet to subside. After so long, it was time to collect some interest. At that moment, an unimaginably massive world, giving off a terrifying might, slowly moved towards the Heaven Awakened world. Even space was unable to withstand that power and continuously twisted. The Heaven Awakened world automatically gave off a rainbow-colored light, which turned into countless barriers that blocked in front of him. That world gave off a strange blood-red light and gave off terrifying power as it slammed into the Heaven Awakened world. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out throughout the entire world. Even the godly spirit world and underworld heard this massive sound. Moreover, the entire Heaven Awakened world violently trembled as countless boulders tumbled down and leaves fell like rain. Ripples appeared on the water's surface, and some buildings even collapsed. Birds flew into the sky in terror, and countless beasts ran away in panic. The heavens and earth became chaotic as all sorts of auras flew about. An extremely dangerous aura instantly covered the entire world, and countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water and could not help but tremble. The trembling continued for an hour or so before stopping. Jiaofu, who had been preparing, looked quite shocked, not knowing what had happened. Why was the entire world shaking? Moreover, the aura that it gave off was simply too terrifying. Jiaofu, who was feeling quite confused, immediately received a series of system announcements. System announcement. The alchemy battlefield has been opened. System announcement. The battlefield gate has been opened. System announcement. Factions that have reached the Dukedom Kingdom level can enter the alchemy battlefield or the chaos battlefield through the battlefield gate. System announcement. After entering the chaos battlefield, you can obtain points by killing outer world creatures, which can be used to exchange for items. System announcement. The types of rewards have been updated. System announcement. The maximum level of rewards has been increased. System announcement. The number of rewards has been increased. System announcement. Spirit Chi has been weakened, region power has been weakened, world power has been weakened, and fate has been affected. Warning! Every Dukedom Kingdom level faction must obtain a certain number of points every month. If they do not meet the requirements, they will be sent out. If they do not meet the requirements many times, their kingdom will be revoked, and their entire royal family will suffer a backlash from the heaven and earth power. Warning: infighting is prohibited in the battlefield, and anyone who violates this will be severely punished. If it is too serious, they will be killed. Warning: anyone who defected to the enemy and sold out their world will be punished by the heavens and suffer boundless pain until their souls are destroyed. It will not just be their wives, children, and friends, even their entire family will suffer the same fate. Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He had never thought that another outer world battlefield would open. Could it be that the trembling just then was because another world had collided with the Heaven Awakened world? The Heaven Awakened world was in quite a dangerous situation because it had not been able to deal with the chaotic world, and now there was another unknown world. It seemed that it would not be any weaker than the outer world. There were also the last 3 system announcements, which were quite terrifying. The first was that they had to obtain a certain number of points every month, and if they did not meet the requirements many times, their kingdom would be revoked. In other words, if they were a kingdom but were revoked, they would become an ordinary faction and would not have the power and authority of a kingdom. As a member of the royal family, they would suffer a backlash from the heaven and earth power. Zhao Fu had experienced this before, and it had not been easy for him to pass. Moreover, his power had been greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for him to recover. If a member of the royal family suffered this, their entire royal family would be crippled. The third rule was quite cruel. It would not only be the wife and children but the entire family that would be implicated and suffer boundless pain, making people feel quite terrified. Now, it seemed that the Heaven Awakened world was going to be serious, and their attitude was quite cold and merciless. It seemed like they were going to go to war. It could be seen just how dangerous the Heaven Awakened world was, and they could not afford to be careless or underestimate it. Everyone could not help but feel worried. If the Heaven Awakened world was destroyed, as people from the Heaven Awakened world, they would all be doomed. All races in the world would be slaughtered, and no one would be able to escape. It would be a true apocalyptic disaster, and corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow into rivers. Howls would fill the wilderness and all living creatures would be wiped out. This would definitely become a reality. For example, every creature in the primal chaos world had an innate desire to kill people from the Heaven Awakened world. Do you think they would spare a single person from the Heaven Awakened world? The invading world was not clear, but it definitely would not treat people from the Heaven Awakened world kindly. After all, they were people from different worlds, and even if they did not want to kill them, the world's consciousness would order them to do so. Zhao Fu thought of something and felt quite startled. He had obtained the Primal Chaos world's legacy and some fate, and he planned to explore the Primal Chaos world in the future. Would he be treated as a traitor by the Heaven Awakened world? However, it seemed that nothing had happened to him and that he had not been treated as a traitor. Otherwise, things would have been terrible. It would not just be him, but his women and the entire Ying family would have been doomed. All of his efforts would have been wasted, and the Qin Empire would have collapsed. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite curious as to what kind of world this invading world was. Now, they had to participate in the battlefield, and even if they did not want to participate, they would be forced to participate. Zhao Fu immediately gathered his ministers and generals to discuss this matter. He put aside the matter of collecting interest from the ancient sword sect for now and would go after dealing with this matter. Countless major figures looked at the horizon with serious expressions. They had long since known that this would happen, and they were not surprised at all. The situation in the Heaven Awakened world was indeed quite serious because the Heaven Awakened world was facing the invasion of 2 worlds. If they could not defend against the outer world battlefield, those 2 worlds would directly invade the Heaven Awakened world, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In times of danger, everyone in the Heaven Awakened world would participate, and many higher beings and even half-step celestials would be unable to avoid this. This was why the Heaven Awakened world was so cold and resolute. If it was invaded by the Heaven Awakened world, its consciousness would dissipate, and it would die. It was not just the Great Qin Empire, the surrounding alliances, the Devil Horn Empire, the Second Wind God Empire, and many dukedom kingdoms and above were all discussing the alchemy battlefield. They did not have any information about the Heaven Awakened world. World was not. Zhao Zhao. 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 Zhao Fu decided to take some people to explore. Only by personally seeing it would he be able to understand that world. Zhao Fu had already made his choice. The first was Dimoji. She was the strongest in the Qin Empire and was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Zhao Fu most likely would not be able to use his nation armament in that invading world. Without a nation armament, Zhao Fu was not very powerful, so he needed an expert to protect him. The second was Molef. His void ability was not only useful for escaping but also for hiding, allowing him to avoid some terrifying attacks. Finally was Yu Ling. He had the ability to break through all barriers and could now instantly teleport to another world. These abilities were even more powerful than the Emperor Heaven Realm expert Dimoji. With this ability, if he faced danger that he could not defend against, he would be able to instantly escape. This time, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless and made ample preparations in order to prevent any dangers. He placed great importance on this exploration. Now that Dimoji and Molef had arrived, only Yu Ling was left. Zhao Fu went to Yu Ling and his mother's courtyard and saw his mother, Yu Qingshui, lovingly preparing clothes for Yu Ling. Yu Ling still looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Yu Ling said happily, "Your Majesty, I'll be ready soon." "I'll be ready soon. Just wait a moment." Yu Qingshui's face was red and her eyes became misty. She gave off an alluring aura as she bowed to Zhao Fu and called out, "I greet your Majesty." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, Yu Qingshui also quickly packed up Yu Ling's things. She did not dare to keep Zhao Fu waiting here for too long. After packing up the things, Yu Qingshui handed them over to Yu Ling, who happily put them into his storage ring. Seeing his mother's blushing face, Yu Ling understood something and said, "Your Majesty, I'm quite worried about you. You haven't been here for a long time. Can you accompany my mother? I'll wait for you outside." Hearing this, Yu Qingshui's face became bright red and she felt incredibly embarrassed, unable to face Zhao Fu. However, her heart sped up and she could not help but look at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu responded with a smile. Yu Ling happily went outside while Zhao Fu hugged Yu Qingshui and walked into a room. The two of them started to intensely do it, and Yu Qingshui enjoyed it greatly. Zhao Fu did not come here often and could only think about it. A while later, Yu Qingshui's face became red and she helped Zhao Fu put on his clothes as she said tenderly, "Your Majesty, you must be careful this time. You have to be careful this time and protect Ling well. Don't let him get hurt." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before leaving the room. After coming outside, Yu Ling happily held Zhao Fu's hand and the two of them walked to the side. He now viewed Zhao Fu as his father. Zhao Fu brought Dimoji, Molef, and Yu Ling to a stage at the center of the Qin city. This stage was 10,000 meters wide and there was a door frame at the center. This door frame seemed to be made of metal and there were scenes of battle engraved on it. It gave off a dense aura of killing and conquering, and it was 10 or so meters tall and 5 meters wide. The door in front of them was the battle gate, and they could use it to enter the outer world battlefield. Zhao Fu brought them to the battle gate and sent a wave of energy into the door frame, activating it. The door frame gave off a blood-red light and a blood-red screen of light appeared within the door. "Be careful from now on." Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he looked at the three people next to him and said. The sky was blood-red, and there was a gigantic moon in the sky, but it was like a machine, giving off a silver-white light. It seemed to be very close to the ground, and the plants on the ground were all extremely beautiful. There were black plants that were pitch black, white plants that were pure white, red plants that were eye-piercing, blue plants that were flawless, and green plants that were pure green. There was a strange aura all around them, and there were no signs of any creatures moving about. The world seemed to be completely silent. This was the alchemy world. Zhao Fu and the others looked around in shock. This alchemy world looked quite terrifying, and it would not be easy to deal with it. "Let's go," Zhao Fu said to the others as he looked around. Although the alchemy world looked strange, they still needed to explore it to find out what kind of world it was. Moreover, they also needed to choose the location of their base. Now that the Heaven Awakened world had forced them to enter the alchemy world, they definitely needed a place to set up camp. This would make it easier for their faction to develop and replenish supplies, and it would also be a safe place for them to rest. Everyone carefully walked forwards, looking around warily. Suddenly, a massive bear rushed out. It was 8 meters tall and had black fur. Its eyes were blood red, and its claws looked like they were made of machinery, giving off a ferocious aura. The mechanical bear gave off terrifying power as it leapt towards Zhao Fu's group, wanting to tear them to shreds. Yuling grabbed onto Zhao Fu's clothes in fear, but Zhao Fu did not do anything. Molef, who was also wearing a cloak, coldly smiled and disappeared, appearing behind the mechanical bear in the next second. It vigorously slashed out with the dagger in its hand, causing a sharp arc of light to appear and cut off the mechanical bear's head. Blood spurted out of the black bear's neck like a pillar of blood, and it fell like a rain of blood. However, something shocking happened. After its head was cut off, the mechanical bear stood where it was and did not fall. It seemed to have lost control of itself, and it swung its claws towards Molef with immense power. Molef looked quite surprised, and it had never thought that things would turn out like this. However, it did not panic, and its body disappeared into nothingness, dodging the mechanical bear's claws. In the next moment, Molef appeared by the mechanical bear's side and sent a massive wave of power into its dagger. The dagger gave off an intense cold light and a sharp aura, and Molef vigorously slashed out, causing a massive arc of light to appear. The arc of light sliced the mechanical bear's massive body in half, causing blood to fly everywhere. However, the upper half of the mechanical bear that had been cut in half could still move. Molef once again slashed out with its dagger, sending out an arc of light that cut apart the mechanical bear's upper body. Only then did the mechanical bear completely die. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. This mechanical bear only had stage 6 strength, and he had never thought that it would be so difficult to kill. It would not die even after its head was cut off, and it had to be cut into a few pieces before it could be killed. Perhaps that was the main reason. The mechanical ball was as big as a fist, and there were inscriptions on its surface. On. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, it was the first time he had seen something so technologically advanced. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a formless energy pulled the mechanical ball into his hand. Zhao Fu started to closely examine the mechanical ball. Firstly, the mechanical ball was warm, and as someone from the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu could not use it. Moreover, the mechanical ball gave off a very powerful energy. This energy was quite special, and it could give powerful life force and power. It was like a core within a creature's body. However, even though the black bear had this mechanical ball as its core, it had lost control after cutting off its head, so it most likely needed its head to control its body. The head was a weak point, and if Zhao Fu wanted to kill it, he would have to destroy the mechanical ball. The mechanical ball's name was the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu put the mechanical ball away. Everything that had just happened was just Zhao Fu's guess, and he did not know if it was the same for other creatures, so he continued onwards. Then, a robot tiger rushed out. This robot tiger was 6 meters long, and its head was like a robot's. Its teeth were also metal, but its body was like a normal tiger's. It had yellow fur and its tail was also like a robot's. This mechanical tiger's strength was only around stage 6, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to do anything. The mechanical tiger gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed over, and Molef directly disappeared. With its previous experience, Molef vigorously slashed out with its dagger, sending out a sharp arc of light that gave off terrifying power. It sliced apart the mechanical tiger's upper body, causing blood to fly everywhere. A blue mechanical ball rolled out, and the mechanical tiger instantly died. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the mechanical orb. He examined it and found that apart from the color, everything else was the same. Following this, they killed many more creatures and found that they all had mechanical balls called Philosopher's Stones within their bodies. This confirmed Zhao Fu's guess. Zhao Fu also confirmed how dangerous the alchemy world was, as well as some simple information. This alchemy world was most likely a world where creatures and machines fused. Not only were there all sorts of creatures and machines fused, but even parts of plants were mechanized, which was quite mystical. Zhao Fu felt that there was no conflict between creatures and machines, and they made their bodies more powerful. The parts that were mechanized could also provide decent defense. In actuality, Zhao Fu had collected their materials, and the most valuable parts were the parts that were mechanized. Not only were they quite hard, but their quality was also better than ores of the same stage, making them quite good materials. Because this was something from the alchemy world, if Qin wanted to use it, he would have to take it back and research it. Most importantly, if Qin could use it, he would be able to do quite well in the alchemy world. Moreover, even though this alchemy world did not have swarms of insects like the chaos world, it was still quite dangerous. This was because the creatures here were quite high grade. The lowest grade creatures that Zhao Fu saw had stage 3 power and had powerful life force. They also had mechanized bodies, making them quite difficult to kill. A few hours later, the silver mechanical moon disappeared, and countless sparks appeared on the ground. Countless rays of light illuminated the entire land, and a sun that looked like a furnace slowly rose from the ground. The temperature once again rose, and the surroundings became hot and dry, dispersing the coolness of the night. However, this temperature was still acceptable and was not as monstrous as the temperature in the outer world. By now, Zhao Fu and the others had explored some places and obtained some simple information. Apart from not finding the encampment, they had basically completed their exploration, and they could now send troops over. Boom! 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 Not too long after Zhao Fu and the others advanced, they heard massive explosions as if some massive creature was walking. At the same time, they felt a massive pressure, and it seemed that this thing was incredibly terrifying. Everyone carefully headed in the direction of the sound. There was a 10,000-meter-long tortoise walking slowly. With each step it took, a massive mark would be left on the ground, and the ground would continuously tremble. That 10,000-meter-long tortoise had already been completely mechanized. One couldn't see any characteristics of a living creature. Its head, limbs, and the tortoise shell on its back were all mechanical. Its eyes were like a pair of huge green gems. What shocked Zhao Fu was that the turtle's shell seemed to have been modified by someone, and there were 2 rows of cannon-like things. There was no doubt that terrifying things would shoot out from within. This massive mechanical turtle could be said to be a massive fortress. If it was used on a battlefield, who knew how many people would die? Just with its mechanical body, even a stage 4 expert's full-powered attack would not be able to harm it at all. After all, a fully mechanical body could only be described as monstrous. There were about a dozen people standing on the turtle's head. They looked like ordinary people, but some of them had mechanical eyes, some had mechanical arms, and some had mechanical heads. Some were relatively normal, but they were wearing mechanical armor. At that moment, a refined-looking youth happily said, "In this realm war, we have holy beasts, so we'll definitely be able to kill countless heaven-awakened world people. The alchemy god's rewards are very bountiful, and I have many things that I'm interested in." The cold-looking young man said, "The realm war has only just begun, and the heaven-awakened world people haven't officially entered the battlefield yet. We can't kill too many heaven-awakened world people right now. Once they enter, we'll slaughter them." A slim and gentle-looking woman hugged the cold-looking young man's arm and smiled as she said, "I'm quite curious and looking forward to seeing what heaven-awakened world people are like." The fat young man said with a lewd smile, "I'm also looking forward to it. When the time comes, we'll capture a few princesses to play with and kill them after we've had enough." A beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a gloomy aura said coldly, "Let me remind you that what you like to do has nothing to do with me. However, if you do it in front of me, I'll kill you." The fat man snorted coldly, "Is that so? I want to see how you'll kill me." The gloomy-looking woman's gaze was cold, and the mechanical arm on her left hand gave off a cold light. Seeing this, a voluptuous woman with a sweet-tempered aura hurriedly said, "All right. We're in a small group, let's not fight over such a small matter." A gentle-looking young man also stood up and said, "That's right. Let's all be friendly, perhaps we'll meet heaven-awakened world people soon, so there's no need to fight among ourselves." A seductive woman with a flirtatious figure shyly lay in a handsome-looking man's embrace, saying, "Husband, when the heaven-awakened world people appear, you have to protect me." The handsome-looking man smiled and nodded. An ugly-looking young man secretly looked at the two of them with jealousy. That flirtatious woman was someone he had a crush on, and he had expressed his feelings for her. It was a pity that the flirtatious woman did not like him at all. There were 2 strong-looking young men standing by the side and did not say anything. Standing at the front was a woman with a mature figure and a calm aura. She was the captain of this small group and had the simplest strength. She was already at the world realm. She did not pay attention to the conversation between the team members behind her and instead looked around warily in case any danger appeared. Roar. A massive roar suddenly sounded out from the tortoise's mouth, causing everyone to feel quite startled. The holy beast had definitely discovered an enemy. Zhao Fu and his group appeared in the air and had wanted to launch a sneak attack, but they had been discovered by the massive tortoise. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhao Fu understood that they were indigenous residents of the alchemy world. He would be able to obtain important information from them, and Zhao Fu wanted to capture them and interrogate them. Seeing Zhao Fu and his group, those people understood that Zhao Fu was a heaven-awakened world person, and they looked quite disappointed. They had brought their holy beast to kill a large number of heaven-awakened world people, and killing a few of them would not give them many points. However, looking at Dimoji next to Zhao Fu, they could not help but feel tempted. Dimoji was the #1 beauty in the demon domain, and she was even more beautiful than ordinary celestial fairies. The chubby young man loudly laughed as he said, "Boy, leave that woman next to you. If you scram now, you'll be able to live." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not mind this young man who was about to die. This 10,000-meter-long mechanical tortoise's strength had reached the extreme divine realm, but because of its size, its destructive power was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. At that moment, the female captain seemed to sense the danger that Zhao Fu and his group were in, and she immediately said, "Attack." Even though the people around her did not understand, they still obeyed and stood in different corners. A magic formation appeared, giving off boundless light, and a terrifying aura exploded out. The cannons on the tortoise's shell quickly moved and aimed at Zhao Fu and his group. Countless rays of green light shot out from the cannons, and a terrifying aura spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful beams of light containing terrifying power shot out, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. They were incredibly fast and gave off shockwaves as they streaked past, creating a shocking scene. This caused the countless beams of light to land on the ground or shoot into the sky. They were incredibly powerful, and every single one of them blasted open a hole that was dozens of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Against countless soldiers, it was unknown how many of them would die. Seeing Zhao Fu and the others go to the turtle's head, the group of people felt quite startled and immediately activated their defensive barriers. The magic formation beneath their feet gave off an intense light, and the turtle's massive power gathered, forming a defensive barrier that covered everyone's bodies. Only then did everyone feel a trace of security and let out a sigh of relief. The female captain hurriedly called out, "Activate the tortoise spirit formation and suppress those people." Hearing this, everyone squatted down and stretched out a hand, exploding out with immense power as they pressed down on the magic formation beneath them. Boom, a massive aura spread out as the magic formation gave off countless traces of green aura, giving off terrifying power as it flooded towards Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as 6 different aura flames erupted around Zhao Fu's body, sending out a massive gale. An extremely terrifying power spread out from Zhao Fu's body as he squatted down and vigorously pressed down, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun. Clang, 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 massive chains giving off terrifying power stretched out from the ground and bound up the robot tortoise. They then vigorously pulled, causing the robot tortoise to lie on the ground. The group of people felt quite startled. This had interrupted their attack, and they had never thought that someone with such low cultivation like Zhao Fu would be able to explode out with such terrifying power. They also controlled the tortoise to struggle, and the tortoise struggled with terrifying power, causing the massive chain world to break apart. Zhao Fu looked at Dimoji, who had a trace of a smile on her face as she drew her demon sword and exploded out with the aura of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. The entire heavens and earth seemed to sink as a terrifying wave of power entered the demon sword, causing it to give off an intense demonic light. Boom, Dimoji slashed out with all of her strength, sending out an enormous black sword light that gave off countless black arcs of lightning. It seemed to be able to destroy everything as it slammed into the defensive barrier. Bang, the sword light slashed onto the defensive barrier, causing a massive sound to ring out. Countless black sword lights spread out, giving off a terrifying sword wind. A crack appeared on the defensive barrier, and the hearts of the group of people sank to the bottom. They had never thought that the extremely beautiful woman beside Zhao Fu would be the most terrifying person. But why would such a terrifying person appear? This region was close to the central domain, and ordinary world realm experts were already the most terrifying existences. They had saint beasts, so they did not have to fear ordinary Emperor Heaven realm experts. They could sweep through this region and no one would be able to stop them. However, they had encountered Zhao Fu's group. As the number one beauty in the demon domain, Dimoji was not only more powerful than ordinary Emperor Heaven realm experts, but she also surpassed ordinary Emperor Heaven realm experts. Boom, Dimoji slashed out with her sword again. That terrifying sword light struck the barrier again, causing a crack to appear on it. That group of people's faces became pale. It was possible that they were going to die here today. Now, they did not have the arrogance and confidence that they had before. Bang, Dimoji once again slashed out, sending out a shocking sword light containing immense power. The sword light slashed onto the defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. The female captain's face became pale and she immediately yelled, "Hurry up and run. If we can escape, we'll be lucky." She had not brought people to kill Heaven Awakened world people, but they had encountered a difficult great existence. Now, they could only rely on their luck to escape. However, some people would definitely die here, and as the captain, she did not want to be one of them. Everyone understood this, and the instant that the defensive barrier shattered, they exploded out with powerful auras and turned into rays of light that shot towards the horizon. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and exploded out with even greater power. He vigorously pressed down, causing countless chains to shoot out towards the escaping people. The group of people held their weapons and quickly slashed out cold lights, but the chains were densely packed and shot out from all directions. After breaking some chains, they were bound by countless chains, and not a single one was able to escape. Without their control, the tortoise stood motionless on the spot. It did not resist at all. The people bound by the chains all had unsightly expressions. Not a single one had been able to escape. They were going to die here today. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he stood up and looked at the chubby young man. The chubby young man immediately said in terror, "Don't kill me. I'm begging you, I can submit to you and tell you anything you want to know." Hearing the chubby young man's words, everyone felt furious and looked at him condescendingly. This chubby young man submitted to an outsider so quickly. He's a disgrace to the alchemy world's people. He's just a coward, and he's willing to provide information. He's a damn traitor. Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the chubby young man, and a formless energy grabbed onto his head. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the chubby young man's head exploded like a watermelon. Brain juice and blood flew everywhere, covering the people around him. Everyone felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would kill the chubby young man. However, Zhao Fu did not mind. The chubby young man's words meant that he would die without a doubt. As for information, Zhao Fu would naturally have a way to obtain it later. Zhao Fu looked at the chubby young man's headless corpse and found that it did not move at all. Could it be that there was no philosopher's stone? Within his body, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a sword light flew out, cutting the chubby young man's body in half. Blood and organs splattered on the ground, creating a disgusting and terrifying scene. A red mechanical orb fell out, but it was only as big as an egg. Looking at this mechanical orb, Zhao Fu felt even more confused. Why did it have a philosopher's stone? Zhao Fu's body did not move, and he grabbed the mechanical orb with his hand to examine it. Very quickly, Zhao Fu found the reason. This mechanical orb was the philosopher's stone, and it contained a portion of the chubby young man's soul. As long as the philosopher's stone was given a powerful fleshly energy, the chubby young man would be able to revive. This was why the philosopher's stone had not moved the chubby young man's corpse. Zhao Fu was once again shocked. The alchemy race's methods were truly powerful and strange. A black flame appeared in Zhao Fu's hand, which covered the philosopher's stone. The chubby young man's pained cry sounded out from within the philosopher's stone before there was no more movement. His soul had been directly incinerated, and this caused the other gold refiners to feel terror. Perhaps this would be their end. However, Zhao Fu was not interested in paying attention to them for now, and he went to the magic formation on the turtle's head. Zhao Fu was quite interested in it because this was a battle fort. Zhao Fu had just seen how terrifying it was, and if Qin could use it, it would be of great use to Qin. After looking at it, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. Even though he could not control this gigantic mechanical ghost, this mechanical turtle was like a real machine. If he left it there, it would not move at all and would not take the initiative to attack people. This was different to the primal chaos world. When those insects saw Heaven Awaken world people, they would madly attack, and it would be impossible to subdue them for Qin to use. Even though Qin had subdued millions of chaos people and they could control insects, when those insects saw Heaven Awaken world people, they would uncontrollably attack. That was why Zhao Fu had developed his own insects. This mechanical turtle did not have this weakness, and if he subdued a few gold refiners and had them control it, Qin would be able to control this battle fort. Zhao Fu looked at the gold refiners and smiled as he said, I don't need to say much, right? Do you choose to submit or die? A young man looked resolute as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, if you want to kill me, then kill me. There's no need to waste your breath, I won't submit to you Heaven Awaken world people. My people will definitely take revenge for me, and I'll pay you back 10 times over. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and waved his hand, sending out a massive wave of power that blasted the young man's head apart. Blood and brain matter flew everywhere, covering the faces of the people around them, and the stench of blood became even thicker. The weak-looking woman said in terror, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Her surrender caused the others to hesitate, because it was clear that they were not going to die. The woman who was the leader was also among them. In the end, a total of 3 women and 2 young men were willing to surrender, including the woman who was the leader. As for the others who did not surrender, Zhao Fu did not kill them. He planned to bring them back for research. After Zhao Fu placed restrictions on the 3 women and 2 young men, he released them and asked, what is this mechanical tortoise? The leader of the group, the woman, said, that's our clan's holy beast, and it was created by capturing a complete alchemy divine turtle. According to its strength, it's a level 4 holy beast and has terrifying destructive power. Zhao Fu nodded and asked, how many of these saint beasts does your family have? The woman calmly replied, not many, there are only a few dozen of them. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. These battle fortresses were incredibly powerful, and if there were many of them, they would be able to destroy the heavens and earth. No matter how many soldiers charged at them, they would be blasted into pieces. Can you still control these saint beasts? Zhao Fu asked. He had only been guessing, and he wanted to confirm it. The woman shook her head and replied, no. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, why is that? You could use them before you submitted, why can't you use them now? The woman stretched out a hand and explained, look, we don't have the alchemy family's mark on the back of our hands because we've submitted to you and are now traitors. The alchemy family's mark will disappear, and the saint beasts need the alchemy family's mark to control them. Look at those who have not surrendered, they still have the mark on the back of their hands. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu looked at the hands of those who had not surrendered. Indeed, there was a green mark on them, which looked like a combination of a turtle shell and a rune. It looked quite mysterious. Can't Qin use that mechanical turtle? Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and wanted to continue asking, but Moji reminded him, husband, there are many people approaching. There are many people approaching from here. Let's leave this place first. At that moment, the woman said, saint beasts can sense each other, and the alchemy family's mark can also sense each other. The people coming should be people from our family. Hearing this, Zhao Fu did not have any suspicions. He exploded out with a massive amount of power and pressed down on the Crow tribe. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun, causing a black hole to appear in the ground, and the massive mechanical turtle's body slowly sank into it. Zhao Fu did not want to leave this massive battle fortress here, as he thought that he could let Qin use it in the future. Now that it was sealed in the sealed space, the connection would be sealed as well, so there should be no problems. Now that they had pretty much explored the alchemy world and had captured many alchemy race people, there was no need for Zhao Fu and the others to continue staying here. They returned to where they had come from. This place was connected to Qin's battle gate, so they could directly return to Qin. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu did not gather the ministers and generals for a meeting, and he instead continued to talk with the woman, asking about the alchemy world. Half a day later, Zhao Fu obtained a lot of useful information, and he now understood what kind of world the alchemy world was. The alchemy world did not have any kingdoms or sects, only various organizations and families. The entire world was controlled by these families and organizations, which was different from the Heaven-Awakened world. The alchemy world's power mainly consisted of alchemy power, and there were no other types of power. Alchemy power was an innate power, which was something that one was born with. When one condensed alchemy power to a high degree, it would form the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu's previous guesses had been wrong. Not all creatures in the alchemy world had the Philosopher's Stone. Some creatures that were too weak did not even have the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone contained a large amount of life force and power, and it had all sorts of unimaginable uses. It could be used everywhere, and it was the core item that supported the alchemy world. Without the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemy world would most likely collapse. The alchemy world had always been researching the Philosopher's Stone, and what Zhao Fu cared about the most was the weakness of the Philosopher's Stone. If he could grasp the weakness of the Philosopher's Stone, he would be able to grasp a way to deal with the entire alchemy world. Alchemy power was a kind of creation, life, and mechanical power. As long as one had alchemy power, they could create all kinds of items. They could turn stone into metal, create things from nothing, and they could even give cold metal life. In the alchemy world, experts could create powerful mechanical life forms, and the more powerful they were, the more terrifying the things they created. To deal with this kind of power, one needed destruction, death, and flame power. In other words, powerful destruction, death, and flame power could deal with alchemy power. Zhao Fu thought that the primal chaos world's power should be quite effective against alchemy power because the primal chaos aura's attributes were chaos and destruction. He could try to see if the primal chaos aura could restrain alchemy power. In actuality, the Philosopher's Stone was a very good treasure, and almost everyone in the alchemy world had one. This made their overall fighting strength much higher than Tianqi's side, and it was quite difficult to deal with them. Zhao Fu wondered if the Philosopher's Stone could be used by Qin, so he asked about this in detail and obtained a detailed answer. The answer was, of course, impossible. After all, alchemy power was a kind of innate power, and it was a kind of law power. Unless one had the alchemy world's bloodline, it was impossible to obtain alchemy power. Even if one swallowed the Philosopher's Stone or fused it into one's body, the alchemy power would only corrode one's body and would not give one alchemy power. However, Zhao Fu had a detailed understanding of the principles and methods of forming the Philosopher's Stone, so he planned to give it a try and see if he could create a Philosopher's Stone that belonged to Qin. Zhao Fu felt that the 8 Forbidden Blood Arts creation power was somewhat similar to the creation power of alchemy power. Perhaps he could use this to create a Philosopher's Stone. There was also information about holy beasts. In the alchemy world, every family or organization had a corresponding holy beast, and those holy beasts were related to the family's alchemy imprint. For example, the woman in front of Zhao Fu and the others who had been captured all belonged to the wood turtle family. They were named after wood, and the woman was called Mu Minxian. She was a young lady of the family, and her status was not very low. As for why they were called the wooden tortoise family, it was because they were bound to something similar to a tortoise nest. That tortoise nest would constantly spawn mechanical tortoises, and the family only needed to focus on nurturing and modifying them to become holy beasts. These newly spawned mechanical turtles were tightly bound to the family, so they needed the family's alchemy mark to be able to use them. Other people didn't have the ability at all. To a certain extent, that powerful mechanical ghost nest was also rooted in some of the family's bloodline attributes, causing the family's alchemy imprint to be related to the tortoise. If it was bound to an ape's nest, then the family's sacred beast would be an ape, and the mark would also be related to apes. If it was bound to a bird's nest, then the family's sacred beast was a bird, and the mark was also related to birds. If Zhao Fu wanted that holy beast, he would have to find a way to make the entire family submit to him and take possession of the product of the family's alchemy stone and nest. Otherwise, he would not be able to use that holy beast. However, Zhao Fu was still quite delighted because this would allow him to devour these families' factions, allowing Qin to develop in the alchemy world. It would not be like the chaotic world, which could only rely on killing to obtain materials and points, and it would not increase one's strength at all. Finally, it was the geographical location. The alchemy world was the same as other worlds. It was divided into the inner area, the central area, and the outer area. That place was the position of the outer area next to the central area. Zhao Fu guessed that this was related to strength, as Qin already had 9 worlds and was about to become a royal kingdom. If it was an ordinary dukedom, it would most likely be in the middle of the outer domain. After figuring out everything, Zhao Fu found Bai Shan, Gong Sun Zhu, and Gong Sun Lin. Bai Shan happily smiled and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, what business do you have with me? What business do you have with this old man?" Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he handed the Philosopher's Stone to Bai Shan and told him some things about the Philosopher's Stone, asking him to take some people to research it. Bai Shan held the Philosopher's Stone and looked at it with great interest. If Qin's research was successful, not only would it increase Qin's strength, but it would also quickly heal any injuries in the future. This was quite important to Qin. Princess Zhu gave a trace of a smile as she said movingly, "Your Majesty, what business do you have with us?" Gong Sun Lin looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and lightly harumphed as she said, "If there's anything, come find us. It's hard to even see us if we don't have the time." Zhao Fu apologetically smiled and took out the various materials he had obtained from the alchemy world as he said, "Take a look and see if these materials can be fused into weapons." Looking at the various materials, the two sisters' gazes fell on the materials, and their eyes lit up as they immediately went up to look at the materials. To them, finding high-quality materials to forge top-tier equipment was something they pursued their entire lives. "Your Majesty, this material feels quite special. It looks like a metal ore, but it also seems to come from a creature's body. Even though its spirituality isn't very strong, it has a mystical life force. If it's forged into equipment, it'll be a very special equipment," Gong Sun Zhu said as she smiled in delight. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he replied, "This is a material from the alchemy world. That world is a place where machines and life converge, which is why it has this material." Gong Sun Zhu looked at the materials and nodded. She could not wait to try out the materials, so she took Gong Sun Lin and the materials and left. Bai Shan also took the Philosopher's Stones and left. Zhao Fu anxiously discussed the various matters of the alchemy world with his ministers and generals. They mainly discussed how to construct garrisons, defenses, and military strength. By now, Qin had opened up many battlefields, and each one required a large number of soldiers. As such, there would not be many soldiers entering the alchemy world this time. After discussing with Zhao Fu and the others, they decided to send 500 million soldiers in. Moreover, Zhao Fu had seen how powerful the alchemy world was, so the soldiers that were sent in were not to kill but to defend. They would first create a foundation for Qin before deploying the soldiers. Following this, the experiment on restraining attributes in the alchemy world began, and Zhao Fu took Mu Minxian to the laboratory. There was an insect beast that had just been captured. It looked like an ant and was black. It was as big as a calf and gave off a chaotic aura. It was tied up by a chain, and there were soldiers pulling on both sides of the chain. "Let go of it," Zhao Fu said to the two soldiers holding on to the chains. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the soldiers immediately let go of the chains. The insect beast looked at Zhao Fu with a cruel and bloodthirsty gaze and gave off a ferocious aura as it charged at Zhao Fu. Mu Minxian, who was at the side, took a step forward and stretched out a hand. One of her arms was a mechanical arm. A wave of energy gathered in her palm, which gave off a silver-white light. A formless energy spread out, and a silver-white metallic wall immediately stretched out from the ground, blocking in front of her. Bang! The insect beast slammed against the metallic wall, resulting in a massive sound. Its sharp pincers stabbed into the metallic wall, leaving behind 2 marks that were a few centimeters deep. Seeing that it could not break through the wall, the insect beast went berserk and vigorously smashed against the metallic wall, leaving behind deep marks. In the end, seeing that it could not break through the wall, the insect beast could only look at the soldiers and ferociously charge at them. Without even needing Zhao Fu to do anything, the soldier stabbed out with his spear. The spear gave off shocking power as it stabbed out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the insect beast's head and killing it on the spot. Zhao Fu walked over to the wall and looked at it carefully. He found that the chaotic energy could indeed counter alchemy energy, causing it to weaken and fall into chaos. The marks on the wall could be seen with the naked eye, and some of the metal continuously disintegrated, causing the marks to become a bit larger. Zhao Fu had the soldiers use weapons from the Heaven Awakened world to attack the wall, but they were unable to achieve the same effect. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. If he took the outer world materials to the Heaven Awakened world to create defenses in the Heaven Awakened world, they would be able to counter alchemy creatures and greatly increase the safety of the base. They could also be made into weapons to attack the creatures in the Heaven Awakened world. However, Qin could not directly use the outer world materials, as they countered the Heaven Awakened world's people. As such, he needed the fusion materials. Thanks to Gong Sun Lin and her sister, they found a way to combine the materials of the two worlds, so Zhao Fu gave the materials of the alchemy world to them to study, hoping that they would also have a surprise discovery later. As for the materials, there was no need for Zhao Fu to worry. He had been in the chaotic world for a long time and had collected a large number of materials, enough to satisfy Qin's needs. After that, it was time to enter the alchemy world to build the station. Zhao Fu sent many strong people to guard the station, mainly to prevent the holy beasts from the alchemy world from suddenly launching an attack, which could cause great damage to Qin. The first thing to do was to build the city walls, which were made from materials from the outer world and the Heaven Awakened world. They were made from massive stone bricks, and with some formations, the city walls would be able to defend against ferocious attacks from saint beasts. After the city walls were built, it was time to put up the exchange stone steels. Thinking about the system announcements from the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu could not help but take a look out of curiosity. The results were quite shocking. There were many times more god armaments and celestial armaments than before, and there were even many celestial great arts. The godly material that Zhao Fu had found before, which was the material for refining the world's consciousness, could also be found in the exchange stone steels. That material was called a Tao-seeking stone, and it was a stone that contained heavenly energy and was extremely powerful. Before, the origin god iron was even more valuable, and it was normally used as a sex-defining item. The Tao-seeking stone was a great help to one's cultivation, and it could help one comprehend things faster and cultivate even faster. There was also the world noble rank system, which could be directly exchanged for at the exchange stone steel. These world noble ranks gave bonuses to one's fate and allowed one's territory to regain its production attribute, as well as not being weakened by the Heaven Awakened world. Before, didn't region power, kingdom power, fate power, and city power all weaken? If one exchanged for a world noble rank, one would be able to avoid these weakening effects. Most importantly, one could directly exchange for territory. For example, Zhao Fu could exchange for a nearby world as his own territory. This was a territory recognized by the Heaven Awakened world, and no one could resist it. Even if they resisted, it would be useless. After all, who could resist the Heaven Awakened world's consciousness? It was simply impossible. However, there were restrictions. The territories that could be exchanged could not be the territories of the factions that had participated in the realm war. In other words, the territories of factions below the dukedom kingdom could all be exchanged for, and those factions did not have the right to choose. Even if the territory belonged to them, they would still be kicked out. They would become people without territories. Moreover, some kingdoms that had not completed point-based quests and had been punished could also exchange for their territories. At the same time, they could also exchange for a large number of their populations, which would belong to the person who exchanged for the territory. They could not resist, as there was a penalty of being a traitor. All of their stats would be weakened by 80%, and in severe cases, they could even die. Before, some people had been envious of the factions below the dukedom kingdom because they did not have to worry at all and did not have to take such great risks to participate in the realm war. Now, it seemed that they did not have it easy either. If someone exchanged for their territory, they would not have any choice and would be kicked out of their territory. They could only pray that no one would exchange for their territory. Of course, exchanging for territory and population required a massive amount of points, and unless it was someone who desperately needed them, they would not exchange for these things. After looking through all of the new items, everyone felt quite excited. The Heaven Awakened world's consciousness had put in a lot of effort for this war. Now that the Heaven Awakened world was facing two worlds of the same level, it faced immense pressure. Even though Zhao Fu had the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation and could leave the Heaven Awakened world at any time, Zhao Fu did not want that day to come. After all, in the boundless void, suppressing a territory was simply too dangerous. Who knew how many worlds like the Heaven Awakened world, the Outer World, and the Golden World were out there? it would be impossible for Zhao Fu to escape from them, as in front of them, Qin would not even be an ant and would be instantly killed. Within the Golden World's territory, Zhao Fu planned to leave it to Wang Jian to properly set up defenses. When there was enough protection, they would attack the other factions. Mu Minxian's performance was quite good, and Zhao Fu had put her in an important position. She had also actively cooperated with Qin and explained the situation nearby in detail so that Qin could be prepared. The fact that Qin had built such a large base here quickly alerted the four factions. They naturally wanted to directly attack Qin, but seeing the massive army and the experts in the sky, they did not dare to attack Qin for now. By now, Great Qin did not bother with them and quickly built up its defenses. That was its main goal. However, a few days later, roughly 300 million alchemist soldiers and thousands of holy beasts started to attack Qin. In actuality, if Qin's soldiers did not use anything else to deal with the alchemist soldiers, as long as their cultivation was the same, the Qin's soldiers would most likely lose. After all, the alchemist soldiers' alchemy power was incredibly difficult to deal with. However, Qin's soldiers all had silver-grade equipment sets, and adding on the fact that they had fused with darkness energy, they were not much weaker than the alchemist soldiers, but they did not have much of an advantage. The attacking alchemist soldiers did not know Qin's true strength, and they thought that it was an ordinary Heaven-Awakened World faction, so they attacked with 300 million soldiers. The attacking soldiers were quite powerful, and they were even stronger than Stage 2 soldiers. After all, Qin's side did not have Stage 1 soldiers. They were also Stage 2 soldiers. Because of Mu Minxian, Qin had a certain understanding of the surroundings. Here, Stage 1 soldiers were not very useful, unless they were dealing with some of the most remote factions in the outer domain. These factions were very weak, so their soldiers' cultivation was only at Stage 1. However, in the outer domain, the most basic soldiers were at Stage 2. If one did not have this strength, they would have to retreat to a more remote place and set up a battle gate, or else their fates would be quite tragic. Both sides were from different worlds, so there was nothing to say. As such, the people from the outer domain directly attacked. The way they attacked was also quite special. The people at the front were holding metal spears in their hands. As they charged forward, they used the momentum of the charge to throw those spears out. Boom! Boom! The spears that had been shot out disappeared, and magic formations appeared in the air as even more spears appeared, giving off sharp auras as they shot towards Great Qin's defensive walls. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them, creating a terrifying scene. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and activated his defensive barrier. A grey defensive barrier appeared, and as the spears collided against it, clanging sounds could be heard. Some were sent flying, while others were broken. The defensive barrier was also slightly damaged. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to activate his defensive barrier. The people of the alchemy world did not expect the shield to be so strong. Zhao Fu was also surprised by the power of the alchemy world's attack. This grey energy barrier was also formed from the power of the primal chaos world. However, after enduring the first wave of terror, a few tiny cracks appeared on it. Seeing that they were unable to break through Qin's defense, the alchemy world started to use the War Saint beasts. The ground continuously trembled as massive creatures appeared with terrifying pressure. The 1,000 or so terrifying War Saint beasts were even more terrifying than the 100,000 beasts. Each of them was at least 1,000 meters long and had massive cannons on their backs. They seemed to be able to destroy everything, and no one could stop them. Boom! At that moment, the countless cannons gave off intense light and an extremely terrifying power spread out, making people feel incredibly shocked. Boom! 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 Shocking rays of light shot out, giving off destructive power as they shot towards the defensive barrier. The light illuminated the surroundings and was incredibly fast. The sky was filled with countless rays of light, creating a terrifying scene. Bang! 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 The beams of light smashed into the barrier, causing loud explosions. More and more cracks appeared on the barrier, and in the end, it shattered into countless pieces and dissipated. Seeing that the defensive barrier had been destroyed, the countless alchemy world soldiers grinned and prepared to attack again. Suddenly, Countless rays of intense holy light appeared as 100-meter-tall god emissaries giving off powerful auras appeared and stretched out a hand towards the countless war saint beasts. Boom, boom. Boom, massive rays of white light gave off destructive power as they shot towards the countless war saint beasts, leaving behind traces of light and causing space to tremble. Even though Qin did not have any war saint beasts, he had similar methods. Zhaofu understood that the greatest threat was the war saint beasts, so he had to first destroy them. Only then would the battlefield be advantageous to him. The people controlling the war saint beasts felt quite startled and hurriedly activated their defenses. Massive defensive barriers appeared, covering the war saint beasts' bodies. Boom, boom. Boom, white rays of light slammed against the defensive barriers, resulting in explosions. Countless rays of intense light blasted out and terrifying shockwaves spread out. After everything settled, only tens of the war saint beasts had been destroyed, and they were the smaller ones. The larger war saint beasts were completely fine. Zhaofu felt quite surprised because he had summoned 50,000 holy light emissaries. Even with so many holy light emissaries attacking, they had only destroyed tens of war saint beasts. The war saint beasts' defenses were quite terrifying. Moreover, they had seized this opportunity to focus their firepower on the war saint beasts. Next time, they would not have such a good opportunity. Losing tens of war saint beasts out of the 1,000 war saint beasts, even though they did not suffer too great of a loss, the war saint beasts were no longer as unbridled as before. Kill. At that moment, the war saint beast soldiers charged. Countless people flooded over with powerful auras, shaking the surroundings. At the back of the war saint beast's army, people wearing mechanical gloves gathered together and burst out with a powerful aura. They then squatted down and pressed their hands on the ground, causing an alchemy formation to appear. The alchemy formation gave off boundless light, and massive amounts of alchemy power poured into it, causing a formless energy to rush forwards. Boom, boom. Boom, metal stairs stretched out from the ground extremely quickly towards the city walls that Qin had constructed. From a distance, it looked like a slanted flight of stairs that led from the ground to the city walls, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the city walls. The war saint beast's army directly stepped onto the metal stairs and gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Qin's soldiers on the city walls. They were extremely fast, and it looked like they were about to reach the city walls. Zhaofu's heart tightened, and he immediately gave the order for the holy light emissaries to attack the countless metal stairs. Boom! Boom, boom! Powerful white rays of light bombarded the metal stairs, causing them to shatter. Countless people fell from the stairs, and some were even hit by the white rays of light, causing their bodies to explode into countless pieces. Zhaofu wanted to give the order to attack the people constructing the metal stairs, but the cannons behind the holy beasts were once again aimed at Qin City. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful rays of light shot out, bringing with them shocking power as they flashed past and landed on the Great Wall, resulting in explosions. Countless Qin City soldiers were hit, and their bodies exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as howls continuously sounded out. It was unknown how many people were injured or killed. Zhaofu immediately gave the order to withdraw the ballistae. These were all stage 2 ballistae, and the lowest grade materials were blue grade. They had been modified from the dragon-slaying ballistae, and there were metal bolts mounted on them. These bolts were quite bright colored because they had been fused with insect materials and Heaven Awakened world metals. Each one was as thick as a finger and was 2 meters long. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless bolts containing immense force shot out, drawing out arcs in the air and giving off sharp auras as they descended like a torrential downpour. Chi, 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 countless soldiers charging up were pierced through by the bolts, and their corpses were nailed to the ground. Blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. It was unknown how many soldiers had died, but their tough mechanical armor was not of much use. This caused the gold refiner people to feel quite confused. Not only was their gold refiner armor incredibly tough, but it was also incredibly light. It could even be repaired by injecting gold power into it, and it was the armor that could unleash the gold refiner people's full potential. Logically speaking, if the gold refiner soldiers used their full strength to defend, they would have been able to defend against the bolts. However, they had been easily pierced through, and the materials of the bolts seemed to be able to counter their gold refiner power. Some of the metal in the holes started to disintegrate and turn into powder. Now, the gold refiner people could not help but become serious. It seemed that the other side had been sent over and would not be so easy to deal with. Zhao Fu had the archers aim at the gold refiner soldiers coming out of the metal stairs. Swish, 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 bolts containing immense force shot out, leaving behind black blurs as they shot towards the incoming gold refiner soldiers. The soldiers waved their weapons or used their mechanical arms to block. Some were hit and screamed, while others died on the spot and fell from the metal stairs. These bolts were quite effective because the bolts also contained insect materials, but they were not as strong as the ballistae. Moreover, many of them used their mechanical shields to defend. On the alchemist's side, the cannons of the war beasts were once again aimed at Qin's side. Boom boom boom, powerful rays of light containing terrifying power once again shot out towards Qin City's city walls. At that moment, Zhao Fu had the Holy Light Emissaries form a defensive formation. The Holy Light Emissaries exploded out with great power and stretched out their hands, giving off boundless white light that covered the city walls. Bang bang bang, explosions sounded out as the rays of light landed on the defensive barrier, shattering it. The Holy Light Emissaries suffered some damage, but they were able to block many of the rays of light. However, the range of the beams of light from the holy beasts was too large, and without a defensive barrier that could protect the entire city wall, it would be impossible to completely protect the city wall. As such, some of the beams of light still hit the city wall, causing it to explode. By now, the city walls had also suffered some damage. Fortunately, they had fused materials from the primal chaos world, or else the city walls would have collapsed after being hit by so many rays of light. Kill. By now, many gold refiner soldiers had used the metal stairs to rush up to the city walls and savagely charged at Qin's soldiers. Qin's soldiers had cold expressions and did not show any fear as they rushed up with their weapons. Clang, 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 countless sounds of metal clashing could be heard as the two sides started to fight. Waves of power spread out, and it seemed quite chaotic. Blood flew everywhere and pained cries continuously sounded out. A Qin soldier held a large saber and vigorously slashed out, sending a gold refiner soldier flying. A Qin soldier held a spear and pierced through a gold refiner soldier's chest, while a Qin soldier chopped a gold refiner soldier in half with an axe. A gold refiner soldier waved its mechanical arm, and a terrifying wave of power crushed a Qin soldier's head. A gold refiner soldier held a large sword and vigorously slashed out, sending a Qin soldier flying, while a gold refiner soldier smashed a Qin soldier's body with a hammer. Suddenly, a massive rat-like creature appeared from the air. It was Qin's cosmos beasts. These cosmos beasts appeared behind Qin's soldiers and ferociously attacked the people constructing the metal stairs. They slashed out with their claws, bringing with them 5 sharp lights that cut open those people's bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. They then opened their mouths and bit down, crushing those people's bodies. Some cosmos beasts vigorously rammed into those people, sending countless people flying. Many attacks ferociously attacked the cosmos beasts. This was the rear of the army, but there were many soldiers here, and some of them were responsible for protecting the metal stairs. Facing these ferocious attacks, the cosmos beasts were unable to defend and could only hide within the air and disappear. Zhao Fu immediately ordered his soldiers to attack the metal stairs. Sharp light slashed against the metal stairs, and after losing the gold refiner's power, the metal stairs became quite weak. They were quickly shattered, and many gold refiner soldiers fell from the sky. Boom, 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 metal spears once again shot out, and metal alchemy formations appeared in the sky. The metal spears gave off terrifying power as they shot towards great Qin soldiers on the defensive walls. Qin soldiers raised their shields or sent out cold lights to defend, but many of them were pierced through the chests and immediately died. Swish, 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 Qin's side once again shot out many ballista bolts. The ballista bolts gave off massive sharp auras as they descended like raindrops, piercing through soldiers' chests, causing blood to spurt out and howls to continuously sound out. Boom, 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 the god beast's cannons once again gave off intense light, and a terrifying aura spread out as terrifying beams of light containing destructive power shot out towards the city walls. Boom, 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 on Great Qin's side, countless holy light emissaries stretched out their hands towards the holy beasts and powerful white lights shot out, bringing with them immense power. A white gale appeared as they shot towards the holy beasts. Bang! Bang! After the metal stairs were shattered, the soldiers on the city walls no longer had any reinforcements, and they were quickly slaughtered by Qin's soldiers. Some people quickly gathered together and stood in the back of the alchemy army, bursting with powerful power. Arrays appeared one after another, and the broken metal stairs were mended in the center. The metal stairs kept extending. The metal stairs quickly reached the city walls, and the soldiers once again gave off ferocious auras as they rushed towards Qin's city walls. Great Qin's soldiers focused their attacks on the city refiner soldiers on the stairs. Cold lights flew out and arrows shot out, continuously killing city refiner soldiers. There were also some alchemy soldiers holding mechanical shields or releasing powerful auras as they waved their mechanical arms, blocking the incoming attacks and once again rushing up the city walls. The alchemist soldiers below also held their mechanical bows and continuously shot out arrows, piercing through Great Qin's soldiers' bodies and causing them to continuously die or die. Suddenly, a cosmos beast once again appeared in the air and attacked the people constructing the metal stairs. It swung its sharp claws, sending out sharp lights. This time, the soldiers guarding the city walls were prepared, and as soon as the cosmos beast appeared, they unleashed attacks. Countless sharp lights slashed towards the cosmos beast, causing wounds to appear on its body. The cosmos beast howled as it hit in the air. However, some cosmos beasts took this opportunity to come out and attack the people constructing the metal stairs. They vigorously swung their claws, and terrifying power tore apart those people's bodies. The cosmos beast once again smashed many people to death. Qin's soldiers once again focused on attacking the metal stairs. Soon, they shattered it, and many soldiers once again fell down. By now, many soldiers had started to quickly climb up the city walls instead of going through the metal stairs. They continuously used their alchemy power to leave a metal foothold on the city walls so that they could quickly climb up. Qin's soldiers threw out a large amount of kerosene and ignited it. Massive flames started to burn, and a terrifyingly high temperature spread out. Many alchemy soldiers were caught in the fire and screamed as they were burned to death. Regardless of whether it was the mechanical limbs or the alchemy power, they could all be restrained by fire. The blazing flames formed a raging wall of fire that temporarily blocked the numerous attacking alchemy soldiers. On the alchemy world side, seeing that they still couldn't break through Qin's defense, the patriarchs glanced at each other and sighed. They decided to retreat for the time being. If they continued, the losses would be great, and it wouldn't have any effect. Facing the heaven-awakened world's people, they felt quite shocked and felt that they were quite powerful and had many tricks up their sleeves. They had underestimated them. Now that he couldn't break through, he could only go back and gather more people to attack. In any case, he was fated to be here and couldn't escape. If other people knew that there were people from the heaven-awakened world here, many people would come. After all, this was a battle between worlds, and it was either you die or I die. Moreover, there were good rewards, so everyone was quite willing to kill people from the heaven-awakened world. After receiving the order to retreat, the alchemy soldiers let out a sigh of relief. After this battle, they understood just how terrifying Qin was. If they continued to attack, they did not have the confidence to survive. After all, Qin had more soldiers than them and had ways to suppress them. They had already suffered massive casualties. Looking at those who were pinned to the ground, as well as those badly mutilated corpses, this was the best proof. Seeing the alchemy world retreat, Zhao Fu slightly relaxed. He had underestimated the alchemy world this time. Even though they had made many preparations, they had still suffered great losses in the end. This proved that the alchemy world's strength was much greater than that of an ordinary world. Their main advantage was that their life force was powerful, and their mechanical parts gave them decent defense. Moreover, the Philosopher's Stone gave them decent power. This was especially so for those god beasts, which were quite outstanding. Zhao Fu had never thought that they would have such powerful defense. It would be great if they could be used by Qin. After the alchemy world retreated, Zhao Fu ordered people to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. Qin's soldiers were to be preserved so that they could be turned into ghost soldiers in the future. After so many Stage 2 soldiers had died, Zhao Fu felt quite pained. After all, these Stage 2 soldiers had been nurtured by Qin for a very long time. Even though he felt quite pained, there was nothing he could do. Right now, the alchemy world's most basic soldiers were stage 2 soldiers, and Qin could not send stage 1 soldiers over. If that happened, even more people would die. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhao Fu ordered people to quickly build defenses. Zhao Fu understood that this was the alchemy world. This time, the alchemy world's people had not been able to break through Qin, but next time, they would definitely be able to gather more soldiers to attack Qin. If Qin did not respond properly, it was possible that it would be broken through by the alchemy world. Thinking about how difficult it was to deal with the alchemy world, Zhao Fu could not help but feel worried. He did not know what the situation was like in the outer world battlefield. Zhao Fu directly returned to Qin and went to the Heaven Spirit Steel. Now, Zhao Fu could use the Heaven Spirit form to understand the overall situation. Just as Zhao Fu had expected, even though Qin had been prepared, they had still suffered many casualties. One could only imagine what the situation was like for the others. Almost 70% of the factions had lost the first time they fought against the alchemy world. This was not only because they were not prepared but also because they were not familiar with the alchemy world. More importantly, the alchemy world's strength was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu looked at the battles in the middle and core regions of the alchemy world and found that they were truly terrifying. If Qin went up, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Those regions were filled with saint beasts, and they were even bigger and more powerful. There were also all sorts of terrifying alchemy skills being continuously used. This was the reason why the Heaven Awakened world had failed, or else it would not have ended like this. By now, the entire Heaven Awakened world was on the defensive and did not take the initiative to attack. They first consolidated their bases and started to research and understand the alchemy world. This was the current situation. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu could not help but feel even more worried. It seemed that he had to make preparations to leave the Heaven Awakened world, as the Heaven Awakened world really might be destroyed. When that time came, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to the Heaven Awakened world. When that time came, Qin could only enter the boundless void to protect his legacy and his people. After this battle, the alchemy world would not attack for a while. Qin only needed to continue building defenses. Zhao Fu did not stay in the alchemy world and instead participated in the research of the Philosopher's Stone. If he did not understand the Philosopher's Stone, he would not be able to obtain an absolute advantage. This was a war in another world, and when facing immense danger, only with an absolute advantage would he be able to guarantee his safety. Zhao Fu did not want today's events to happen again. After arriving at the research facility, the scholars began to research the Philosopher's Stone. They first attempted to decompose the Philosopher's Stone and start their research from the basic particles. A black Philosopher's Stone was currently floating in the air, and there was a decomposition magic formation below it that continuously disintegrated the Philosopher's Stone. The particles were continuously decomposed and collected by the scholars. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the scholars saw Zhao Fu arrive, they stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted him. Zhao Fu nodded and said to Bai Shan, "How is the research going? Have you found the method to form the Philosopher's Stone and its weakness?" Bai Shan said apologetically, "Your Majesty. We have temporarily researched how the Philosopher's Stone is formed, and we have already grasped the principles behind it. However, we need to rely on alchemy power to use it. We cannot use other powers to form the Philosopher's Stone. As for the other aspects, we have not researched them yet. However, we are already preparing various measures, and we will have results after some time." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "In that case, tell me how the Philosopher's Stone is formed." Bai Shan gave a detailed explanation to Zhao Fu, and he even brought Zhao Fu to the side to demonstrate. There was an alchemy formation on the ground, and it was filled with alchemy stones. These alchemy stones contained alchemy power, and they were used by the alchemy race to cultivate. There was a youth standing at the side. He was one of the people who had surrendered to Qin, and his name was Mu Shi. Bai Shan said, "Mu Shi, demonstrate to His Majesty how the Philosopher's Stone is formed." Hearing that, the wooden snake went in front of the array and half-crouched down. It pressed a hand on the array and a formidable power burst out and poured into the array. The alchemy array emitted a strong light, and the surrounding alchemy stones emitted alchemy power, which floated into the array and condensed above the center of the array. The alchemy power first turned into a fog ball, then began to condense into a solid object, and finally became a white mechanical metal ball. Baishan explained by the side, "Your Majesty. Alchemy power is a kind of creation, life, and metal fusion power. This is the foundation of the Philosopher's Stone, and the composition of the Philosopher's Stone is related to the 24 alchemy runes. These 24 alchemy runes represent all kinds of different attributes and powers. They gather alchemy power to form the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone in the alchemy world has 24 attributes." Zhao Fu earnestly asked, "What are the 24 types of runes and attributes?" Baishan answered, "They are extreme yang, extreme yang gold, yang wood, yang water, yang fire, yang earth, yang wind, yang thunder, yang ice, yang time, yang void, void." In the alchemy world, all attributes are divided into yin and yang, which contain the mysteries of alchemy. With our current abilities, we can only have a rough understanding of alchemy and are unable to truly understand it. Zhao Fu sank into contemplation after hearing Baishan's explanation. The 8 forbidden blood art contains creation and life power. It only lacks metal power. If we have metal power and control the 24 types of alchemy runes, we should be able to create the Philosopher's Stone with our own abilities. Now, we should first search for metal power, as well as the usage of those 24 types of alchemy runes. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu said, "You don't need to worry about fusing the Philosopher's Stone. Instead, we need to research the weaknesses of the Philosopher's Stone and the weaknesses of alchemy." Baishan understood and nodded. Now that Zhao Fu understood the principles behind the Philosopher's Stone, he started to look for ways to obtain powerful metal power. Now, Zhao Fu had many terrifying powers, but he did not have powerful metal power. Now that the alchemy battlefield had been opened, the surroundings fell into a state of calm. There was no longer any tension, nor was there an oppressive atmosphere. The Alliance, Devil Horn, and Second Wind God all turned their attention to the alchemy world. The other places were the same, and the entire Heaven Awakened world became much quieter because no one wanted to be punished. Zhao Fu was quite happy to see this, as the alchemy world did not have enough soldiers. They could be attacked at any moment, and now that the alchemy world did not have enough soldiers, Great Qing could send some soldiers to reinforce the alchemy world. Zhao Fu first sent people to search for powerful metal-type treasures. The fastest and most direct way to obtain powerful metal power was to fuse that treasure into one's body and obtain metal power. Soon, Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised. In the Green Province domain, which was next to the ancient stem domain, there was a forbidden region called the Metal Region. Not only was there a large amount of metal, but there were also countless metal-devouring beasts. These metal-devouring beasts contained a type of metal-devouring power, which was a type of metal power and could counter other types of metal power. If he fused them with the Philosopher's Stone's power, there might be unexpected effects. Naturally, Zhao Fu was not interested in ordinary metal-devouring beasts, and Zhao Fu was interested in the metal-devouring beast king. It had king-grade metal-devouring power, which was even more powerful than ordinary metal-devouring beasts. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu immediately left and did not bring anyone with him. With his nation armament, he would not encounter too many dangers in the outer domains. Half a day later, Zhao Fu arrived at the forbidden area. There were no plants here, and the mountains, ground, and boulders were all made of a light yellow metal. There were holes of various sizes all around them, and they were filled with teeth, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Fu looked at the forbidden area, and he looked at Zhao Fu. At that moment, some creatures that looked like pangolins ran out of the holes. They were as big as dogs and had yellow scales. However, their eyes were white and they had extremely sharp teeth that gave off cold lights. They were metal-devouring beasts. Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to these ordinary metal-devouring beasts and turned into a ray of light as he went to the depths of the forbidden region. These metal-devouring beasts liked to hide in holes, so Zhao Fu took out the emperor-killing sword and lightly harumphed, "Sword Master." Xing, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive sword light containing terrifying power slammed into the metal ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere and rocks to fly everywhere. A 1,000-meter long and hundreds of meters deep sword gash appeared on the ground. Roar! A furious roar sounded out from beneath the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. A metal-devouring beast covered in golden scales that was thousands of meters long burst out from underground, and it savagely looked at Zhao Fu. Swish, the metal-devouring beast exploded out with terrifying power and opened its mouth, shooting out a golden ray of light. The golden ray of light contained incredibly sharp power as it quickly flew towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to cut apart everything. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and a black energy barrier appeared, covering his entire body. Shing, 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 the massive golden ray of light gave off immense power as it slammed into the defensive barrier. The rays of light were like large sabers as they slashed against the defensive barrier, causing massive sounds to ring out. After the golden ray of light disappeared, there were deep gashes on Zhao Fu's defensive barrier, and it seemed that it had almost broken through Zhao Fu's defensive barrier. Looking at the metal-devouring Beast King's power, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. The metal-devouring Beast King looked quite startled. It had never thought that its powerful attack would not be able to break through Zhao Fu's defensive barrier. Zhao Fu did not wait for it to react, and he rushed up and slashed out. A massive sword light slammed into the metal-devouring Beast King's body, resulting in a metallic clang. The metal-devouring Beast King's scales were like countless tough scales. However, Zhao Fu had still managed to leave a gash, and golden blood flowed out of the wound. The metal-devouring Beast King raised its head and gave a pained roar. Countless sounds sounded out as metal-devouring beasts crawled out of the ground, densely surrounding Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. Swish, 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 the metal-devouring beasts gave off a wave of power as they opened their mouths and small golden rays of light shot towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and there were many of them, making them look like golden raindrops. Facing the countless motes of light, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and directly used his nation armament's power. A terrifying power exploded out, causing space to twist. At the same time, a massive aura spread out, bringing with it a wild gale and causing the heavens and earth to dim. He stretched out a hand, and a powerful force surged out, forming a huge black energy barrier. It carried an incomparably sturdy aura. Bang bang bang, the golden specks of light collided with the black energy shield, producing loud bangs before turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. The black energy shield wasn't damaged in the slightest. After the countless rays of golden light scattered, Zhao Fu waved his hand and dispelled the black energy barrier. He looked down at the densely packed metal-devouring beasts below and gave a cold smile as he stretched out a hand, sending out a terrifying wave of power. Countless black motes of light gathered, forming black swords of light. There were many of them, and they all pointed downwards, giving off an incredibly sharp aura. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pressed downwards. Clang, clang. Clang, the black swords of light gave off immense power as they flew towards the ground, piercing through the metal-devouring beasts' bodies. Blood continuously flew everywhere, and pained cries continuously sounded out. The blood dyed the ground red, and a dense stench of blood filled the air. A large number of metal-devouring beasts died on the ground, and seeing this, the metal-devouring beasts on the outskirts were so scared that they immediately ran back into their caves. They moved incredibly quickly, not daring to stay for even a moment. The metal-devouring Beast King had also been attacked, and bloody holes appeared on its body. Blood continuously flowed out, and it looked quite terrified. It understood that it was not a match for Zhao Fu, so it wanted to dig into the ground and escape. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed and vigorously grabbed out with his hand. Clang, 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 massive chains containing ferocious power shot out from the ground, quickly binding up the metal-devouring Beast King's body. The metal-devouring Beast King vigorously struggled, using its sharp mouth to bite down on the chains. Its mouth was quite shocking, and it was actually able to bite through the chains. However, even though the metal-devouring Beast King could quickly bite through the chains, there were many places where it could not bite, so it was unable to escape. Zhao Fu flew in front of the metal-devouring Beast King, and it looked at Zhao Fu in fury and fear as it continuously struggled. Looking at the metal-devouring Beast King, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Your power is quite good, it's mine now." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the metal-devouring Beast King felt an intense sense of danger, and it desperately struggled as it tried to bite Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not mind and stretched out his hand towards the metal-devouring Beast King. A wave of power flowed out from his palm, forming a 2-meter-wide black hole. Massive pale white roots shot out from the hole, piercing into the metal-devouring Beast King's body and wrapping around it. Roar! Roar, roar. The metal-devouring beast king continuously howled and struggled, but it was unable to break free from the chains and the massive roots. Xiaofu wanted to devour the metal-devouring beast king's power, so he used the evil spirit abyss flower's power. It could digest the metal-devouring beast king's power and turn it into pure power that flowed into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu closed his eyes and absorbed the powerful metal energy, fusing it into his bones, causing them to give off a metallic luster. The metal-devouring beast king's howls became weaker and weaker before it died. Its body withered before turning into dust and dissipating. After Xiaofu finished absorbing the massive amount of metal energy, his bones gave off a golden light as if they were made of gold. After absorbing this massive amount of metal energy, not only did Xiaofu's power increase, but it also caused Xiaofu's defense to become stronger. Now, Xiaofu had obtained a new ability, which was to turn his body into metal. It was as if he was made out of metal, and this was different to alchemy's metal mechanization. At the same time, this powerful metal energy caused Xiaofu's bones to have a type of spirituality. Xiaofu felt quite surprised. His blood contained a powerful water spirit, his body contained a powerful wood spirit, and his bones contained a shocking metal spirit. What would happen if he fused the 5 elements into his body? Xiaofu suddenly had a bold idea. Currently, Xiaofu still had 3 race emperor stars that he had not awakened, and the spirit race's supreme emperor star was one of them. Xiaofu had not found a way to awaken the spirit race's emperor star yet, and perhaps this method would be an opportunity. Of course, he definitely would not be able to obtain the Supreme Emperor Star just by fusing the 5 elements, as that would be too simple. As such, this was just an opportunity. After obtaining the powerful metal energy, Xiaofu immediately returned to Qin City to complete the next step, which was fusing the 24 refinement runes. Xiaofu walked into the alchemy formation. A young man tied to a pillar looked furious as he yelled, "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" A beautiful girl fearfully said, "Don't kill me, I beg you, you can ask my family for anything you want. My family will definitely give it to you. I beg you, I don't want to die." A robust youth had a hateful expression as he loudly cursed, "You bastard, you killed my loved one. I'll definitely kill you and tear you to pieces so that you'll never be able to reincarnate." A beautiful and graceful woman also hatefully looked at Xiaofu and said, "You killed my loved one. I curse you to die a miserable death. I curse everyone around you to die a miserable death, ha ha ha." Xiaofu stood at the center, expressionlessly pouring power into the ground. That array emitted an intense light, and a huge amount of alchemy power quickly converged in the surroundings. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that a heaven-awakened realm powerhouse like Xiaofu could actually use alchemy power, and it seemed very powerful. The power Xiaofu was using was a kind of alchemy power formed from the fusion of the 8 forbidden blood art and metal-devouring power. This kind of alchemy power was somewhat similar, but it wasn't the true alchemy power because it hadn't fused the 24 runes yet. It was now time to fuse the 24 runes. Xiaofu extended a hand and softly shouted, 8 forbidden blood art. A huge amount of blood-colored power surged out and formed 24 spheres of light around Xiaofu's palm. Xiaofu kept pouring power into them, and those 24 spheres of light started crystallizing into 24 blood-colored crystals. A huge aura spread out. Xiaofu pressed his hand down, and those 24 blood-colored crystals turned into blood-colored rays of light that entered the bodies of the 24 people. Xiaofu extended his hand and forcefully grabbed. Aya! Pained cries sounded out as countless traces of blood-red light came from the 24 people's bodies. Those people felt immense pain and howled as they continuously struggled, but they were tied to the pillars and could not break free. Those people quickly aged, and their hair quickly turned white. Many wrinkles appeared on their faces, and they let out a final scream before dying. Their bodies turned into dust and dissipated. Only 24 blood-colored flames were left floating in the air. Xiaofu made a grabbing motion, and the 24 blood-colored flames quickly floated into Xiaofu's body. After absorbing the blood-colored flames, Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the array and closed his eyes to start fusing with their bloodlines. The surrounding alchemy power kept pouring into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu absorbed the alchemy power while fusing the blood-red flames into his blood vessels. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaofu's body kept emitting the aura of the metal refiner race. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless black clouds converged. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surroundings also felt oppressive. Zhao Fu ultimately completely fused with those flames, and at the same time, he absorbed a large amount of alchemy power and started nurturing his own 24 kinds of runes. The black clouds in the sky already covered the sky, and silver arcs of lightning flickered, carrying a destructive aura that made people's hair stand on end. Zhao Fu also slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Rumble. Thunder continuously sounded out as bolts of silver lightning containing terrifying power blasted towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and unstoppable, and no one could stop them. But Zhao Fu didn't resist and allowed the lightning bolts to strike him. Zhao Fu was borrowing that power to condense his own runes. Lightning bolts kept striking Zhao Fu's body, and silver arcs of lightning kept appearing around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu absorbed the lightning power, and at the same time, a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Enduring such powerful lightning was quite harmful to Zhao Fu. But it was all worth it. Countless arcs of lightning burst out of Zhao Fu's body, and they wreaked havoc in the surroundings like silver snakes. It was a shocking scene. A silver rune giving off small arcs of lightning appeared. This was the first lightning rune that had been condensed, and it was a young lightning rune. With this start, Zhao Fu grasped the principles behind runes, and a powerful aura exploded out as a second black rune giving off small arcs of lightning appeared. The first young lightning rune carried the power of divine punishment and belonged to the yang attribute. The second rune was fused with Zhao Fu's terrifying destruction power. This was a darkness attribute and belonged to the yin attribute, so the second rune was of the yin attribute. The power represented by the two kinds of lightning runes was far more powerful than the runes controlled by ordinary alchemists. Boom! At this time, a huge flame ignited on Zhao Fu's body, and the lightning in the sky kept striking Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu continued to borrow the power of divine punishment to condense a fire rune. It also carried the power of divine punishment and belonged to the yang flame rune. A huge ghostly flame ignited as Zhao Fu poured the power of the ghost race into his aura, forming a grey rune emitting ghostly flames. This was the yin flame rune. Rumble. Terrifying bolts of lightning containing terrifying power continued to strike Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu continuously absorbed the divine punishment's power. Countless traces of sharp metallic aura flowed out, and a golden rune giving off a sharp aura appeared. Following this, a massive wave of devil chi flowed out and fused with the metallic aura, forming a violet gold rune that gave off dense devil chi. Rumble, the lightning continuously descended, and Zhao Fu continued to absorb it. A large wave of life force flowed out, fusing with the divine punishment's power, forming a green yang wood rune. A wave of deathly aura containing immense power flowed into Zhao Fu, forming a grey rune that gave off massive amounts of deathly power. This was the yin wood rune. This continued for a while, and Zhao Fu condensed the 24 runes, which represented different powers. They floated around Zhao Fu and gave off different lights. Zhao Fu lightly shouted, "Fuse." The 24 runes floating around him turned into rays of light that flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a huge wave of alchemy power burst out of Zhao Fu's body, setting off a huge storm that spread in the surroundings. The sky also suddenly changed, and countless black clouds condensed even faster. That oppressive feeling made it difficult to breathe, and a destructive aura spread out. Boom! Boom! Silver lightning bolts that were as thick as buckets, bringing with them the power to destroy everything, fell from the sky extremely quickly. The silver light illuminated the surroundings, and the power was terrifying. Crackle! The countless bolts of lightning slammed into the defensive barrier, resulting in massive explosions. The intense silver light was quite blinding, and the defensive barrier slightly cracked. However, it was still able to block most of the lightning. However, this was not the end. The black clouds in the sky continuously roiled as ferocious silver arcs of lightning flashed. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out, causing people's bodies to feel a chill. The sky was giving birth to an even greater divine punishment power. As time passed, the sky became filled with arcs of lightning, giving off a power that could destroy everything. Just as the countless bolts of lightning were about to descend, at that moment, Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes, which shot out 2 rays of rainbow light. His eyes seemed to become mechanical, and the defensive barrier around him disappeared. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the lightning in the sky and vigorously hit it. Boom! A massive wave of alchemy power flowed out, forming an enormous mechanical arm that punched towards the sky. A terrifying energy blasted out, and the space around it seemed to be unable to withstand it and continuously twisted. Bang! The terrifying energy slammed into the sky, causing a massive explosion to sound out. It pierced through the countless lightning clouds, revealing the blood-red sky. It was as if a hole had been punched in the sky, and the gale brought with it by the fist swept up, turning into a powerful force that scattered the lightning clouds. The lightning clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the blood-red sky, and the oppressive aura also disappeared. The mechanical arm dissipated into traces of alchemy aura, and Zhao Fu smiled as he stood up from the ground. Zhao Fu had now successfully grasped alchemy power, but he had not condensed the Philosopher's Stone yet. This was because Zhao Fu's power level was too high, and his runes were quite special, so it would not be easy for him to condense the Philosopher's Stone. However, if he could condense it, the power would be incredibly terrifying. His main goal this time was to understand the principles behind the 24 runes, and Zhao Fu had achieved this goal. This was his biggest harvest this time, and he could now start experimenting with the Philosopher's Stone in the Heaven Awakened world. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu ordered people to prepare various things. The first was to find 12 attribute energy stones. The other 11 attributes were quite easy to find, but the time attribute was quite rare. However, with Qin's current abilities, it was not too difficult, and they quickly found 12 attribute energy stones. Zhao Fu was currently carving out an alchemy formation. This formation was not a formation of the alchemy world, but a Heaven Awakened formation that Zhao Fu had imitated. This formation did not require alchemy power, but it required Heaven Awakened spirit qi. Now that he had obtained alchemy power and bloodlines, everything would be much easier. Zhao Fu held the 12 attribute energy stones, as well as a large number of yin and yang attribute energy stones. What Zhao Fu needed to do first was to use alchemy power to extract some of the yin energy from the yin energy stone and pour it into the 12 attribute energy stones. Zhao Fu unleashed his alchemy power, forming 12 silver energy barriers that covered the 12 energy stones. He then drew out a large amount of yin energy and sent it into the 12 silver energy barriers, creating an orb of gray energy within them. Although there were conflicts between attributes, using alchemy power was much easier to deal with. The silver energy barriers absorbed Zhao Fu's power and gave off a faint light. A wave of alchemy power spread out, and the energy stones started to melt, turning into 12 types of energy. Under the control of the silver energy barriers, the 12 types of energy slowly fused with the yin energy. There was nothing unexpected about this, and the process was very successful. But the appearance was a bit different. The 12 seemingly metallic stones had shrunk a bit. The original crystals were the size of eggs, but now they were the size of lychees, and they also had 12 colors. Following this, Zhao Fu used the same method and sent his yang attribute energy into the 12 crystals, creating 12 more crystals that were as big as lychees. Now, Zhao Fu was simulating the 24 types of energy of the alchemy world. Zhao Fu placed them on the array and then went to the periphery of the array. He pressed a hand on the array and poured power into it. The array was directly activated and a burst of power spread out. The attributes placed in the surroundings emitted streams of energy that converged above the center of the array like a pillar of air. The energy gathered together and kept condensing before crystallizing into a thumb-sized magic crystal cube. It was emitting a white light and floated in the air, carrying an alchemy aura. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The Philosopher's Stone's appearance and power were different from the alchemy world's Philosopher's Stone. The alchemy world's Philosopher's Stone was metallic and spherical, while the Heaven Awakened world's Philosopher's Stone was shaped like a magic crystal or cube. Zhao Fu guessed that it was because the laws of the two worlds were different, which was why the items formed were different. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and the crystal automatically flew into his hand. Zhao Fu started to examine the Philosopher's Stone's power. He found that it was different from the alchemy world's Philosopher's Stone's power. The Heaven Awakened world's Philosopher's Stone's power was slightly weaker, and its power was not too mechanical. It also had a lot of spirit energy and had the power of an ordinary Philosopher's Stone, which gave it a special advantage. Overall, the alchemy world's Philosopher's Stone was a bit more powerful, but this was because it was not a pure power attribute or a magic formation. The alchemy technique was only at the initial stage, and it could be improved in the future. However, the successful appearance of the Philosopher's Stone made Zhao Fu feel quite happy. After all, Qin's soldiers' power would increase, and their life force would also increase. They would also have mechanical power and spirit energy. Thinking about it, the increase in power was already quite great. Once the Philosopher's Stone became common, all of Qin's strength would rise to a whole new level. How could Zhao Fu feel happy? Zhao Fu called over a soldier to test if he could give Qin's soldiers a Philosopher's Stone so that they could use it. This was somewhat different. The alchemy world's Philosopher's Stone was condensed by itself, while Qin's Philosopher's Stone was created using a magic formation. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A soldier wearing black armor came before Zhao Fu and respectfully bowed as he called out. Zhao Fu nodded and handed the Philosopher's Stone to him. "See if you can refine it and use its power." This wasn't because of the soldiers, but rather because the Philosopher's Stone was very difficult to refine. The alchemy power it contained wasn't an ordinary power, it was a relatively formidable power. The soldier bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I've refined the crystal." "I've already refined the crystal." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at the soldier to see if there was anything different about him. His aura had changed slightly, and his aura had become slightly stronger. Apart from that, there was not much of a change, and he said, "Use the Philosopher's Stone's power." The soldier obeyed and used the Philosopher's Stone's power. The Philosopher's Stone within his body gave off an intense light, and a powerful aura spread out from his body as a white aura flame appeared around his body. The soldier's strength had greatly increased, and some parts of his body had started to become more mechanized. His body was now white, and it was a bit weaker. However, this increase in strength was already quite great. The soldier's stone stage 2 to 7 strength was now slightly more than stage 3 strength. Adding on the special nature of the stone's power, the soldier was even more powerful than ordinary stage 3 soldiers. If it was given to people with lower cultivations, the increase in strength would be even greater. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gave a delighted smile and prepared to have his stage 2 and stage 1 soldiers try it out to see how much they would be able to increase their strength. Pooh! The soldier suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground as he moaned in pain. The aura around his body disappeared. Zhao Fu was quite startled and did not understand what had happened. He went up and examined the soldier's body, and he found that the powerful alchemy power was harming the soldier's body. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. How could the Philosopher's Stone be able to harm the soldier so much? Zhao Fu stopped thinking and placed his hand on the soldier's chest. A wave of energy flowed out, forcing the Philosopher's Stone out of the soldier's body. The pain on the soldier's face gradually disappeared, but his injuries were still quite severe. Zhao Fu called over the other soldiers and had them carry the soldier away to be treated. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. The Philosopher's Stone's attribute had been changed to the Heaven Awakened World's spirit energy, not the Alchemy World's Philosopher's Stone. Why was it harming the soldier's body? Also, the people of the Alchemy World had the Philosopher's Stone. Why didn't the Philosopher's Stone hurt them? Instead, it increased their power. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu found that there was a big difference, which was that the Alchemy World's Philosopher's Stones were condensed by the Alchemy World itself and not by magic formations. The Philosopher's Stone condensed by both sides was different, and it was precisely this difference that led to the current situation. After figuring out the reason, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before calling another soldier over. He had him stand in the middle of the formation and told him the method to condense the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu crouched on the ground and directly activated the array. Power spread out, and the attribute stones in the surroundings emitted energy that converged towards the soldiers in the center of the array. The soldier followed Zhao Fu's instructions and sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the energy drifting over and condensing the Philosopher's Stone within his body. Pooh! Not long after, the soldier spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed in the middle of the array, a painful expression on his face. Zhao Fu immediately stopped the array and went forward to check if the soldier's body had been damaged by the alchemy power. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. He didn't understand what the problem was. He had clearly told the soldier to condense the Philosopher's Stone within his body, but it still didn't work. He first called the other soldiers and had them treat the soldier's injuries. Zhao Fu sank into contemplation. After this time, he was sure that the alchemy power itself was harmful to the soldier, because when the alchemy power entered his body would be injured by that kind of power. It wasn't because of the Philosopher's Stone. Wouldn't that mean that the Philosopher's Stone that he had spent so much effort to create would be completely useless? Zhao Fu hesitantly refined the Philosopher's Stone and fused it into his body, activating that kind of power. A wave of alchemy power spread throughout his body, but Zhao Fu didn't feel any damage. Instead, it was a very normal wave of power. Now, Zhao Fu was even more confused. Why was it that he was fine when using it, but others were injured when using it? Zhao Fu suddenly thought of another reason. The biggest difference between him and others was that he had an alchemy bloodline, while others didn't, which was why they were injured by alchemy power. However, making Qin's soldiers also have an alchemy bloodline would be quite difficult. After all, the two worlds had different laws, and there would definitely be conflicts when fusing them together. They weren't Zhao Fu, who had the 8 forbidden blood art, a divine bloodline, or a massive amount of fate. Moreover, even if he made Qin's soldiers have an alchemy bloodline, if they all had an alchemy bloodline, they would be treated as traitors and dealt with by the Heaven-Awakened world. However, in order to see if it was because of the bloodline, Zhao Fu called over the wooden snake, who had submitted to Qin. He had it sit cross-legged on the alchemy formation and absorb the alchemy power to see if it was injured. The wooden snake sat at the center of the alchemy formation, and Zhao Fu activated it. A wave of energy spread out, and traces of energy rose up from the attribute stones and gathered towards the wooden snake. However, after absorbing a bit, the wooden snake said with a troubled expression, "Your Majesty, this isn't the alchemy world's alchemy power. This is not the alchemy power of the alchemy world. I can't absorb it." Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. This won't work, that won't work. Just what is the problem? Could it be that using alchemy power won't work? After a while, Zhao Fu still didn't give up and continued to research. After all, the Philosopher's Stone would be very useful to Qin's soldiers. Since there was no battle going on and he didn't need to worry too much about internal affairs, Zhao Fu started to focus on his research. During this period of time, materials were continuously delivered to him, and injured soldiers were carried out. Finally, 5 days later, Zhao Fu found where the problem was. Firstly, the 24 attribute stones contained his own power, and they weren't nurtured by the heavens and earth. They could only be used by him, and they were harmful to others. The second reason was also related to bloodlines. Alchemy power was inseparable from bloodlines. Bloodlines could make it so that alchemy power wouldn't harm the user. Moreover, having a bloodline would allow one to better control alchemy power and increase the compatibility between oneself and alchemy power. Over the past few days, Zhao Fu had found a way to resolve these two problems. The first was because of the attribute stones. Zhao Fu had set up 24 alchemy formations in the Heaven-Awakened world and used heaven and earth power to fuse them into alchemy attribute stones. As for the second reason, Zhao Fu had also found a way to resolve it, which was to collect the soldier's blood and fuse it into the attribute stone, forming a special bloodline attribute stone that could then be used as the foundation for the Philosopher's Stone. As the Philosopher's Stone was being condensed, Zhao Fu once again had a soldier come to the center of the alchemy formation. Zhao Fu once again used the method of having the soldier condense the Philosopher's Stone himself because that would allow him to display the Philosopher's Stone's power, and the compatibility between the two sides would be higher. The soldier sat cross-legged within the alchemy formation, and Zhao Fu activated the formation. A wave of energy spread out, and the attribute stones gave off a faint light as energy flowed towards the soldier. The soldier closed his eyes and absorbed the energy. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, but nothing happened. After half a day, a powerful energy burst out of the soldier's body, causing a gale to spread out. A black aura ignited on the soldier's body, and his power rose sharply. After a while, the soldier opened his eyes and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, I've already condensed the Philosopher's Stone." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "Show me the Philosopher's Stone's power." Hearing this, the soldier used the Philosopher's Stone's power. Alchemy power spread out, and the soldier's body started to mechanize. It was a bit deeper than before, and the alchemy power poured into his arm, mechanizing it. However, it was not completely mechanized, and there was still some flesh left. Even though it was not completely mechanized, he could feel that his power and control had become stronger, which was not a bad thing. Xiaofu smiled in satisfaction and had the soldier take out the Philosopher's Stone. It was a lychee-sized black crystal cube that gave off a faint light. After looking at it, Xiaofu had the soldier withdraw his body and check if there was anything wrong with his body. After carefully examining his body, the soldier confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body. Xiaofu finally relaxed, and he smiled. Qin had successfully condensed the Philosopher's Stone, and it could still be used by Qin. Following this, Xiaofu called over 2 more soldiers. One of them was at stage 1-1, while the other was at stage 1-3. Xiaofu had them enter the alchemy formation and have them condense their own Philosopher's Stones. Half a day later, waves of powerful auras exploded out from their bodies, and a black aura flame appeared within their bodies, sending out wild gales that spread out. After everything calmed down, the 2 soldiers came before Xiaofu, and Xiaofu examined their strength. He was quite shocked. The person who had been at stage 1-1 had gone up by 5 stages, directly reaching stage 6-6. The person who had been at stage 1-3 now had stage 1-7 power, increasing by 4 stages. This increase in strength was quite shocking. If they relied on their own cultivation, it would take a long time for them to have such strength, but now, they only needed to condense the Philosopher's Stone. No wonder the alchemy world's power was so high. Afterwards, Xiaofu called over a few people with different cultivations, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, stage 6, and stage 7. Xiaofu had them enter the array and condense the Philosopher's Stone. Boom, boom. Boom, waves of powerful auras exploded out and waves of black aura flames burst forth from their bodies, giving rise to wild gales that spread out in all directions. Their cultivations had all increased by quite a bit. The person with stage 3 had increased by 2 stages, the person with stage 4 had increased by 1 stage, the person with stage 5 had increased by a bit, the person with stage 6 had increased by a bit, and the person with stage 7 had not increased at all. From this, it could be seen that the higher one's cultivation was, the less the Philosopher's Stone's increase would be. After reaching stage 7, there was no increase at all. Even though their cultivation had not increased at stage 7, that did not mean that it was useless. They still controlled the Philosopher's Stone's power, and they needed to continuously fuse with the Philosopher's Stone to increase its power. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought of something and took out a blood god pill and gave it to the soldier who had just reached stage 6. This was the soldier with stage 1 cultivation from before. The soldier received the blood god pill and followed Xiaofu's orders. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started to refine it, and a blood-red aura continuously rose up from his body. A few hours later, a powerful aura spread out from the soldier's body. Now, that soldier's cultivation had reached stage 1. Xiaofu couldn't help but laugh in delight. A Philosopher's Stone could increase one's cultivation by 5 stages, and a blood god pill could increase one's cultivation by 4 stages. If someone with stage 1 cultivation used it, that person would immediately have the strength of a stage 1 soldier. Ordinary people could reach stage 1 in a few days, so it was almost negligible. With a Philosopher's Stone and a blood god pill, Qin would have a stage 1 soldier, which was simply too shocking. By now, even if Qin lost more stage 1 soldiers, they would be able to quickly make up for it, greatly increasing their foundation. In fact, if Xiaofu wanted to, he could even raise all of Qin's soldiers to stage 1. Qin's strength and foundation were far more powerful than ordinary factions, and it was even more powerful than some of the royal kingdoms in the outer regions. Even though their basic soldiers were already at stage 2, they did not have all of their residents at stage 1 cultivation. Now that Qin could do this, the gap between Qin and the royal kingdoms in the inner regions had once again closed. Now, their advantage was their basic stage 2 soldiers. If Qin could also raise their basic stage 2 soldiers, Qin would not be weaker than the royal kingdoms in the inner regions, and they would not need to fear any royal kingdoms. Thinking to there, Xiaofu couldn't help but feel quite excited. Qin had only developed for 10 years, and it was already more powerful than a faction that had developed for hundreds of years. Moreover, the Philosopher's Stone was more beneficial to the weak than the blood god pill, but the blood god pill was more valuable. This was because the Philosopher's Stone did not have any effects on those with stage 7 cultivation, while the blood god pill was effective on anyone, including higher beings. Now that the Philosopher's Stone had been successfully researched, if Zhao Fu wanted to increase Qin's overall strength, he would have to make the Philosopher's Stone widely available so that all of Qin's soldiers would have a Philosopher's Stone. As such, there was a problem. As mentioned before, yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and spatial attributes were quite easy for Great Qin to obtain, but time attribute items were quite difficult for Great Qin to obtain. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly came up and reported, "Your Majesty. The major factions in the alchemy world have once again launched an attack against Qin." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was not too surprised, as he had long since known that they would attack together. Moreover, this was related to Eternal Knight's capture of those alchemists, as those people were quite important to the alchemist families. Now that those people were dead and their bloodlines and power had been fused into Zhao Fu's body, those families were naturally furious, so they had launched an attack against Qin in advance. If it was not for this matter, they might have had more time to prepare before attacking Qin. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and walked towards the battle gate as he asked, "How many soldiers are attacking this time?" The soldier reported, "There are roughly 600 million soldiers, but there are 3,000 Saint War beasts." Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious. Last time, there were 300 million soldiers, and this time, it had doubled to 600 million. Moreover, there were 3,000 Saint War beasts, which was 2,000 more than before. This battle would be even more intense than last time. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu said, "Gather 900 million Stage 2 soldiers, 400 million to reinforce the alchemy world, and 500 million to stay on standby. Also, gather some beasts." Right now, Zhao Fu did not want to reveal too much of his strength and methods. After all, this was a battle in another world, and he did not know how many enemies he would face. If he revealed all of his strength and methods, the other side would be able to gather even more soldiers and methods and break through Qin's territory. Before, Qin already had 500 million soldiers in the alchemy world, and with 400 million more, they should be able to deal with the situation. The 500 million soldiers on standby could also provide support at any time. After coming to the alchemy world, Zhao Fu stood on the city walls and looked at the alchemist army in front of him. A middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe looked furious and gave off a dignified aura as he said loudly, "Hand over the people you captured, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." The middle-aged man pointed at Zhao Fu and said, "And you? We'll take revenge for last time together, and we're now capturing people from the Heaven Awakened world to experiment on. You'll be a good candidate, so pray, don't fall into my hands." Zhao Fu coldly looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "Anyone who dares to speak to me like that will not have a good ending." The middle-aged man laughed mockingly, "I want to see what a great Earthrealm person like you can do to me. However, I'm looking forward to seeing you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. All troops, heed my orders and attack." This middle-aged man definitely came from a very large faction. His strength had already reached the extreme divine realm, and everyone else treated him as their leader. His name was Huigue, and his clan was the most powerful clan in this area. Originally, they did not participate in the battle against Qin, because they did not take Qin seriously. They thought that they did not need to do anything, and that a few clans could join hands and kill them. However, the result surprised them. Qin's side had successfully defended. They had also been invited to join in. Qin had also captured one of their disciples. They were quite angry because the entire Heaven Awakened world was being suppressed by the alchemy world. Everyone was talking about how to kill Heaven Awakened world people to obtain points and how delicious Heaven Awakened world women's bodies were. However, someone from the Heaven Awakened world had snuck into their faction and captured one of their disciples. This was a great humiliation. Huigue gave the order, and the ground continuously trembled as 3,000 or so war saint beasts giving off massive auras appeared and pointed their massive cannons at Qin. Countless rays of intense light shot out from the cannons, and an extremely dangerous aura spread out, causing people to instinctively feel terror. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of terrifying light, giving off destructive power and an aura that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, shot towards Great Qin incredibly quickly and gave off terrifying gales. The entire sky was filled with rays of light, creating a shocking scene. Xiaofu did not hesitate and activated his strengthened defensive barrier. Countless rays of black light spread out as a massive aura flowed out, and a massive and firm black energy barrier appeared. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sound sounded out as the rays of light slammed into the defensive barrier. A shocking destructive power spread out, and countless cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive defensive barrier completely collapsed, turning into countless shards and dissipating. Xiaofu's eyes slightly narrowed. Because of what had happened last time, Qin's defensive barrier had become much stronger, and it was almost twice as strong as before. However, it had still been shattered by those rays of light. Not only were there more war saint beasts, but they were also more powerful. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful auras spread out as 100-meter-tall holy light emissaries were summoned. Their bodies gave off intense white light as they simultaneously stretched out their hands towards the war saint beasts. Powerful rays of white light containing shocking power shot towards the war saint beasts. The white light lit up the surroundings and was incredibly fast. As they flashed past, they seemed to tear apart the sky and seemed to be able to destroy everything, and they were incredibly terrifying. The war saint beasts did not panic at all, and they gave off all sorts of lights, forming a massive energy barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the white beams of light smashed against the defensive barrier with terrifying power, resulting in massive explosions. The energy barrier violently trembled and cracks appeared on it, but it had successfully blocked the countless beams of light. Ghostfire gave a trace of a smile and gave the order to continue attacking. Kill. The countless golem soldiers gave off powerful auras as they flooded towards Qin City's defensive walls, seeming to be unstoppable. Boom, boom. Boom, the soldiers at the very front once again took out spears, and with the momentum of the charge, they threw the spears in their hands with all their might. The spears shot into the sky and disappeared, and magic formations appeared as alchemy power continuously gathered in the surroundings. The alchemy formation gave off an intense light. Swish, 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 metal spears shot out from the magic formation, bringing with them immense power as they shot towards Qin City's defensive walls. There were many of them, and they were densely packed together. On Qin City's side, the soldiers raised their shields and walked to the front of the shield wall. A massive aura flowed out, and the shields gave off black light, forming a black wall of light. Bang, bang. Bang, the metal spears shot towards the black wall of light with great force, causing strong gales to spread out. The wall of light was extremely sturdy, and it blocked the spears. The spears were either sent flying or shattered, turning into countless fragments that flew out. Huigue did not mind this and smiled as he continued to attack. The surrounding alchemy power continuously converged and poured into the alchemy array, causing it to shine with intense light. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the ground trembled as metal stairs gave off a shocking aura and quickly rose up from the ground towards the city walls. Countless alchemy soldiers stepped onto the stairs and gave off ferocious auras as they charged towards Qin Town's city walls. Qin Town also pushed out ballistae at this time. Swish, swish. Swish, sounds of the air being torn apart could be heard as bolts containing immense power flew out. They were like black shadows as they pierced through the alchemy soldiers' bodies, causing blood to splatter and countless howls to echo. Xiaofu once again gave an order, and the holy light emissaries extended their hands and attacked the metal stairs. Boom, boom. Boom, beams of light containing terrifying power shot out and hit the metal stairs, causing them to shatter and causing many metal refiner soldiers to fall from above. Qin Town had successfully repelled the first wave of attacks, and at that moment, the holy war beasts aimed their cannons at Qin Town city walls. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying beams of light containing destructive power quickly shot towards the city walls, giving off terrifying auras. On Qin Town's side, shield bearers went up and once again formed a shield wall. The shields gave off boundless black light and formed a massive black wall of light that blocked in front of Qin Town's soldiers, giving off a powerful aura. Bang, bang. Bang, the terrifying beams of light slammed against the black wall of light, causing it to start trembling. Qin Town's shield bearers loudly roared and burst out with powerful power, causing the black wall of light to become much stronger. However, in the end, it was unable to resist the countless beams of light, and the black wall of light was shattered by the beams of light. The beams of light landed on the wall and gave off massive explosions. Some soldiers' bodies were directly blasted apart, causing blood and severed limbs to fly everywhere. Pitiful screams echoed out as blood dyed the city walls red. The metal stairs once again formed and extended towards Qin town's soldiers. Many alchemy soldiers rushed up, and some started to climb up the city walls. Qin continuously counterattacked, shooting arrows that pierced the soldiers' bodies. He also continuously used heavy objects to smash the soldiers. Many of the alchemist soldiers also swung their weapons and raised their shields to block the incoming arrows. They either blocked them or sent them flying. However, the countless arrows still pierced through the bodies of quite a few people. The chaotic force within them quickly destroyed their vitality. Some of the soldiers who were hit in their vitals screamed and fell to the ground. Although the Philosopher's Stone could give them powerful life force, primal chaos power countered that kind of power, making it impossible for the Philosopher's Stone to display its effects. Using heavy objects to attack the alchemy soldiers climbing the city walls wasn't very effective. The mechanical limbs of the alchemy soldiers were very strong, and they could easily block or smash the heavy objects. Qin used the same trick again. He poured barrels of kerosene down and ignited them. The raging fire began to burn, and the scorching heat spread as if it could melt steel. Some of the alchemist soldiers within the flames screamed as their bodies were devoured by the flames and turned into charcoal. However, the alchemist soldiers quickly took out a red stone. As soon as the red stone appeared, it gave off a powerful suction force that sucked in the surrounding flames, causing the raging wall of fire to disappear. The many alchemist soldiers continued to quickly climb up the city walls. Soon, countless alchemist soldiers rushed up the city walls and started to fight with Qin's soldiers. The battle became even more intense, and the sound of countless weapons colliding could be heard. An alchemist soldier jumped down from the stairs and swung his mechanical arm, sending a Qin soldier flying. Another alchemist soldier stabbed out with his spear, piercing through a Qin soldier's body. Another alchemist soldier chopped off a Qin soldier's head with his sword. A Qin soldier roared and swung his axe with great power, splitting an alchemist soldier's body in half. A Qin soldier swung his large saber, sending out a saber light that killed another alchemist soldier, while a Qin soldier stabbed his sword through an alchemist soldier's throat. Blood continuously flew everywhere and screams continuously sounded out. It was utter chaos, and the two sides desperately fought, creating a terrifying scene. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he stretched out a hand, and golden crystals that were 1 meter wide flew out from his spatial ring. They lined up in a row, and there were 99 of them, giving off a golden light. Zhao Fu vigorously pushed out with his hand, and the golden crystals turned into rays of light that shot into the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as blinding golden light covered the heavens and earth, and an extremely scorching power spread out, seeming to melt the heavens and earth. Scree, bird cries sounded throughout the sky as powerful auras exploded out. Golden crows that were 100 meters long appeared in the sky, giving off boundless golden light. They were like 99 suns, seeming to incinerate the world. The water in the surroundings instantly evaporated, and the ground became incredibly dry. Countless plants withered, and the ground cracked. This was the product of the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation, and it was formed by absorbing the boundless sunlight from the primal chaos world. It contained terrifying power. Arg, pained cries sounded out as the countless alchemist soldiers under the light felt a wave of power corrode their bodies. They also felt an intense burning sensation, and they lay on the ground and started to struggle. This was because the sunlight from the primal chaos world contained primal chaos power, which countered the alchemist race's alchemy power. Some alchemist soldiers were directly burnt to death, and the water in their bodies quickly evaporated, turning them into desiccated corpses. The many alchemist soldiers exploded out with their power to defend against the terrifying light, and their battle strength fell. However, this did not affect Qin's soldiers at all, as Qin's soldiers had sunlight pearls. Using this opportunity, Qin's soldiers started to ferociously counterattack. A Qin soldier stabbed out with his spear, sending out a sharp spear light that pierced through an alchemist soldier's chest. Another Qin soldier vigorously hammered out, sending another alchemist soldier flying. A Qin soldier swung his sword, sending out a sword light that decapitated another alchemist soldier, causing blood to spurt out. Another soldier held a large saber and vigorously slashed out, splitting another alchemist soldier in half. Zhao Fu looked at the retreating army with a serious expression and did not look happy at all. If there had not been any reinforcements, Qin City would have definitely been broken through. Moreover, Qin City had 300 million soldiers, yet the result had been the same. Now that Qin City had revealed so much of its strength, the next attack would be even more terrifying, and they would have all sorts of methods to deal with Qin City. The next battle would be even more intense and terrifying. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu did not feel happy at all and instead felt quite heavy. Moreover, he had to quickly deal with the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Qin City, and there would be more and more soldiers attacking. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered people to clean up the battlefield, repair the defenses, and take care of the dead and injured. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu once again returned to Qin City and sent out spies to collect things related to the time attribute. However, the results were quite disappointing, as there were very few things related to the time attribute. Even if they could find some, they would only be small and could not be used in large numbers. Zhao Fu couldn't help but fall into a difficult situation. He had gone to great lengths to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, but in the end, he couldn't use it on a large scale. He couldn't use its full potential, which was quite unbearable. If he had the Philosopher's Stone, Qin City would be able to directly suppress the gold refiner race, and he would not feel too much pressure. However, without the Philosopher's Stone, it was possible for Qin City to lose against the gold refiner soldiers. The gold refiner world was quite powerful, and there were many things that they did not understand. Moreover, after countless years of fighting in the outer world, the Heaven Awakened world had some understanding of the other world, so it was not as disadvantageous as it was now. Now that they were facing a pincer attack from two worlds, Zhao Fu did not know what the situation would be like in the future. Zhao Fu thought about it and sighed. He decided to put this matter aside for now and see if he could find any weaknesses. Before, Zhao Fu had asked Bai Shan to find the gold refiner race's weaknesses. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu went to the research ground. Currently, hundreds of scholars were busy in the room. Some were studying the bodies of the alchemists, some were testing the attributes of both sides, some were making potions, and some were testing the strength of the mechanical parts of the alchemists. They looked very anxious and serious as they did all kinds of things. The atmosphere was also quite heavy and oppressive. Bai Shan, on the other hand, was inspecting the testing process. He also had a serious expression and did not say anything. At this time, when everyone saw Zhao Fu, they hurriedly reacted and bowed. Bai Shan also rushed to Zhao Fu's side with an ugly expression and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "How's your research going? Have you discovered any major weaknesses of the alchemists?" Bai Shan replied honestly, "Your Majesty. Right now, we are using various methods to test it, but there is not much progress for the time being. It may take some time before we can have results. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded. From Bai Shan's expression, he had expected this, so he said, "Tell me if you've discovered anything useful and how much progress you've made." Bai Shan let out a sigh of relief and started to explain things to Zhao Fu. The first was destruction, death, and fire. Alchemy was a type of power that contained creation, life, and metal. Destruction, death, and fire could restrain alchemy. This was the direction of the research, which was to use these three attributes to test alchemy and the Philosopher's Stone. In the end, the destruction attribute had the greatest effect on alchemy, followed by death energy, and finally fire energy. The destruction attribute had great destructive power, and no matter what kind of attribute it faced, it could restrain everything. Qin City had not yet grasped pure destruction energy, so he used chaos energy. This power was a destruction and chaos attribute, and it was slightly weaker than pure destruction energy. However, it was not much weaker, as it had a chaos attribute and could be used to great effect. Bai Shan brought Zhao Fu to a massive iron cage and had the soldiers capture an insect and a gold refiner to bring them in. The bug beast immediately attacked the gold refiner, and the gold refiner could only retaliate. The battle between the two sides was quite interesting. The insect ferociously charged at the gold refiner, and the gold refiner could only use defensive methods. He used his alchemy power to create a metal barrier, but it was easily destroyed by the insect. The gold refiner condensed a metal sword and slashed at the insect's body, opening up a gash, but it was not very big. This was because the insect's carapace contained chaotic force, and it also grasped chaotic force. It was a chaotic life form, so the combination of these three factors greatly weakened the attack. Otherwise, if the sword had landed on an ordinary creature, it would have been quite heavily injured. From this, it could be seen that the Chaos World's creatures greatly countered the gold refiner race. However, Qin could only use some synthetic materials and could not unleash the power of chaos energy. After all, the Chaos World's power countered the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu wanted to use a group of insects to attack the Heaven Awakened world, but Zhao Fu could not control the insects, and the insect's greatest enemy was the Heaven Awakened world. However, this discovery was quite useful. In the future, he would be able to use the Chaos World's creatures to deal with the Heaven Awakened world. In times of crisis, Zhao Fu could draw a large number of insects over. The insects had been able to enter the Heaven Awakened world through the cracks in the underground historical remnant. Ordinary factions mainly used the war gates, and other creatures could not enter the Heaven Awakened world through the war gates. Right now, Zhao Fu was still fighting in the outer world, and he would be of great use in the inner world. Now, Zhao Fu had another idea. If he could find a crack to the Heaven Awakened world in the Heaven Awakened world, he would be able to draw the insects into the Heaven Awakened world. Seeing how the insects had ferociously attacked the gold refiner race, the insects did not like the gold refiner race and would attack them. That way, if he could draw them in, they would fight, and Qin would not lose too many people. However, this method was quite dangerous, and if he lost control, he might be attacked by countless insects and the gold refiner race. Arg! A pained cry sounded out from the gold refiner race. His body had been bitten in half by the insects, and blood and organs fell to the ground, creating a gory scene. Zhao Fu became interested because the insect had eaten the Philosopher's Stone. This was an item that contained immense power, and it did not belong to this world. If it was given to a Heaven Awakened world person, it would not be able to use it. After eating it, the power would destroy their bodies, and they might even die. Their bodies might even explode. I wonder what will happen to the insect after it eats the Philosopher's Stone. Zhao Fu looked at the insect and waited for the results. 10 or so minutes later, Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Roar! Roar, roar. The insect's expression became one of pain as it held. It collapsed to the ground and struggled, and strands of red aura came out of its body. Zhao Fu knew that this was the Philosopher's Stone's power. The goldsmith had used this power. Looking at the insect in pain, Zhao Fu did not know what would happen next. It was possible that the insect would digest the Philosopher's Stone, or it would die. About half an hour later, the insect beast underwent a shocking transformation. Its carapace started to become slightly mechanized, and the insect beast could actually digest the Philosopher's Stone's power. Zhao Fu was quite shocked when he saw this. Zhao Fu had only guessed that the insect could digest the Philosopher's Stone. He had never thought that the insect would actually be able to do so. This was a shocking discovery. Bang! An explosion suddenly sounded out. Before Zhao Fu could react, the insect's body exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. What was going on? It was clearly fine, so why did it explode? Zhao Fu went up and looked at the chunks of meat on the ground, which gave off traces of alchemy power's aura and the slightly mechanized carapace. This proved that the insect beasts could absorb alchemy power. But why did the insect's body explode? Moreover, why could the insect absorb Philosopher's power? Why couldn't a Heaven Awakened world person absorb Philosopher's power? This was a very important question that Zhao Fu needed to investigate. Following this, numerous insects and Philosopher's Stones were sent to Zhao Fu to be tested. Zhao Fu personally carried out the experiments because if he could find the reason, wouldn't Qin be able to obtain Philosopher's power? Then, he wouldn't have to search for a large number of time attribute items. First, Zhao Fu forcefully stuffed a Philosopher's Stone into an insect's mouth. After eating the Philosopher's Stone, the insect immediately looked like it was in pain, and traces of alchemy power came out of its body, but it was not mechanical. Bang, the insect beast suddenly exploded, causing countless pieces of flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu raised his energy barrier to block the pieces of flesh and blood that flew towards him, and his expression became somewhat puzzled. That insect seemed to be able to absorb some alchemy power before exploding. It couldn't absorb too much. Was it because he was too strong? Thinking to there, Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers to catch a stage 3 insect and feed it a sage stone. After eating the sage stone, the insect also seemed to be in great pain and fell to the ground, struggling as it held. Traces of alchemy power came out of its body, and its carapace started to mechanize. It was even more powerful than the first insect, but the insect continued to howl in pain for half an hour. Even though it didn't explode, the insect died from the pain and lay on the ground, not moving. The alchemy aura around its body also dissipated. What was going on? Zhao Fu felt a slight headache. He felt that he needed some specialized people to do research, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it. However, now that things had come to this, Zhao Fu wouldn't give up so easily. He waved his hand, and a sword light slashed out, opening up the insect's corpse and taking out the sage stone that it had eaten. The sage stone had been as big as a lychee, but now, it had shrunk a bit. It could be seen that the Chaos World's creatures could digest the sage stone. However, it was possible that the alchemy power was very harmful to the insect's body, which was why it had died. Could it be that alchemy power couldn't be used by people from other worlds? Qin had only imitated it and couldn't directly use it. Moreover, the insect could absorb it and mechanize it, which meant that it had the ability to digest it. However, it had still ended up like this. Perhaps it really was impossible, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to give up on the experiment. Beside him, Mu Minxian said, "Your Majesty, I feel that we can continue experimenting. I feel that we can continue experimenting. That insect has the ability to digest the sage stone, and this ability is quite special. If we can grasp this ability, we'll be able to use it to our full potential." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that this ability was indeed worth researching. Perhaps he would be able to grasp alchemy power through this. He had given up too early, and the method of letting the insect directly devour the sage stone was not feasible. He could take another path. As such, Zhao Fu once again started his research. He fed the sage stones to the insect one by one before looking at the results. The stage 1 insect's body exploded, the stage 2 insect's body exploded, the stage 3 insect died from the pain, and the stage 4 insect died from the pain. What surprised Zhao Fu was that even though the stage 5 insect seemed to be in pain, it had survived in the end. This shattered Zhao Fu's conclusion. It turned out that the insect could refine the sage stone and survive. Now, Zhao Fu carefully looked at the insect. Its carapace had been completely mechanized. Although it wasn't very advanced, its defense had greatly increased. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the insect's alchemy power had disappeared, only primal chaos aura remained. The insect had treated the philosopher's stone like food. It had digested the philosopher's stone and refined the philosopher's power into primal chaos energy. Zhao Fu inspected the insect's body. Although it had suffered some damage, it could still recover. However, the insect's power and defense had greatly increased. This primal chaos power was formed from alchemy power, and it had inherited alchemy power's creation, life, and mechanical abilities. Of course, it wasn't as powerful as true alchemy power. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought of using such a method to control alchemy power. Didn't that mean that all of his research had been for nothing? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that only creatures from the outer world could do this. After all, the outer world's primal chaos power and bloodlines had the ability to disintegrate and suppress alchemy power, while Heaven-Awakened world creatures did not. Even though people from the Heaven-Awakened world could not use it, this discovery was still quite important. For example, Qin had the blood demon snake mosquito, which was a fusion of the Heaven-Awakened world and the outer world. If possible, it would also have a great effect on the blood devil snake mosquitoes. It would allow them to possess primal chaos alchemy power, increasing their strength and defensive power. However, the blood demon snake mosquitoes were only at rank 3 and couldn't bear the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, the Philosopher's Stone he had fed the Tier 2 alchemist soldiers were Tier 2 alchemist soldiers. That was something only Tier 5 alchemist soldiers could endure. Moreover, they would suffer severe injuries. If one wanted to easily control this power, they would need to be at least Tier 7. As rank 3 blood demon snake mosquitoes, it was clearly impossible. If they ate the Philosopher's Stone, their bodies would definitely explode. Zhao Fu thought about it and wondered if he had the ability to split the Philosopher's Stone into smaller pieces and feed them to the blood demon snake mosquitoes. They should be able to refine the Philosopher's Stone's power. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu started to act. He took out a Philosopher's Stone and tossed it into the air. He slashed out with his finger, sending out a sharp sword light that slashed towards the descending Philosopher's Stone. The sharp sword light flashed, it was extremely sharp and directly cut the descending Philosopher's Stone in two. Bang, the Philosopher's Stone also exploded, and an explosive power spread out. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand to block it. He discovered that the Philosopher's Stone was an explosive item. Once it was destroyed, it would explode. It seemed that splitting the Philosopher's Stone was not an easy matter. He had to think of other ways to cut it, and he couldn't just use brute force to cut it. However, this matter wasn't that difficult. Since Primal Chaos Power could restrain and digest the Philosopher's Stone, he could use the Primal Chaos World's formation to cut it. A day later, the Primal Chaos World's formation was carved. Zhao Fu activated it, and a powerful energy flowed into it. The Primal Chaos World's formation gave off an intense light, and sharp lights appeared. Zhao Fu threw the Sage's Stone into the magic array. Sharp lights slashed at the Sage's Stone, cutting it into pea-sized pieces. This time, the Sage's Stone did not explode. After stopping the magic formation, the Philosopher's Stone fragments fell to the ground. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed them. He then went to the Blood Demon Serpent Mosquito nest in the Primal Chaos World and called over a few Blood Demon Serpent mosquitoes. Now, these Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes were all 3 meters long. Zhao Fu took out a few pieces and fed them to the Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes before waiting for them to take effect. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, Zhao Fu frowned. Why wasn't there any reaction after so much time had passed? The Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes didn't show any change, nor did they seem to be in pain. Could it be that the Philosopher's Stone had no effect because the demonic blood snake mosquitoes were the product of the fusion of 2 worlds? However, that shouldn't be the case. After all, the Philosopher's Stone would harm creatures from both worlds and cause them pain. It was impossible for there to be no reaction at all. What was the problem then? Zhao Fu looked at the Philosopher's Stone fragments in his hand and ate one. Now that Zhao Fu had the alchemy power and alchemy bloodline, he didn't have to worry about the alchemy power being damaged. Only by eating it would he be able to quickly understand what was wrong. After eating the Philosopher's Stone fragment, Zhao Fu closed his eyes and tried to sense the reaction of the Philosopher's Stone fragment. However, there was no reaction at all, as if he had eaten a useless stone. After cutting the Philosopher's Stone had lost all of its power and was no different from a normal stone. No wonder there was no reaction. Zhao Fu spat out the Philosopher's Stone fragment and felt quite troubled. The Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes were only at stage 3, and Qin only had these creatures that had fused with the Primal Chaos World. He didn't have any other options. Only stage 7 creatures could withstand the Philosopher's Stone, and if a stage 3 creature ate it, its body would definitely explode. Does that mean Qin won't be able to use the Philosopher's Stone? Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts, thinking about how to solve this problem. Over the next few days, Zhao Fu conducted various experiments of various sizes. In the end, he found a method that didn't require cutting the Philosopher's Stone, which was to use the Philosopher's Stone's magic formation to extract the Philosopher's Stone's power and send it into the Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes' bodies to see what would happen. Zhao Fu hadn't experimented with this before, so he didn't know what the results would be. As such, he brought a few Blood Demon Snake mosquitoes and had one fly into the magic formation before activating it. After the magic formation was activated, it gave off a light and a wave of energy spread out. The Philosopher's Stones in the surroundings also gave off a faint light and gave off waves of energy that were controlled by the magic formation and entered the Blood Demon Snake mosquito's body. Si. As the wave of alchemy power entered the blood demon snake mosquitoes' bodies, they felt intense pain and gave out commands as they instinctively flew out of the magic formation. However, Zhao Fu ordered the blood demon snake mosquitoes to stay within the magic formation and absorb the alchemy power. The blood demon snake mosquitoes could only stay within the magic formation, flapping their wings as they absorbed the alchemy power. In actuality, this magic formation was much better than the devouring method because it could be controlled and could be stopped at any time. If they ate it, they would have to digest it, or else they would die. As the blood demon snake mosquitoes continuously absorbed the alchemy power, their bodies started to change. First, their sharp mouthparts started to become mechanical, and their backs also started to become mechanical. However, their auras also became stronger. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu smiled. The results proved that the blood demon snake mosquitoes could absorb the Philosopher's Stone and could still be used by Qin. Now, Qin had obtained this type of Philosopher's Stone by killing countless alchemist soldiers, and there were 200 million of them. It was simply impossible to use them all. It was a pity that Great Qin did not have enough blood demon snake mosquitoes, only a few million of them, and they did not have any other creatures. After a while, the blood demon snake mosquitoes stopped screaming and started to absorb the alchemy power, and their bodies became more mechanical. Finally, after the blood demon snake mosquitoes finished absorbing the alchemy power, Zhao Fu stopped the magic formation and looked at the blood demon snake mosquitoes. By now, 60% of the blood demon snake mosquitoes had become mechanical, and their defenses had greatly increased. Moreover, they had also grasped the chaos attribute alchemy power, making it so that chaos power could no longer suppress the blood demon snake mosquitoes. However, the increase in stats was not as great as the increase from eating a stage 3 alchemist stone, but Zhao Fu was quite satisfied. This blood demon snake mosquito was definitely more powerful than a stage 3 alchemist soldier. Not only could it suppress alchemist soldiers, but it also grasped the chaos attribute alchemy power. Now, Zhao Fu could consider fusing more of these creatures. After all, Qin had a large number of Philosopher's Stones that he had no use for, so he could use them here to increase Qin's strength. The outer world dens were quite easy to make, but the Heaven Awakened world dens were quite difficult to find. Moreover, ordinary dens were useless, and they needed powerful dens to fuse with them. However, no matter how difficult it was, Zhao Fu had to do it because he could increase Qin's strength. Thinking about it, if Qin had a large number of chaos gold refined bugs, the effects would be quite shocking. Zhao Fu ordered people to search for or collect powerful dens in the Heaven Awakened world, and he also ordered people to construct a large number of such alchemy formations. By now, Qin had millions of blood demon snake mosquitoes, and they could all be refined to increase their power and abilities. Zhao Fu then returned to Qin's research area. He wanted to continue his research on the Heaven Awakened world, but because of the Heaven Awakened world's major weakness, he had not solved the problem of how to suppress the Heaven Awakened world. If he did not research this as soon as possible, the next time the Heaven Awakened world attacked, Qin's losses would be massive. However, a soldier came up and reported, "Your Majesty, Sir Li is looking for you. Lord Li is looking for you, please come over." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Why was Li Si looking for him? Zhao Fu nodded and left the research area for now, and he went to where Li Si was. Li Si was standing near a rice field, and there were a few ministers in charge of agriculture next to him. There was also a woman with a mature figure and a wheat-like headdress, and she gave off a gentle aura. She was the agriculture goddess. Seeing this, Zhao Fu understood that something was wrong with agriculture. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Li Si and the others went up and bowed, saying, "We greet your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and asked, "Is there something wrong with agriculture?" Li Si nodded with a slight look of difficulty as he replied, "Your Majesty, there is indeed a big problem with agriculture. There is indeed a big problem with agriculture. Now, all the fertile fields are greatly reduced." Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. Agriculture was the foundation of a nation, and if something went wrong with it, it would greatly affect the nation. He asked, "Why did these problems occur? Doesn't Qin have the agriculture goddess and some production attributes?" The farm goddess said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Your Majesty, Qin's territory is too big, and my divine power can't cover that far. What's more, my divine power has a great impact on agriculture." Jiaofu frowned and said, "What's the reason?" "This is related to the source of heaven and earth. If the source of heaven and earth declines, the effect of my divine power will be greatly weakened. That's why this situation has occurred." Hearing that the source of heaven and earth was declining, Jiaofu did not even need to think to know why. Now that the heaven-awakened world was facing a pincer attack from two massive factions, the situation was quite difficult. Moreover, the situation was quite disadvantageous for the heaven-awakened world. Qin was quite powerful, but if it was facing the heaven-awakened world, the ordinary factions would not be able to retaliate at all and could only passively defend. The disadvantageous situation of the battle directly affected the heaven-awakened world. That was why such a scene had occurred. Jiaofu came to the paddy field and picked up a stalk of rice. He looked at the somewhat shriveled rice and saw that it was no longer as full as it had been before. Back then, this kind of rice had been able to rapidly grow on the ground without needing to be cared for. Not only could it be harvested every 12 days, but it was also full, and each plot of land could produce a lot of food. Now, not only did it take 2 months to grow, but the grains were also so small and shriveled. After maturing, this kind of rice would only be low-grade rice, and it would not taste good and would not be nutritious. If all of Qin's fields were like this, the total output would greatly decrease. Even though Qin had been storing up food, no matter how much food there was, if they did not plant it, they would run out one day. If there was no food, the commoners would starve to death or lose their minds due to hunger. They would become like wild animals and eat whatever they saw. There were even cases of cannibalism, which was quite common in ancient times. Jiaofu looked a bit worried and turned to Li Si as he asked, "Are all of Qin's fields like this?" Li Si nodded seriously and said, "Not only that, Your Majesty. Please come with me to another place to have a look." Hearing this, Jiaofu nodded and followed Li Si to another field. The roots of the rice here had turned white and black, and the branches and leaves had withered and turned yellow. There was not a single grain of rice left, and there was not a single trace of life left. What's going on? Jiaofu's heart sank as he looked at the dead fields. If all of Qin's fields were like this, there would be no harvest at all. Li Si explained, "Your Majesty, this is a disease in rice. This is a kind of disease in rice. It has already spread, and many fields have this kind of situation. Not only rice, but other wheat and other grains are also showing this kind of situation. It's not just this kind of disease. Some of the rice's grains are flat, and there won't be any rice inside. After a long time, the grains will turn black and fall off when touched, and the grains will die. Also, the rice with this disease doesn't appear one by one. Instead, it appears in large patches. If we don't deal with it in time, the whole mu of land will be like this very soon. When that time comes, there won't be a single grain in the whole mu of land." Jiaofu felt a headache coming on as he asked, "What's the reason for this?" Li Si replied, "This is a common disease in rice, and it's not very special. It's just that at that time, the heaven and earth power was abundant, causing the rice's life force to be very strong, making it immune to all diseases. However, now that the heaven and earth power has declined, this disease will appear. I've already sent out orders to all of Qin's prefectures and counties to be on guard against this problem and deal with it as soon as it appears. All of the prefectures and counties are carrying out the orders, so the situation is not too serious." Jiaofu let out a sigh of relief. Li Si was very good at dealing with these things, and Jiaofu himself had many things to do. If he waited for this to happen, it would be too late, and it was good to have many useful people by his side. There were many factors that affected the growth of crops, such as sunlight, the fertility of the soil, water, and temperature. In the past, life energy had been powerful, so they only needed to be slightly managed. However, now that the heaven and earth source energy had declined, these crops had become much weaker and could easily be destroyed. This would be fine as long as they strengthened their management, but other things, such as the diseases of crops, needed to be dealt with, so they needed many scholars to research them. Seeds also needed to be improved, as the situation in the heaven-awakened world might become even worse. As such, they needed even better seeds to survive in the future. These were the two main areas of research, but they could not be done in a short period of time. They needed long-term research. After all, there were too many types of crops, and all of them had different seeds and different diseases, so they needed to research each and every one of them. Moreover, it was not easy to improve a single crop, and it required countless experiments and time. Xiaofu understood how difficult it was to improve crops, and he understood how massive this project was. As such, he used a large number of talented people to participate in the research. He did not force them to find a solution in a short period of time, as there was no point in forcing them. However, the current situation had to be dealt with for now and could not allow the situation to continue to worsen. Xiaofu now understood the reason. It was mainly because the heaven and earth source energy had declined, causing crops to lose their powerful life force. As such, all sorts of diseases and problems had appeared. If something could give them powerful life force, those problems would disappear, and powerful life force would allow them to become immune to those diseases and problems. However, what could give life force? There were many things that could give life force, such as water of life, which could give large amounts of life force. Qin City also had a lot of water of life, but they were usually used as healing potions for soldiers. If it was used to irrigate farmland, the effects would be quite good, but Xiaofu could not do this because there were simply too many farmland in Qin City. There were hundreds of billions of people there, and there was not enough water of life. As such, no matter how much water of life there was, it would not be enough. Is there any way to give such a large amount of life force to crops? Xiaofu sank into his thoughts, but there did not seem to be anything that could be used on such a large area of crops. If he did not deal with this as soon as possible, by the time the scholars finished their research, it would be too late. Suddenly, Xiaofu could sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Although the heaven and earth essence had declined, the spiritual energy did not seem to have weakened. Xiaofu immediately understood the reason. Spirit qi was the foundation of cultivation, and without spirit qi, what was the point of cultivating? If the heaven-awakened world weakened spirit qi, countless people would die. Moreover, not having spiritual power was equivalent to having no power. How could they resist the alchemy world and the chaotic world? As such, spirit qi would not be affected much unless the heaven-awakened world was destroyed. Spiritual qi was a mysterious power that could bestow great power upon people, as well as great vitality. Moreover, it existed in the world, and the amount was incalculable. It could be used to increase the vitality of crops. Xiaofu quickly called over a formation master. The simplest and fastest way to use spirit force was to build a spirit-gathering formation. The spirit force in the surroundings would gather within the formation, and the plants that grew within the formation would be constantly nourished by spirit force, allowing them to obtain powerful vitality. As long as they had vitality, they would be immune to all sorts of problems and problems would be solved. In order to verify his idea, Xiaofu brought the formation master to a field of farmland and had them create a simple spirit-gathering formation to cover the farmland. The formation master obeyed and quickly created a spirit-gathering formation before activating it. The surrounding spirit force continuously flowed into the formation, and the ordinary rice plants absorbed a large amount of spirit force and became jade green and lustrous. Xiaofu looked at the sickly rice plants and saw that they were quickly recovering their vitality, and the sickly symptoms gradually disappeared. From this, it could be seen that Xiaofu's method was quite feasible. However, after thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to give up on this method. After all, there were countless counties and villages in Qin, and each mu of farmland was not small. It would be impossible to count them all, and the amount of materials required would be unimaginable. As such, using a magic formation would not be very practical. Unless he could create a super magic formation that covered the 9 worlds and gathered the spirit qi of the other worlds, all of Qin would directly benefit, and he would not have to go through so much trouble to build countless spirit-gathering formations. However, he could only think about this. After all, such a massive magic formation was not something that could be casually created. The larger the magic formation, the more complicated it would be. Right now, Qin did not have that kind of ability. Now, he could let the formation master study it, and it might be of great use in the future. Back to the original question, how could he make the crops gain vitality and resist those sickly symptoms and problems? Xiaofu thought for a long time and finally came up with a method, which was to create a special item that could increase the vitality of the crops. First, he had to build a spirit-gathering formation that could turn countless amounts of water into spirit water. The effect did not need to be strong, only some would be enough. Only then would the quantity be large. If the effect was strong, it would naturally take more time, and the quantity would be small. The spirit water would be the main material, and Zhao Fu would add a bit of water from the spring of life into it. He would also have the flower spirit cast a blessing. With the three types of energy combined, the effect would not be too weak. Zhao Fu quickly started to experiment. He set up a spirit gathering formation that covered the water, and spirit qi continuously gathered in the surroundings. After a few days, the water had some spirit qi, and Zhao Fu poured in water from the spring of life and had the flower spirit cast a blessing. Finally, he gave it to the crops, and the effects were quite good. After absorbing the spirit water, the crops gained some vitality, and the sickly symptoms and problems disappeared. The fruits that they bore also became better. Even though the crops did not have as much vitality as before, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the current situation. This was only a temporary solution, and he would have to wait for the scholars to research different seeds and methods to cure different diseases. Once the massive spirit gathering formation was successfully researched, it would also have great effects. Zhao Fu smiled and ordered people to popularize the spirit water. However, because the region was too big, it was impossible to directly use the spirit water to irrigate the crops, and they had to use it every once in a while. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu planned to rest for a while, as the recent matters had been giving him quite a headache. However, soon, more reports came from various places. In Dongyue County, thick, dark clouds covered the sky, not revealing a single crack. It was as if they were about to press down from the sky, giving off a very oppressive feeling. The wind also started to howl, causing the trees to sway. Rumble, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. Following this, heavy rain began to pour down. The commoners did not pay much mind at first, thinking that it was just normal rain. However, after raining for half a day, it did not seem to be weakening at all. The river had become a dirt yellow color, and it was rising even more quickly. Some places around the city started to accumulate water, and more of it started to accumulate. The commoners started to worry. After living here for so long, this was the first time they had seen such heavy rain. If this continued, it would definitely cause a flood. An ordinary-looking, well-built man held a raincoat and a bamboo hat and prepared to go out. Seeing this, the woman asked curiously, "My son's father, where are you going in such heavy rain?" The man said, "My son's mother. This rain might cause a flood, and if that's really the case, we have to report this to the imperial court." The woman said worriedly, "The rain is too heavy, let's wait for the rain to lessen before going out." The man angrily rebuked, "How can we wait for something related to the commoner's safety? As the observer here, I was recommended by many commoners, and I have the trust of the imperial court and His Majesty. How can I let them down?" Hearing this, the woman lowered her head. She understood this, but she felt quite wronged. The man put on his raincoat and cloak and led a few people to a nearby village. The situation was not looking good, and some of the lower areas were filled with water, forming a lake. Some of the trees in some places were also submerged. This threatened the nearby villages, and some of the farms had already been submerged. If this went on, the villages would also be submerged, and the villagers living here would be in trouble. The man immediately said to the people behind him with a serious expression, "We can't continue like this. Evacuate the villagers through the teleportation formation and report this to the city lord. Let him report this to the imperial court." In Fengshan County, the common people behaved as usual. There were peddlers doing business on the streets, passers-by walking, customers who wanted to buy things, and people who sat in their rooms chatting and laughing. Everything seemed so normal. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing all the buildings on the ground to shake more and more violently. Some tiles fell from the roofs, and some pillars and walls collapsed. The commoners all looked terrified as they dodged. Some people were smashed by the buildings and screamed, while others cried out in fear. The scene was incredibly chaotic. However, this was not the end. The trembling of the ground became more and more intense, and a massive crack appeared in the ground. Large areas of buildings collapsed, and birds hurriedly flew into the sky, while countless beasts attacked and fled. Although the tremor only lasted for 2 hours, it still caused a lot of damage. Seeing this scene, the county governor was an elder dressed in scholarly robes. His expression was quite unsightly, and he hurriedly gathered many soldiers to save people and check the extent of the damage. He then immediately wrote a report to the imperial court about what had happened. Yellow Rock County Daddy. Why is the sun so bright today? The weather's so hot. A little girl wearing a red dress said as she pulled on the hand of a man carrying a hoe. The man looked up at the sky. The sun was incredibly bright, and there were no clouds at all. The temperature was much higher than the day before. What was going on? The man could not understand and could only smile as he said, "Daughter, the weather's too hot today. It's best if you don't follow me to the fields to work. Stay at home and have some fun. I'll ask your mother to cook something delicious for you at night." The little girl happily nodded before smiling and running home. The man went to the fields and started to hoe for a while. Soon, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The scorching sun seemed to be burning his skin, and large beads of sweat continuously flowed down his face as his skin started to turn red. At the same time, the man started to feel thirsty, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His saliva became quite viscous, and he felt quite dizzy as if he was about to suffer a heat stroke. The man looked up at the blinding sun in the sky and used his hand to block it. He couldn't understand why the sun was so bright today. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and took his hoe to a large tree to rest. It was impossible for him to continue working under such a large sun, so the man thought about it and returned home with his hoe. It was like this for the entire day. The scorching sun gave off intense rays of light that scorched the ground. There was no wind at all, and the weather was incredibly hot, as if it could be set on fire if one wasn't careful. At night, the ground was still steaming, but there was still no chill. Many of the villagers couldn't take it anymore and came to the village chief's house to ask, "Village chief, what's going on? Why is it so hot today? I don't think it's been like this before." The village chief was a skinny middle-aged man, and he said warmly, "Everyone, don't be anxious and don't worry. I just went to the city to ask around, and the surrounding areas are all like this. It's likely that there will be a drought." "What? Drought?" Hearing this, the villagers were sent into an uproar. Disasters were things that people feared, and a drought would cause water sources to dry up and all crops to die. Everyone started to worry. "If it's a drought, what should we do, village chief?" Facing everyone's gazes, the village chief smiled as he said, "Don't worry, the county chief has already reported this to the imperial court. The sheriff has already reported this matter to the imperial court. Our respected and great emperor will definitely resolve this matter. You don't have to worry about anything." Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Now that their great majesty knew about this, he would definitely have a way to resolve this matter. The villagers all trusted their majesty greatly, so they weren't too worried. Following this, the villagers dispersed and returned to their homes. The little girl ran over and hugged the man's leg as she asked curiously, "Daddy, go to the village chief and ask if there's anything wrong." The man smiled as he replied, "Understood. There might be a drought." The man smiled as he said, "The county magistrate has already reported this to the imperial court, and his majesty already knows. He will resolve this problem soon, and the village chief told us not to worry and to listen to the imperial court's arrangements." Hearing this, the woman felt at ease and smiled as she said, "That's good. Since his majesty knows about this, we can rest assured." The little girl looked at the two of them and said in a childish voice, "Dad, Mom, have you seen his majesty? What kind of person is he?" The man smiled as he rubbed her head, "His majesty is in Xianxia imperial palace, and we can see him. As for what kind of person he is, I can tell you that he is a great person and a very good ruler. It was he who created the Qin Empire and gave us everything." The little girl said with a look of worship, "Then Dad, can you tell me more about his majesty?" Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the man smiled as he picked up the little girl and sat by the side as he started to tell her about Jiaofu. The little girl listened intently. Jiaowu Prefecture County. Whoosh, 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 a gale started to howl, bringing with it a terrifying power as it swept forwards. Countless trees swayed, and countless rocks and stones were blown into the sky. Some tiles and roofs of houses were blown away, creating a terrifying scene. Now, the commoners could only hide in their houses, and hearing the howling of the gale, they could not help but feel afraid. A soldier stared at the gale and went up to report, "Sir, this gale is very big and has affected the entire prefecture county. The situation is very serious, and there have been some casualties. It's best to quickly report this to the imperial court and ask His Majesty to send people to deal with it." The official was a middle-aged man, and hearing the soldier's words, his expression became quite unsightly. He hurriedly returned to the city lord's mansion and wrote a memorial to the Qin Imperial Palace. Huanshan Prefecture County. Look, why have those birds all flown away? They seem to be panicking. Is something big about to happen? A young man carrying a bamboo basket on his back said to a few young men beside him as he looked at the countless birds in the sky and quickly flew to one side as if escaping. The faces of the few young men beside them turned solemn when they saw the scene before them. One of the young men suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out, "Hurry and tell the villagers that the nearby volcanoes are about to erupt." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and their expressions became somewhat ugly. If the fire broke out, it would be a devastating disaster. At that time, everything would be destroyed. If they didn't deal with it as soon as possible, the consequences would be very serious. The few of them quickly turned around and rushed back to the village. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, a few loud rumbling sounds rang out. Countless sand and dust were blown into the sky by a huge force, covering the entire sky. From afar, it looked like a haze had shrouded the sky. Immediately after, half of the sand and dust that had been blown into the sky fell back down. Scorching lava slowly flowed out of the mountain and spread out in all directions with immense heat. Everything in its path started to burn, and some trees were also set ablaze. The strong smell of sulfur also spread out like a tide, quickly spreading hundreds of miles. In a small mountain village not far away, those young men had just run back, but the volcano had already erupted. Even if they didn't say it, everyone already knew about it. The village chief loudly called out, "There's not much time left. Take everything that can be taken away. If you can't, don't worry about it. Staying alive is more important. Leave through the teleportation formation and report this matter to the city lord. After the city lord hears about this, he will immediately report this to the county lord, and when the time comes, the county lord will report this to His Majesty. His Majesty will deal with this matter, so Great Qin doesn't need to worry too much." Hearing the village chief's words, the people who had been panicking also relaxed. They didn't have the fear and confusion from before. Our Majesty is the greatest majesty in the world. With his ability, he'll definitely solve this matter. We shouldn't worry too much and just follow the village chief's orders. That's right. We all believe in His Majesty. He's the Emperor of Qin, and he won't ignore us. Hurry up and start moving. Don't waste any more time. His Majesty's great achievements don't need to be said. All of Qin knows about it, and he doesn't want to see anything happen to his people. The villagers took their things in an orderly manner and carried them into the teleportation channel, and they were teleported to a small city. The youths who had run back let out sighs of relief. It seemed that even if the volcano erupted, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Everyone seemed quite united and calm, and they all had a powerful spiritual support. That was naturally the ruler of Qin, Zhaofu. If this Qin's Majesty was here, everyone would have 100% trust in him and be united. It could be seen just how much the commoners supported and worshipped Zhaofu. This had a lot to do with Qin's policies and Zhaofu's charisma. Only the founding emperor, Zhaofu, could do such a thing. Even if someone inherited Zhaofu's position in the future, they would not be able to do such a thing. Fish Scale World, Hanshui Prefectural County. A few fish scale people were swimming in the water. One of them suddenly sensed something and said with a trace of confusion, "Have you all sensed that the water nearby is being sucked away by some sort of power?" Another fish scale person pointed and hurriedly said, "I sensed it too. The water is being sucked in that direction." A fish scale person said, "Let's hurry over and take a look. With such a powerful suction force, it's definitely something big." The other fish scale people nodded and swam in that direction. As they got closer and closer, the suction force became stronger and stronger. In the end, they looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They saw a tornado made of water spinning with immense power, giving off a massive suction force. The water in the surroundings was sucked away, and the tornado became larger and larger, giving off terrifying power as it destroyed everything in its surroundings. Hurry and go back. The fish scale people hurriedly turned and swam back to report this to the city lord. If this water tornado destroyed everything, it would be incredibly terrifying, and their city would be doomed. After all, their city was nearby. After hearing about this, the city lord's expression became serious and he hurriedly gave the order to evacuate the residents and reported this matter to his superiors. As the governor of this place, he understood how serious this matter was, so he immediately wrote a memorial and sent it to Qin's imperial palace. Zhao Fu thought about it and found that this had to do with the decline of the heaven and earth source energy. The heaven and earth source energy was the power that stabilized the world, and if it declined, it would naturally cause many disasters. The natural disaster resistance stat had some effect, but it was greatly weakened. Now, there were 62 counties affected by natural disasters. Given how big Great Qin's territory was, this was not a big number, so the overall situation was not too bad. The kingdoms that did not have any natural disaster resistance abilities would be more heavily affected. However, Zhao Fu could not allow this to develop. The destruction caused by the disasters was incredibly shocking, and a county or county could be heavily damaged. Moreover, he had to make preparations for disasters. No one knew where the disasters would happen, so he had to be on guard and deal with them as soon as possible to ensure the safety of Qin's residents and properties. Zhao Fu could not let down the residents' trust. As for stopping the disasters, Zhao Fu did not rely on many soldiers to send reinforcements and instead planned to suppress the source of the disasters. In the past, Zhao Fu might not have been able to do much because he did not have world realm experts. However, Zhao Fu now had some world realm experts and some extreme divine realm experts, and he now had 4 emperor heaven realm experts. After reaching the world realm, one would have the ability to use heaven and earth power and change weather phenomena. A world realm expert would be able to stop a disaster that affected a county or county. If it was a disaster that affected a world realm experts naturally would not be able to stop it, so they would need Emperor Heaven realm experts to act. If it was a disaster that affected 10 worlds, they would need even more experts to act. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and gathered many world realm experts and extreme divine realm experts. Many experts hurried over, including Shan Long, Xianxia, Mo Wulin, and Zhu Tianling. They were all people that Zhao Fu had subdued in the underworld, demon domain, and outlander domain. Zhao Fu told them about this matter and had them deal with it as soon as possible. Following this, everyone turned into rays of light and shot over the horizon, disappearing. Zhao Fu didn't stay in Qin Imperial Palace either. He gave off a powerful aura and turned into a powerful ray of black light that shot into the sky and soon disappeared. In Dongyue County, the thick, dark clouds covered the sky, leaving not a single crack. The heavy rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. Many places had already formed lakes, and some villages and farmlands were also submerged. Some cities couldn't avoid being affected. The rising rain had already reached knee-deep. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Many commoners could only brave the heavy rain and carry all sorts of things as they moved. At this moment, a burly man carrying 2 boxes looked towards the sky and cursed, "Why isn't the rain stopping?" Suddenly, he saw a person appear in the sky. He wore a black golden dragon robe and had extremely long black hair. He had an extremely handsome face and gave off a noble and domineering aura that no one could compare to. Looking at this person, the burly man's body froze and he looked quite confused. He felt incredibly nervous because this was the ruler of the Qin Empire, Qin's emperor, just as the burly man was about to call out and warn everyone that the emperor of Qin had arrived. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of energy exploded out. A massive aura spread out like a wild gale, blowing away countless raindrops. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he gripped his fist. Powerful energy gathered in his fist, causing it to give off a black light. Bang! Zhao Fu vigorously punched out, sending out a terrifying fist energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It smashed against the thick, black clouds like a bolt of lightning, resulting in a massive explosion. A massive hole appeared in the thick clouds, revealing the blue sky. Rays of warm sunlight shined down, shining on countless people's bodies. Countless people stared at the figure in the sky, as if they were looking up at a god. They looked up at Zhao Fu, who was standing in the sky. The clouds in the surroundings were pushed away by a massive force, and the dense clouds started to disperse before disappearing. Because Zhao Fu still had to stop other disasters, he did not have time to say anything and turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Immediately, the commoners below seemed to be in an uproar. Their expressions were filled with excitement and agitation, and the voices they made were also boiling. Heavens! Is that His Majesty? Did His Majesty personally come to stop the disaster and save us? I'm so touched. That's right. It's His Majesty. It's the first time I've seen His Majesty, and he's so extraordinary and has such an emperor's aura that even I want to kneel. His Majesty seems to be very good. He loves his people and personally helped us. Now, I also feel very honored to be a citizen of Qin. His Majesty is so kind and considerate of us. His Majesty. He's also very good-looking and has a domineering aura. I really like His Majesty. I wonder if I'll be chosen when His Majesty chooses a wife. The rain in Dongyue County stopped, and the rising floodwaters quickly receded. The disaster was naturally resolved, and the residents started to pack up their things and clean up the mud. Soon, everything returned to normal. The ground in Fengsan County was still shaking. Because it was an earthquake and it had come quite suddenly, it was one of the places that had suffered the most damage. Everyone had started to clean up the collapsed buildings and save the people buried inside, and Qin's soldiers had quickly arrived to help. However, the continuous shaking made it impossible for everyone to clean up safely, as buildings would collapse from time to time. The county governor looked at this scene in grief, and the others were the same. This earthquake had caused many casualties, and the atmosphere was quite heavy. At that moment, a ray of light shot over, and after the light dissipated, Zhao Fu's figure appeared. Seeing Zhao Fu, the county governor was pleasantly surprised and shouted nervously, "His Majesty is here." Immediately, countless people looked up at the sky in delight, and the gloominess in their hearts disappeared. Now that their Majesty had come, this matter would definitely be resolved. Everyone could not help but kneel and loudly call out, "We greet your Majesty." Their voices were very loud and shook the surroundings, and they had an inspiring power. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and took out a stone of life with a serious expression before throwing it into the sky. The stone of life exploded in the sky, and countless green motes of light slowly floated down. The earthquake continued, and Zhao Fu, who was standing in the air, quickly looked around with his left eye. Soon, he found the source of the earthquake. Zhao Fu flew down and pressed his palm against the ground. A massive wave of energy flowed into it, and a gigantic ceiling formation appeared. The surrounding heaven and earth energy continuously flowed into it, causing the ceiling formation to shine with intense light. A powerful suppressive force spread out in an instant, and the shaking of the ground gradually stopped. After doing all this, Zhao Fu did not stop for a moment. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the horizon, disappearing. The sun of the Yellowstone County continued to emit strong rays of sunlight as it scorched the ground. Steam rose from the ground, blurring the view. The ground seemed to be like a steamer, causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. Some of the ground had already cracked, and some of the plants had withered due to the lack of water. Some of them had even died. "Daddy! Why is the weather still so hot?" The little girl ran to the man's side and looked at him with concern. The man looked at the sky and lightly laughed as he said, "His Majesty should know about the situation here and is thinking of a way to resolve it. We need to wait for a while, but His Majesty will definitely send people to resolve this. We don't have to worry." The little girl smiled in relief. Because of the hot weather, she took out a small fan and started to fan herself. She also helped her father fan himself a few times. Suddenly, she saw a figure appear in the sky. The little girl stretched out her little hand in surprise and pointed at the figure as she asked, "Daddy! Look, why is there a person standing in the sky?" The man looked up in confusion, and his heart tightened. Although he had never seen His Majesty Qin before, when he saw the black dragon robe, he immediately knew who that person was. "Daughter! Hurry and kneel. That's our Majesty, Qin's Majesty." The man's expression was both emotional and nervous as he pulled his daughter to kneel on the ground. Although the little girl was kneeling with her father, her eyes were filled with curiosity and worship as she looked at the figure in the sky. This was the Qin majesty that she had heard about since she was young. Zhao Fu looked at the scorching sun and stretched out a hand. A wave of energy flowed out, and a massive ceiling formation appeared. The surrounding heaven and earth energy flowed in, and a massive wave of energy spread out. The formless power of drought was sealed by this enormous power. The light was also quickly weakening, and the hot temperature was also decreasing. Immediately, the people on the ground felt a slight chill and felt much more comfortable. They all revealed looks of joy and loudly thanked Zhao Fu in the sky. Zhao Fu simply nodded and looked at the cracked ground and withered plants. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing a massive wave of energy to spread out. The surrounding heaven and earth energy gathered and turned into clouds that covered the sky. A gust of cold wind blew and a light drizzle fell from the sky. The heat in the surroundings immediately disappeared. After doing this, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and once again disappeared. The little girl's large eyes stared at Zhao Fu, and by now, Zhao Fu's figure had been deeply imprinted into her heart. The wild winds continued to howl within Jiuwu Prefectural County. The wind was deafening, and its power was terrifying as if it could destroy everything. Countless trees swayed, and some were even uprooted. Many roofs were sent flying, and boulders were sent tumbling. In the face of such a huge storm, no one could do anything. The only thing they could do was hide in their houses and avoid the strong wind. The chubby middle-aged man looked at the storm that was becoming larger and larger, and he couldn't help but feel worried. If the storm continued, countless houses would be blown down, and there would be no place for the residents to hide. As such, he could only order the entire city to evacuate. Suddenly, he saw a ray of light shoot into the center of the storm like a sharp sword. After the light dissipated, a figure appeared within the storm. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open as he looked at that figure. He had never thought that the ruler of Qin City would personally come. The middle-aged man did not hesitate and exploded out with a powerful aura. He braved the storm and came to Zhao Fu's side. As a minister, how could he hide and let the ruler walk in front of the storm? He did not dare to do such a thing, so he braved the wind and came. However, when he came within 10 meters of Zhao Fu, a formless energy blocked the wind. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief and immediately bowed as he said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu calmly nodded and looked at the center of the storm. He took out the emperor-killing sword and sent a massive wave of power into it, causing it to give off an intense storm of sword qi that spread out. The middle-aged man understood that Zhao Fu wanted to stop the storm, so he did not dare to disturb him and immediately retreated far away. Boom! The sword qi that the emperor-killing sword gave off formed a massive and sharp storm of sword qi that clashed with the storm, causing an even more powerful storm to spread out. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised the emperor-killing sword and vigorously slashed out. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as a massive sword light, bringing with it an incredibly ferocious storm of sword qi, slashed towards the center of the storm. Bang! The massive storm was slashed apart by the sword light and countless shockwaves dissipated. Immediately, the berserk wind stopped and the surroundings became calm again. The middle-aged man looked shocked and respectfully smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, you are indeed powerful. I can only look up to you." Zhao Fu lightly nodded before turning into a ray of light and disappearing over the horizon. The middle-aged man knew that Zhao Fu was in a hurry to deal with the other disasters, so he could only watch as this kind and powerful ruler left. Seeing that the berserk wind had stopped, the terrified residents happily walked out of their houses. Only afterwards did they find out that their majesty had personally descended to deal with the storm, and they looked incredibly respectful, grateful, and happy. In the Huanshan County, countless volcanic ash covered the ground within a radius of dozens of miles. The rocks, houses, and trees were all covered in ash. Now, the people in the area had all been evacuated. They came to a distance and looked at the erupting volcano. The lava was like a tide, slowly inundating everything. It gave off a dark red light and a searing heat, and no power or person could stop it. A stream of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Before anyone could react, someone said after a while, "Did any of you see what flew past? It was so fast that I couldn't even see what it was. I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed to be a person." Sigh. Do you think they were sent by the imperial court to stop the disaster? I heard that there are many experts in the imperial court, and those experts can change the world with a wave of their hands. They are very terrifying. That should be the case. Such a terrifying disaster can only be solved by that kind of expert. I think I saw that person wearing a black dragon robe. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. They all looked at the person who had spoken and asked earnestly, "Are you sure you're not seeing things? Those are clothes that only His Majesty can wear." Facing everyone's gazes, that person started to feel uncertain. Suddenly, another person said, "That person is wearing a black dragon robe. There's no mistake because that black dragon is giving off a black gold light as if it's alive. It's definitely His Majesty." What? His Majesty is here? Hearing this, everyone became excited and nervous. Now that His Majesty Qin had come, this disaster would be easily solved. Zhao Fu came to the front of the volcanoes and looked at them, searching for the source of the disaster. Zhao Fu took out a fire attribute spear and sent a massive amount of power into it, causing it to give off a formless power. Zhao Fu raised his spear, aimed at the source of the disaster, and threw the spear in his hand. Boom! The spear gave off immense piercing power as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the volcano. It was like a hot knife through butter, and there was no resistance at all. The spear shot into the volcano and stabbed into the magma. A massive magic formation appeared and a massive suppressive power spread out. The fiercely boiling lava that seemed to be able to destroy everything gradually calmed down. The lava that gushed out of the mouth of the mountain also stopped and quickly cooled down, forming pieces of black rocks. The spear that was stabbed into the volcano sealed the volcano's power and slowly absorbed the massive amount of power, causing its power to continuously rise. That spear was already a legendary grade weapon, and after absorbing so much of the volcano's power, it had become even more powerful. It was possible that it would become a saint-grade weapon or even more powerful. In the future, perhaps a young man from a mountain village would accidentally pull out this spear and start his path to becoming a legendary grade weapon. Seeing that the volcano had stopped erupting, Zhao Fu did not stop and turned into a ray of light as he disappeared over the horizon. In the distance, seeing that the lava had stopped flowing and that the village had been preserved, the people could not help but cheer. They felt immense respect and worship towards Zhao Fu. Fish Scale World, Hanshui County. An enormous water spout continuously spun, and the water in the surroundings was continuously sucked in by it. The water spout became larger and larger, and it gave off a massive aura of suppression. It was as if it could destroy everything. The plants and rocks growing on the ground were uprooted and sucked into the water spout. A decent-looking young fishman stood in the distance and looked at the massive water spout with an unsightly expression. He knew that once this water spout started to wreak havoc, it would definitely cause destruction. City Lord. This water spout is getting bigger and bigger, and it's already nearing our city. We should move the city as soon as possible to prevent the commoners from getting caught up in the disaster. The young merman pondered for a moment before sighing and ordering for the city to be relocated. Suddenly, a black ray of light shot towards the enormous water spout. Seeing that ray of light, the fishman looked delighted. He understood that the imperial court had sent people to deal with this water spout. The merman youth hurriedly followed. The ray of light stopped, and the merman felt quite startled. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would personally come here, and he immediately went up and said respectfully, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and took out the Sin Dragon sword. Long Xiaoxiao's happy voice sounded in Zhao Fu's mind, "Master. You're finally using me? Are you going to give me some sort of reward? I've been waiting for Master's reward." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, but he ignored her and sent a massive wave of power into the Sin Dragon sword. The Sin Dragon sword gave off an intense sword light, and a large amount of water gathered around it. Roar! The water continuously gathered and changed, forming an enormous water dragon that gave off an incredibly powerful dragon's might, causing the surrounding waters to sink. Zhao Fu looked at the water spout and vigorously slashed out. Boom! The water dragon gave off massive power and an incredibly powerful dragon's might as it rushed towards the water spout. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the water dragon slammed into the whirlpool. The whirlpool gave off a massive amount of spinning power, wanting to stop the massive water dragon. However, the water dragon crashed into the whirlpool with immense power, resulting in a massive explosion. The massive whirlpool was blasted apart and countless streams of water spread out, bringing with them a powerful force that destroyed countless reefs and plants. After the torrents dissipated, everything returned to normal. The fisherman young man smiled and went up, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. If you can stop this disaster, I don't know how many people will worship you even more." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You are my subjects, so there is no need to thank us. Even though you are outsiders, as long as you join Qin, we will acknowledge you." The fisherman young man could not help but feel even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. He had heard others talk about His Majesty in the past, and now that he had personally seen His Majesty and was able to talk to him, he understood that His Majesty was truly a grand figure. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and turned into a ray of light as he disappeared over the horizon. Apart from Zhao Fu, the other experts also used heaven and earth power to deal with the various disasters. Facing the massive tsunami, they used a massive wave of power to blast it away, and facing the sandstorm, they forcefully sealed it before using heaven and earth power to bring life back to the ground. Facing the terrifying insect disaster, they ferociously attacked and blasted out terrifying power, destroying countless insects. Insect corpses fell like rain, covering the ground with a layer of corpses. Facing all of the disasters, Qin did not take too long. Before a day had passed, they had dealt with all of the disasters. Just as Zhao Fu was about to take a rest, he suddenly thought of a better way to deal with these disasters. Moreover, he could turn these disasters into things that were beneficial to Qin. It seemed that there had been a disaster festival in the past, and there had been countless disaster beasts. As long as he killed them, he would be able to obtain disaster pearls. Qin had used those disaster pearls before, and they were incredibly destructive. If he could condense these disasters into disaster pearls, that would be the best choice. Their terrifying power would become one of Qin's trump cards, and Zhao Fu had never thought of this before. However, it would be incredibly difficult to condense these disasters into disaster pearls. After all, these were natural disasters, and there were no disaster beasts, so it was impossible to obtain disaster pearls by killing disaster beasts. Despite this, Zhao Fu still wanted to give it a try. Even though Qin had quickly dealt with many disasters, there would be many more in the future. If he could successfully develop disaster pearls, it would be quite beneficial to Qin. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gathered some talisman masters and scholars, and they went to a sealed disaster source, which was the scattered prefecture county. Zhao Fu looked at everyone and said, "Can you all see if you can condense disaster pearls and tell me the information you obtain?" The talisman masters and scholars nodded before surrounding the seal and carefully observing the disaster source. Zhao Fu also waited by the side for the talisman masters and scholars' results. They were all professionals, and they knew much more than Zhao Fu. As such, they needed to research first, and after Zhao Fu gathered the information from them, he would do more research. After a while, a young man came to Zhao Fu's side and bowed as he reported, "Your Majesty, we have an initial understanding of the disaster source. Right now, we have a preliminary understanding of the disaster source, but we still need to go to other disaster sources to confirm whether we are correct or not." Zhao Fu nodded. There were indeed so many disasters, and if he only studied one, he wouldn't be able to truly understand the disaster. As such, he had the others go to the other disaster areas while he went back to deal with the aftermath. When he returned to Qin, there were indeed a lot of memorials to the throne. It seemed that they couldn't rest. Zhao Fu opened some memorials. Basically, they were about the reconstruction and cleanup of the disaster, the material losses caused by the disaster, and the casualties. Zhao Fu sat on the dragon throne and seriously dealt with all sorts of matters. Time passed quickly, and the day was about to pass. At that moment, the young man walked in from outside the hall and bowed before reporting, "Your Majesty. Right now, we have a rough understanding of the source of the disaster and obtained some simple information." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Then tell me in detail." The young man nodded and said, "Your Majesty. First of all, these disasters are a kind of destructive force that belongs to the imbalance and instability of the world. This kind of destruction will evolve into different disasters depending on the geographical location. These disasters cover a very large area and are very destructive. It's possible to condense them into disaster pearls. As for the method, this lowly official and the talisman masters have thought of a method, which is to create magic formations in a region and gather the massive disaster power to forcefully form a disaster pearl. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and had never thought that the scholars had already thought of a method. As such, he said, let's follow this method. If you need any people or materials, just tell Li Si. The young man awkwardly bowed as he said, Your Majesty. There's a flaw with this method, which is that we have to wait for the disaster to completely spread out. Only then will we be able to gather massive amounts of disaster power, which will cause great losses to the counties. Moreover, we can't be sure where this disaster will happen, so we need to set up a huge magic formation in every county. This also requires a lot of materials. Zhao Fu also fell into deep thought. This method was clearly not feasible. Zhao Fu could accept it if it consumed a large amount of materials, but every time a disaster happened, they had to wait until it started to wreak havoc before acting. This would cause great losses to the county, and this was unacceptable to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu would not use this method, as the price would be too high. As such, he asked, Do you have any other ways to get along? The youth said apologetically, Your Majesty. We are currently studying it, but we do not know how long it will take for us to produce results. I am only reporting the current progress to you so that Your Majesty does not have to wait too long. Zhao Fu sighed. Sure enough, this matter wouldn't be resolved so quickly. He nodded and said, Then continue your research. Let me know if there are any developments. The young man acknowledged the order and retreated. Zhao Fu continued to read through memorials, and some of them were about matters outside of Qin. The Devil Horn Empire and the Second Aeolian Empire's situations were slightly worse than Qin. The worst off was the alliance. They were made up of various large and small factions, and they did not have much fate. Adding on the fact that they were quite big, they had suffered the greatest losses. Normally, Zhao Fu would seize this opportunity to attack the alliance, conquer a world, and raise Qin to a royal kingdom. However, Zhao Fu did not have such thoughts, and the alchemy world was his biggest problem. Zhao Fu put this matter aside for now and did not continue to read. A while later, a valiant-looking young man walked out and reported, Your Majesty. There is something to report. Zhao Fu looked at this young man and recognized him. He was the city lord of Disaster City, which was a royal city and was one of the largest cities in Qin. Zhao Fu felt quite confused as he asked, What is it? The young man replied, Your Majesty. Because of the natural disasters, Disaster City has been greatly reacting, and its disaster power has greatly increased. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Disaster City was Qin's greatest gain from the Disaster Festival, and it contained powerful disaster power. Now that there were so many natural disasters, it made sense that Disaster City's power had increased. This was in stark contrast to the other cities, which were all becoming weaker and weaker, including the royal city of Qin. Only Disaster City's power was still increasing. Zhao Fu nodded and felt quite curious as he headed to Disaster City. The residents of Calamity City were the least numerous out of all of the cities. This was because only those with a calamity attribute could live here. If they didn't have a calamity attribute, they would be corroded by the calamity energy and die. At the same time, Zhao Fu discovered that the magic cube was absorbing the power of calamity in the world. When the source of the world was stable, in addition to Qin's resistance to natural disasters, there was no power of calamity in the world. But now that the source of the world had declined, all sorts of disasters were occurring frequently, causing the world to contain the power of calamity. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and immediately ordered people to go and see if there had been any disasters in the region around Disaster City. The soldier obeyed and quickly returned, reporting, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. It has been investigated that there have been no disasters in the surrounding dozens of counties for a long time. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and confirmed his suspicions. The reason why there had not been any disasters in the surrounding counties was because the disaster power had been absorbed by Disaster City, making it impossible for there to be any disasters. The formation of disasters was mainly due to destruction power. Because of the different locations and environments, all sorts of disaster power would be born, and when these disaster power gathered together, they would form disasters. The attributes of the Disaster City were dozens of times better than the resistance to natural disasters. If the disaster city was the capital, the Qin Empire would also have the disaster attribute, and they would be immune to all disasters. Moreover, if the city of disaster really became the capital of the Qin Empire, Qin's fate and attributes would both gain some disaster attributes. However, it also had a huge flaw, which was that it didn't have any inherited attributes or abilities. At that time, the Qin Empire wouldn't be called the Qin Empire, but the Disaster Empire. This would obviously cause greater losses, and the city of disaster would only be an ordinary city. If they wanted it to have the ability to pass down its legacy, they would have to at least make it the capital and establish it for over 100 years. It would absorb the country's fate, culture, and customs and become one with the country. That way, the city of calamity would have the ability to pass down its legacy. Right now, Zhao was not too concerned about this, nor did he have any plans to nurture Disaster City into a legacy city. Instead, since it could absorb countless disasters, he wondered if it could absorb countless disasters and condense a disaster pearl. Zhao was not too worried about this. If he succeeded, Qin would be able to get the Calamity Pearl directly, and there would be no need for many talisman masters and scholars to continue to study it. However, they were now faced with a difficult problem. Calamity City was fixed in this area, and disasters occurred in different places. Calamity City could not move at will, so how could it absorb disasters from other places? If Zhao moved Disaster City and took the City Creation Stone, it would most likely be able to absorb disaster energy. However, if he did that, the massive city would be gone. Moreover, even if they could absorb disaster energy and condense disaster pearls, they would still have to run around with City Creation Stones, so they wouldn't be able to condense too many disaster pearls. With the scale of the battle in Qin City, without a large number of disaster pearls, they wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, Zhao also fell into deep thought, thinking about what to do. Following this, Zhao thought of a method, which was to see if he could split up Calamity City's core energy and form it into disaster cores. With these disaster cores, he would be able to absorb disaster energy everywhere. Thinking of this, Zhao immediately started. He stretched out a hand and sent a massive wave of power into the Rubik's Cube, obtaining complete control over it. The Rubik's Cube gave off an intense black light and gave off Zhao aura. Following this, Zhao started to force out the Rubik's Cube's disaster energy, and an orb of black light came out of it. Looking at this orb of black light, Zhao stretched out his hand and grabbed it before flying towards the scattered Commandery County. After landing on the ground, Zhao revealed the ceiling formation, and Zhao placed the orb of black light at the center of the ceiling formation. Following this, Zhao released a bit of the ceiling formation, and a wave of yellow disaster energy flowed out, causing the ground in the surrounding 10 or so meters to slightly tremble. Luckily, Zhao only released a bit of it. If he released all of it, the ground would once again violently tremble, and the scattered Commandery County would suffer. After the wave of yellow disaster energy flowed out, it was absorbed by the black orb of light at the center of the formation. Zhao continued to maintain the crack in the formation, allowing the yellow disaster energy to continuously flow out. The black orb of light continuously absorbed the disaster energy, and it soon turned yellow and gave off an aura of an earthquake. Seeing this, Zhao continuously expanded the crack, and the yellow disaster energy that flowed out became larger and larger. The yellow orb of light absorbed the massive amount of disaster energy and quickly crystallized, forming a yellow crystal ball that was as big as a lychee. By now, the ceiling formation had been completely undone by Zhao, and all of the disaster energy that flowed out was absorbed by the yellow crystal ball. Now, the yellow crystal ball floated in the air, giving off a faint yellow light and giving off an intense aura of an earthquake. Zhao looked at the disaster pearl and smiled. This was a disaster pearl, and if he released its power, it would definitely have a terrifying effect. After inspecting the disaster pearl, he found that it was not much different from the disaster pearls from before, and it was also slightly stronger. Now that things had proven that Zhao conjecture was very successful, there was no need for a scholar or a talisman master to continue researching it. He could directly use this method to obtain a disaster pearl, and it was even more powerful than before. Of course, there were some problems, which was that he had already sealed the disaster energy, so it would not be difficult for the crystal ball to absorb it. However, if he faced a true disaster, he did not know if he would be able to do this. True disasters were incredibly ferocious, and those who did not have enough power would die within them. Xiaofu thought about it and went to the boundary region. This was the border between Qin Kingdom and other factions, so no one would care about it. At the same time, there was a wind disaster here, and it was a tornado. It was quite small, and it gave off a powerful suction force, causing everything around it to fly into the sky and be sucked into the vortex. All sorts of things were sucked into the vortex, creating a terrifying scene. Xiaofu took out a black orb of light and decided to give it a try. Xiaofu did not use too much power and flew in front of the tornado. The suction force pulled Xiaofu's body forwards, and some of the rocks flew towards Xiaofu. Facing these rocks, Xiaofu put up a simple defensive barrier before taking out the orb of light and sending a massive amount of power into it. The orb of light gave off an intense light and gave off a massive suction force as it rushed towards the tornado. Xiaofu poured a great amount of power into the ball of light, causing the suction force of the ball of light to become even stronger. More and more of the azure wind disaster power flowed towards the ball of light. Half a day passed, and the tornado continued to spin, resisting the wind disaster power. As for the ball of light, it seemed to be in a stalemate, but in the end, the ball of light won and absorbed all of the wind disaster power. The tornado turned into many streams of air and dissipated, and the ball of light turned into an azure crystal bead that gave off a powerful wind disaster aura. Xiaofu was very dissatisfied with this result. This was because it took too much time and required a great deal of power, otherwise his body would be blown away, let alone the ball of light absorbing the wind disaster power. After returning to Disaster City, Xiaofu planned to do some more tests. He forced out a few more strands of the magic cube's source disaster power, and he found that because of this, the magic cube's power was continuously decreasing. It had decreased by quite a bit, but if he continued to force out the source disaster power like this, Disaster City would definitely not have any more disaster power, and the city heart might even be damaged. This gave Xiaofu a bit of a headache. It seemed that this method might not work. Could he just give up? If he didn't give up on forcing out the city heart's source disaster power, the city would definitely be damaged. Xiaofu stood where he was and began to think. Soon, Xiaofu thought of a method, but he didn't know if it would work or not. He could form a special team to collect disaster pearls, and Xiaofu named them disaster sealers. The first thing that Xiaofu thought of was the magic formation that the scholar had researched, which had the ability to absorb and condense disaster power. Xiaofu wanted to create a weapon made from disaster attribute materials. He wanted to carve the magic formation into it and then fuse the ball of light into it, creating a weapon that could absorb disaster power and condense disaster power into disaster pearls. After this weapon was forged, it required a person with powerful disaster energy to use it. This was because the weapon was forged from disaster materials, and only a person with disaster energy could unleash its full power. The weapon itself had a disaster attribute, so it could absorb disaster power. The magic formation also had a powerful ability to absorb disaster power, and combined with Disaster City's disaster power, the equipment created would naturally be quite terrifying. Xiaofu felt quite expectant. Following that, Xiaofu ordered his men to forge the swords. He even asked the best blacksmiths in Qin City, who were Gong Sunju and her sister. After hearing about Xiaofu's orders, they were very interested in forging disaster armaments. Soon, they arrived at Xiaofu's side and began to forge them. However, things did not go smoothly. They encountered some problems, and in the end, the talisman masters joined in to forge the disaster armament. It was a black spear that was 2.3 meters long and had a slightly long spearhead. There was a magic formation at the center of the spear, and there were many runes on the spear's body. There was also a circular groove at the end of the spear, which also had a magic formation. The spear gave off a dark and ominous aura and a cold intent, causing people's hairs to stand on end. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?" Gong Sunju wiped the sweat off her forehead and smiled as she asked Xiaofu. Xiaofu took the disaster armament and examined it before smiling and nodding. He then left and went to another disaster region. He could not wait to test out the spear's power. This region was flooded, and the sky was covered by dark clouds. It continuously rained, and some parts of the ground were flooded. This place was not within Qin City's territory, so Qin City did not care. Moreover, Xiaofu's body contained disaster energy, so he could unleash the disaster armament's power. Boom, a massive wave of disaster energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, sending out a massive black storm. The powerful disaster energy flowed into the spear, causing the runes on the spear to light up and a formless energy to spread out. Zhao Fu gripped the spear with one hand and stabbed it towards the sky. A massive wave of power flowed out from the spearhead and turned into a massive magic formation. Heaven and earth power gathered in the surroundings and flowed into the magic formation, causing it to give off an incredibly powerful attractive force that sucked towards the sky. Countless amounts of blue water disaster power surged into the array like a tide, and the array was like a black hole, swallowing countless amounts of water disaster power. Zhao Fu immediately sensed a massive wave of flood energy flow into the spear and condense at the circular groove at the end of the spear. At first, countless traces of blue light spread out before slowly crystallizing, forming a blue crystal ball. The rain quickly stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. A few birds happily flew across the sky. Looking at the blue crystal ball, Zhao Fu smiled and took it off. After inspecting it, he found that it was a bit weaker than the disaster pearls he had condensed before. However, Zhao Fu was still quite satisfied because he could continuously condense disaster pearls with the disaster spear. Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to start forging disaster spears. However, the magic cube in Disaster City could not split too much of the source disaster energy, so he could not mass-produce disaster spears. Zhao Fu planned to first create 120 of them. At the same time, he would pick out 120 people with the strongest disaster energy from Disaster City and give them the disaster spears. They would be the future disaster masters. Now that they had disaster weapons, they also had people with disaster power. Finally, there were the natural disasters. All of the natural disasters in Qin City had been dealt with, so Zhao Fu did not want to create more natural disasters. Only an idiot would do that, so Zhao Fu planned to have the disaster masters leave Qin City to deal with the natural disasters in the outside world. The natural disasters in the outside world were much worse than in Qin City, and there was no way to deal with them. They did not have world realm experts, so there were many natural disasters waiting for Qin City to deal with. When that time came, Qin City would be able to obtain countless disaster pearls. Right now, Zhao Fu had two choices. The first was to have the disaster masters help the alliance to get closer to them and ease the conflict between the two sides. They would then catch them off guard and conquer a world. In fact, they could even work together to destroy the Devil Horn Empire and the Second Wind God Empire. That way, Qin City would be the sole ruler of this world. However, this was not a good idea, as they were not stupid. The other was to have the disaster masters go further away to deal with natural disasters and condense disaster pearls. That way, no matter what they did, good or bad, they would not be able to affect Qin City. Things would be quite simple, and they would only need to continuously condense disaster pearls. This was mainly because the pressure on the alchemy world was too great. If they chose the first option, the situation here would become even more complicated and tense. Qin's forces would be tied down here, and if the alchemy world was in danger, Qin would not be able to provide reinforcements. Right now, Qin was different from the other factions. He had 4 battlefields: the Heaven Awakening battlefield, the Primal Chaos battlefield, the Alchemy War, and the Underworld battlefield. Each of these battlefields was at a disadvantage and required a large number of soldiers. Qin's forces were already quite tight, so he wanted the other 3 battlefields to be more peaceful and focus on dealing with the alchemy world. As long as the alchemy world was not dealt with, everything else would have to be delayed. The disaster spears and people with powerful disaster power were quickly chosen, and Zhao Fu gave the order to collect disaster pearls. The disaster masters obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and left Qin's palace. Zhao Fu returned to Qin's palace and rested for a day. After recovering, he continued to take care of various matters. The 4 battlefields were quite peaceful and nothing had happened. Zhao Fu was most concerned about the time attribute item. Now that everything was ready in Qin's palace, all he lacked was the time attribute item. Then, Qin would be able to mass-produce Philosopher's Stones. About 3 days later, Zhao Fu received some bad news about the disaster masters. Zhao Fu had ordered them not to reveal their identities and to leave after dealing with the natural disasters and gathering disaster pearls. They also had to be secretive and not be discovered. However, dealing with natural disasters was not an easy matter and would cause a great commotion. Even though Zhao Fu had told them to be careful, they could not guarantee that no one would see them dealing with natural disasters. As such, when the disaster masters were dealing with natural disasters, they were seen by some people, and the news quickly spread. Many people knew that a group of mysterious people had appeared who could deal with natural disasters. In actuality, Qing was doing a good deed because ordinary people could not deal with those natural disasters. Qing was helping them for free, and it could even be said that he was saving them. However, not only were these people not grateful, they even chased after the disaster-warding master, wanting to snatch the calamity spear. In the wilderness, a large group of people dressed in beast hides and all sorts of bone ornaments surrounded a cloaked disaster sealer. They all had a mouthful of fangs on their mouths. An ugly-looking big man walked out and his eyes contained a trace of cruelty as he looked at the disaster conqueror and loudly laughed as he said, "Thank you for dealing with our tribe's disaster. Hand over your spear and we'll leave your corpse intact and not eat you. However, if you don't hand it over and dare to resist, then not only will we cruelly kill you, we will also eat you and turn your bones into ornaments." The disaster sealing master did not reply. Instead, he looked for an opportunity to escape. However, the big man did not give him an opportunity, and he led his people to attack the disaster sealing master. The disaster sealing master killed 10 or so people, but in the end, the big man split open his chest with an axe, causing blood and organs to fall to the ground. The big man loudly laughed as he picked up the calamity spear and carried the two halves of the disaster sealing master's body as he walked to the side. The others picked up the corpses of the disaster sealing masters, and they not only ate others but also their own people. In an empty area, a disaster sealer was tied to a pillar. There were many people standing next to him, and a cold-looking young man held the disaster spear as he said coldly, "Tell me where you're from, and why can't I achieve the effect of absorbing natural disaster with the spear? If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go." The disaster sealing master's cloak had already been taken off, and there were traces of blood on his body. He was a decent-looking young man with a cold expression and did not say anything. The cold-looking young man coldly harumphed and looked at the person beside him. The person beside him walked up and vigorously whipped the disaster sealing master's body, causing his skin to split open and his clothes to be dyed red. The disaster sealing master looked like he was in pain, but he did not cry out and endured the pain. The person waved the whip and ferociously hit the disaster sealing master's body, causing a bloody wound to appear on the disaster sealing master's body. Moreover, the disaster sealing master was a powerful ninja. "Pa! Pa!" Screams rang out as the demon sealer continuously lashed out with his whip. Every lash left a wound on the disaster sealer's body. In the end, the disaster sealer couldn't hold on any longer and died. Following this, his corpse was hung at the city gate, and a notice was issued stating that anyone who found anyone related to him would receive a great reward. Anyone who tried to hide anything would be killed. "Why don't you keep running?" A woman giving off an evil-looking aura stepped on the disaster sealing master's head as she condescendingly laughed. The disaster sealing master's hands and feet had already been chopped off, and blood continuously flowed out from his wounds. His face was pale, and he did not reply. The evil-looking woman coldly harumphed and grabbed at the disaster spear on the ground. She sent some of her power into it, but she found that it was not very useful. It seemed that its attributes did not match, and there was a resistance. "Hurry up and tell me what secrets this spear holds. Why can it absorb natural disasters? How can I use its power? Also, why did you condense the disaster pearl? If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death." The disaster sealing master coldly looked at the evil-looking woman and still did not say anything. The evil-looking woman looked slightly angry as she used the saber in her hand to cut off the disaster sealing master's flesh. Blood flowed out, and the intense pain caused the disaster sealing master to howl in pain. In the end, the disaster sealing master bled to death. Who knew how much of his flesh had been cut off, and in some places, his bones and organs could be seen. The scene was incredibly gory. The evil-looking woman looked at the corpse and unhappily harumphed before picking up the spear and studying it. She wanted to know why it could absorb natural disasters' power. "Hurry and chase after him. He's the one who saved us. He has a terrifying treasure that can absorb natural disasters. If we kill him and take it, we won't have to fear natural disasters anymore. A young man shouted with a savage look on his face. There was a large group of people behind him, at least a few thousand of them. None of their cultivations were very weak, and they were even a bit stronger than ordinary soldiers. However, they looked like ordinary commoners, and they quickly chased after the disaster sealing master. Of course, if it was the disaster sealing master, there was no need for him to run. After all, there were 3 powerful people chasing after him in the sky, and he could only run forwards. At that moment, the group of people shot out arrows. Even though they did not deal much damage, they successfully bought some time. The 3 experts started to fight with the disaster sealing master, while the others supported from the side. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu looked quite furious. They had dared to do such a thing to Qin City's people, and it was clearly beneficial to them. As such, Zhao Fu immediately ordered all of the disaster bestowers to retreat. He gathered all of his ministers and told them that since they dared to do such a thing to Qin City, they would have to pay the price. Your Majesty. This minister believes that we should gather all of Qin City's experts and slaughter all of the factions that dared to act against the disaster bestowers. Only then will we be able to uphold Qin City's name and seek justice for those disaster bestowers, a general said as he stepped out. Your Majesty. Right now, we should focus on stabilizing the situation. If Qin City does such a thing, it will definitely cause chaos and make more enemies. It's best to deal with it later, a civil minister said as he stepped out. Your Majesty. Those are your people, and they were cruelly killed by those people. Qin City didn't do anything and only resolved the disaster, which was beneficial to them. However, they didn't know how to repay his kindness and deserve to die, another general said as he stepped out. Your Majesty. We only lost tens of people. If a war breaks out because of this, the losses will be tens of thousands of times greater. Your Majesty, please think carefully before making a decision, a civil minister said as he stepped out. Zhao Fu frowned as he looked at the scene before him. They all had their own reasons, and they all made sense. Enough. Zhao Fu said with a cold expression. The people who were arguing immediately shut their mouths, and the hall became silent again. We have made a decision, all of you can leave. Zhao Fu said, and the ministers all left the hall. However, a few important ministers stayed behind, which were Bai Qi, Li Si, and a few others. They didn't have much of an opinion on this matter, and no matter what decision Zhao Fu made, they would resolutely carry it out. Following this, some people from Eternal Night and Sword Sect came to the hall. Most of the people from Eternal Night were the 11 leaders, who were Lu Mei, Wang Ergu, Wu Qian, and some others. It was a faction that had been established by Qin a long time ago, even before Xianxia. The person in charge of it was Qin's top swordsman, Xianxia. Xianxia was now dressed in white and had an iron sword strapped to his waist. His entire body gave off an incredibly sharp aura. It was like a peerless sword, causing people to not dare to take a step closer, as if they would be cut if they did. His current cultivation level was also at the Heaven Realm. Although this cultivation level was nothing in the Middle Region or the Heaven Realm, it was already a relatively strong cultivation level in the outer regions. More importantly, the sword Dao that Xianxia had comprehended was also very terrifying. In this aspect, even Zhao Fu could not compare to him. This time, he wasn't alone. There were a few young men and women behind him. They all had swords at their waists, and their faces were ice cold. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xianxia brought a few people to the main hall and led them to salute. Zhao Fu smiled, long time no see. Xianxia, how has your sword Dao gone? Xianxia calmly replied, the sword Dao that I've comprehended is nothing to Your Majesty. Your Majesty's power far surpasses ours. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and told them why he had called them here. We have called you all here to exterminate all of the factions that killed the disaster assessors. This is the result of killing the disaster assessors in Qin. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone obeyed without hesitation. They were Zhao Fu's swords, and wherever they pointed, blood would dye the surrounding 100 kilometers and countless corpses would lie. After giving them the information about the factions, they turned and left. Zhao Fu summoned the disaster assessors who had returned. Out of the 120 people who had gone out, only 85 had returned, while 35 had died outside. The disaster assessors who had returned each brought back about 2 disaster pearls. Zhaofu gave these disaster pearls to the talisman masters so that they could further modify them. Only then would they be able to unleash shocking power. At the same time, Qin's massacre began. Tents were set up in the wilderness, and they were made of animal skins and wood. They looked quite crude, and there were piles of bones around them. There were not only human bones but also other animal bones, making this place look quite terrifying. This was the Fang tribe, and it had 80,000 or so people. It was a fairly large tribe, and this tribe mainly ate meat. As such, they needed large amounts of meat every day. As such, they ate almost everything, mainly creatures with meat. This included wild beasts, humans, and even themselves. The Fang tribe was currently preparing to hold a small celebration in order to obtain a godly weapon, which was the disaster spear. They believed that with this spear, they would not have to fear any natural disasters in the future, and the disaster spear would be their holy item to protect their tribe. At the banquet, the ferocious-looking people happily ate meat and drank wine. However, they didn't just eat beast meat, they also ate human meat. There were roasted severed limbs on the table. The ugly big man was the leader of the Fang tribe, and he was sitting at the very top with a smile on his face. Next to him was the black disaster spear. In actuality, even if the disaster spear did not have any abilities, just because it was a legendary grade weapon, it had powerful disaster power, and it was an incredibly precious treasure. An equally ugly person smiled as he congratulated the big man. "Leader, you've obtained such a godly weapon today and your strength has greatly increased. Now that you have obtained such a divine weapon, your strength has increased greatly. In the future, you will definitely unite all the tribes here and become our king." A Fang tribe member smiled as he said, "That's right. Leader. This godly weapon has fallen from the heavens, which means that you've received the protection of the heavens. In the future, you'll definitely become the king of the tribe, and we're all willing to help you destroy the other tribes." Hearing this, the big man looked quite happy and called out, "Come, drink. Don't worry and follow me, you'll definitely have good days in the future." After saying this, the big man drank a large bowl of wine and picked up a human head from the table to eat. It was the disaster master's head, and it had been roasted. Its face was blurry, and it gave off a fragrant smell of meat. The ugly big man directly bit off the skull and started to eat the brain, looking incredibly delicious. He then started to eat the skin and flesh on the face, as well as the nose and mouth. This was a top-notch delicacy, and in the entire tribe, only the leader could enjoy it. Everyone else had their hands and feet, and some of the elderly could only eat some organs. If they were too old, they would not be of any use and would be directly eaten. There was a bright moon in the sky, and the bustling Tooth tribe became quiet again. Most of the people were asleep, and there were some people guarding the outer perimeter. A group of people also stealthily hid nearby. They were all wearing black hoods and looked like ghosts, causing people to feel a bit afraid. After looking around and confirming the situation, they started to carry out assassinations. Black figures appeared in front of the guards, and the daggers in their hands slit the guards' necks. The guards didn't even have time to make a sound before dying. After dealing with the guards, black figures continuously appeared and quickly entered the tents. Looking at the people sleeping soundly, the black figures did not show any mercy and cut open their throats, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young. Blood continuously flew everywhere, and some of it even sprayed onto the tents. The stench of blood spread out, and some people felt that something was off. The tribe had become too quiet, and there was a dense stench of blood, so they rushed out of their tents. What they saw were people wearing black hoods, and the daggers and hidden blades in their hands were covered in blood. The tents were deathly silent, and there was blood flowing out of them. There was no need to say what had happened. Those people looked on in terror, not understanding what had happened. Just as they were about to cry out, black figures flew towards them, and before they could cry out, they were already dead. When the ugly man saw someone sneaking into his tent, he suddenly woke up. He punched the man and sent him flying. Then, he rushed out with his axe. Seeing this scene, he felt quite startled and did not understand what had happened. At that moment, hooded people surrounded the ugly big man. About 80% of the tribe's people had died, and the remaining 20% would not be able to live for long. The rest of the people were killing them. Who are you?" The ugly big man furiously roared as he looked at those people. A beautiful and charming woman walked out and lightly laughed as she said, "You don't need to know who we are. You dared to kill our people and infuriated our majesty. We will now exterminate your entire family." The ugly big man immediately understood what this meant, and his heart sank. Those disaster sealing masters were from this faction. However, this faction was simply too terrifying. They had casually killed so many people. Their tribe could not resist at all, and the fiendish big man understood that he was not a match for them, so he immediately ran. However, in the end, he was unable to run and was captured by a few people. The ugly big man would not let him die so easily. The ugly big man spread out his arms and legs, and 4 thick iron nails pierced through his palms and ankles, nailing him to a pillar. The ugly big man looked incredibly pained as he struggled and loudly cursed at the people around him. One of the men sneered and stepped forward, pinching the ugly man's mouth. He used a pair of pliers to pull out the ugly man's tongue and pulled it out of his mouth. He then used a small knife to cut off the tongue, causing blood to flow out. The ugly man could no longer speak, and he let out muffled sounds of pain. No one paid attention to him, and the man started to peel off the man's skin bit by bit, revealing his blood-red muscles. That person was neither too fast nor too slow, and after peeling off the ugly big man's skin, a skinless muscular person appeared. The ugly big man continuously howled in pain. The people around him ignored him, causing him to continuously suffer until he died. The next day, people passed by and looked at the corpses on the ground, as well as the big man's corpse nailed to the pillar. They could not help but feel terror. Just who could do such a thing and be so cruel as to slaughter an entire tribe? At the same time, people with cold gazes and sharp swords at their waists, giving off sharp sword chi, appeared near a city. This city was called Ing Province City, and it was quite powerful. It had 200,000 or so people and 40,000 or so soldiers. The cold-looking young man was the young city lord of this place, and he was currently studying the disaster spear. Now, he understood why. Those people had disaster energy within their bodies, which was why they could unleash its full power. It was a pity that they had not obtained much information. If they could find out how to create this spear and how to obtain the disaster attribute, that would be incredibly important to them, and it might allow their faction to rise. After all, there were natural disasters everywhere, and only with the ability to deal with natural disasters would they be able to easily subdue factions and commoners, increasing their reputation and allowing them to continue to grow stronger. However, that person was already dead, and they did not know if they would be able to capture anyone else to obtain any useful information. If they could capture another person, they would not be able to let him die so easily. An elderly man next to him, who was the old city lord, sighed and said, "I wonder what faction these people came from. I feel that they're quite extraordinary. I hope that we didn't offend any terrifying factions this time." The cold-looking young man gave a trace of confidence as he lightly laughed and said, "Father, don't worry. We're the strongest faction here, and no one dares to do anything to us. Also, Father, I'll let you see how Ing Province City develops under my leadership. Even though it's not very likely for us to establish a kingdom, it's still possible for us to become a feudal lord." The elderly man forced out a smile, but he still felt quite worried. He had seen many things, and even though his city was quite powerful here, it was nothing in front of those powerful factions. Suddenly, chaotic cries sounded out from outside, and a guard hurriedly rushed in and said in panic, "Old city lord. A large number of swordsmen have come out of the city and are slaughtering our city." Hearing this, the elderly man and cold-looking young man hurriedly rushed out. They saw swordsmen holding sharp swords and expressionlessly swinging their swords as they slaughtered people. Some charged into houses and swung their swords, killing the people within, causing cries to sound out. Following this, everything calmed down, and the swordsmen coldly walked out with blood-stained swords. Some chased after the commoners, causing them to look terrified as they ran. The swordsmen leisurely followed behind and swung their swords, sending out sword lights that killed a commoner. The commoners tried to resist, but with their strength, they were completely useless in front of the swordsmen and were instantly killed. The soldiers were currently fighting with the swordsmen. However, the swordsmen were evidently more powerful than the soldiers, and their attacks were incredibly terrifying. The soldiers were unable to defend at all, and many of the soldiers were being slaughtered. Corpses littered the streets of the city, and blood spurted everywhere. Cries sounded out everywhere, and the scene was incredibly chaotic. The elder and the cold-looking young man looked furious and could not understand what was going on. Why had a group of swordsmen massacred their city? Suddenly, a young man with long hair and a cold expression, dressed in white clothes, holding a sharp sword, gave off a sharp sword aura as he slowly walked towards them. A light wind blew at the corners of his clothes, and the surroundings became icy cold. There was no sound at all. The old man asked with a serious expression, "Who are you people? We don't seem to have any grievances with each other. Why have you massacred our city?" Xianxia coldly replied, "We are under His Majesty's orders to bathe your city in blood." The cold-looking young man looked furious and was about to charge up when the elder stretched out his hand to stop him. His expression was quite unsightly as he said, "Hurry and run away from here. This person is incredibly powerful, and we're not a match for him." The cold-looking young man hesitated, but sensing Xianxia's terrifying aura, he nodded and ran away. Xianxia's expression did not change as he walked towards the cold-looking young man. The 10 or so soldiers around him exploded out with powerful auras and raised their weapons as they charged at Xianxia. Xing, facing the 10 or so people, Xianxia casually swung his sword, and a sharp arc of light flashed out. The 10 or so soldiers were decapitated, and blood spurted out from their necks. Xianxia continued to walk towards the cold-looking young man. The elder blocked in front of him and said with an unsightly expression, "You're the faction that ordered people to deal with the natural disaster, right? We were in the wrong, but you killed so many of our people, please let us off this time." Xianxia did not say anything and suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he reappeared in front of the elder and stabbed his sword through his chest. The elder looked incredibly pained but did not cry out. Instead, he grabbed Xianxia's hand with both hands, wanting to stop Xianxia so that he could not chase after him and kill his son. Seeing this, the cold-looking young man looked incredibly pained, and tears streamed down his face as he ran even faster. How could this elderly man stop Xianxia? Xianxia vigorously shook off the elderly man's hands and pulled out his sword, causing the elderly man's body to powerlessly fall to the ground. The old man looked pleadingly at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression softened as he said, "You're a good father, but this is His Majesty's order." Clang, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as Xianxia turned into a ray of sword light and shot out with terrifying power. He cut the young man in front of him into pieces, causing blood to fly everywhere. Xianxia stood at the side, dressed in white. There was not a single drop of blood on him. Not long after, everyone in Yingzhou City was killed. No matter if they were men or women, young or old, soldiers or commoners, no one was able to escape. More than 200,000 people had died here, giving off an extremely dense stench of blood. It formed a bloody fiendish aura that rushed into the sky, and everyone nearby felt a chill. When they came here and saw the corpses all over the ground and the blood-soaked city, they fell into a state of fear. What kind of person could do such a thing? "Father, I'll help you take out something good." An evil-looking woman gave a trace of a smile as she took out the disaster spear and said to a skinny middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt quite confused as he said, "Isn't this just a decent spear? What's so special about it?" The evil-looking woman smiled as she said, "This spear can absorb natural disasters and make them disappear. It has great power and can condense a disaster pearl that contains immense power. It's just that I don't know how to use it." The middle-aged man felt quite surprised and looked at the spear in her hand seriously as he asked, "Where did you get this from? Now that there are natural disasters everywhere, this thing will be very useful." The evil-looking woman did not seem to mind as she said, "I stole it from someone, but I wasn't able to get any useful information out of him. Moreover, I can't use this spear's true power, so I wanted Father to find someone to research it." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded as he said, "I'll immediately order people to research it." The evil-looking woman smiled and nodded before returning to her room. There were a few tied-up men who looked terrified as they continuously struggled. The evil-looking woman looked at the men and gave a cruel smile. She came before them and grabbed out with her hand, bringing with it a gray light as she grabbed one of the men's chest and grabbed his beating heart. The man gave off an ear-piercing howl, and the evil-looking woman seemed to enjoy it. She gripped the heart tightly, and her hand gave off a suction force, absorbing the man's life force. The man rapidly aged, and he continued to howl as he turned into a desiccated corpse. After devouring the man's life force, the evil-looking woman looked quite delighted and returned to her bed to continue cultivating. This evil-looking woman came from a family, and this family had around 50,000 people. They cultivated an evil art and had done many evil things, so they were quite powerful in this area. Groups of hooded people also appeared near the family. Looking at the family in front of them, they quickly started to attack. This family's people were quite extraordinary, and they quickly discovered the attackers and started to fight. However, those people were quite strong and were incredibly fast. They were like black flames, bringing with them sharp arcs of light as they killed the family's people, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, the evil-looking woman's expression fell and she hurriedly rushed out of the room. She saw a beautiful young woman cut off her father's head and licked the dagger with her blood-red tongue. Seeing this, the evil-looking woman furiously said, "Who are you?" The beautiful young woman gave a trace of an evil smile as she replied, "You can call me Wu Qian. Or you can call me Blood Shadow." The evil-looking woman said coldly, "You dared to kill my father, today, I'll kill you here. I'll use 100 methods to torture you to death." The beautiful young woman eerily laughed as she said, "Is that so? I'd like to try." Swish, the beautiful young woman turned into a blood-red blur as she rushed at the evil-looking woman. The evil-looking woman exploded out with a massive power, and the two of them started to fight. The beautiful-looking woman gave a trace of an evil smile as she squatted down in front of the evil-looking woman and stroked her face as she said, "Your face is quite beautiful. If it was someone else, you might not have died and might even have been able to serve His Majesty. It's a pity that you met me because I can't let you become His Majesty's woman. His Majesty has too many women, so you have to die." Even though the beautiful-looking woman said this, she did not immediately kill the evil-looking woman. She gave a cruel smile as she cut open the evil-looking woman's face with a knife before cutting off her ears and nose and digging out her eyes. The evil-looking woman continuously screamed in pain and sounded quite hoarse. Anyone who heard her screams would not be able to bear it. However, the screams did not stop. They became even more miserable and pierced the nerves of everyone present. The beautiful-looking woman cruelly laughed as she said that the evil-looking woman's body was quite beautiful. She then used the dagger to cut off the evil-looking woman's fingers one by one and took off her clothes. Looking at the thing on her chest, she also used the dagger to cut it off. She then used the dagger to slowly cut open the evil-looking woman's chest and stomach, revealing her internal organs and causing blood to continuously flow out. In the end, the evil-looking woman screamed and died where she stood. The beautiful-looking woman was not satisfied, so she cut off the evil-looking woman's head and put it into her spatial ring before leaving. Similarly, the evil-looking woman was completely slaughtered, and not a single person survived. There were not even any livestock left. It was a true massacre. Within a mountain stronghold, 3 people were sitting on the highest seats. They were the 3 leaders of this stronghold, and there was a group of people below them, looking at the 3 people sitting on the highest seats happily. The scene was very lively. A big man smiled as he said, "This time, our stronghold has obtained such a precious treasure, and you have all contributed. Later, I'll reward you with a large sum of money, and you can do whatever you want." "Thank you, leader." This was what everyone had been waiting for, and they all smiled as they spoke. Some planned to use the money to gamble in nearby cities, while others planned to find a few women. This bandit stronghold was the most powerful bandit stronghold in the area. Normally, they relied on robbing and killing to survive, so they weren't weak. The nearby cities had failed to exterminate them several times, which allowed them to survive until now. They were also very arrogant. Moreover, it was this group of subordinates who had discovered that this place had experienced an earthquake. They had been living in the village, and during that time, countless rocks had rolled down and mud had poured down. At that moment, the disaster master appeared nearby and absorbed the tremors. At the same time, he was discovered by those people, and they immediately reported this to the 3 leaders. That was how everyone had chased after the disaster master. There was another group of people who quickly arrived. They were also wearing hoods, and their gazes were cold. At this moment, most of the people were still in the vicinity of the hall and did not sense any danger. The attack was also very sudden. "Xiao xiao xiao," Ear-tearing sounds rang out as arrows containing powerful force shot out. They were like black shadows as they fell into the group of bandits. Blood flew everywhere and countless howls sounded out. Now, everything was in chaos, and countless people looked terrified as they quickly found places to hide. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this chaotic scene, the attackers once again shot out arrows, killing many bandits. The arrows pierced through the bandits' bodies, causing them to instantly die. 3 powerful figures rushed out from the hall, and when they saw the densely packed hooded figures near the stronghold, they were shocked. How could there suddenly be so many people? Moreover, they all looked very powerful, and their auras were very cold. Could it be that the nearby cities had come to wipe them out? However, it was impossible for the nearby cities to have such strength, so what faction were these people from? Before they could understand what was going on, 3 black figures appeared behind them, causing the 3 leaders to feel quite startled. They hurriedly chose to defend, barely blocking the attacks, and the 2 sides started to fight. The other hooded figures turned into black figures and quickly rushed towards various parts of the stronghold. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as those people were unable to resist at all and were slaughtered. Their throats were slit, their hearts were pierced, and some people's heads were even cut off. In actuality, there were some people within the stronghold who were not bandits, but they were the relatives of the bandits. Some of them were their parents, wives, and children, and they were not treated well either and were mercilessly slaughtered. An elderly man knelt on the ground and begged, "Please don't kill me, I didn't do anything bad, please." A black figure appeared behind the elderly man and covered his eyes. The black figure skillfully slashed out with a dagger, cutting open the elderly man's throat. Blood spurted out, and the elderly man fell to the ground, dead. A mature and good-looking woman cried out in terror, "Please don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything." Pooh! A hidden blade pierced through the woman's back, and she cried out as blood flowed out of her mouth. Her body powerlessly fell to the ground, devoid of life. A young man hiding in a corner looked at this massacre in terror. His body continuously trembled, and he covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. If he made a sound, he would definitely die. However, in the end, he was discovered by a person, and the young man cried out in fear, don't kill me, please." That person coldly replied, "Apologies. You've killed people who shouldn't have been killed. His Majesty wants us to kill everyone and not leave a single one alive." After speaking, that person waved his hidden blade, sending out a cold light that cut off the young man's head before he could react. Blood spurted out from his neck, and the young man's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. The battle with the 3 leaders did not last for very long, and soon, the 3 leaders were captured. Their stomachs were cut open and they were hung in front of the stronghold's gates. The other corpses of the stronghold's people were hung on nearby trees, and the stench of blood spread out like a tide, startling a flock of birds. The surroundings fell silent, and even the insects did not dare to cry out. Only after a few days did people find out about what had happened here. The rotten corpses hanging from the trees were so scared that their legs became weak, and some even collapsed to the ground and vomited. Some people bravely walked into the stronghold, and there were still many corpses within the stronghold. The surroundings were completely silent. Terrifying massacres were carried out everywhere, and the methods used were incredibly cruel and terrifying. Massive waves were sent out in this peaceful place. The situation that had calmed down instantly became tense. Many factions wanted to know just who could do such a terrifying thing. Ordinary factions did not have the ability to massacre so many factions. The clues pointed to the true culprit, which was the Qin Empire. From what everyone knew, the Qin Empire was quite violent and ferocious, but the Devil Horn Empire next to it was even more cruel and perverted. This was evident from what they had done. They did not know what Qin had done in the human world, and they had not seen Qin's true side. In actuality, the Qin Empire was even more ferocious, and it had even launched an undead disaster, wanting to kill everyone in the world. However, after Qin had unified the human world, he had become much more restrained. Even though he still looked incredibly cruel and terrifying to outsiders, compared to the past Qin Empire, he had become much more restrained. Today, those factions had dared to brutally kill Qin's disaster-determining masters. This side of Qin that no one knew about was once again revealed, and it was incredibly terrifying. Killing a single one of them would result in the destruction of an entire faction. Now, Qin was simply too domineering and terrifying. Many factions in the distance heard of Qin's name, and even some small factions knew of Qin's existence. At the same time, they rejoiced that they had not acted against those disaster-determining masters, or else they would have also been massacred. What was even more shocking was that Qin had grasped a method to deal with natural disasters. With natural disasters everywhere, this method attracted countless people's gazes. Now, they were all having a headache over this problem. They did not have any world realm experts, so if they could avoid these natural disasters, they would not be able to do anything. The Devil Horn Empire and Second Wind God were also quite surprised. They had never thought that Qin would have such a method. Natural disasters were also a headache for them. By now, everyone's gazes were gathered on Qin's body. Facing these people's gazes, Qin did not respond. After slaughtering those people, he returned to his peaceful self, looking like a docile dragon. However, everyone now knew how terrifying he was. Qin did not do anything else, but the other factions could not. They all cared about Qin's method of dealing with natural disasters, and the leaders of the various factions stealthily gathered. Qin's method of dealing with natural disasters is too important to us. Not only do we have to face the alchemy world, but there are also natural disasters everywhere within our own factions, causing us to suffer great losses. That's right. Great Qin's method is incredibly important to us, so why don't we destroy Great Qin together and take that method? You make it sound simple. With Great Qin's current strength, how could it be destroyed so easily? Even if it was destroyed, we would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, even if we destroyed Great Qin, would we really be able to obtain that method? I agree. When the time comes, Qin will fight to the death. Not only will we suffer great losses, but we'll also get nothing in the end. How about we send people to Qin's side to discuss this? I feel that dealing with the natural disasters will be beneficial to Qin, or else they wouldn't have sent people so far away to deal with the natural disasters. But will Qin agree? After all, we're enemies. I feel that we should give it a try. After all, even if he refuses, we won't suffer any losses. If Qin really agrees, it will be very beneficial to us. Hearing this, everyone nodded and sent people to Qin's side. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that the alliance would take the initiative to send people over to discuss helping them deal with the natural disasters. Zhao Fu didn't refuse, because Qin's first plan was to cooperate with the alliance to ease the relationship between the two sides. However, he was worried that it would cause chaos, so he didn't choose the first plan. Now that they had come to him, Zhao Fu could take advantage of the situation and agree to help them. Dealing with the natural disasters was indeed beneficial to Qin's side, and it could also ensure the safety of the disaster sealing master. What had happened before should not happen. Zhao Fu thought for a while and decided to meet the person who had come to Qin's side. The person was a very beautiful woman. She was tall and looked very confident. When she saw Zhao Fu, she smiled and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty Qin." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Let's talk about Qin's purpose first." The woman smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you should already know our purpose. Our alliance wants your country to help us deal with the natural disasters." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What about the benefits? I'm sure Qin won't help you for free." The woman smiled as she said, "That depends on what your Majesty wants: people, coins, equipment, mines, treasures. We'll do our best to satisfy you. We've also heard that your Majesty is a playboy, so we've prepared thousands of exquisite beauties for your Majesty to enjoy. They're waiting outside for your Majesty to summon them. You can enjoy them at any time. Now, your Majesty can understand our sincerity." Zhao Fu's expression didn't change much, and he still had a faint smile on his face. Even though the woman had said many things, she had left out one thing, which was food. Right now, food was the most precious resource for everyone. Food had already been affected by the decline of the heaven and earth sources, and not only had there been a large decrease in production, but there had also been many illnesses. Now, with the natural disasters, the amount of food harvested had greatly decreased, making food even more precious. As such, he said, we don't lack anything else, but we need a large amount of food. If you're willing to provide a large amount of food, Qin will help you deal with the natural disasters. The woman's heart sank. Before coming, she had expected that Qin would ask for food. However, food was quite important to the various factions, so they didn't want to take out too much. Thinking about how dissolute Imperial Prince Qin was, they had sent many beauties. However, unexpectedly, Imperial Prince Qin didn't want any of those things, he just wanted food. The woman's smile became slightly fainter as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said temptingly, Your Majesty Qin, the women I've brought are all beauties. The woman I brought is a 1 in a million beauty. Doesn't Your Majesty want to meet her first? Also, if you want, I can serve Your Majesty. The woman's smile froze and she asked, How much food does Your Majesty want? Zhao Fu said that it was not a lot or a small amount because Zhao Fu wanted to work with the alliance. If he asked for too much, they might not agree. The woman let out a sigh of relief and smiled as she said, Your Majesty, I need to report this matter to the higher-ups. I still need to return to the alliance to report this matter to the higher-ups. Your Majesty, please wait for a while. Zhao Fu nodded, and the woman left Qin and returned to the alliance. Facing Qin's request, the various factions thought about it and agreed in the end. Even though they would have to pay a large amount of food, dealing with the natural disaster would be more beneficial to them. Firstly, the affected areas could continue to grow food, and there would be no need to make arrangements for the affected commoners. They would also be able to stabilize the people and not be as panicked as before. After hearing that the alliance had agreed to pay with food, Zhao Fu sent out disaster sealing masters. The disaster spears could only unleash their true power if they had the disaster attribute. Moreover, there were restrictions within them, so even if they were given to others, they would not be able to unleash their true power and would not be able to deal with the natural disaster. There was no need to worry that the alliance would kill the disaster sealing masters who went there and steal their disaster spears. The disaster spears that had been stolen by other factions were found by Qin, and Zhao Fu picked out some people with stronger disaster power, causing the number of disaster sealing masters to reach 120. 120 disaster sealing masters obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and headed to the alliance to deal with the natural disaster. At the same time, the alliance sent large amounts of food and women to Qin. Zhao Fu ordered people to check if there were any problems with the food, and after confirming that there were no problems, they were stored in the granary. As for the women, Zhao Fu did not care too much about them and kept them in the palace. Dark clouds covered the sky and rain poured down as a person holding a spear appeared in the sky. He raised the spear and a massive wave of power spread out as a massive magic formation appeared at the tip of the spear. A huge suction force spread out, and the countless blue water disaster energy in the sky was sucked into the formation like a tide. The rain quickly stopped, and the dark clouds quickly dispersed. Volcanic ash blotted out the sky as lava spewed out. The scorching lava spread out like a tidal wave, destroying everything in its vicinity. A person wielding a spear appeared at the mouth of the volcano and aimed the spear at the mouth of the volcano, causing a massive wave of power to spread out. A massive magic formation appeared in front of the spearhead. At the same time, it exploded out with a massive suction force. Countless flames rose up from the mouth of a volcano and were sucked into the massive magic formation. Rumbling thunder continuously sounded out as bolts of lightning containing terrifying power descended from the sky. It was as if nothing could stop them, and a person holding a black spear appeared in the sky. A massive magic formation once again appeared, giving off a powerful suction force that sucked countless silver-white lightning disaster power into the magic formation. The ground continuously trembled and cracks appeared on the ground. Countless boulders tumbled down, and a large amount of soil poured down. A person appeared at the center of the disaster and stabbed a spear into the ground, causing a massive magic formation to appear. A massive suction force spread out as countless traces of yellow disaster energy flowed into the ground and were continuously absorbed by the magic formation. The spear's tail gave off boundless yellow light as a yellow crystal pearl quickly formed. Disaster sealing masters were dealing with natural disasters everywhere, causing the regions to become stable and saving countless residents and lives. The various factions let out a sigh of relief. The local residents were incredibly grateful to the people who had saved them, and they worshipped those people. Qin's name spread among them, and Qin's fame became greater and greater, and he was respected and liked by the residents. Even though they knew that Qin was incredibly ferocious and terrifying, that was only to other people. Qin had saved them from disaster, which was of great benefit to them. As such, they naturally liked and respected him, and they did not care about how Qin treated others. If Qin took over this region, the resistance would be much weaker, and many residents would submit to Qin. There was a saying that went like this: those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. However, that was not the case. Qin had not absorbed all of the disaster energy and had instead left behind some pure disaster energy. This was not because the disaster sealing masters had been careless, nor was it because they did not have the ability to do so. Instead, they had done this on purpose because they were following Zhao Fu's orders. Now, Qin's relationship with the alliance was slowly improving, but Zhao Fu did not forget that he was one of Qin's enemies. If he helped an enemy, he would be harming himself. This was especially so for natural disasters. Not only could they cause massive destruction, but they could also cause massive losses and shake the hearts of the people. They were simply too dangerous, and if Qin dealt with them one by one, it would be incredibly beneficial to the alliance. Moreover, it was also Qin's enemy, so even if Qin helped them, the outcome might not be good. As such, Zhao Fu had secretly held back and had not absorbed all of the disaster energy. Instead, he had purified it and placed it in an unremarkable place. That way, as time went on, the pure disaster energy left behind would continuously grow, and in the end, more natural disasters would occur. They would ask Great Qin to deal with the disaster, and Great Qin would act again, leaving behind even more pure disaster energy, resulting in more natural disasters. Others trusted Qin and seemed to respect him, but Qin's actions seemed quite sinister. However, there was no such thing as mercy between the alliance and the alliance. Moreover, if this went on, the alliance would continue to weaken, making the situation even more unstable. Instead, Qin's reputation would continue to increase, and when that time came, they would be incredibly grateful to Qin. After all, it was Qin who had saved them time and time again. A few days later, all of the disaster sealing masters returned, and they had brought back roughly 400 disaster pearls. This was a terrifying power, and Qin would have even more terrifying methods. This caused Zhao Fu to smile. Of course, it was best not to use these disaster pearls in front of them, or else even an idiot would be able to understand Qin's goal. At the same time, Zhao Fu wanted to expand the scope of the disaster pearls. In the outer domain, there was almost no one who could deal with natural disasters. If Qin offered to help them, they would have no reason to refuse, and they would be overjoyed to help Qin. Zhao Fu did not care about what others thought of him and focused on collecting food and disaster pearls. A few days later, another problem occurred in the outer world. There was a large wave of cockroach-like insects heading towards Great Qin's territory from the west, and there were roughly 5 billion of them. Just thinking about such a large wave of cockroaches crawling on the ground could cause anyone to feel terrified. Now that the heaven-awakened world was on good terms, there was no need to station a large number of soldiers there. As such, Zhao Fu led some soldiers to the outer world and increased the number of soldiers there to 3.5 billion. After arriving there, the cockroach insect beasts had not attacked yet. Zhao Fu stood on the city walls as the soldiers hurriedly prepared to defend. Rumble, soon, waves of cockroaches and insects swarmed towards Great Qin's side. Each of them was 1 meter long, and they were so densely packed that they covered the ground like a dark red carpet as they rushed towards Great Qin's side. Looking at those countless cockroach insect beasts, Zhao Fu felt quite disgusted. They were far more terrifying than he had expected. These cockroach insect beasts were incredibly fast, and they would soon reach him. Luckily, they could not fly, or else things would be quite troublesome. Fire! After giving the order, arrows containing immense power shot out, drawing out arcs in the air and descending like rain. The cockroaches and insect beasts were all hit by the arrows, causing green liquid to fly everywhere, looking quite nauseating. Even though these cockroach insect beasts could not fly, their life force seemed to be quite powerful. Some of them had a few arrows stuck in their bodies, but they were still able to run, and their speed was greatly reduced. Soon, the cockroach insect beasts reached the traps. Because the situation in the outer world was quite dangerous, Qin had set up many traps around the stronghold, and he mainly focused on defense instead of attacking. As the cockroach insect beasts charged forwards, the ground continuously caved in, creating a ravine that was dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters deep. There were sharp spikes at the bottom, and countless cockroach insect beasts fell from above, their bodies pierced by the spikes. These cockroach insect beasts' life force was quite powerful, and even after being pierced by the spikes and causing liquid to flow out, they did not immediately die. Their legs were still moving, trying to break free. The sudden appearance of the traps caused many cockroach insect beasts to fall, causing the bottom of the ravine to be covered with a layer of cockroach insect beasts. This forced the flood of cockroach insect beasts to stop. Xiao xiao xiao, Great Qin's side grasped this opportunity and continuously shot out arrows. The densely packed arrows gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they once again poured down like a torrential rain. Puff puff puff, arrows rained down, hitting the backs of the insect beasts, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. Some of the insect beasts were nailed to the ground and struggled. The situation was quite advantageous for Great Qin's side. The ravines blocked off countless insects, making it impossible for them to charge over. Great Qin's arrows could also hit them, making it so that they could not retaliate. However, they quickly found a way to deal with it. They spat out streams of green liquid from their mouths. This liquid was extremely corrosive, and when it sprayed onto the walls of the ravine, it quickly dissolved and collapsed. The collapsed rocks filled up the ravine by quite a bit and buried the spikes. The many cockroach insect beasts climbed down the walls before climbing back up. The straight walls did not pose any resistance to them. Xiaofu did not have to worry about this because these cockroach insect beasts were not very intelligent. No matter what methods Qin used, they would not be able to think of a way to deal with it. Facing the ferocious onslaught of cockroach insect beasts, Xiaofu summoned 3,000 or so insect den wyverns. The smallest of the 3,000 or so insect den wyverns was 1,000 meters long, and they flapped their wings, giving off a massive dragon's might. They opened their mouths and countless terrifying lights came out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive beams of light containing destructive power quickly shot forwards, and they were unstoppable. A chain of explosions sounded out, causing countless insect beasts' bodies to explode and causing liquid to fly everywhere. The 3,000 insect den wyverns looked like a small number, but their destructive power was shocking. A single beam of light shot into the densely packed insect beasts and could kill tens of thousands of them. A single insect den wyvern could kill tens of thousands, 10 insect den wyverns could kill hundreds of thousands, and 3,000 insect den wyverns could kill tens of millions of them. This was a huge blow to the insect beasts that were charging at the front. The insect beasts' imposing manner that seemed to be able to sweep through everything weakened. However, the large number of insect beasts still ferociously charged at Qin. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, the sound of insect wings flapping could be heard. Among the insect swarm, cockroaches that were thousands of meters long flapped their wings and flew up. There were 6,000 or 7,000 of them, and they opened their mouths and spat out streams of green liquid towards the walls. Qin's side hurriedly defended, using defensive barriers to block the green liquid. Some of the liquid directly corroded the defensive barriers and landed on the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers' equipment was quickly corroded, and they gave off pained cries and a pungent smell. When the liquid landed on the walls, it sizzled and gave off black smoke. It melted a large hole in the walls, and the scene was quite terrifying. Xiaofu had underestimated the cockroach insect beasts. Looking at the massive insect beasts flying in the sky, Xiaofu had the insect den wyverns rush over. The ordinary insect beasts were too weak and could not attack the insect den wyverns. The massive cockroach insect beasts were not to be outdone and gave off massive auras as they rushed out, fighting with Qin's insect den wyverns in the sky. The battle was incredibly intense. An insect den wyvern leapt onto an insect beast's body and opened its massive mouth, biting down on the insect beast's body. It swung its head and tore off a large piece of flesh, causing green liquid to fly everywhere and causing the insect beast to howl in pain. A massive insect den wyvern stared at an insect den wyvern and gave off ferocious power as it flew over incredibly quickly. It was like a black blur as it sent the insect den wyvern flying. An insect den wyvern spun its body and its massive tail gave off shocking power as it whipped the cockroach insect den wyvern. The cockroach insect den wyvern flew back and its carapace caved in, while the insect den wyvern gave off a terrifying aura as it continued to rush over. Another cockroach insect den wyvern looked at the insect den wyvern cruelly and opened its mouth and spat out a stream of liquid that landed on the insect den wyvern's body, corroding its body. The insect den wyvern gave off a pained roar and shot out a beam of light that pierced through the insect den wyvern's body. The insect den wyverns had a great advantage in terms of power and defense. Even though there were fewer of them than the insect beasts, they did not lose to the massive group of cockroaches. The two sides fought in the sky, resulting in massive sounds and wild gales. The countless cockroach insect beasts flooded towards Xian like a flood. At that moment, green vines shot out of the ground and bound up the insect beasts. The vines stretched out sharp spikes and stabbed into the insect beasts' bodies, causing them to hiss in pain. The vines quickly devoured the insect beast's life force, and the cockroach insect beast's life force was incredibly powerful, making the vines even more excited. However, there were simply too many insect beasts, and the vines could only bind some of them. Even more insect beasts crawled past them and continued to rush towards Xian. Swish, 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 arrows were shot out one after another. However, normal arrows were not very effective against these insects, so this time, the arrows that were shot were flaming arrows. Countless fire arrows descended like a rain of fire, falling amongst the cockroach insect beasts. The fire arrows hit the cockroach insect beasts' backs, causing them to be scorched, causing countless insect beasts to howl in pain. This wave of fire arrows killed many cockroach insect beasts, causing them to give off a pungent smell. Some of their corpses even started to burn. Because the vines were also afraid of fire, the fire arrows only hit the insect beasts in the distance and did not attack the insect beasts near Xian. There was no need for Xian's soldiers to attack. The fire arrows split open the distance between the insect beasts at the front and the insect beasts at the back. By now, the countless vines had already devoured an insect beast, causing them to become even thicker and more ferocious, and they attacked the insect beasts that had entered their attack range. The insect beasts at the front were bound up by the vines and their life force was once again forcefully absorbed. Without even needing Xian to attack, the insect beasts were devoured to death. However, even more insect beasts gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Xian's walls. There were still many of them. Moreover, some of the larger cockroaches opened their mouths and spat out a green liquid that could reach the defensive walls. This liquid was incredibly corrosive, and they could not be careless. The soldiers could only use their shields to defend, or else their bodies would be corroded. Great Xian calmly used arrows to attack while defending against the green liquid. The insect tide came closer and closer to Great Xian, and it seemed like it was about to launch an all-out attack. When that time came, Xian would have to face the ferocious flood of insect beasts. The situation would be quite dangerous and many soldiers would die. At that moment, Jiaofu ordered the Desolate God to lead people to attack. The Desolate God brought the 12 god emissaries and appeared in the sky. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out, dyeing the sky blood-red. 12 blood-red figures appeared behind them before turning into rays of light and landing on the ground. The 12 blood orbs lined up and gave off an incredibly powerful suction force. Green blood was sucked out of the corpses of the cockroaches and insects, forming a massive green tide that flowed towards the 12 blood orbs. They were much larger than before because the blood god demons' power came from their blood. The more creatures they killed, the more blood they would obtain, and the more powerful the blood god demons would become. This time, it was much larger than before because the blood god demons' power came from their blood. The more creatures they killed, the more blood they would be able to provide, and the more powerful the blood god demons would be. Before, Xian's attacks had killed at least 1 billion insect beasts, and with such a massive number of corpses, the amount of blood the blood god demons provided was also massive. In the sky, the 12 god messengers stretched out their hands towards the 12 blood orbs, and countless incantations appeared on their arms as a strange power spread out. The tens of thousands of meters wide green blood orbs gave off a green light and continuously changed, turning into 12 massive green cockroach insect beasts. Their eyes were blood-red crystals, and their bodies were in a liquid state. Roar! Roar, roar! The 12 massive green cockroach insect beasts gave off massive roars towards the sky, and a corporeal sound wave spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. A massive aura flooded out, causing countless creatures to fall into terror. Sensing the aura of the 12 tens of thousands of meters wide cockroach insect beasts, the ferocious insect tide could not help but pause. Bang, 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 the 12 massive insect beasts started to attack the blood god demons. The 12 cockroach insect beasts gave off destructive power, and they were like 12 mountains as they rushed forwards incredibly quickly. The insect beasts were sent flying, and they were unable to resist at all. They were swept away like sand and pebbles, and some were even crushed into meat paste by the massive green insect beasts. The ground was dyed green, and the rotten flesh and organs were quite disgusting. Facing the massive green insect beasts that could destroy everything, the insect tide gave off waves of dark red aura. The aura continuously condensed and formed 8 massive dark red cockroach insect beasts. Their bodies were not corporeal and were instead formed from dark red aura. Their bodies gave off a dark red aura and gave off a massive aura, making people feel terror. Bang, 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 the 8 dark red cockroach insect beasts gave off terrifying auras as they rushed at the 12 green insect beasts. Their bodies were more than twice the size of the green insect beasts, and as they clashed together, massive explosions sounded out. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to instantly collapse. A massive gale spread out, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The nearby cockroach insect beasts were also affected. Some of the closest cockroach insect beasts were directly crushed by the shockwave, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. The further cockroach insect beasts were directly blown away by the strong wind. The battle between the insect beasts was incredibly intense, and massive explosions sounded out as gusts of wind swept out. The other ordinary cockroach insect beasts once again charged towards Jin City's city walls, giving off massive auras as they charged over. The 12 god emissaries controlled the 12 green cockroach insect beasts in the sky, leaving 8 to stall the dark red insect beasts while the remaining 4 charged into the insect tide and madly slaughtered. They continuously charged about, sending countless insect beasts flying away or crushing them into meat paste. None of the insect beasts could stop them. In front of the massive green insect beasts, the insect beasts were like a plate of loose sand that could be defeated in a single blow. Swish, swish, swish. Many cockroach bug beasts were bound by the green vines, and they struggled with all their might. However, the vines shot out spikes that stabbed into the bug beasts' bodies and devoured their life force. The bug beasts quickly died, and their bodies dried up as if they were dehydrated. Swish, 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 Chin's side once again shot out countless arrows. The arrows contained immense force as they descended, piercing through the cockroach bug beasts' bodies. Blood flew everywhere as the bug beasts howled in pain. Bang! Suddenly, a massive stream of green liquid containing immense power shot over from the distance and hit Great Chin's defensive walls. The defensive walls sizzled as a massive hole was corroded, and some of the soldiers who were hit by the liquid didn't even have time to cry out before their bodies and armor were completely corroded. A massive aura flooded out as a massive figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a 10,000-meter-long dark red cockroach, and it flapped its wings as it flew at a low altitude. It was the insect beast king. Xiaofu immediately turned into a ray of light and shot towards the enormous insect beast, appearing in front of it in the next second. The enormous insect beast looked at the little guy in front of it and opened its mouth as it bit towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu took out the emperor-killing sword and lightly cried out, "Sword master!" A massive storm of sword chi spread out as Xiaofu vigorously slashed out. A massive sword light containing an incredibly sharp aura slashed towards the enormous insect beast king. Bang! The enormous insect beast king was sent flying, resulting in a massive sound as a shallow wound appeared on its head. The insect beast king furiously roared and gave off a terrifying aura as it smashed towards Xiaofu. It gave off a massive aura of suppression and an intense wind. Xiaofu was unable to dodge, so he could only send large amounts of power into the emperor-killing sword. The emperor-killing sword gave off an intense sword light and an incredibly sharp aura spread out, causing a massive storm of sword chi to spread out. Boom! The massive insect beast king gave off a terrifying aura as it spun over, and Xiaofu also ferociously slashed out. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion and a massive gale. Xiaofu was sent flying back tens of meters, and his arm felt numb. The insect beast was sent back tens of meters, and there was another wound on its head. This one was bigger than the one before, and blood kept flowing out. The insect beast king furiously shrunk its head before stretching out and spitting out a massive amount of green liquid towards Zhao Fu. The green liquid gave off immense power and was incredibly fast. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, evading the attack. However, the green liquid once again smashed into Qin's city walls with immense force, once again corroding a large crater. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhao Fu inwardly cursed and gave off immense power as he slashed towards the massive insect beast king. On the other side, the insect army had finally reached Great Qin's defensive walls and started to attack. Countless cockroaches and insects climbed up the defensive walls and quickly attacked the top of the defensive walls. Qin's side counterattacked, continuously shooting out arrows and shooting down the insect beasts climbing up the city walls. The soldiers also sent out sword lights and saber lights, cutting down small groups of insect beasts. In the face of this kind of flat insect that could climb walls, heavy objects did not have much of an effect. Arrows continuously shot out, and countless soldiers slashed out saber lights and sword lights, forming sharp ribbons of light that cut the insect beasts climbing up the city walls in half. The cockroach insect beasts also sprayed out green liquid and attacked Qin's soldiers, corroding Qin's soldiers' armor and bodies. The countless green vines on the ground quickly shot out and bound up the insect beasts. Their spikes quickly stabbed out and devoured their life force, causing the insect beasts to howl and continuously struggle in pain. The many massive insect beasts vigorously clashed and tore at the insect beasts, while the 4 green insect beasts continued to fearlessly charge out, sending the surrounding insect beasts flying or crushing them into meat paste. The wyverns and insect beasts fought in the sky, continuously biting and clashing, spraying out green liquid and shooting out powerful beams of light, killing each other. The battle was incredibly intense, and the two sides desperately killed each other. Roars and cries continuously sounded out, and blood flew everywhere. Corpses covered the ground, creating a shocking scene. On the other side, the battle between Zhao Fu and the insect beast king was just as intense. The insect beast king once again used its massive body to smash towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out with all of his strength, slashing the insect beast king back to the ground. Rumble, the ground continuously trembled as countless rocks shot out, and a shockwave sounded out as the insect beast king's body smashed open a large crater in the ground. The insect beast king furiously sprayed out a green liquid, which contained immense force and a pungent smell as it shot towards Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu did not dodge, and he took out the Sin Dragon sword and sent large amounts of power into it. He vigorously slashed out, and a massive water dragon gave off immense power as it slammed towards the green liquid. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the green liquid and water dragon collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless drops of green liquid and water shot everywhere. When the water landed on the ground, it was fine, but when the green liquid landed on the ground, it immediately corroded and opened up holes. The insect beast king furiously gave off a powerful aura as it leapt into the sky, causing the ground to collapse. The insect beast king opened its massive mouth and once again bit towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Before Zhao Fu could even attack, a black spear containing terrifying sharpness shot towards the insect beast king's body, causing it to howl. Seeing that Zhao Fu had not dealt with the insect beast king yet, Arsina went up to help. As the god of fallen angel, Arsina's cultivation was much higher than Zhao Fu's. Zhao Fu was only a great earth realm cultivator, and he was so powerful because of his various powers. With Arsina joining in, it would be much easier to deal with the insect beast king. After being attacked by Arsina, the insect beast king furiously charged at her and opened its black hole-like mouth as it bit towards Arsina. At that moment, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out 3 massive water dragons that sent the insect beast king flying. Arsina held the darkness god sword and sent large amounts of darkness energy into it, causing it to give off a terrifying black sword light as she vigorously slashed out. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as a massive black crescent containing immense darkness energy slashed into the insect beast king's left side, opening up a massive gash and causing blood to spurt out. After the insect king died, the orderly insect horde became chaotic. They had been withstanding Qin's berserk attacks and were unable to hold on any longer, so the insect king was their final hope. However, now that this hope was gone, the insect king could not hold on any longer. Seeing countless of their comrades die, they started to run in terror. Great Qin's side continued to ferociously attack. Arrows containing immense power tore through the air, drawing out arcs in the air as they shot into the insect horde, killing them one by one. Vines continuously stretched out and bound up the escaping insect beasts. Their spikes stabbed into the insect beasts' bodies and devoured their life force. As the insect horde retreated, the massive dark red cockroach insect beasts collapsed, and the 12 green cockroach insect beasts once again started to fearlessly attack, sending insect beasts flying or crushing them into meat paste. The massive cockroach insect beasts in the sky could not defeat the insect den wyverns, and they started to quickly run. Because they could fly, they were much faster than ordinary insect beasts, and they soon disappeared. Bang, bang. Bang, the insect den wyverns in the sky opened their mouths and shot out powerful beams of light that contained destructive power. They caused a chain of explosions within the insect horde, killing countless insect beasts. Now, the massive army of insect beasts was once again heavily injured, and countless insect beasts had died. The remaining insect beasts started to run in terror. After chasing for a while, Qin stopped and won this battle. The ground was covered with insect beasts' corpses, and the green liquid turned the ground green and gave off a dense, pungent smell. Zhao Fu had a portion of the soldiers clean up the battlefield, while the rest followed him and quickly headed to the cockroach insect denver. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his people arrived. There were large craters in the ground, and there were dark red insect eggs as big as watermelons around them. There were also dark red crystals at the center, which were dens. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted as he looked at the large number of dens. There were at least 700 to 800 of them, which would allow Qin to have another 700 to 800 insect den wyverns. In that case, Qin would have around 4,000 insect den wyverns. The insect den wyverns had just displayed their power, and they were incredibly terrifying. They were definitely one of Qin's most powerful methods. If there were 10,000 of them, they would be able to blast the alchemy world's saint beasts and cause great damage. There were still many insect beasts within the dens, and seeing Qin's soldiers, they rushed out and started to attack Qin. Great Qin's side formed a defensive formation and shot out arrows, attacking the insects in an orderly manner. They were able to easily destroy the insects, as their main force had long since been destroyed by Great Qin. Only a small portion of the insects remained. After dealing with the insect beast, Zhao Fu ordered people to move the insect nest away, as well as the insect eggs in the crater. There were many insect eggs here, and they were densely scattered all around. There could be hundreds of millions of them, but they were quite small and not as powerful as ordinary insect eggs. However, with so many insect eggs casting insect curses, it was quite terrifying. After moving the stone nest, Zhao Fu and Qin's soldiers returned to Qin City with satisfaction. After returning to Qin's side, Zhao Fu saw that they had cleaned up the battlefield. He asked Aracina, did Qin's side suffer a lot of losses? Aracina gave a trace of a smile as she replied, it's not a lot, only a few tens of millions. However, killing 3.5 billion insects is already quite shocking. Moreover, after killing so many insects, Qin has obtained a massive amount of points. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Luckily, their losses were not great, and they had gained quite a lot this time. Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel and found that Qin had a massive amount of points, which was 1/3 of the Dao-seeking stone's points. Now, Qin was only 2/3 away from being able to exchange for the Dao-seeking stone. When that time came, there would only be one thing left, Qin would be able to forge a heaven and earth divine tool, and the spirit maiden would be able to devour the consciousnesses of other worlds and continuously become stronger. Are you done with what you need to do? Aracina came to Zhao Fu's side and said to Zhao Fu in an alluring voice. Zhao Fu understood what she meant and lightly smiled as he hugged her. After chatting with the women for a while, Zhao Fu planned to leave the chaotic world. However, at that moment, a soldier came to report that the research lab was looking for him. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. The research lab in the chaotic world's Qin territory was mainly responsible for researching the insect beast's weaknesses and how to kill insects faster. Could it be that they had made some unexpected gains this time? Feeling quite confused, Zhao Fu came to the research lab. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the scholars who were researching all bowed and greeted him. Zhao Fu nodded and said, did you discover anything? A middle-aged man came up and bowed before replying, "Your Majesty. Please come and take a look." Xiaofu followed the middle-aged man to a table. There was a pea-sized stone on the table, and it gave off a dense aura of life. "What is this?" Xiaofu asked curiously. The middle-aged man replied, "Your Majesty. This is something that we discovered within the bodies of those cockroaches. It contains quite a bit of life energy, and it's most likely something that the cockroaches nurtured from attacking the insect beasts. Every cockroach insect beast has it. If this stone is slightly modified, it should be able to form a type of health potion." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite delighted. Qin had killed at least 4 billion cockroaches, which would allow him to obtain a large amount of health potions. However, this was something that had been condensed by the insect beasts in the chaos world. Would it be effective on Qin? Would it reject him? Xiaofu asked this question, and the middle-aged man replied, "Your Majesty, it's quite easy to create health potions. The method to create health potions is quite simple, and we're currently researching how to combine that type of life energy so that Great Qin can use it." If it was this question, Xiaofu felt quite disappointed and replied, "All right, I got it. Continue to research and let me know if there's any progress." The middle-aged man nodded and nodded. Xiaofu returned to Qin. Because it hadn't taken him too long to deal with the insect beasts, there wasn't much to do after returning to Qin. At that moment, Xiaofu thought about it and felt that he could understand the current situation of the people. Many things had happened recently, including the attack from the alchemy world, the decline of the heaven and earth source, which caused a decrease in food production, and all sorts of natural disasters. Xiaofu changed into ordinary clothes and planned to go to some remote regions to see the situation in Qin City. Seeing it with his own eyes would be more realistic than reporting it. The first place he went to was a mountain village, and the county that the mountain village was in had experienced a flood. Xiaofu wanted to see for himself what the situation was like. After the flood, the village had been cleared of mud, and they were clearing the mud from the fields so that they could continue to plant crops. Xiaofu, a stranger, had come to their village, causing them to look over. They were quite curious as to why this young man had come to their small village. Even though he looked ordinary, his aura was extraordinary, and ordinary people could not compare to him. An elderly man with some white hair and a sturdy body came up and smiled as he said, "Sir, what business do you have with our village?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I don't have much to do and just wanted to take a look. I happened to pass by this village, so I came to take a look." The village chief happily laughed as he said, "Is that so? Our village is just a poor village, what's there to see? I thought you were an official from the imperial court who came to inspect." Xiaofu looked quite surprised. He looked at his ordinary clothes and felt that there was nothing special about them. He asked curiously, "Sir, how did you know that I was an official from the imperial court?" The village chief smiled as he said, "From your aura, I can tell that you're not an ordinary person. You're very different from us villagers, and apart from the imperial court who occasionally sends people to inspect our village, there are basically no outsiders." Xiaofu understood and smiled as he asked, "How do you feel about the imperial court sending people to inspect your village? Also, are they nice to you? Do they care about your opinions?" The village chief happily replied, "Of course we welcome them. We're doing this to show our gratitude to His Majesty. It was His Majesty's order that the various counties did this. Otherwise, a small village like ours might have been overlooked. As for the people who came, they were nice to us. They were not arrogant or looked down on us, and they reported our matter to the county magistrates. After some time, the matter will be resolved." "Oh." Xiaofu nodded and then asked, "After the flood, do you have any opinions or dissatisfaction with the imperial court?" Hearing this, the village chief's smile became a bit dimmer. He looked around and said in a small voice, "Sir, the question you asked is very dangerous. It's better not to ask this kind of question so as not to cause any trouble." Xiaofu asked curiously, "Why is that?" The village chief had a smile on his face, but his expression was a bit serious. "Because the content of your question is a bit sensitive. You can say what you think, but if you are dissatisfied, there is a possibility of rebellion. This matter can be big or small. You might say that it's not a big deal, but if you cause chaos or take the lead in causing trouble, you will definitely be beheaded. Even your family and friends will be severely punished. Moreover, His Majesty has also specially selected representatives of the public and will also send people down to patrol. If you have any opinions or questions, you can talk to them. However, try to talk to others about your dissatisfaction with the court. This time, the imperial court solved the flood very quickly, and the imperial court distributed some food and seeds. Now, we have no opinions, and we are very grateful to the imperial court and His Majesty. After hearing this, Zhao Fu fell into deep thought. Zhao Fu didn't know that those who expressed their dissatisfaction and caused trouble would be beheaded, and even their family and friends would be severely punished. This order might have been given by Li Si, or he might have reported it to Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu didn't care, because this was a small way to stabilize Qin's rule. There were many other ways. Now that Qin had opened up many battlefields and faced countless enemies, there couldn't be any internal problems in Qin. Otherwise, if there were internal and external troubles, Qin might be destroyed. As such, the imperial court had to take some high-pressure measures to stabilize the people's hearts. Now that he knew about this, Zhao Fu didn't intend to change this policy, because it was indeed useful to Qin. However, to Zhao Fu, he had a new understanding of Qin, because Qin was not as good as he had imagined. There were no restrictions, and the people could live freely and happily. Of course, such a place did not exist in the world. If one wanted something, one had to pay the price. The world needed rules, and so did countries. Sir, you must be a high-ranking official in the imperial court, right? The village chief said as he smiled respectfully. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and smiled as he said, "Didn't I tell you? I'm not an official." The village chief smiled as he said, "Sir, you don't need to explain, ordinary people wouldn't ask these questions. Moreover, from your aura, you're definitely not an ordinary official." Zhao Fu didn't explain much and smiled. The village chief felt quite delighted and understood that Zhao Fu had tacitly acknowledged his identity. His smile became even more brilliant as he said, "Sir, it's already noon. How about we have lunch at my house?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No need. I have some things to do, so I'll be going now." The village chief quickly grabbed Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, you don't need to be so polite. Even if you're busy, you have to have lunch." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he went to the village chief's house. As soon as the village chief got home, he yelled, "Old woman! Quickly kill the hen in my house. A noble has come to my house. Also, little Niu, get out of here." Hearing this, the old woman came out and saw the village chief smile. She understood that it was important, so she didn't say anything. She grabbed a chicken and walked into the kitchen. At this moment, a dignified little boy ran out and said discontentedly, "Grandpa, why did you call me?" The village chief smiled as he said, "Come here. Greet this lord, he's a high-ranking official in the imperial court. Do you want to be an official in the future? Do you want to work for Qin? Do you want to see His Majesty?" Hearing this, the little boy immediately ran over in surprise and smiled as he said, "Sir." "Hello." Zhao Fu understood what the village chief was thinking. He had brought him here for his grandson's future. However, Zhao Fu did not dislike it and could understand it, so he smiled and nodded. Following this, the village chief led Zhao Fu to the table in the living room and asked with a smile, "Sir, may I know your name? What's your position in the imperial court?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he replied, "My surname is Zhao, and I'm just a low-ranking official in Xianxia." The boy next to him looked at Zhao Fu with admiration as he said excitedly, "Sir, did you come from the Qin Empire's capital, Xianxia? I heard that it's quite prosperous and has everything." "That's right. Do you know what His Majesty looks like?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Xianxia is quite prosperous and lively, but His Majesty looks quite ordinary." The boy looked quite disbelieving and said with a trace of anger, "Sir, you can't say that. Our Majesty is the greatest majesty in the world. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but his aura is also mighty and domineering. No one is as noble as him." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Since you know, why are you asking me?" The boy said embarrassedly, "I've heard about this from others, and I've never seen His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty is even more mighty and domineering than the legends say." Seeing that his grandson and Zhao Fu were chatting, the village chief said, "Sir, I'm very curious." The boy looked at his grandson and Zhao Fu with a pair of innocent eyes and said, "Sir, can you please take a look at my grandson's talent and see if he has the potential to become a general in the Qin Empire?" The boy looked at Zhao Fu with a pair of innocent eyes and said, "I'll have to trouble you, sir. I want to be like my father and join the Qin Empire's army and serve the Qin Empire. I want to work hard to become a general and give my grandparents and mother a good life." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and smiled as he asked, "Is your father in the army? Have you become a general yet?" Hearing this, the boy's eyes became moist, and the village chief sighed, seeming to have aged. Zhao Fu understood something. Qin had opened up many battlefields, facing the heaven-awakened world, outer world, underworld, and alchemy world. It was impossible for there to be no sacrifices, and every victory or defeat would cost the lives of many soldiers and generals. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu's heart sank. Who knew how many people's families would be torn apart by this battle? Families would be torn apart, and people would have to send off their children. However, could war be avoided? Even if Great Qin did not attack others, others would attack Great Qin. War was unavoidable, and even submitting was useless. After all, there would be other factions attacking the factions that you submitted to. War was unavoidable. When the war began, there would definitely be deaths. Families would be destroyed, wives and children would be separated, families would be separated, people would be destitute, people would not be able to fill their stomachs, and things like old people sending off their children would happen. It was unavoidable. If they wanted to avoid war forever, there was only one way, and that was to achieve unification, just like how Qin unified the 6 states in the past. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu became more resolute and smiled as he patted the boy's head. He sent a trace of power into the boy's body and found that the boy's talent was quite good. He smiled and said, "Your aptitude is not bad, and you might become a commander in the future. However, your father has already died in battle. Do you still want to be like him? You might even die on the battlefield. According to Qin's laws, the imperial court gives you preferential treatment. You don't have to join the army, and you can live a peaceful life without fighting and being in danger. If you die, what will happen to your mother and grandparents?" The village head's eyes flickered with tears, and his voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "Young master, you're right. You're right. I've been trying to persuade my grandson, but he insists on being like his father. I also know that Great Qin's peace and prosperity, where we don't have to worry about food and clothing, and our happy and comfortable lives were bought with the lives of countless soldiers. I support my grandson's decision to join Great Qin's army. I experienced that chaotic and dark age. At that time, this small village belonged to a small faction called the Eastern State. At that time, factions constantly fought against each other, and the war never stopped. Wails could be heard everywhere, and blood dyed the earth red. Ordinary people had no food to fill their stomachs, were homeless, and were even slaughtered. It was Qin Empire that unified and ended that chaotic and dark age. That's why we have such a life now. If we don't want this comfortable life to be destroyed, we have to protect it." The little boy's eyes were firm as he said seriously, "I also want to protect Qin Empire like my father did. I will realize my father's unrealistic dream for him." Zhao Fu looked at the grandfather and grandson seriously, and he felt a huge responsibility and pressure in his heart. They were his people, and they trusted and supported him so much. How could he let them down? By now, Zhao Fu deeply understood that even though he was a supreme existence in Great Qin and countless people looked up to him, no one dared to go against his orders, and he enjoyed the greatest power, he was still a Great Qin lord. At the same time, he bore the hopes of all the people in Qin Empire. He was responsible for their safety, life, and future, because he was the emperor of Qin Empire, Qin's majesty. Zhao Fu's gaze became resolute, and he understood his responsibilities. Since he was in this position, he had to bear the weight of the emperor. A formless emperor's aura spread out, causing the grandfather and grandson's hearts to tremble. They felt as if they wanted to kneel and worship the person in front of them. This was instinctively the highest form of respect for a king. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and gave off a natural emperor's aura, seeming incredibly close and distant as he said, "In actuality, talent isn't that important because Great Qin has the talent orb. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely be able to achieve your dreams. I can promise you that. There's also this command medallion. Take it and you'll be able to go to the Rising Qin Academy to study. You don't have to worry about school fees and living expenses. The village chief looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Even though he didn't know much, he knew that the Rising Qin Academy was the #1 academy in Qin, and only the most talented people could go there to study. Ordinary nobles would not be able to enter no matter how hard they fought. Now, as long as one took this person's command medallion, they would be able to enter the Rising Qin Academy without any fees. It seemed that this person's status in Xianxia City was quite extraordinary. Looking at the token, it was a black gold dragon token, which meant that it was made of black gold. A ferocious and domineering black dragon was carved on it. Needless to say, just this token alone was worth a lot of money. The village chief quickly came to his senses and patted the boy's head as he said, "Hurry. Hurry and pay your respects to Sir and thank this Sir." The boy covered his head, feeling a bit angry. However, looking at his grandfather, he felt that this command medallion was quite valuable, so he obediently knelt and kowtowed as he said, "Thank you, Sir, for your reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Get up. I hope you'll work hard in the future and don't let me down." Zhao Fu stood up and smiled as he said, "That's great. I still have some matters to take care of, so I'll be leaving first." The village chief hurriedly stood up, wanting to stop Zhao Fu. After all, this was someone who had done their family a great favor, so they had to properly thank him. However, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot out of the door, disappearing over the horizon. The little boy said in amazement, "Grandpa, that lord can even fly. He's so powerful." Seeing that he could not stop Zhao Fu, the village chief felt quite disappointed. However, after hearing the little boy's words, he kindly smiled and said, "Then you must work hard in the future and become an expert like that lord and serve the Qin Empire. Also, when you go to the Rising Qin Academy to study, you'll most likely see that lord again. When that time comes, you must properly thank him. If anything happens, that lord will help you." Hearing this, the little boy earnestly nodded. It was just that the grandfather and grandson did not know how shocked they would be the next time they saw Zhao Fu and found out that Zhao Fu was the emperor of the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu flew in the sky and did not directly return to the Qin Empire. Instead, he wanted to go to a few more places and check out the situation. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw an exquisite-looking boat slowly sailing on a river. There were many scholars wearing scholarly robes standing on the boat. Some of them were looking at the river, some were writing at tables, and some were chatting and drinking. The scene was quite lively. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and saw a beautiful and majestic boat. Zhao Fu felt quite curious and landed on the boat. Seeing a ray of light land on the boat, the people around him slightly frowned, feeling quite displeased that he had disturbed their mood. However, after the light dissipated, Zhao Fu's appearance was revealed. Seeing that he had an extraordinary aura, everyone felt quite interested. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure walked out from the boat and smiled as she said, "I'm the owner of this boat, and my name is Nalan Rua. May I ask who you are, sir?" Zhao Fu said with a chuckle, "My surname is Zhao, and I'm not a big shot. I was just passing by and saw that it was quite lively, so I came down to take a look out of curiosity." Nalan Rua smiled and said, "Most of the people on the boat are famous scholars here. However, most of them are talented but not recognized, so I invited them to the boat to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the river and relieve their depression." Unrecognized talent? When Zhao Fu heard this, he felt very surprised. In the past, he had often heard of poets who were very talented and wanted to serve the country, but were not given an important position. In the end, filled with depression and sadness, he wrote many famous articles and poems, and lived his life in frustration. This mostly reflected the darkness and corruption of the imperial court. It was full of intrigue, cliques, and private interests. The monarch was also mediocre and incompetent, being manipulated by others. He did not have the slightest foresight and did not know how to recognize talent. Those who were originally very talented were not put in important positions. Now that he heard those words, he felt quite surprised. Could it be that he was mediocre and incompetent, being manipulated by others, and that he did not have the slightest foresight and did not know how to recognize talent? was the imperial court of the Qin state dark and corrupt, filled with intrigue, cliques, and a foul atmosphere? Thinking to there, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and asked, "Are they really very talented?" Zhao Fu's words made most of the people present feel quite displeased. They were not put in important positions by the imperial court, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. Now that someone was questioning their talent, anyone would feel quite angry. Nalan Rua felt quite surprised and had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing. She came back to her senses and smiled as she said, "Of course everyone here is very talented." "Sir, why do you ask?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If they were truly talented and capable, it would be impossible for the Qin state not to put them in important positions." A gentle-looking young man in green clothes said with a trace of displeasure, "Sir, you must be someone from the Qin state, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Sort of." The young man coldly harumphed as he said, "Then you're right. People from the Qin state naturally speak for themselves. Of course I didn't mean to offend His Majesty. Right now, he's busy with all sorts of wars and has no time to manage internal affairs. Some matters in the imperial court are handled by the ministers, who are biased against us and will only put people from their faction in important positions. Those who are not from their faction will naturally not be put in important positions." Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Zhao Fu knew that the imperial court was divided into factions, and this sort of thing was bound to happen and could not be stopped. However, what Zhao Fu cared about was whether they really were biased against talented people and would only put people from their faction in important positions like the young man had said. If this was the case, when he returned to the Qin imperial palace, he would deal with these ministers and severely punish them. At that moment, a white-clothed young man came up and reminded Zhao Fu, "Brotherly, it's best not to talk about this. It's best not to speak carelessly about this matter. The ministers of the imperial court have their own reasons for doing things. Be careful of careless talk." After speaking, the white-clothed young man looked at Zhao Fu. His meaning was quite obvious. He was afraid that Zhao Fu, who was in the Qin state, would report this matter to the ministers. In the eyes of the ministers, people like them were like ants and could be killed at any time. The azure-clothed young man's expression was cold as he said proudly, "A gentleman should be magnanimous. Why should I be afraid? What's wrong with saying something that I've always been angry about? If they want to kill me, then they can do so." Seeing this, the white-clothed young man lightly sighed as he said, "Brotherly. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your family and friends. Slandering the ministers is a serious crime, and everyone related to you will be implicated." These words caused the arrogant azure-clothed young man to look hesitant because he did not want to see such a result. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You don't need to worry about me. In actuality, I'm just a minor minister and am not put in an important position by the imperial court. I feel quite depressed and want to travel around to relieve my emotions." Hearing that Zhao Fu was not put in an important position, everyone could not help but feel a sense of agreement. Nalan Rua interjected, saying, "With such beautiful scenery by the river, it's best not to talk about such unpleasant things. It's best to continue reciting poems. After we have some fun, perhaps the situation will change." Her original intention was that she valued their talents and didn't want them to be depressed, so she invited them to the ship. However, she also didn't want to cause any trouble. If that happened, all of the scholars here would be implicated, and even she would not be able to avoid it. After all, she was the one who had organized this trip. Even though her family had some status here, she would not be able to resist the ministers at all. Hearing this, everyone understood that they could not continue like this, and they turned to look at the river. A gentle-looking woman stood at the side of the boat and looked ahead. She could not help but lightly recite, "The river is like a belt, and the mountain is like a jade hairpin." The person who had come was indeed a talented person, and he was someone who liked poetry. Hearing the woman recite the poem, everyone looked at the woman, and everyone's attention turned to her as if nothing had happened. A handsome young man next to her laughed and said, "The willows are like the green river, and the beauties are like the upper reaches of the river." A scholarly young man looked at the mountains in the distance and smiled as he also recited, "The green mountains are endless, and the flowing water is endless." Sitting at the side of the boat was a woman in a palace dress. She rested her chin on her hand and looked a bit worried as she looked at the river and softly recited, "The red flowers are easy to wither, and the boundless water is like sorrow. Now that someone had started, everyone else looked at the beautiful river and thought about the poem and began to recite. Xiaofu felt that he had come to the wrong place. Facing this group of scholars who were reciting poems, he was an oddity because he did not understand poetry very well. It would be impossible for him to compose a poem. However, Xiaofu listened by the side and found that these people were quite talented. "Sir, are you not used to it?" Nalan Rua asked with a trace of a smile when she saw how out of place Xiaofu was. She could tell that Xiaofu did not have a scholarly aura at all and was most likely a general in the imperial court. His aura was quite sharp and noble, and she did not believe that Xiaofu was just a minor official. After all, a minor official would not have such an aura. However, she could not confirm Xiaofu's identity and felt that he was not simple. As such, she wanted to make friends with him. Perhaps he was a major figure in the Qin Empire. Moreover, a general held military power, and his words were much more powerful than those of a minister. Normally, ministers would not make trouble for a general for no reason. Hearing her words, Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Nalan Rua smiled and said, "If young master is not used to it, there are private rooms in the boat. Young master can also stay there and enjoy the beauty of the riverside." Xiaofu shook his head and refused. He did not descend to admire the scenery. Instead, he was very concerned about the fact that his talent was not recognized. Was he really that mediocre and incompetent ruler who was manipulated by others without any foresight? Was he really that incapable ruler who would not put talented people in an important position? Although Xiaofu didn't think that he was a wise ruler, at least he wasn't a fatuous one. Nalan Rua felt quite surprised and couldn't understand why Xiaofu wanted to stay with this group of poets and scholars even though he wasn't used to it. However, Nalan Rua soon understood the reason. Xiaofu said to the green-clothed youth, "I can give you a chance. If you're really talented, I can introduce you to His Majesty. You can discuss all your thoughts and words with His Majesty face to face." Xiaofu wanted to understand the fact that his talent was not recognized. Seeing that everyone was focusing on reciting poems, he didn't hide anything and directly spoke. Immediately, there was an uproar. The scholars in the surroundings also recited poems and looked at Xiaofu in shock. The people who had been in the boat also walked out and looked at Xiaofu in shock. This was because the person in front of them said that he could introduce them to the supreme ruler of Qin City, Qin's Majesty. This was like ascending to the heavens in a single step and saving them a lot of time. In the previous imperial examinations, only the top 10 candidates were qualified to meet His Majesty. No one else had the right to do so. Nalan Rua looked at Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes and a look of shock on her face. She never thought that Xiaofu's identity would be so terrifying. No wonder he gave off such a noble aura. So he was someone close to His Majesty, someone who stood above tens of thousands of people. Is that true? Because this matter was simply too big, the azure-cloaked man looked quite incredulous as he looked at Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Of course it's true. Who do you think would have the guts to say such words in Qin City?" Hearing this, everyone thought about it and started to gather. A woman wearing a red dress was the first to speak. "Sir, I want to change the current situation of women in Qin City. I want to change the current situation of Great Qin's women. Even though His Majesty advocates equality between men and women, in actuality, women are still at a disadvantage and are discriminated against or even punished." Xiaofu nodded and smiled as he asked, "And then? What will you do to solve this problem? If you were a minister, you would do the same." The woman in the red dress said, "If I was a minister, I would increase the severity of the punishment. Only by making the commoners feel fear will they remember this principle. Also, continue to spread the word so that women do not have to feel inferior and that they can enjoy the same rights as men. If this goes on, equality between men and women will soon be achieved." Xiaofu smiled and nodded before asking, "Is Qin City not doing enough?" The woman in the red dress replied, "Of course. Right now, Qin City is not doing enough, which is why the current situation is like this." Xiaofu said seriously, "I think that Qin City has already done a lot. Even though your idea is quite good, it lacks practicality. The Heaven Awakened world system is still in the ancient era. The idea of man being superior to women is deeply ingrained, and it involves geography, culture, and beliefs. If we make too much reform, it will cause chaos. If we want to achieve true equality, we will need to slowly change the commoners. Moreover, we will not be able to achieve true equality. For example, if we let women join the army and do heavy labor, not many women will be willing, and if we let men cook and take care of children at home, we will be discriminated against. Qin City needs a stable situation in order to have the energy to face the dangers of the outside world. Perhaps the perfect Qin City that you think will not appear. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the woman in the red dress understood that perhaps her idea was too idealistic and lacked practicality. The people in the surroundings started to seriously consider this matter, wondering if they were thinking too simply. Even though some things could be raised, they could not be solved. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu and could not help but feel admiration for him. As expected from someone by His Majesty's side, his way of thinking was completely different from theirs. The green-clothed man bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, your idea is indeed brilliant. I also have a question about Qin City's laws being too strict, as well as some literature books. Also, Qin often beheaded people, hung them at the city gates, skinned them, cut their bellies, and cracked their bones. These methods are too bloody and cruel. Qin should change his way of doing things. Qin shouldn't be so barbaric and cruel. Also, when Great Qin conquers a region, Great Qin will viciously and bloodily slaughter those who have high statuses and are arrogant. I believe that if we treat them well, they will be of great use to us. Firstly, it will be easier for Qin to win the hearts of the people. Secondly, they are knowledgeable and arrogant, so they should be respected. Finally, all books related to medicine and agriculture were burned. To a region or a kingdom, this was a massive loss. Moreover, Great Qin did not ask about sensitive matters and directly suppressed them with blood. That was simply too cruel. Zhao Fu looked at Great Qin and said, "Great Qin's Great Qin's Great Qin's Great Qin's Great Qin's Great Qin Empire." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle as he said, "You will be a good poet, but not a good civil official. The path of an official is not suitable for you." Hearing Zhao Fu say that he did not have the ability to become an official, the azure-clothed young man felt quite dissatisfied and said, "Sir, I'm not an official. Please tell me why." Zhao Fu explained with a smile, "First of all, if a person commits a crime, his whole family will be executed. Why do you think Qin did this? You just said that it was wrong, but you never thought about why Qin did this. This is the first reason why you can't be an official. You think too subjectively and don't consider the overall situation. The reason why Qin did this is that Qin's situation is far worse than you think. He must use high-pressure methods to stabilize the hearts of the people. Moreover, will all crimes be punished? Only serious crimes will be punished, especially those that shake the hearts of the people. Also, Qin's methods are bloody and cruel. This is also one of the high-pressure methods. In order to stabilize the unity, it is also a warning to those who commit crimes, so that they will think about the consequences before they do evil. Although it is bloody and cruel, the effects are very good. This is also your second reason. You are too kind. Although being kind is a good thing, you have to consider when to do it. Moreover, in the current world, people who are too kind won't live long. Then, we will attack the next area and slaughter those literati and people of high status who are unwilling to surrender. They are proud and admirable, but what's the use of them to Qin? If Qin has the patience to make them surrender slowly, he will win the hearts of the people. But now Qin doesn't have time and patience at all. He needs to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. If they don't surrender, they will die. If one person doesn't surrender, one person will die. If the people in a region don't surrender, all the people in that region will die. If the people in a country don't surrender, all the people in that country will be slaughtered. Although this method is bloody and cruel, it is the most effective method. This is also the main reason why Qin carried out this method. The last problem is the burning of all kinds of books. Maybe this is a huge loss for you literati. It is a spiritual treasure and very precious. But everything that is not conducive to Qin's rule must be eliminated. Those books may be the most important and the most expensive for you literati, but they are useless for Qin. On the contrary, they are things that harm Qin. Even if you don't want to, you object, or even you petition, those things will still be destroyed. There is no room for negotiation. A civil official should consider how to manage a region and how to maintain Qin's rule more effectively. You can use any method, as long as you can achieve your goal. However, you didn't do it. You are talented, and you care about Qin. You love the people, and you will become a poet. But you can't be a good civil official. That's what I mean. A civil official is not as good as you think, and they are not free and unfettered to write poems every day. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the man in indigo's face turned pale. The others also looked a little pale. Now they understood why Qin didn't put them in an important position even though they were talented. Being a civil official was not the same as being a poet. Even if they were well-read and could write all kinds of poems, they might not be good civil officials. However, the civil officials were not as bright as they had imagined. There were some unknown darkness, and they would encounter countless things. They would not be as carefree and happy as they were now. They could recite poems every day, and when they were tired, they could just sleep. Some people sighed and reconsidered themselves. They wondered if they had the ability to be a good civil official. They also wondered if being a civil official was their pursuit and ideal, and whether it was suitable for them. Some of them felt that they didn't have the ability, and some felt that they were not suitable. They decided to give up the road of being an official and turn to other things. Some people became even more determined. As a civil official, not only could they manage regions and commoners, but they could also realize their ideals and protect others. They were also respected by others and had the power to control others. This was the charm of being an official, or else not everyone would want to be an official. The azure-clothed young man now had a complicated expression on his face. Everything was different from what he had expected, and he didn't know what to do. Should he continue on the path of an official or give up on doing something else? Nailan Rua looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of admiration and smiled as she said, "The people by His Majesty Qin's side are indeed not ordinary. Sir, you must have a high position in Qin and are valued by His Majesty, right?" Hearing her words, everyone realized that Zhao Fu's identity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. They also felt gratitude and admiration. Zhao Fu was so noble and was someone they had to look up to and worship. However, he was so polite and gentle and didn't put on any airs. He answered their questions and explained the way of being an official. If he hadn't appeared this time, they would have returned from their trip and felt better, but they would still have continued on the path of being an official. After all, they wouldn't have known where they had gone wrong and would have failed. In the end, they would have died of depression. Hearing Nailan Rua's words, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "There's no such thing. However, His Majesty is a very good person. Even though he is often busy with various things and rarely manages internal affairs, he still cares about internal affairs. He isn't like what you all think." After saying this, Zhao Fu felt a bit embarrassed because they had no idea who the person in front of them was. Of course, because of this, Zhao Fu learned that there was such a group of people in Qin City. This was a gain and allowed him to learn more about Qin City. Zhao Fu did not say much because praising himself in front of so many people was a bit too shameless. However, Zhao Fu said earnestly, "Even though you're not suitable to be officials, Qin needs your talents. It's because of scholars like you that Qin's culture is so strong, and that's the soul of Qin." Hearing this, the people who had been feeling quite dejected now smiled because it seemed that they were quite important to Qin. That was right. In order to realize one's dreams and ambitions, one did not have to become an official, other paths were fine as well. Everyone regained their confidence and looked at Zhao Fu with admiration. As expected from someone by His Majesty's side, Zhao Fu was far more outstanding than them. "Sir, you're indeed a talented person. What's your name? Where do you live? If you have time, you can go visit in the future," Nailan Rua said with a trace of a smile. She felt that the man in front of her was quite ordinary. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If it's fated, we'll definitely meet again in the future." After speaking, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot into the horizon, not giving anyone time to react. Nailan Rua regretted not keeping Zhao Fu here. She definitely had to be on good terms with a prestigious figure like Zhao Fu. If she had connections with such a figure, her family's status in this place would have risen. On a small mountain, there was a simple and unadorned temple that was surrounded by cherry trees. The petals were pink, and there were many of them, making it look like a sea of flowers. The scene was quite beautiful and peaceful. This was a forest in the wilderness, and there was only this temple. There were no other villages or gathering places. Pleasant bird cries sounded out, and butterflies danced among the flowers, making this place seem like a paradise. A few women dressed in monk robes were smiling as they dug holes with hoes and placed saplings in them to water them. They were currently planting small cherry blossom trees. Suddenly, a tiger's roar sounded out as a spotted tiger jumped out and looked at the women in Buddhist robes savagely before giving off a ferocious aura as it rushed at the women in Buddhist robes. The women's faces became pale, and they were so scared that their legs became weak. They did not have any strength, while that tiger had stage 2 strength. However, they reacted quite quickly. They threw down their things and quickly ran towards the temple, shouting, "Master! Hurry up and tell us." When a beautiful woman heard the noise, she hurriedly walked out of the temple. When she saw the tiger, she was shocked. Just as she was about to run over, it was too late. The speed of the tiger is very fast. It caught up to the few women who were running away. It pounced forward and threw the women to the ground, opened its mouth and bit towards the women. When the woman saw the jaws of the tiger, tears flowed out of her eyes. She was extremely afraid and felt that she was going to die in the next second. She let out a shrill scream. Boom, a powerful aura descended as if a formless gravity weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The tiger, which had wanted to bite the woman to death, lay there in terror like a little cat, not daring to move at all. This person was simply too terrifying. Standing in the air, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Seeing that the tiger was quite tactful, he landed on the ground and helped the woman up. The woman stared blankly at Zhao Fu, who had descended from the sky and helped her up. Her face became slightly red as she said emotionally, "Thank you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "It's no problem." The other women ran over and looked at the woman in concern as they asked, "Yaru, are you all right?" The woman called Yaru nodded with a red face. Following this, the other women looked at Zhao Fu, a seemingly cheerful woman who looked a bit curious as she said, "Thank you for saving our Yaru. Also, may I ask who you are? We haven't had a man here for 6 years." Another good-looking woman said, "What do you mean no man has come in 6 years? Big Sishu, what do you mean by that? It's as if we lack men. It's more like no man has come since we came here." A slightly flirtatious-looking woman smiled as she said, "Sir, I'm quite curious. Looking at his noble temperament, he must be a big shot, right? What business do you have with us? We have nothing but women here." Zhao Fu chuckled. "I was just passing by. I saw that you were in danger, so I stopped." The woman called Yarrow looked at Zhao Fu and said with a red face, You. Don't talk nonsense. This young master is a gentleman. Don't think of others like that." The woman called Yu smiled charmingly. "But I didn't say anything. This young master said that he was really good-looking and had a very attractive aura. Where are the scriptures you usually read?" "Not the least bit reserved." The mature-looking woman had a cold expression as she walked over and said to the women. The women felt quite afraid and did not say anything, and they lowered their heads and retreated to the side. The mature-looking woman coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Thank you for saving my disciple's life. I owe you a favor, and if you have anything you want, I'll do my best to satisfy you. However, we don't welcome you here, so please leave." Zhao Fu looked quite surprised. It was the first time that he had heard someone say that they didn't welcome him in his own kingdom and territory. Moreover, it seemed that the woman in front of him also hated men. Zhao Fu felt quite interested and smiled as he said, "This doesn't seem to be your territory, right? According to Qin's laws, this is the wilderness, and all of Qin's territory belongs to the imperial court. You have no right to tell me to leave. Also, with your strength, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you for speaking to me in such a tone?" The mature-looking woman did not feel any fear as she said, "Since you're using Qin's laws to speak, you should understand that even Qin's nobles can't kill innocent people, or else your majesty will severely punish you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but loudly laugh and say, "You also have no right to ask me to leave." The mature-looking woman coldly harumphed, "It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. Also, what do you want from saving my disciple? I'll do my best to repay you and settle this matter." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, I want to ask you some questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll leave. Of course, you need to be polite, or else I'll really kill you. I'm not joking. Ordinary nobles of the Qin Empire would definitely be afraid of the laws of the Qin Empire. If they heard the laws of the Qin Empire, they would have to consider whatever they wanted to do. After all, even if they were nobles in the Qin Empire, the laws of the Qin Empire did not give them any preferential treatment. It could be said that the laws of the Qin Empire were a protective barrier for ordinary people. However, when facing truly terrifying people in the Qin Empire, ordinary laws were useless against them. This was because their status in the Qin Empire was extremely terrifying. Unless they directly reported this to Emperor Qin, they would not be punished. The person in front of them was not afraid of the laws of the Qin Empire. Coupled with his noble temperament, it was clear that he was a terrifying person. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily kill them. The mature woman thought for a moment. Although she was somewhat unwilling, her tone became more polite as she said, Ask me anything. I will try my best to answer you. Seeing her attitude, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile as he said, The first question is, why are you here? Is it because Qin doesn't treat you well, or is there another reason? Moreover, if you are from a sect, it seems that Qin also treats you well. The mature woman calmly replied, 6 years ago, there were all kinds of wars, and the people had no way to make a living. They were all persecuted by the war, so I took them to escape here to avoid the flames of war. At that time, this place was still a barren mountain. The cherry blossom forest is the result of our 6 years of hard work. After staying here for so long, we don't want to leave. Also, we are not from a sect, we are just a group of women who want to escape to the mortal world. We don't want to be disturbed, nor do we want to be separated from anyone. Zhao Fu understood. Before, Zhao Fu had thought that these people were hiding in this barren mountain because they were afraid of Qin. You have been staying here for a long time, but you seem to know a lot about the outside world. What do you think about Qin? Is there anything that Qin lacks? The mature woman couldn't help but sneer, You're a high-ranking official of the imperial court, so how could I dare to speak ill of Qin? If I do, I'm afraid that my disciples and I will be skinned in public tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhao Fu seemed to have some complaints about Qin, so Zhao Fu asked, Then tell me, what did Qin do wrong? Don't worry, no matter what you say, I won't do anything to you, and I can guarantee that no one in Qin will dare to hurt you. The mature woman looked at Zhao Fu in disbelief and said, Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Even Li Si and Bai Qi wouldn't dare to say such words in the imperial court. Be careful that your words don't reach His Majesty's ears. With His Majesty's cruel and ruthless personality, you'll die a horrible death. Zhao Fu could tell that this woman also had a problem with him. But now, no one in Qin's group was like that. They were all praising and worshipping his contribution and ability. When it came to being cruel and ruthless, Zhao Fu had to admit that he could be like this sometimes. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu said, Don't worry about this. Tell me what you're dissatisfied with about Qin. The mature woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, Do you think I'm stupid and will believe you? When that time comes, we'll be the ones to die. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him and stretched out a hand, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her up. The mature woman immediately felt suffocated, and her face became red as she struggled to get up. She grabbed onto Zhao Fu's hand with both hands, wanting to pry open Zhao Fu's hand. However, she was not strong enough to pry open Zhao Fu's hand at all. The women next to her were startled, and they had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly attack. He said that he would kill people, and they hurriedly went up and said with tears in their eyes, Sir, please don't kill our master. It was she who took care of us for 6 years and protected us for 6 years. We'll tell you everything you want to know and agree to anything you want. Zhao Fu let go of her hand, and the mature woman fell to the ground and panted heavily as she glared at Zhao Fu. After a while, she said angrily, You people from Qin's group are all so domineering and domineering. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, If you had been obedient, you wouldn't have done this. The mature woman angrily glared at Zhao Fu and said, I hope you can keep your promise. I admit that the human world is so powerful and the people can live such a comfortable life all thanks to you people from Qin's group. It's you people from Qin's group who have protected all of this. However, I can't forget how you attacked our city back then and slaughtered us. My father died at your hands, and my mother and loved ones were captured by you to be used by your lustful great Qin's majesty, Zhao Fu said as he looked at Zhao Fu. I knew that I couldn't save them, nor could I resist Qin. If I dared to express my thoughts, I would be regarded as a rebel and killed. After I found out that they were doing well, I met my disciples. At that time, they were only 13 or 14 years old, and their parents and relatives were all killed by Qin's group when they attacked our city. I took them with me to avoid the flames of war and to avoid Qin. However, Qin had already unified the world and became one of the most powerful empires in this world. We all knew that it was impossible for us to take revenge, so we could only submit to Qin and plan to spend the rest of our lives here. Hearing this, Zhao Fu seemed to be lost in thought. Qin's road to unify the world was built on countless corpses. The number of people like these women might be very large, so Qin had to strengthen the management. However, it was also because Qin was powerful and could give them a stable life without fear that they finally submitted to Qin. Except for those who hated him very much, they would not do anything to resist. This was a bit dangerous. They were the hidden cancer. Because Qin seemed to be fine now, they didn't dare to do anything. However, once something happened to Qin, they would harm Qin. It seemed that he had to make some measures when he went back. He had to find out those who harmed Qin and eliminate them first, so that they wouldn't have a chance. Xianxia could be responsible for dealing with this matter, and if he found them, he could assassinate them directly. Moreover, he had to strengthen the ideological control. Perhaps the older generation would remember what Qin had done, but they would grow old and die, and the younger generation would forget. They were living such a good life now, and it was impossible for them to let their children do stupid things. Of course, just in case, when it came to this aspect, he had to strengthen the management to eliminate these hidden dangers. It was estimated that Qin's high-pressure state would last for a long time. Only in this way could the internal affairs of Qin be stable, so that Qin could resist external threats. After coming back from his contemplation, Zhao Fu looked at the mature women on the ground and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you submit to Qin, I won't hurt you. Although I am cruel and violent, I only treat those who don't submit or my enemies, not the people of Qin." First of all, Zhao Fu didn't seem to be speaking like a subject but like the ruler of Qin. Moreover, the mature woman had just said that Prince Qin was cruel and ruthless, but now he said that he was cruel and ruthless, but he wouldn't treat his own people, enemies, or people who didn't submit. Thinking about that, everyone's hearts sank as they thought of a terrifying possibility. This possibility was unbelievable. The person in front of them was Prince Qin, the ruler of Qin, and the person with the highest authority in Qin. The mature woman was incredibly shocked, and she stared at Zhao Fu as she said, "You're Prince Qin?" Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the mature woman in front of him and said, "That's right. I'm the lecherous Prince Qin, the person who killed your father and stole your mother and lover." She said that her lover had been sent to Qin's harem with her mother. She was most likely a woman, and she was quite pretty. No wonder she hated men so much and had female disciples. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, flames of fury burned in the mature woman's eyes. She clenched her fists and wanted to take revenge, but in the end, she didn't do anything. Firstly, she wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, and secondly, her mother and lover were in his hands. Finally, she thought about her 6 years of Zen cultivation, and her anger gradually subsided as she coldly said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The other women also looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the ruler of Qin would come to them. Even though the deaths of their loved ones were related to Qin, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. They only felt fear and despair. This was the memory that Prince Qin had given them. Now, their faces were pale as they knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, I said that I won't kill you, so I won't. Just continue to be good citizens of Qin." Hearing this, the women all let out sighs of relief. The mature woman stood there expressionlessly. She didn't say anything and was as cold as ice. Zhao Fu looked at her and said with a smile, "Do you still want to see your mother and lover?" These words caused the mature woman's expression to change. Her eyes flashed with light, and she could not help but feel delighted. Her breathing became ragged. This was what she had wanted to do the most in the past 6 years. Yes. The mature woman looked at Zhao Fu and replied in a resolute tone. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I will give you a chance to see them. But since they have entered Qin's imperial palace, they can't be free, nor can they be returned to you. You have to understand this. The mature woman gave a trace of a smile and nodded. Being able to see those two was already something that she could only dream of. What else could she hope for? The women next to him also gave happy smiles. This was the first time they had seen their master so happy, and they knew that this was something their master had always wanted. Now, his dream had finally come true. Do you still have any dissatisfaction towards Qin? Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the mature woman. The mature woman gave a trace of a smile and bowed as she said, Your Majesty, you must be joking. How could I still dare to be dissatisfied? I can't even thank your Majesty right now. The women next to her also smiled as they said, We've heard others say that Qin's Majesty is a terrifying demon king or something. We never thought that your Majesty would be such a good person. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said to the mature woman, I still have things to do. After you come to Qin's imperial palace, tell the guards and I'll send people to deal with your matters. The mature woman gave a trace of a smile and once again thanked Zhao Fu. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, he saw the tiger obediently lying on the ground, looking as scared as a kitten. Since it was so obedient, Zhao Fu naturally would not kill it. However, if he let it go, it would continue to harm people in the future. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu waved his hand and sent a restriction into the tiger's body, and the tiger did not dare to resist. Zhao Fu turned and smiled as he said, Consider this a small gift to you, let him become the guardian beast of a temple. The women all smiled happily and hurriedly thanked Zhao Fu. With such a big tiger, they would be much better off. Zhao Fu did not say anything and turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the horizon. The women looked at the direction in which Zhao Fu had disappeared, their hearts beating rapidly. This was most likely the greatest fortuitous encounter they had ever had. They had actually met the ruler of Qin's imperial palace. Following this, Zhao Fu went to a few more places to check on the situation and ask about the residents' opinions before returning to Qin's imperial palace. By now, various factions had sent over a large number of memorials, which were all about the people's opinions and how to repair the villages and cities. Zhao Fu sat on his throne and started to read them, feeling more motivated than before. Perhaps it was because he felt that he had an obligation and responsibility. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu could not help but think about the mature woman, and he ordered people to call over the two women. One was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a virtuous aura, while the other had an alluring figure and gave off a heroic aura. The beautiful woman was the mature woman's mother, and the heroic woman was the mature woman's lover. After being called over by Zhao Fu, the two women thought that they were here to serve Zhao Fu. Their faces were red, and their eyes glowed with tears as they flirtatiously bowed and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhao Fu looked at the two of them and felt that he had some impression of them. He smiled and told them about the mature women. The two women immediately smiled in pleasant surprise, and the beautiful woman said happily, Your Majesty. May I ask where my daughter is? Now, she should serve you and become Qin's concubine. The beautiful woman thought that with her daughter's beauty, Emperor Qin would definitely like her and take her into his harem. When that time came, she would be able to reunite with her daughter and live together every day. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, It's not what you think. I just came to tell you that she might come back in a few days. The two women smiled and nodded before looking at Zhao Fu expectantly. However, Zhao Fu had them leave and looked at the memorials again. There were indeed a few things that he had to take care of, such as the families of the soldiers who had died in battle. This made Zhao Fu think of the village head's family, and he felt that he should give them better treatment. Moreover, he had to carry it out properly so that the families of the soldiers who had died in battle would not be in a difficult situation. As for the soldiers who had died in battle, Qin had kept their corpses. Of course, they could also choose to do so. The second option was to turn into Qin's ghost soldiers. Perhaps one day, they would regain their consciousness and memories, which would be like being reborn. Many people didn't want to lose their families and friends, nor did they want to die, so they chose the second option. However, the number of people who could turn into ghost soldiers was limited, so Qin stored the corpses of those soldiers. The second problem was the corruption in the officialdom, as well as forming cliques for private interests and appointing trusted aides instead of virtuous people. These things had to be taken seriously and thoroughly investigated. This was the source of civil strife, and many ancient dynasties had perished because of this. Zhao Fu would never allow these things to happen. Of course, this was discovered when Zhao Fu landed on a big boat in the middle of the river and talked with many scholars. They weren't suitable to be officials and had some misunderstandings about the ministers, so Zhao Fu didn't want what they said to happen. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu called Xianxia, who used to be the holy maiden of the White Lotus cult. She had been integrated into Qin's intelligence organization, and the White Lotus cult had been changed to the White cult. This was because the White sect's forte was in bewitching people's hearts. It was also the most widespread and had many members. There were all sorts of people, including a beggar, a rich merchant, or a soldier. All of these were possible. Most of Great Qin's information was obtained through them, and they provided a lot of information. There were all kinds of information, but some secret information could not be obtained. The one responsible for this was Eternal Night. The Eternal Night was not only responsible for assassinations, but it was also responsible for secret matters, and it was the most terrifying of the three factions. The Flower Moon also collected all kinds of information, but some of them were related to business. Because Qin was hostile to the surrounding countries, it was impossible for them to do business. However, the Flower Moon was doing well in the Qin Empire, and it became the most important helper for Qin to control the business economy. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Xianxia's beautiful eyes seduced Zhao Fu, and her voice was a bit flirtatious. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Nothing much. I just want you to pay more attention to the affairs of the ministers in the court in the future. Of course, don't bother too much about small matters. Just pay attention to some big matters, especially those related to Qin's policies." Xianxia gave an alluring smile as she said, "Your Majesty, leave this matter to us. Don't worry, the people of the White Sect will definitely take care of it. Also, why hasn't His Majesty visited us recently? We miss His Majesty very much." Zhao Fu chuckled, "You can leave first. I'll go back when I have time." Xianxia happily laughed, "Then Your Majesty, I want to go down and wait for you to come to us." After Xianxia left, Zhao Fu summoned the Evernight people. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 11 people controlling Eternal Night, namely Wang Ergu, Lu Mei, and the others, came before Zhao Fu and greeted him. Zhao Fu responded and didn't waste any time. "I don't have anything else to tell you. I just want you to start investigating all the people who might cause harm to Qin. No matter who they are, you can kill them directly." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 11 people replied in unison before leaving the Great Hall. After hearing that Zhao Fu was giving out orders, the ministers all felt quite wary. They knew that their Majesty had gone out because he had changed his mind. As the ruler of Qin, the entire Qin Empire felt a bit depressed and nervous. However, because Zhao Fu's actions were very secretive, they didn't cause too much of a commotion, and the Qin Empire still looked very peaceful. Following this, Zhao Fu called Li Si over to discuss some policies, which he would discuss with the ministers at the Imperial Court Conference. Li Si felt quite surprised because this was the first time that Zhao Fu had been so interested in the internal affairs of the Great Qin village and the Great Qin Empire. Normally, he would not have been like this. Suddenly, a soldier came in and reported, "Your Majesty, the second wind god's messenger has sent someone to see you." Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Why would the second wind god want to see him? Moreover, they didn't have a good relationship at all. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu ordered his people to gather information on the second wind god and took a quick look. It turned out that the First Aeolian Empire had been severely damaged in the alchemy world, and its strength had greatly decreased. Moreover, it had to face enemies all around it and couldn't even protect itself, which made the second wind god change a bit. The reason why the second wind god was so fearless and arrogant was that it had the support of the First Aeolian Empire. As a kingdom in the middle domain, it had the ability to crush the outer domain. Even the kingdoms in the outer domain didn't dare to offend it, and ordinary forces could only give in to it. Now that it had lost its biggest support, the Second Aeolian Empire definitely couldn't be like before, which was why it had sent a messenger. Otherwise, with the second wind god's arrogant attitude, why would it send a messenger? Zhao Fu went to meet the emissary, who was a kind middle-aged man. Seeing Zhao Fu come out, the kind middle-aged man smiled and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu said with a trace of a smile, "Why is the Second Aeolian Empire looking for Qin?" Seeing Zhao Fu smile, the kind middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. After all, the two sides were enemies, and if he came to visit, it would definitely make Qin's majesty displeased. However, the result was the opposite. As such, the kind middle-aged man said with a smile, "Your Majesty Qin. In actuality, I'm here on behalf of the second wind god to invite Qin to the Second Aeolian Empire to resolve the natural disaster. We'll also give him food as a reward." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, so this was the purpose. In actuality, Qin and the second wind god didn't have much enmity, but there was a lot of enmity between him and the First Aeolian Empire. Moreover, the second wind god not only wanted to resolve the natural disaster, but it also wanted to improve its relationship with Qin. Perhaps this was the Second Aeolian Empire's true purpose. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that resolving the natural disaster would be beneficial to Qin, and it would be disadvantageous to the second wind god. Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. In order to prevent the other party from becoming suspicious, he said, "I can promise the Second Aeolian Empire this, but you must give me 4 times the amount of food." The kind middle-aged man couldn't help but feel delighted. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would agree so easily. He had thought that it would be very difficult, but it was only 4 times the amount of food. Even though food was quite important to the second wind god, it was worth it. "Your Majesty, I can promise you this," the kind middle-aged man said to Zhao Fu, suppressing the joy in his heart. After that, the kind man also left. After a while, Qin received the food sent by the Aeolian Empire and sent a disaster stopper to solve the disaster. At that moment, Gongsun Zhu and her sister came to Qin and smiled as they said, "Your Majesty, we've already found something." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and smiled. He had asked his sisters to research metals in the alchemy world, and they had most likely made some progress. He asked, "What did you learn?" Gongsun Zhu smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, come with us and have a look. It will definitely surprise you." When Zhao Fu heard this, he felt some anticipation in his heart. He smiled and nodded before following the two sisters to an open space. Gongsun Zhu took out a sword. This sword was a little special. It was only about a foot long, and it did not have a hilt. There was only a blade. It was silvery white in color, and there were grooves on both sides of the blade. Gongsun Zhu placed the sword in his left hand and clasped the 2 fingers of his right hand together, forming a sword finger. He sent a wave of power into it, causing the sword finger to give off a faint light. Clang clang clang, the sword in his left hand began to tremble and emit a crisp sword hum. The sword also emitted a faint light. At that moment, Gongsun Zhu forcefully raised his sword fingers, and an even stronger sword hum rang out. The sword flew up from Gongsun Zhu's hand, giving off a bright sword light as it floated in front of Gongsun Zhu. When Zhao Fu saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this a flying sword from the cultivation world? Who would have thought that Gongsun Zhu and her sister would actually be able to develop this thing? It was truly too surprising. At this moment, Gongsun Zhu was drawing circles with her sword. The sword that was flying in the air seemed to have a life of its own as it spun around Gongsun Zhu. At that moment, Gongsun Zhu sent even more power into his fingers, causing the flying sword to give off an intense sword light. A sharp aura spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end, and they could not help but feel fear. Clang, Gongsun Zhu pointed at a large boulder in front of him, and the flying sword gave off a sword hum. It gave off a sharp power and turned into a ray of light as it shot forwards incredibly quickly, slashing past the boulder in an instant. Pooh! That 2-meter big rock was directly penetrated by the flowing light, leaving behind a 2-finger-wide hole. That hard rock was like tofu, without any resistance. After the flying sword pierced through the boulder, it directly stabbed into the ground behind the boulder, emitting a faint sword light. Gongsun Zhu curled his fingers, and the sword stabbed into the ground gave off a powerful sword light again. It turned into a stream of light that shot towards Gongsun Zhu, and then stopped in front of him. Gongsun Zhu withdrew the power from his fingers, and the flying sword lost its light and fell from the air. Gongsun Zhu smiled as he stretched out his hand to catch the flying sword and said, "Your Majesty. How do you feel?" Zhao Fu also nodded happily. "Very good. How did you make these flying swords?" To be able to control a sword like this requires an extremely powerful sword cultivator. By the side, Gongsun Zhu gave a trace of pride as he smiled and said, "Of course. Big Sis and I spent a lot of time and effort on this, and we even gathered all of Gongsun Zhu's family to discuss it. Who knows how much difficulty we went through before we were able to make this. For this item, don't you think our family should be heavily rewarded? Of course, us sisters need it as well. If you have any rare materials in the future, you have to tell us immediately." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "That's for sure. If Qin can master this flying sword, his power will become quite terrifying. Moreover, Qin will have an additional long-range attack ability." Gongsun Lin also gave a happy smile. She had spent so much effort researching this, and now, she had received Zhao Fu's approval. Zhao Fu looked at Gongsun Zhu and said, "How did you make this flying sword?" Gongsun Zhu smiled as she explained, "Even though this flying sword looks quite simple, it's actually quite difficult to make. First of all, we discovered that the mechanized parts of the alchemists' bodies are not ordinary ores or metals, but vitality metals. Although they lack spiritual power, in our eyes, they are undoubtedly a very good spiritual material and container. Under normal circumstances, they are relatively rare and can be used to create terrifying equipment with extremely strong spiritual power. However, the goldsmith world is mostly made of life metals, which is quite shocking. We understood that if we could use life metals to their full potential, they would be incredibly useful. As such, we asked the Gongsun family's seniors and various ancient texts to find a rough method. Of course, this method wouldn't be able to create flying swords, it was just a starting point. The problem at the beginning is that the goldsmith world's metals and the Heaven Awakened world's metals are items from two different worlds, so it's quite difficult to fuse them together. However, with the matter of fusing materials from the Heaven Awakened world and outer world, this problem is easily solved. The second problem is that even though life metals have life, they lack spirituality. We originally planned to fuse things with spirituality into them, but things with spirituality are incredibly rare and impossible to obtain in large quantities. Lin and I thought about it and decided to use a spirit chi formation to send large amounts of spirit energy into the life metals to increase their spirit energy. Because they had already fused with materials from the Heaven Awakened world, the rate at which the materials absorbed spirit energy was not very fast. The materials that were filled with spirit energy became completely different from before. If the life metals are like living bodies, then the spirituality is like a soul. When the two of them are fused together, they form a metallic life form. My sister and I named this type of metal the heavenly refining metal, formed from the first word of the two worlds. We tried to forge some weapons with this type of heavenly refining metal, but found that it was not suitable for forging, because it was very easy to destroy the heavenly refining metal. As such, my little sister and I went through many of the Gongsun family's forging texts and found a method to nurture a sword. We used this method to nurture a sword and didn't forge it anymore. The end result was quite surprising. The sword that was nurtured became an extremely terrifying sword, and its grade and power were greatly increased. It can now be used as a powerful weapon. However, its spirituality was still lacking, and it couldn't unleash the sword's power. My little sister and I thought of a method, which was to fuse a creature's soul and some of your blood into the sword while it was being nurtured. Also, this type of flying sword is only suitable for sword cultivators. This method of nurturing swords has already nurtured a trace of a sword spirit. Even though it is not very powerful, only sword cultivators can unleash its power. Moreover, the various attributes of swords are quite suitable for sword cultivators. I was only a half-sword cultivator and did not unleash its true power. If it is given to sword cultivators, it will be even more powerful. Zhao Fu listened to Gongsun Zhu's explanation and felt that it would be quite complicated to create. However, what Zhao Fu cared about the most was whether it could be mass-produced. If it could not be mass-produced, it would not be of much use to Qin no matter how powerful it was. Thinking to there, Zhao Fu asked. Gongsun Zhu smiled and nodded, "Your Majesty. I've mentioned this before, and I've also thought about the problem of mass production. So don't worry, this type of flying sword can be mass-produced, and it's still being improved. Who knows, there might be flying swords in the cultivation world, combined swords, and even the 10,000 returning swords. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but smile and feel quite excited. He could already foresee that after Qin grasped this method, the scene of countless flying swords filling the sky would be incredibly terrifying. Gongsun Zhu talked about flying swords, combined swords, and even the 10,000 returning swords. This made Zhao Fu even more excited. Most importantly, it could be mass-produced. As such, Zhao Fu said, "Give me the method to create flying swords, and I'll immediately order people to prepare various things. After this, I'll heavily reward the Gongsun family." Gongsun Zhu smiled and nodded before starting to explain the method of creating flying swords in detail. First, it required a large amount of alchemy materials. This was not a problem, as Qin had stored a large amount of alchemy materials. These materials were all obtained from the alchemist race's corpses. Half of them were hands and feet, and the large pile looked quite terrifying. Of course, the philosopher's stones within their bodies had also been dug out and gathered together. These were the alchemy materials that Zhao Fu was talking about. Because there were many of them, they were also the most common material. Of course, because it was life metal, the higher the creature's level, the higher the metal's level would be, and the higher the grade of the flying swords would be. Right now, Qin only needed a large number of flying swords. Those common alchemy materials were already enough, and he did not need any high-grade materials. Moreover, the higher the grade of the flying swords, the more cultivation was required. Right now, Qin did not have many experts, and he did not even have stage 2 soldiers. As such, even if he could create a large number of high-grade flying swords, Qin would not be able to use them. The second was the sword embryo. This sword embryo was the most important thing to form a flying sword. Without it, it would be impossible to create a flying sword, and it would be impossible to even use the heavenly refining metal. The sword embryo was not simple at all, as it was the Gongsun family, and it was made from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was of sword. Qin's soul was also quite important, but it was quite simple for Qin. After all, Qin killed many people every day and could use their souls. Moreover, the souls of humans were more spiritual than those of beasts. Finally, there were people who could use the flying swords. Only sword cultivators could unleash the power of the flying swords, so Qin naturally wanted to nurture a large number of sword cultivators. The first person that Zhao Fu thought of was Xianxia's sword sect. Last time, when Qin had carried out his plan, the sword sect had performed quite well. They had killed decisively, and they had followed Qin's orders and massacred factions. However, the sword sect was just a faction, and Qin needed an army of sword cultivators. A sect could not be an army, as the number of people and rules were different. It could not be compared to a regular army. However, only a sect like that would be able to nurture the most powerful sword cultivators. An army would not be able to do so. In the future, the flying swords would become Qin's most important weapon. Zhao Fu not only wanted to nurture a large number of sword cultivators, but he also wanted to nurture a large number of high-tier sword cultivators. He wanted to avoid the awkward situation of having a large number of high-tier flying swords but no sword cultivators. If the sword sect became a faction that was half sect and half army, combining the advantages of both factions, that would be the best outcome. Zhao Fu was not a sword cultivator, so he did not know much about sword cultivators. Zhao Fu did not know how they cultivated, how they judged people with sword cultivation talent, or how they comprehended the way of the sword. This made Zhao Fu think of a person, and that person was Xianxia, Qin's #1 swordsman. Now that the flying swords had appeared, Xianxia would be put in an even more important position. He would no longer be the sect master of a sect but the commander of an army. After hearing Zhao Fu's orders, Xianxia quickly came to Zhao Fu's side, and his expression was calm as he said, "Your Majesty. What business do you have with me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out his hand and handed the flying sword to Xianxia. Zhao Fu said, "What do you think of this sword?" Xianxia's sharp gaze fell on the sword, and he found that it was quite different from normal swords. He stretched out his hand, picked up the sword, and sent a trace of sword energy into it. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as the flying sword gave off an intense sword light and continuously trembled, as if it was excited by the terrifying sword energy. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but say, "This sword actually has a life of its own, and it's different from ordinary swords. It's more like a sword-shaped creature." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "This is the result of Qin's research, and it's going to be put to use. I called you here because of this." Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and said respectfully, "Please tell me, Your Majesty, this lowly subject will immediately do as you say." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want you to nurture an army of sword cultivators. As a sword cultivator, you should understand how sword cultivators cultivate and who has the talent to become a sword cultivator. I'll leave all of this to you. At the same time, not only do I want a large number of sword cultivators, but I also need some powerful sword cultivators. I hope that you can do this. If you have any requests, you can finally see, he will fulfill all of your requests." Xianxia nodded, "This lowly subject understands, and I won't disappoint Your Majesty." Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and said, "All right. There's nothing else for you to do, so you can go and do it now." Following this, Xianxia went to finally see and made an announcement to all of Qin, announcing the start of the sword cultivator aptitude test. He also asked the sword sex people to go and help. As sword cultivators, they naturally knew how to judge aptitude. Sword cultivators had to like swords, or else no matter how high their aptitude was, they would not be able to become powerful swordsmen. As such, most of the people who participated in the sword cultivator aptitude test were people who loved swords, and they were quite young. After everything was prepared, Qin started to nurture the flying swords. He first found a very large flat area and set up 2 magic formations. One was a spirit-gathering formation, which absorbed the surrounding spirit force for the 5 elemental sword embryos to absorb spirit force. The other was the soul-splitting formation, which was to split a complete soul into different parts and infuse it into the 5 elemental sword embryos. These 2 magic formations were the first things to be set up, and they were the most basic things. They covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers and were quite large. Next was the 5 elemental sword embryos. Qin had collected the most ordinary 5 elemental materials, and because there were a lot of them, it didn't matter how he used them. In other words, there were the following 5 materials: black iron essence, wood root copper, water ore, fire stone steel, and earth spirit Oregon. They were all metals, but they contained the power of the 5 elements, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After collecting the 5 materials, blacksmith Qin and the talisman master had something to do. They followed Zhao Fu's orders and fused the 5 types of metals to create a 2.5-meter tall and 30 centimeters wide large sword. They also had to leave a sword-shaped hole inside the large sword that led out from the hilt, and one could see the inside of the sword from the hilt. The talisman master also engraved countless runes on the swords, making them look mighty and domineering and mysterious. These were the 5 elemental sword embryos, and they weren't single-use items. In other words, they wouldn't become useless after nurturing one flying sword, and they could be nurtured repeatedly. As time passed, these sword embryos would also have terrifying power. Zhao Fu first ordered people to insert the 5 elemental sword embryos into the ground. The 2.5-meter-long swords were inserted 2 meters into the ground, leaving only half a meter outside, which was the hilt. Massive swords were stabbed into the ground, and they gave off a powerful and formless sword aura, causing the air to become heavy and the heavens and earth to change colors. This scene was quite shocking. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. However, these were just preparatory work, and the nurturing of the flying swords had not yet officially begun. Groups of people followed Zhao Fu's orders and poured in some metal liquids. The metal liquids were liquids that had been melted by high temperatures, and they gave off a faint light and were extremely hot. This metallic liquid was the product of materials from the alchemy world and the heaven awaken world. The metal liquid was poured into the sword through the hole in the sword hilt. It didn't need to be filled to the brim, just enough to fill up the sword. Next, Zhao Fu activated the gathering magic array and a massive magic array appeared from the ground. A massive suction force spread out and a vast amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered together to form a mist, which then surged in like a tidal wave. The countless runes on the sword stabbed into the ground lit up and gave off sword light as a terrifying sword energy spread out. The liquid metal that had been poured into the sword had not cooled yet, but the sword gave off a powerful sword energy that continuously seeped into the liquid metal and changed it. Under the powerful sword energy's changes, the liquid metal quickly condensed into a hiltless sword. The sword continuously absorbed sword energy, and now, countless flying swords were being nurtured. Finally, there was one thing missing, which was a soul. This was the spirituality that the flying swords lacked. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a massive gray magic array, giving off a cold and eerie aura, spread out. The Xianxia in the surroundings also started to swirl, and the temperature in the surroundings started to fall. Bring those people here. Zhao Fu looked at the massive magic array and gave a trace of a smile as he gave the order to a soldier next to him. The soldier obeyed, and a few thousand people, whose hands were tied up and who looked terrified or furious, were brought to the center of the magic array by Qin's soldiers, where Zhao Fu was standing. A valiant-looking young man looked furious as he struggled and shouted at Qin's soldiers, "Let go of me and have a fair duel. Even if I die, I'm willing. Please don't kill me, I really regret it. I shouldn't have insulted Qin's soldiers. Please give me another chance," an elderly man cried out to Qin's soldiers, his face filled with terror. "Great Qin's people are all bastards and scum. You'll suffer retribution sooner or later," a young woman cursed with a hateful look on her face. "Don't kill me. Why do you want to kill me? Tell me what I've done wrong, and I'll definitely change," a skinny and weak-looking young man pleaded with Qin's soldiers, his eyes filled with terror. Some of these people were unwilling to submit and had intense hatred. Some had committed crimes, and some were relatives of despicable criminals. Some had been captured from other regions. There were all sorts of people. Arg, what followed was a massacre. Those people were lined up and kneeling on the ground, with soldiers holding sabers standing next to them. Under Zhao Fu's orders, they raised their sabers and swung down, chopping off a head, causing blood to continuously flow out. Heads flew into the air and rolled to the ground. The headless corpses also fell, dyeing the ground red. At that moment, a massive wave of Yin energy covered the corpses, and images floated out from the corpses. They looked just like the corpses, and these were the so-called souls. Countless souls were pulled out from the corpses by the massive Yin energy, and the gray magic array on the ground gave off rays of cold light that slashed towards those souls. Arg, the countless souls' pitiful cries sounded out, and it was incredibly ear-piercing, as if they were in hell. The rays of cold light cut the countless souls into countless pieces, which floated in the air. The massive gray magic array on the ground once again gave off a suction force, and the countless soul pieces were sucked in. Following this, the gray magic array sent the soul pieces into the large swords. After the souls were sent into the swords, powerful sword energy seeped into them, clearing away all of their memories and impurities, leaving behind only their soul energy. Under the control of the large swords, traces of soul energy flowed into the flying swords. Now, the most important thing was to wait. If he wanted to nurture a flying sword, he definitely had to wait for a long time. In the end, Zhao Fu did not fuse the soldiers' blood into the flying swords, as it was quite troublesome. Even though it could increase the flying sword's control, it required a different sword embryo, and if it was destroyed, it would have to be nurtured again. Soon, Qin received news that the alchemy world was once again attacking Qin. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu's expression became serious because this was the third time the alchemy world had attacked, and they were even more ferocious this time. Zhao Fu took Qin's soldiers and quickly headed to the alchemy world. After coming to the city walls, the soldiers were already making preparations, continuously strengthening the defensive restrictions and carrying out all sorts of military equipment. Their expressions were serious and they did not dare to be careless at all. After experiencing 2 battles against the alchemy world, they understood just how terrifying the alchemist race was. Moreover, after 2 battles, Qin had perfected its defensive measures and had dug out a defensive zone. Bai Qi. How many alchemist soldiers are attacking this time? Zhao Fu looked ahead and asked Bai Qi seriously. Hearing this, Bai Qi replied seriously, there are twice as many alchemist soldiers this time, and there are 1.2 billion alchemist soldiers. I heard that the number of war beasts has greatly increased as well. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. Qin only had 4 billion or so stage 2 soldiers, and 2.5 billion of them had been sent here. If the alchemy world soldiers continued to increase, Qin would not have enough soldiers to deal with them. Rumble. Before Zhao Fu could think of what to do, a massive explosion sounded out, causing the ground to tremble. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the air to become cold and oppressive. Alchemist soldiers flooded out from the ground, as well as massive war beasts. They gave off a metallic and austere aura, making it seem as if nothing could stop them. This time, the alchemist army had gathered even more alchemist factions, and it was not just Flame Ghost who was leading them. Another large faction had joined, and its status and power were not any weaker than Flame Ghost's faction. This person was a coldly arrogant young man called Bing Han. Now, the entire army was led by the two of them. The alchemist army was even more confident. With 1.2 billion alchemist soldiers and 5,000 war beasts, they had enough strength to destroy everything. They had come to take revenge for the Heaven Awakened world base and destroy it. The alchemy army soon arrived in front of Qin with a strong and cold aura. On Qin's side, 2 billion soldiers were guarding the city walls, and 500 million soldiers were left inside the encampment to prevent any accidents. Qin had learned a lesson last time. If it weren't for the army that stayed behind, Qin's encampment might have been breached. The two armies faced off against each other, causing the air to become heavy. It was even more austere, and could be felt even from far away. Bing Han and Flame Gui led the leaders of the various factions and stood in the sky. Flame Gui looked at Zhao Fu furiously. Last time, he had almost died here and returned in defeat. He had been ridiculed by others, and this time, he was going to use Great Qin's blood to wash away this humiliation. An icy gaze looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of coldness and arrogance. Your faction is not bad, you blocked 2 attacks from the alchemy world and were not destroyed. You should be proud of this. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu with an icy gaze and said with a trace of arrogance, your faction is not bad. However, this time, you will definitely lose. With me around, the Heaven Awakened world will lose sooner or later. Why don't you submit to me first? After the alchemy world devours the Heaven Awakened world, you will also receive great benefits. Of course, you might be afraid of the Heaven Awakened world's punishment, but you don't need to worry. The alchemy world has the ability to avoid punishment. Submitting to me is your best choice. Moreover, seeing that your factions are quite strong, I'm willing to subdue you. This is an honor for you Heaven Awakened world people, ordinary factions do not have such an honor. After hearing Ice Han's words, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The alchemy world could avoid punishment for traitors? Wasn't this just luring people from the Heaven Awakened world to surrender? Moreover, the alchemy world was dominated by people, unlike the outer world, which was dominated by insects. Those insects had low intelligence and would kill anyone they saw. If you submitted, you would still die in the end. Zhao Fu naturally did not like Icy Han's words, and he would not submit to him. He coldly laughed as he said, it's hard to say whether you'll win or lose. It's possible that your head will be hung on the city walls tomorrow. Ice Han coldly looked at Zhao Fu, a trace of killing intent appearing in his heart. Beside him, Flame Ghost said, I said before that that boy is incredibly arrogant and domineering and will not surrender. It's better to attack and destroy this faction, capture that boy, and torture him. Ice Han did not say anything else and immediately gave the order to attack. It was the same as before, to use the War Saint Beasts to suppress them. The War Saint Beasts aimed their massive cannons at Qin's city walls. Countless rays of light shot out from the cannons, and an extremely dangerous aura spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying beams of light containing destructive power shot out like bolts of lightning towards Qin's city walls. No one could stop them, and the beams of light pierced through the sky incredibly quickly. Facing this wave of attacks, Great Qin did not hesitate and activated its defensive barrier. A massive black energy barrier giving off a firm and powerful aura appeared. Bang! Bang! Massive sound sounded out as the terrifying beams of light quickly hit the defensive barrier, causing countless cracks to appear on it. Even more beams of light containing terrifying power continued to hit the defensive barrier. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive defensive barrier was shattered by the War Saint Beasts. Even though Qin continuously strengthened the defensive barrier, the enemy's war saint beasts continuously increased in numbers. Kill! The countless soldiers roared and gave off ferocious auras as they charged at Qin, seeming to want to destroy everything. The people at the very front were still holding long spears in their hands. Borrowing the momentum of their charge, they forcefully threw the long spears out. The city walls gave off immense power as they shot out and disappeared into the air. Magic formations appeared, and alchemy power continuously gathered in the surroundings as the alchemy formations gave off intense light. Swish, 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 spears containing terrifying power shot out from the magic formation. They were densely packed and seemed to be extremely well practiced, and they descended like a torrential rain. On Qin's side, the shield bearers once again went up and formed a shield wall that gave off black light, forming a black barrier that blocked the countless spears. The echelon builders once again walked out and pressed their metal-gloved hands against the ground as alchemy formations appeared. Countless traces of alchemy power gathered as metal stairs quickly stretched out from the ground towards the city walls. However, facing the soldiers' ferocious attacks, Qin's side seemed much calmer and did not seem to be in a rush to respond. This made the leaders feel quite surprised. Why were the soldiers attacking while Qin's side did not react at all? They felt that something was off and wanted to tell the soldiers to be more careful. Boom, a massive black magic formation floated out of Great Qin's residence, and a chaotic and destructive power flowed out and spread out. Countless people looked quite confused as they watched the metal stairs start to disintegrate and turn into metal powder. Soon, the metal stairs completely disintegrated. At first, the metal stairs had been quite shocking, but now that they had disintegrated, the people on them fell to the ground like rain. This scene was incredibly shocking. Swish, 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 as many people fell to the ground and were unable to get up, Qin's side shot out arrows. The arrows contained immense force as they flew out, leaving behind black blurs as they descended like a torrential rain. Arg, the soldiers on the ground were unable to resist at all, and their bodies were pierced by the arrows. Blood flew everywhere as countless cries sounded out, and it was unknown just how many people had died. That magic formation was a massive outer world magic formation, and it had used up many crystals containing chaos energy. Otherwise, it would not have been able to release such intense chaos energy in the outer world. However, not too long after this magic formation appeared, it stopped. After all, the outer world suppressed the Heaven Awakened world by quite a bit. Moreover, the main goal was to make it so that the metal stairs could not be used, making it more difficult for the enemy to attack. Seeing the countless casualties of the refiner soldiers, the leaders of the various factions felt a trace of anger, and they all ordered the war saint beasts to attack. Boom! Boom! Terrifying rays of light containing terrifying power and shocking auras shot towards Qin's city walls. On Qin's side, there was no defensive barrier, and 100-meter-tall holy light emissaries giving off intense holy light auras appeared. They stretched out their hands, and a powerful aura spread out. White defensive barriers giving off intense holy light energy appeared on the city walls, covering countless Qin's soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. However, the power of the beams of light was astonishing. Some of them pierced right through the white barrier, creating a large hole in the holy light emissary's body. The holy light emissary's body immediately turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. Some of the beams of light landed on the city walls, resulting in explosions. Countless soldiers' bodies exploded, causing blood to fly everywhere, and pained cries sounded out. On the alchemy world side, the ladder builders once again placed their hands on the ground, and alchemy arrays appeared one after another. The surrounding alchemy power was also quickly gathering. However, a primal chaos magic formation once again appeared on Great Qin's side, and a wave of primal chaos power spread to the ground, causing the alchemy formations to dim. The surrounding alchemy power was unable to gather, making it impossible to construct the metal stairs. This surprised the alchemists. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Building metal stairs was the most common way to attack a city in the alchemy world. Now that this method was restrained, the many alchemy soldiers could only rush towards the city wall of Qin City on the ground. Bang! 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 Loud sounds rang out again. As mentioned before, Qin had secretly dug a defensive belt. This defensive belt had a width of dozens of meters and a depth of hundreds of meters. It was also filled with many steel thorns, each shining with a cold light and extremely sharp. Now, the ground collapsed, and countless alchemy soldiers fell. Their bodies were pierced by the steel thorns, and screams rang out. This caused the originally ferocious army of alchemy soldiers to stop. However, they didn't stop them for long. They immediately gathered their strength, smashed the ground, and filled the trenches that they had dug out. Then, they continued to rush towards Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Qin's side shot out countless arrows at once. With a series of air-piercing sounds, the countless arrows fell with great force. Some alchemy soldiers raised their metal shields to block the arrows, while others waved their mechanical arms or weapons to block the arrows. There were also some who had their bodies pierced by the arrows. Blood splattered everywhere, and they let out pained screams. Some died on the spot. The alchemy army continued to ferociously charge towards the city walls. Seeing how ferocious the army was, the various alchemy leaders grinned and had their Saint War beasts aim at Qin's city walls, providing great assistance to the alchemy army. Countless cannons pointed at Qin's city walls, and countless rays of light spread out from within the cannons as a dangerous aura spread out. Zhao Fu's expression was cold. If he allowed these Saint War beasts to fire another wave of attacks, Qin's city walls would suffer great losses. Moreover, Zhao Fu had long since detested these Saint War beasts, and they would always put Qin under great pressure and danger. Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to order people to bring out 10 or so meter-long dragon-slaying ballistae. There were 1,200 or so of them. There were arrows as thick as a child's arm on top of them, and they were covered with runes. There were also different disaster pearls embedded within the arrows. Boom, boom. Boom, the massive arrows flew out, and the disaster pearls at the center of the arrows were activated, giving off different kinds of lights. The countless runes on the arrows flickered, and the entire arrows gave off different kinds of lights. Some were wrapped in countless bolts of lightning, giving off the aura of lightning. Some were wrapped in flames, giving off a scorching aura. Some were wrapped in ice, giving off an icy chill. Some were wrapped in a metallic aura, giving off a sharp aura. These arrows gave off terrifying power and seemed unstoppable as they shot towards the Saint War beasts. They were incredibly fast, and they left behind different colored rays of light. Facing so many terrifying arrows, the Saint War beasts stopped attacking. Their bodies gave off a metallic light as powerful and firm defensive barriers appeared around them. Bang, bang. Bang, however, the arrows gave off immense power as they pierced through the defensive barriers and hit the Saint War beasts. The disaster pearls at the center of the arrows stabbed into the War Saint beasts gave off a brilliant light, and a terrifying power spread out. An arrow gave off a sand-like power, and the 1,000-meter-long Saint War beasts' tough mechanical bodies started to crumble like sand. Soon, the 1,000-meter-long Saint War beasts completely turned into sand. Some of the arrows gave off boundless flames, and a searing heat spread out. The 1,000-meter-long Saint War beasts started to melt under the flames, and the people within them were burned to death. Some of the arrows gave off countless azure wind blades that were like massive blades, cutting the Saint War beasts' tough mechanical bodies into countless pieces. Ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the people on them were also cut into countless pieces. Some of the arrows gave off countless bolts of lightning, and the lightning bolts were like silver snakes that smashed into the Saint War beasts' bodies. The Saint War beasts' bodies twisted and even shattered, and the people on them were electrocuted into charred corpses. Countless artisan race people were shocked. The artisan race's powerful killing machines, the Saint War beasts that they were so proud of, had been destroyed so easily. Each Saint War beast was the blood and sweat of countless families. This caused them to feel both furious and shocked. Just what kind of power did those arrows have to destroy the Saint War beasts so easily? The 5,000 or so Saint War beasts had suffered this wave of attacks, and 2,000 of them had died. Now, there were only 3,000 or so Saint War beasts left. This was a heavy blow to the Saint War beasts. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu gave a big smile. This was the disaster pearl's power, and it also helped him vent some of his resentment. He had been suppressed by the Saint War beasts this entire time, and he had often been at a disadvantage. Roar! Roar, roar! Suddenly, massive beast roars sounded out, and the ground continuously trembled as massive creatures giving off ferocious auras rushed towards Qin City. They were creatures that looked like dogs, and their bodies had become mechanical. They were 1,000 meters long and had black crystal-like eyes, savage fangs, and long tails. From their auras, these creatures were Saint War beasts, but they were different from ordinary Saint War beasts. These Saint War beasts were incredibly fast and agile. Soon, these Saint War beasts reached the vicinity of Qin City's city walls. Some of them vigorously swiped with their claws, and the massive power tore apart the bodies of Qin City's soldiers. Even raising their shields was useless, and they all died in the end. Some Saint War beasts opened their mouths and bit at the Qin City's soldiers on the city walls. Facing such terrifying Saint War beasts, ordinary soldiers were unable to resist at all, and blood continuously sprayed out as pitiful cries continuously sounded out. Some of the War Saint beasts savagely rammed into the city walls, causing the city walls to tremble. Soon, cracks appeared on the city walls. The countless metal refiner soldiers gave off terrifying auras as they charged towards Qin City's city walls. The situation was incredibly dire. At this time, Zhaofu couldn't care too much about anything else. He sent out countless ice-fire wyverns, numbering in the tens of thousands. This was because there weren't many war holy beasts attacking, only a few hundred of them. Roar! The ice-fire wyverns flew in the sky and gave off massive dragon's might as they spat out powerful icy blasts and flames towards the War Saint Beast on the ground, causing the War Saint Beast to furiously turn towards the ice-fire wyverns. The battle was quite intense. There weren't many War Saint Beasts, but each of them was 1,000 meters long. If wyverns got close, they would attack with their claws, and some would leap up and bite at them. Some wyverns were sent flying if they weren't careful. Some were even bitten by the war beasts, causing them to let out pained cries and be heavily injured. There were also some war beasts that shot out massive beams of light from their mouths. The terrifying power sent wyverns flying, causing them to fall from the sky and die. These War Saint beasts were incredibly ferocious, but there were many wyverns on Qin City's side. They continuously shot out flames and icy blasts, freezing or melting the War Saint beasts' mechanical bodies. There were also close-range attacks. 10 or so wyverns leapt onto a War Saint beast and tore at it, tearing it apart. These War Saint beasts were all mechanical and did not feel any pain, and they furiously retaliated. The metal refiner world side was quite shocked. They had never thought that Qin City would have so many ice-fire wyverns. They immediately gave the order for the remaining 3,000 or so War Saint beasts to aim their massive cannons at Qin City's city walls. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying beams of light containing immense power shot out, causing intense gales to blow. The sounds were quite terrifying. On Qin City's side, the holy light emissaries gave off intense holy light auras as they stretched out their hands, causing white energy barriers to appear. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded out as the beams of light with terrifying power slammed against the white barrier, causing it to tremble. However, it was able to block most of the beams of light. Now that the War Saint Beasts' numbers had decreased, the power of their attacks had also greatly decreased. Kill! By now, the metal refiner soldiers had rushed to the city walls. Some people brought out ladders, some used flying locks, and some started to scale the city walls as they started to attack. Great Qin continuously counterattacked, continuously shooting out arrows and using heavy objects to smash the soldiers, killing some of them or killing them. The metal refiner soldiers also shot out arrows and attacked Qin City's soldiers. The battle was incredibly intense, and the sounds of battle were deafening. Countless amounts of blood flew everywhere, and corpses continuously increased, covering the ground. Boom, boom. Boom, the War Saint Beast's cannons once again aimed at the city walls and once again shot out terrifying beams of light that quickly shot towards Qin City. Boom, boom. Boom, countless holy light emissaries stretched out their hands towards the War Saint Beasts, and searing beams of light containing shocking power shot towards the War Saint Beasts. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as the beams of light quickly collided, resulting in massive explosions. Shockwaves blasted out, causing the ground to continuously crack and countless rocks to fly everywhere. At that moment, Fire Gue once again saw that the battle was going against him, so he carefully took out a 3-meter-wide metal orb and vigorously threw it. The metal orb turned into a black blur as it shot towards the city walls. Seeing that the metal orb was flying towards the city walls, Zhao Fu's heart tightened. He understood how destructive this metal orb was. The 3-meter-wide metal orb was about to smash into the city walls, and metal refiner runes lit up as an extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing the surroundings to become icy cold. Seeing that the metal orb was about to explode, Zhao Fu immediately called out, "Yu Ling." Yu Ling immediately appeared beside Zhao Fu and stretched out a small hand, causing spatial energy to spread out and cover the metal orb. Seeing that the metal ball was about to explode, Zhao Fu decided to let the alchemist army bear the terrifying destructive power. However, at that moment, the metal ball seemed to have a mind of its own. It sensed that there were many of its own people around it, and it seemed to be trying its best to control itself, which was about to explode. However, countless rays of light shot out, and it was unable to control itself, and it directly flew into the sky. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the metal ball gave off a massive explosion. Countless rays of blinding white light spread out, causing the heavens and earth to turn white. A terrifying shockwave spread out, turning the surrounding clouds into nothingness, and an even greater storm swept out in all directions. Flame Ghost's expression was quite unsightly. He knew that the metal ball had the ability to identify its own people, and it would not explode unless there was an accident. He was not too worried about this. The reason why his expression was unsightly was that the metal ball was incredibly precious and difficult to make. However, he had never thought that the metal ball that had been flying towards Qin City would be diverted to the alchemist side by spatial power, wasting it just like that. Zhao Fu also looked quite surprised. He had never thought that the metal ball would have such an ability, and he had underestimated it. Kill. By now, the alchemist soldiers had also attacked the city walls and started to fight with Qin City soldiers. A soldier sent a Qin City soldier flying with a punch, a soldier killed a Qin City soldier with a saber, and a soldier pierced through a Qin City soldier with a spear. A great Qin soldier slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword light that sliced off the head of a great Qin soldier. A great Qin soldier slashed out with his axe, splitting a great Qin soldier in half, and a great Qin soldier smashed a great Qin soldier with his hammer and sent a great Qin soldier flying. Blood continuously flew everywhere, and pitiful cries continuously sounded out. The battle was incredibly intense, and more people died. Because there were 2 billion people on Qin City's city walls, they had a great advantage in numbers. As such, they were able to successfully suppress the attacking alchemist soldiers. At that moment, Ice Han coldly harumphed and took out a fist-sized mechanical eyeball. He cut his palm and let blood flow out, and the mechanical eyeball continuously absorbed the blood and gave off an intense icy light. The mechanical eyeball began to rise into the sky, and a large amount of alchemy power poured into it. The metal eyeball absorbed a large amount of alchemy power, and its body kept growing until it became a 10,000-meter-long eyeball. The eyeball was icy and its pupils were silver. There were circles of runes around the eyeball, and they gave off a terrifying coldness. The surrounding temperature quickly fell, and it started to freeze. Icy clouds condensed in the sky. Bing Han raised a hand and a powerful wave of power entered his hand, causing it to give off an icy light. The massive eyeball in the sky exploded out with an icy aura. His eyes seemed to have a mind of their own as they looked at the city walls of Qin. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed as the surrounding alchemy power kept pouring in. The eyeball emitted an intense icy light, and the circles of runes started revolving, emitting an extremely cold aura. The cold air was extremely cold. The eyeball emitted countless icy lights as it stared at Qin's city wall. The city walls of Qin's city wall started to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly raised their shields and blocked in front of them. A massive wave of power flowed into the shields, causing them to give off a black light and form a massive black barrier of light that blocked the city walls of Qin's city wall. However, it was useless. The black barrier of light quickly froze, and the soldiers felt an extreme coldness as they watched in terror as their bodies started to freeze. Wherever the massive icy eyeball looked, nothing could stop it, and everything started to freeze. One side of the city walls of Qin's city wall was now covered with a thick layer of ice. Not a single one of Qin's soldiers was able to escape, and they were all frozen. They stood there like ice sculptures, and it was unknown just how many soldiers had died. The massive icy eyeball slowly moved its gaze towards other parts of the City walls of Qin's city wall, and those places also quickly froze. The other alchemist soldiers roared and gave off massive auras as they charged towards the Great Wall, wanting to break through Qin's defenses. This is the power of our Bing family. I already said that you won't win. Now kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Maybe I can take you as my dog. Zhao Fu immediately shouted with a trace of anger, emoji. Hurry up and stop that eyeball. Demoji nodded solemnly, and her body dissipated into countless traces of demonic qi. In the next second, countless traces of demonic qi gathered, and Demoji's body once again appeared near the ice. However, because of the lesson from last time, the leaders of the various factions were standing on a 10,000-meter-long war saint beast. As soon as Demoji appeared, before she could even attack, the war saint beast sensed her and aimed its cannons at her. Boom boom boom, rays of powerful light containing destructive power and shocking auras shot towards Demoji. There were simply too many of them, and Demoji was unable to dodge at all. As such, she could only choose to defend. A black demonic qi barrier appeared around her as she escaped. Bang! Despite doing this, Demoji was able to dodge many of the rays of light, but she was still hit by some. Her body flew backwards and heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater, and a trace of blood leaked out of her mouth. However, in the next second, two figures suddenly appeared near the ice. It was Zhao Fu and Yu Ling. Zhao Fu held Yu Ling's hand with one hand and held the emperor-killing sword with the other, using Yu Ling's spatial abilities to teleport here. The War Saint Beast had just attacked Demoji, and the other War Saint Beasts had not reacted yet. No one had expected Zhao Fu to silently appear here. After appearing, Zhao Fu did not hesitate to send a massive amount of power into his sword, causing a sharp sword intent to spread out. He vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword light that slashed towards the icy figure. The ice looked quite confused and could not react in time. His body was split in half and blood sprayed everywhere as he died on the spot. The massive eyeball in the sky directly shattered into countless pieces of ice and fell from the sky. It seemed that it could only be used once. Suddenly, Zhao Fu, who had just killed the ice, felt an intense sense of danger, and the two War Saint Beasts' cannons were now aimed at Zhao Fu. Hurry and leave. Zhao Fu hurriedly said to Yu Ling. Yu Ling grabbed Zhao Fu's hand and a spatial energy formed an orb around the two of them, following which they disappeared. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying rays of light containing shocking power shot out, seeming to pierce through space as terrifying ripples spread out. Seeing that Yu Ling had been injured, Zhao Fu's expression fell and understood that it had been caused by the Holy Beast's attack. He stretched out his hand and sent some of his power into Yu Ling's body to help him stabilize his injuries. Yu Ling obediently smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I wasn't injured too badly. I didn't suffer any serious injuries. I'm fine now." Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the young Yu Ling, he had him rest and continue to recover. Perhaps he would be needed later. Without the suppression of the ice eye, the gold refiners were at a great disadvantage. Qin's soldiers used this opportunity to launch even more ferocious attacks against the gold refiner soldiers, and sharp arrows continuously flew over. Blood flew everywhere as pitiful cries continuously sounded out. The gold refiner soldiers continuously suffered more and more casualties. The battle between the swift Saint War Beasts and the Wyverns was just as intense. 10 or so Wyverns surrounded a Saint War Beast and spewed out icy flames, while others leapt down and bit or clawed at the Saint War Beast. Facing the attacks of the Icefire Wyverns, even though the Saint War Beasts did their best to counterattack, they continuously suffered more and more casualties. Bang, bang. Bang, on the other side, the Saint War Beasts and the Holy Light Emissaries were also clashing, and terrifying rays of light continuously shot out. Explosions continuously sounded out, creating intense storms. Seeing this, the gold refiner army could not help but sigh. They could not break through Qin's defenses again, nor could they continue to suffer casualties. In the end, the gold refiner world once again gave the order to retreat. After receiving the order, the gold refiner soldiers started to retreat and inwardly let out sighs of relief. They understood how difficult this battle had been, and none of the Qin's soldiers were weak. Looking at Ice Han, who had been cut in half, Flame Ghost felt quite afraid. Luckily, that person had not attacked him, or else he would have ended up like Ice Han. However, because he had once again lost to Qin, Flame Ghost felt even more furious. He had thought of all sorts of ways to kill Zhao Fu, but in the end, he was still on his side. The Qin Empire was not an ordinary faction. Flame Ghost looked at Zhao Fu and furiously yelled, "Boy, I'll come again. I will come again next time, and it will be the time of your death. I will slaughter all the people in Qin and pile up their heads into a mountain." Zhao Fu replied coldly, "You'll know when you try next time. But before that, you'd better save your life." Hearing this, Flame Ghost became even angrier, but he coldly harumphed and did not say anything else because he wanted to wait for the next chance to take revenge. Moreover, he understood that Zhao Fu had Emperor Heaven Realm experts under his command. If he charged over by himself, he would die at the hands of that Emperor Heaven Realm expert. However, that Emperor Heaven Realm expert was quite beautiful and was one of the rarest beauties in the world. If he could kill Zhao Fu and enjoy that Emperor Heaven Realm expert, how great would that be? Zhao Fu heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the entire army of alchemist soldiers retreat. The 500 million soldiers that had stayed behind had not been used yet, so their overall strength had not been revealed. Next time, the alchemist world's attacks would be even more ferocious, and the pressure that Qin would have to bear would be even greater. Zhao Fu ordered people to clean up the battlefield and strengthen the defenses before returning to the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu immediately went to the research lab and asked Bai Shan, "How is the research on the weaknesses of alchemist soldiers going?" Bai Shan's expression was quite unsightly as he replied, "Your Majesty, we've made some progress, but it's not very effective." Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the Qin Empire and asked Li Si if he had found a large number of items containing time energy. Now, Qin was under more and more pressure, and he had to quickly obtain enough power to resist the alchemist race. They had been able to resist this time, but Zhao Fu did not have much confidence in the next few times. Who knew what the alchemist race had up their sleeves? However, Li Si looked quite apologetic as he reported, "Your Majesty. Right now, Qin is already searching for items containing time energy, but they've only obtained a small amount of information and are not very useful." Zhao Fu sighed and had Li Si leave as he continued to speed up the search. After Li Si left, Zhao Fu sat on the throne by himself and thought about what to do next. The other battlefields were still quite stable, but the alchemist world was the biggest headache. As long as it was not resolved, Zhao Fu would not be able to rest easy. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu looked quite startled. He did not know what had happened, and he went outside the palace. In the distance, a massive pillar of yin qi shot into the sky with shocking power and crashed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Massive amounts of yin qi gathered into dark clouds and quickly spread out in all directions. A massive wave of yin qi and cold aura flowed in all directions, and a gust of yin wind blew, causing people's hairs to stand on end. That direction seemed to be where Qin's ghost soldiers were being converted. What had happened? Feeling quite confused, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot towards where ghost soldiers were being converted. Arg! Before he came close, Zhao Fu heard countless terrifying howls. There were humans and beasts, and the sounds were incredibly terrifying. When Zhao Fu came to where ghost soldiers were being converted, he saw that the sky was filled with terrifying ghosts. There were males and females, young and old, and there were also all sorts of beasts. However, they all had one thing in common. Their bodies were covered with gray scales, and their eyes did not have pupils, only the whites of their eyes. They looked quite savage. There were so many terrifying monsters flying in the sky, giving off shocking ghostly power as they howled. The scene was incredibly terrifying and shocking. Zhao Fu recognized all of these ghosts because they were the Yin Soul beasts that Qin had nurtured. This was a method of nurturing Yin Soul beasts that Zhao Fu had obtained from the Ghost Spirit Empire historical remnant in the underworld. It was an incredibly powerful method. Yin Soul beasts could not only be used as ghostly beasts to help their master attack enemies, but they could also be fused into soldiers' bodies to increase their strength. However, there was a flaw, which was that they could only be used by ghost soldiers. Back then, when Zhao Fu had nurtured some Yin Soul beasts, he had ordered people to nurture them in large numbers. They had increased from 10,000 to 100 million, and the area of the underworld had been expanded by many times. Now, there were massive pots on the ground, and they were arranged in an orderly manner. At a glance, they could be seen everywhere. All of them continuously gave off yin qi and gave off an ominous aura, as well as powerful resentment energy. After all, the method of nurturing yin soul beasts was quite cruel. It was to tie up people and put them into massive pots before filling them with soil and burying them alive. Those people would slowly suffocate and die with immense resentment energy. After such a long time, these 100 million yin soul beasts had finally been raised, and Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised. Looking at the yin soul beasts flying in the sky, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A powerful energy flowed out and turned into a massive hand that grabbed an elderly yin soul beast in front of him. This elderly yin soul beast's gaze was incredibly vicious and cold, but it also looked at Zhao Fu with fear. Even though it had lost its memories, it was filled with resentment towards Zhao Fu. However, because of the yin soul beast's heart, it instinctively feared Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the yin soul beast's strength, and he found that it was already at stage 1 to 3. Being able to nurture a ghost with stage 1 strength like this was quite surprising. Roar! Roar, roar! The yin soul beasts flying in the sky discovered Zhao Fu's existence and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. They gave off terrifying howls and gave off ferocious auras as they rushed over. Just like the elderly yin soul beast, they were filled with resentment towards Zhao Fu. After all, their homes had been conquered by Qin, their families had been killed by Qin, and they had been cruelly buried alive to be turned into yin soul beasts. Zhao Fu was the master of Qin City, so their resentment was naturally focused on Zhao Fu. Now that they saw Zhao Fu standing in the air, they immediately rushed over. The 100 million yin soul beasts flooded over like a tsunami, giving off a terrifying aura. However, facing this aura, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all, and he did not even show any signs of moving. When the countless yin soul beasts came within 100 meters of Zhao Fu, they felt a sense of terror from their souls and instinctively spread out, surrounding Zhao Fu like a tsunami, leaving an empty space 100 meters around him as they looked at Zhao Fu in terror. Zhao Fu looked at the yin soul beasts around him and his gaze became cold as he grabbed at the air. The yin soul beast's heart immediately gave off boundless light. Arg! Ah! Countless howls of pain sounded out as the yin soul beasts felt intense pain in their heads. They could not bear it and felt as if they were going to die. After letting them scream for a while, Zhao Fu stopped, and the countless yin soul beasts became much more well-behaved. Because these yin soul beasts contained a lot of resentment and were incredibly savage, they required stage 1 ghost soldiers to control. If they were given to ordinary soldiers, they would definitely be devoured by the yin soul beasts. Ignoring the yin soul beasts, Zhao Fu brought the elderly yin soul beast to the surface and called over a ghost soldier. These ghost soldiers were transformed from Qin's soldiers after they died. They had no memories of when they were alive, and they didn't have much emotional fluctuations. Their skin was pale, and their expressions were cold. They only followed orders and didn't do anything else. Zhao Fu had the yin soul beast and ghost soldier stand together before grabbing at them. A wave of soul energy was drawn out by Zhao Fu, forming 2 thumb-sized orbs of light. Under Zhao Fu's control, the 2 orbs of light fused together, forming a single orb of light. Under Zhao Fu's control, it split into 2 talismans and shot towards the yin soul beast and ghost soldier, entering their foreheads. Now that the soul contract had been formed, the ghost soldier also had the power of the yin soul beast. Zhao Fu wanted to see how powerful the 2 of them would be when they fused together, so he had them fuse together. The yin soul beast entered the ghost soldier's body, and a massive wave of yin energy came out of the ghost soldier's body. The ghost soldier's appearance also changed, and he looked older. He no longer had an eyeball, only the whites of his eyes, and he gave off a sense of resentment. This was quite terrifying. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the ghost soldier's strength had reached stage 2, and his aura was not weak either. If he fused these 100 million yin soul beasts into the ghost soldiers, Qin would have 100 million stage 2 ghost soldiers, which was many times faster than ordinary cultivation. How could Zhao Fu not be pleasantly surprised? Now, Qin had a way to quickly increase the ghost soldier's strength. However, this method had 2 limitations, which were the number of ghost soldiers and the number of yin soul beasts. The number of ghost soldiers was limited by the 9 underworld royal seals, as Qin relied on the 9 underworld royal seals to control Qin's ghost soldiers. Without the 9 underworld royal seals, Qin would not be able to control these ghost soldiers. The 9 underworld royal seals were formed by absorbing large amounts of 9 underworlding qi. However, because their various attributes had been weakened, the power of the ordinary royal seals had also been weakened, and the number of ghost soldiers that could be controlled had been greatly reduced. Right now, there were only 2 methods. The first was to continue to attack the world, destroy countless kingdoms, snatch their royal seals, and control a large number of Qin's ghost soldiers. The second method was not to rely on the 9 underworld royal seals, but to find another way to control Qin's ghost soldiers. In fact, Zhao Fu really wanted to use the second method, because many of Qin's soldiers had died over the years. Qin had always kept their corpses, but because of the 9 underworld royal seals, it was impossible to turn them all into ghost soldiers. If he could find that method, he would be able to turn all of Great Qin's soldiers' corpses into ghost soldiers. That way, after Great Qin's soldiers died, they would be able to turn into ghost soldiers, greatly reducing the amount of resources they expended in battle. Great Qin would also become more and more powerful. Unfortunately, this method was extremely difficult, and Zhao Fu did not make any progress. However, because it was so difficult, no one else had grasped this method. If it was easy, the other factions could also turn their soldiers into ghost soldiers after they died, greatly reducing the losses of war. Right now, he could only choose the first method, which was to continue to attack other kingdoms and steal their royal seals. At the same time, he had to find a way to control ghost soldiers and not be restricted by the 9 underworld royal seals. Right now, the battlefields were quite calm, and the outer world and alchemy world's royal seals were useless. They had to wait for an opportunity before they could attack and steal their royal seals. Zhao Fu looked at the Yin Soul beasts. There was not much of a limit to the number of Yin Soul beasts, so he could continue to nurture them. Moreover, not only could he nurture these Yin Soul beasts for a period of time, but he could also continuously nurture them. The Yin Soul beast's strength would not be limited to stage 1, and the longer they were nurtured, the more powerful they would be. When that time came, Qin would have stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and stage 5 Yin Soul beasts. If he fused these Yin Soul beasts with stage 2 and stage 3 soldiers, Qin would have stage 3 and stage 4 soldiers. That way, Qin's strength would be terrifying, and it would not be any weaker than the Heaven Domain's factions. This method of nurturing Yin Soul beasts was incredibly important to the Nether Spirit Empire. Back then, the Nether Spirit Empire had become powerful because of this method. If it wasn't for the fact that they had made too many enemies, they would not have ended up like this, and they might still exist. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained this method, he definitely had to use it and could not waste such a good thing. Finally, there were the materials for nurturing Yin Soul beasts, which were people. Even though wild beasts could also become Yin Soul beasts, they did not have high intelligence and could not produce much resentment, so it was difficult for them to become Yin Soul beasts. Even if they did become Yin Soul beasts, they would not be very powerful. As such, the most suitable materials for Yin Soul beasts were countless people. Using people as materials would make it easier to form Yin Soul beasts, and their grade would be higher. Zhao Fu originally wanted to nurture 500 million Yin Soul beasts, but there was no war, so there were not that many people making Yin Soul beasts. Of course, it was impossible to use Qin City's residents to make Yin Soul beasts. The insect beasts of the outer world could not be used as materials, and the people of the Golden World could not be used either. Moreover, Qin City was suppressed by the Golden World and could not expand, nor could it plunder a large number of people from the Golden World. The remaining battlefields were the Underworld battlefield and the Heaven Awakened battlefield, and the people from those 2 battlefields were more suitable. The people from the Underworld were the most suitable, as they were of the Yin attribute. If they were made into Yin Soul beasts, they would be quite powerful and of higher grade. If there was a chance, Zhao Fu could start a large-scale war in the Underworld and plunder a large number of people. He would bury those who were not willing to submit and the enemy soldiers alive and turn them into Yin Soul beasts. However, the problem of the Golden World had not been resolved yet, and Zhao Fu could not start a large-scale war in the Underworld. He could only slowly make Yin Soul beasts. After thinking about this matter, Zhao Fu put it aside and called over 100 million ghost soldiers to sign contracts with the Yin Soul beasts. Seeing the stage 2 auras explode out, Zhao Fu revealed a satisfied smile. Qin now had 100 million stage 2 Yin soldiers. This could slightly alleviate the pressure from the alchemy world. The alchemy world's basic soldiers were all stage 2, and Qin did not have that many stage 2 soldiers. If too many alchemy world soldiers attacked, Qin would not be able to resist. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu was about to return to Qin's underground palace when a soldier came up and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Yin World's Yellow Springs Kingdom has business for you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. Before, he had wanted to go to the underworld to have a look, and now he could take this opportunity to have a look. He also wondered why the Yellow Springs Kingdom was looking for him. After a while, Zhao Fu arrived at the underworld Yellow Springs Kingdom. Huang Quanling gave a trace of a smile as she went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Husband, I have two good things for you." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What are they?" Huang Quanling smiled as she took out two crystals. They were rhombus-shaped and were a few centimeters long. One was blue and gave off a faint blue light, and it gave off an illusory and cold aura. The other was black and gave off a faint black light, and it gave off a ferocious aura. Both of these crystals gave off powerful godly spirit auras because they were divinities. "Husband, recently, we've discovered many historical remnants in the regions we conquered, and these two divinities are our greatest gains. I heard that you've been looking for divinities, so I immediately notified you." Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. Qin was indeed looking for divinities because he needed to gather 24 godly spirits to open the door to the godly spirit world. Now, Qin had 19 goddesses, and adding on these two divinities, he would only have 3 godly spirits left. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and looked at the two divinities. He found that the power they contained was not weak, and if he brought them back, he just needed to build a statue and give them some faith energy, and the two godly spirits would appear. Huang Quanling smiled as she explained to Zhao Fu, "Husband, this blue divinity belongs to a ghost god. This blue divine deity is the divine deity of a specter god. Its power is a little strange. Back then, my sisters and I spent a lot of effort to defeat it. That black divinity belongs to an evil ghost god, and it has terrifying power. The evil ghost god is also incredibly ferocious and aggressive, and it's even more difficult to deal with than a ghost god. However, we believe that husband will be able to tame it." Towards the end, Huang Quanling looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and naturally understood what she meant. He stayed here for a while before returning to Qin and ordering people to build 2 statues and find 2 large pieces of Yin jade. Because the 2 godly spirits were of the Yin attribute, he found 2 pieces of Yin jade. The 2 pieces of Yin jade were 2 meters tall and did not have any carvings on them, and they stood on the divine stage. Zhao Fu first took out the ghost god's divinity and fused it into the Yin jade. The Yin jade gave off a blue light and started to go through changes. It gradually took on the shape of a person, and its appearance became clear. A figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was a woman with gray hair that fell to her thighs. She wore a white robe and had a slim figure. Her feet were bare as she floated a few inches above the ground. Her long hair covered her face, so Zhao Fu could not see what she looked like. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and brushed aside her hair. The ghost god immediately seemed to be startled and retreated a few steps, looking quite embarrassed. Even though it was just for a moment, Zhao Fu could tell that she was quite beautiful. She had a pair of deep blue eyes and looked quite innocent. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now, you are Qin's godly spirit, I won't harm you." The ghost god nodded. She could sense that the aura from Zhao Fu's body was quite terrifying, and she also needed faith power. Seeing that she agreed, Zhao Fu did not say anything else and smiled as he came to another god temple. He fused the black divinity into it, and the Yin jade gave off a faint black light and started to change, finally turning into the shape of a woman. A figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She had long, black hair and a devil's horn on her forehead. She had a voluptuous figure and was quite beautiful, but she gave off a ferocious aura. As soon as she appeared, she attacked Zhao Fu. Of course, she was not a match for Zhao Fu. After being taught a lesson by Zhao Fu and using the god-slaying power and 6 desires demonic qi, as well as offering faith power, the ghost god finally agreed to become Qin's godly spirit. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu went to another place. There were 2 research areas, and one was in charge of researching the alchemist. This alchemist was not an ordinary alchemist, it was the alchemy giant that Zhao Fu had captured last time. It was a dog-like monster that had devoured countless creatures and philosopher's stones. Zhao Fu had asked Mu Minxian about this, and she had heard that this sort of thing was not common in the alchemy world. After all, it was incredibly difficult to form something like this. Zhao Fu was quite surprised, and he had thought that this sort of thing was quite common in the alchemy world. He was quite interested in this sort of life form because this kind of life form was almost indestructible. No matter if one chopped off its head, pierced a large hole in its body, split it in half, burned it with fire, or frozen it with ice, it would still display powerful life force. Unless one blasted it into pieces, it would be impossible to kill it. Fortunately, there were not many of these alchemy creatures. If such an army attacked, even Qin would find it difficult to defend. Zhao Fu wanted to figure out what was going on. If he could figure it out, it would be of great help to Qin. After going to the research area, Zhao Fu saw a 10-meter-tall person with slender muscles, sharp teeth, and a pair of pure black eyes. This was the alchemist. The alchemist was curled up in a corner with a look of fear on his face, and he was no longer as ferocious and violent as before. After all, Qin had done countless cruel experiments on him, and even though he would not die, he would suffer immense pain. At that moment, he saw Zhao Fu, the person who had captured him, and he looked furious. He immediately became spirited and roared as he vigorously punched the cage, wanting to rush out and kill Zhao Fu. After all of this was caused by Zhao Fu. However, the cage was incredibly tough, and no matter how much he punched it, it was not damaged at all. The researchers next to him immediately took out a few darts and threw them. The darts pierced into the alchemy giant's body, and the alchemy giant's body quickly fell to the ground. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The researchers nervously bowed to Zhao Fu. After all, the alchemy giant's actions had clearly offended Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't mind and asked, "How's your research going now? Also, what was that dart? Why did it make the alchemy giant lose its ability to fight after being hit?" A clean-looking middle-aged man came up and reported, "Your Majesty, it's been a long time. We've gained some information and learned the reason for the formation of the alchemy giants. Also, the dart was dipped in some strong paralyzing poison, specially developed for the alchemy giants." Hearing that he had gained something, Zhao Fu revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Tell me about it." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "This kind of alchemy giant is a high-level alchemy creature. In other words, it is a monster created by the power of alchemy. It is not born through reproduction or other methods. This kind of high-level alchemy creature has a very powerful taboo power, and it is not bound by the world's laws in some aspects. If its power is fully stimulated, it will become very terrifying. Before, there were a few soldiers with much higher cultivation than it, and they were injured because of it." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It seemed that the alchemy giants were quite extraordinary. The middle-aged man continued, "It's very difficult to form an alchemy giant. Not only does it need the same bloodline and power, but it also needs the freshest flesh. Moreover, even if these conditions are met, it may not be possible to create an alchemy giant. This is because the core of the alchemy giant is actually the philosopher's stone. It requires a powerful philosopher's stone to resonate with other creatures' philosopher's stones, which will automatically form an alchemy life formation that gathers countless flesh and blood, creating an alchemy giant. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult for the philosopher's stone to resonate with other philosopher's stones because the resonance is random and cannot be controlled. However, if we master this resonance method, we can mass-produce this kind of alchemy giant. Right now, this subordinate is also researching this aspect, but we have not made much progress for the time being." Hearing the words mass-produce, Zhao Fu was shocked. If he could mass-produce alchemy giants, it would form a very terrifying army. Not to mention other powers, just the ability to be immortal was already very terrifying. Moreover, the alchemy giant was far stronger than people of the same level, and the power it could display was even more unimaginable. It would definitely become one of Qin's strongest trump cards. However, the resonance method was probably not so easy to research. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu said with a smile, then continue your research. Report to me as soon as you have any results. The middle-aged man obeyed. Zhao Fu smiled as he turned and left, intending to head to the next research location. As for the caged alchemy giant, it was still angrily glaring at Zhao Fu. A while later, Zhao Fu arrived at another research location. This research location was very large, tens of thousands of meters wide, and at the center was a huge mechanical tortoise that was tens of thousands of meters wide. This was the Saint War beast that had been sealed. Although Zhao Fu already knew how to control the Saint War beast, as long as he destroyed an alchemist family and took possession of the family's fusion with the nest, he should be able to control the Saint War beast. However, right now, Qin was very passive in the alchemy world. It could be said that he was suppressed by the alchemy world and could not expand at all. How could he destroy an alchemist family? As such, Zhao Fu wanted to research these Saint War beasts. He wanted to find a way to suppress them while also researching their weaknesses. The power that the Saint War beasts exploded out with was quite a headache. Now, Qin had the ability to restrain it, which was to use disaster pearls. However, there were not that many disaster pearls, and it was possible that the alchemists would be prepared next time. Zhao Fu still needed to fix the weaknesses of the Saint War beasts, and in the next battle, he would deal a heavy blow to the alchemy world's Saint War beasts. Because Mu Minxian was a member of the alchemist family, she understood these things, so she also came to help with research. When Zhao Fu arrived, all of the researchers stopped what they were doing and saluted him. Mu Minxian also came to Zhao Fu's side and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu laughed and asked, "How is the research on the Saint War beasts going? Can Qin also create Saint War beasts?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "As someone from a family, you should know how to nurture a Saint War beast. Why haven't you made any progress?" Mu Minxian explained, "Nurturing a Saint War beast requires a family's legacy power to fuse with the Denver. Only then will the creature's spawn be bound to the family. This isn't too difficult. Qin has destroyed countless families, and their legacy stones can fuse with ordinary dens. The creature's spawn will also be bound to the family. But the power core is different. The life forms spawned by the fusion of the alchemy world's families and the alchemy world's layers have very powerful inherited alchemy power. This kind of inherited alchemy power contains a kind of alchemy source power of the alchemy world. It is very complex and mysterious. It is because of this that Saint War beasts are so powerful. The creatures spawned from the fusion of a family and a den will only be bound to the family and will not have any special power. This makes it impossible to create Saint War beasts, and the method of nurturing Saint War beasts is completely useless." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. The rules of the two worlds were different, and it would be incredibly difficult to change them. Successfully researching Saint War beasts would not be as easy as researching the Philosopher's Stone. However, Zhao Fu had already understood the Philosopher's Stone, but he lacked the materials to mass-produce it. As such, it would be possible to successfully research Saint War beasts. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu wanted to research it. He wanted to see the alchemy world's legacy power and the den power. If he could understand those two powers, it would be much easier. However, he found that Qin did not have a family's legacy stone or a den, so he could not research them at all. Zhao Fu could only give up and ask how the alchemy world had nurtured such terrifying Saint War beasts and what their weaknesses were. The alchemy world's people would most likely understand. Following this, Zhao Fu heard Mu Minxian's explanation and understood the method of nurturing Saint War beasts. First, it was very difficult for creatures to spawn from dens, and only one would spawn every month or so. 50% of the creatures that spawned were mechanized, and they were quite big. At first, the Saint War beasts were 50 meters long, and their strength was around stage 7. However, because of their size, they were much stronger than ordinary stage 7 humans. Moreover, the alchemy family had a clear goal from the beginning, and that was to build a war machine. Therefore, they would not develop in any other direction, and they would focus on nurturing the holy beast of war. After the alchemy holy beast was born, it would be placed in a huge alchemy array. Every day, a huge amount of alchemy world power would be gathered and poured into it. Every day, it would be fed a large number of philosopher stones of the same attribute. Under such vigorous nurturing, the alchemy's sacred beast would also become stronger and bigger. At the same time, the alchemist family would also modify the war saint beasts. They would first use a kind of secret skill to make cannons grow between the war saint beasts. They would then use all kinds of alchemy incantations to transform the war saint beasts into half-mechanical, half-living existences. These holy beasts would continue to grow like ordinary creatures, and they would also have simple biological abilities, such as sensing their surroundings and identifying enemies. They could also be like machines, without any thoughts, without any emotions, and without any resistance. They would resolutely carry out orders, so there was no need to worry about any backlash from these holy beasts. It seemed that a long time ago, there had been a huge calamity in the alchemy world. It was precisely those war saint beasts that caused a large-scale backlash. Countless alchemy races could no longer control them, and the two sides started a world-destroying war. In that war, countless people died, countless families were destroyed, and countless life forms went extinct. It was the most terrifying war in the history of the alchemy world. That war had also greatly damaged the alchemy world's vitality, and it had yet to recover. This meant that the alchemy world that was fighting against the heaven-awakened world was still in a weakened state and not at its peak. At that time, the lowest war saint beasts were tens of thousands of meters long, and many war saint beasts could be found everywhere in a world. There were even ultimate emperor beasts that were as big as 1,000 worlds. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how terrifying these war saint beasts were. The cannons on their bodies shot out terrifying beams of light that could shoot towards every part of the world. That round of bombardment could shatter the world, and there would not be a single place left unscathed. Everything would be destroyed. In the end, using some unknown method, the alchemy race still won and destroyed countless war saint beasts. Now, there were traces of battle in some places. The most famous was the Ultimate Emperor Forbidden Land, which was where the remains of the Ultimate Emperor beast that was as big as 1,000 worlds were left behind. It was said that 10 or so celestials had worked together to destroy it, but many celestials had died. That place was one of the scariest forbidden lands in the alchemy world, and even an emperor-level family faction did not dare to explore it. Because of this backlash, the alchemy race had learned their lesson and wiped out the war saint beast's self-awareness. They would not have any emotions or thoughts, and they would not suffer any backlash. The combination of life and machinery preserved the war saint beast's abilities to the greatest extent, as they could continue to grow and would not resist. Because of these reasons, the war saint beasts had come to be. Jiaofu was quite shocked that such a powerful alchemy world was still in a weakened state. If it was at its peak, how powerful would it be? A world-class war saint beast would probably be able to wipe out Qin's outpost with a single wave of bombardment. This was the first time he had heard about such a major event in the alchemy world, and Jiaofu was very interested. He continued to ask about it, and there were many shocking pieces of information. It was said that the alchemy world was originally just a very ordinary small world that quietly moved through the boundless void. Even though its strength had been reduced, it had been relatively peaceful and had not encountered any dangers. Suddenly, one day, a massive metal meteor fell from the sky with terrifying power. It dragged a massive blood-red streak of light behind it as it smashed through the ground and shot into the place where the world core was. That terrifying power directly permeated the world core, and the world started to go through great changes. The sun became like a furnace, and the moon became like a mechanical moon. All the creatures that lived in it also started to become mechanical. In the end, the original alchemy world was formed, and that terrifying power was alchemy power. There was only one race in the alchemy world, which was the alchemy race. No matter where they lived, what food they ate, and what culture they had, they all belonged to the alchemy race. The people in the alchemy world all agreed with this. Unlike the heaven-awakened world, which was split into 8 major races, which were split into countless races, the outer world only had 8 major races and did not have any smaller races. Jiaofu felt that the situation in the alchemy world was better than in the heaven-awakened world. Even though there were all sorts of battles, they all belonged to the same race and felt a sense of belonging. However, the heaven-awakened world's 8 major races were directly opposed to each other, and there were also countless races of various sizes that fought against each other. Countless people died, and the consequences were quite severe. However, facing such a result, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, races were innately different, and whether you wanted to or not, you were part of that race. Unless someone unified the 8 major races and formed a new race, no matter what race they belonged to, they would be part of that new race, and that new race would include all of the other races. However, Xiaofu could only think about this because unifying the 8 major races was incredibly difficult. It was not something that ordinary people could do, and even celestials, emperors, and god kings would not be able to do it. For example, the King of Kings had only unified an outlander race and became the #1 person in the Heaven-awakened world in billions of years. His name would forever be remembered, respected, and looked up to even now. With the King of Kings' power, unifying an outlander race had such great effects, so what would unifying 8 major races be like? It was simply unimaginable. Even though this goal was quite far away, Xiaofu wanted to become such a person and unify the Heaven-awakened world's 8 major races. Of course, right now, Xiaofu could only think about it because Qin was still too weak. Even some powerful factions could destroy Qin, so how could Qin unify the Heaven-awakened world? In actuality, the alchemy world was doing quite well. No matter what world it conquered, it would assimilate all creatures in that world. No matter what race you belonged to, you would now be part of the alchemy race. However, the Heaven-awakened world was not like this, and Xiaofu guessed that this was related to how the world had been formed. When the alchemy world had been formed, some of its laws and powers had stabilized. Hearing that the alchemy world had been formed from a meteor, Xiaofu felt quite curious about how the Heaven-awakened world had been formed and how the outer world had been formed. Within the boundless void, there seemed to be countless worlds. There were many worlds like the Heaven-awakened world, the alchemy world, and the outer world. The other small worlds were like grains of sand in a vast ocean. These gravel worlds would definitely be in a more dangerous situation and would be annexed by various larger worlds. If they wanted to be safe, they could only rely on luck. The endless void should also be in such a state, with worlds fighting against each other, devouring and merging with each other. Xiaofu felt quite worried. If he could not stay in the Heaven-awakened world and entered the boundless void, where would Qin go? If he was not careful, he might be devoured by other worlds. This would be a true world war, and it would not be a war between 2 races but a war between the origins of 2 worlds. No matter if it was humans, animals, plants, insects, or even rocks, not a single one would be able to escape. At the same time, Xiaofu had an even more shocking thought, which was whether the Heaven-awakened world was the biggest world, and were there even bigger worlds in the endless void. With Xiaofu's current strength, he would not be able to figure this out, and he could only wait until he had enough strength in the future. Most likely, there would not be many people who knew about this. After hearing about how the alchemy world had been formed, Xiaofu also heard about a person who was incredibly terrifying. Everyone in the alchemy world knew about him. He was the source of all alchemy, the alchemy world's sage. The sage was the first person to create alchemy, and he was the person who had created the alchemy world before the small worlds had become the alchemy world. The sage stone within the sage's body was named after him. Because so much time had passed, no one knew whether he was a man or a woman or what he looked like. However, his influence on the alchemy world had lasted from the beginning of the alchemy world to this world. All alchemy techniques, no matter how powerful, how they were cast, or what their attributes were, all originated from the alchemy world that he had created. That's right, the holy beasts were also a type of alchemy technique that the sage had created. They had become the alchemy race's most terrifying war machines, and they had slaughtered countless creatures. They had destroyed countless worlds. If he had not appeared in the alchemy world, who knew what the alchemy world would be like? There were no godly spirits in the alchemy world, and the existence of the sage was like a godly spirit in countless people's hearts. They were filled with worship, fervor, and respect. His position in the hearts of countless people in the alchemy world was unshakable. No matter how terrifying someone's power was or how much they contributed to the world, no one could compare to him. What's more, this sage was still alive because he had set up a heaven-refining pillar at the center of the alchemy world. This pillar was as thick as dozens of worlds and stretched straight into the sky. It seemed as if it could break through the sky and touch the boundless stars. There were countless alchemy runes engraved on it. The countless alchemy runes were filled with profoundness and had the power to scare gods and demons away. If one could comprehend them, they would have great gains, and many peerless experts would bitterly cultivate there. The heaven refining pillar contained a trace of the sage's soul source, and if the heaven refining pillar did not fall, it meant that the sage was still alive. Such a terrifying figure most likely surpassed celestials by many levels. Even celestials who could destroy the heavens and earth and twist space and time would not be able to withstand a single attack from such an existence. Fortunately, the sage had left the alchemy world a long time ago and entered the boundless void by himself. After such a long time, the sage had not returned, nor had there been any news of him. This was something to rejoice about. If such a terrifying figure participated in the war, who in the heaven-awakened world would be able to stop him? Xiaofu had never heard of anyone on the same level as the sage in the heaven-awakened world. Xiaofu felt incredibly shocked. After hearing about such a big thing in the alchemy world, he felt that the alchemy world was quite terrifying. Suddenly, a Qin soldier hurriedly came up and reported, "Your Majesty, something urgent has happened. A large mysterious army is attacking towards Qin." Something urgent has happened. A large mysterious army is attacking Great Qin. Your Majesty, please return to the Great Qin Imperial Palace to deal with it. Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite startled. A large mysterious army? What kind of army is this? Why are they attacking Qin? Xiaofu did not understand, and he hurriedly returned to Qin. Li Si came to Xiaofu's side and hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, this army has around 8 billion soldiers, but they are all stage 2 soldiers." There are roughly 8 billion soldiers in this army, but they are all stage 2 soldiers. They are extremely secretive and are incredibly fast towards Great Qin. Fortunately, Qin's intelligence network covers the surrounding 100 worlds, so we were able to discover this army. Xiaofu frowned. 8 billion stage 2 soldiers was equivalent to 40 billion stage 1 soldiers. Just who was attacking Qin and using such stealthy methods? Xiaofu asked Li Si, "Have you found out who that army is?" Li Si shook his head and said, "We haven't found out yet." Xiaofu thought to himself and lightly nodded before saying, "Bring back some soldiers from the underworld and outer world, and have the alchemy world enter a state of alert to prevent an attack from the alchemy world." These 8 billion stage 2 soldiers were equivalent to 40 billion stage 1 soldiers. Great Qin only had 40 billion or so soldiers in total, and more than half of the stage 2 soldiers were stationed in the alchemy world. There was also a large portion of the underworld chaotic world and underworld's army, as well as the second wind god empire and devil horn empire. Facing the incoming 8 billion soldiers, Qin was in quite a predicament. Li Si obeyed and quickly left to pass on Xiaofu's orders. Immediately, Qin started to turn into a war machine, and the air became oppressive as an austere aura spread out in all directions. The forces in the vicinity also noticed this. The Devil Horn Empire's Xiao Ming could not help but loudly laugh. He felt that Qin was definitely in trouble. 8 billion stage 2 soldiers would not be easy to deal with, and Qin would have to bear a lot of pressure. Even though he was not sure if these 8 billion stage 2 soldiers would be able to destroy Great Qin, if he stabbed Great Qin from the side while they were fighting, even if Great Qin did not die, it would be crippled. He would be able to take revenge for his enmity, hatred, and anger. To Yao Ming, destroying Great Qin was his life's dream. As long as he could destroy Qin, he would do anything. This was an important opportunity to destroy Qin, so Yao Ming immediately gathered his ministers and soldiers, preparing to attack at any moment. The second was the Aeolian Empire. After Feng Xianxia heard about this, she felt quite surprised. Qin had offended many people, and she did not know when he had offended them for them to cross such a long distance to attack Qin. Based on the fact that most of the soldiers were at stage 2, the attacker was definitely a royal kingdom of the inner region. How would Qin deal with this? Feng Xianxia felt quite interested. She was also quite concerned. If Qin was destroyed, what would the situation here be like? Her second Aeolian Empire did not have deep enmity with Qin, mainly because of the first wind god. As such, she was not in a rush to destroy Qin. What she was worried about was that if Qin was destroyed, only the second wind god and the Devil Horn Empire would be left, and they would have to face the alliance of 30 or so worlds. Before, with Qin, the Devil Horn Empire, and the second wind god, they would be able to resist the alliance, and the alliance would not dare to do anything to them. However, if Qin was destroyed, only the Devil Horn Empire and the second wind god would be left, which would be quite disadvantageous. However, she was not sure what the situation would be like, so she gathered countless soldiers and prepared to deal with any danger that might appear at any moment. As for the final alliance, they felt quite troubled because that mysterious army had come from their direction to attack Qin. They were still within the alliance's territory, and they did not put them in their eyes at all. Moreover, that mysterious army had come to destroy Qin. If it was before, they would have welcomed the mysterious army to destroy Qin. However, their relationship had eased up, and there were natural disasters all around for Qin to deal with. As such, they were not willing to destroy Qin, but they understood the threat that Qin posed, so they gathered the various factions to discuss. Of course, they could not help Qin, so they had two choices: watch from the side or take the initiative to attack Qin while the two sides were fighting. It was possible that they could destroy Qin. Now, Qin was in the limelight, and the danger that he posed seemed to be greater than that of the Devil Horn Empire and the Second Wind God. In the end, they could not decide whether to watch from the side or take the initiative to attack Qin. They were not sure, but they gathered all of their armies to see how the situation developed. The actions of the various factions caused the situation to become incredibly serious and austere. Even the ordinary people who did not know anything understood that something big was about to happen. Not too long later, the 8 billion Stage 2 army gave off terrifying auras as they flooded towards Qin's defensive wall. They were all dressed in fiery red armor, and when gathered together, they looked like a sea of flames that could incinerate everything. Sensing this terrifying aura, countless birds flew into the sky in terror, countless beasts ran in fear, and insects hid, not daring to make a sound. On Qin's side, countless soldiers gathered together, numbering roughly 20 billion soldiers. Now, Qin was facing the Devil Horn Empire to the north, which required 100 billion soldiers to defend. The Second Wind God Empire to the east also required 10 billion soldiers. Their strength was about the same as Qin's, so they had to defend heavily. The 10 billion soldiers might not be enough, and if the two of them took this opportunity to attack, Qin would face immense difficulties. The west was where the mysterious army was coming from, and it was where Qin and the alliance had come into contact. Now, the Outer World Army and the Underworld Army were both quite small, and Zhao Fu could only hope that nothing unexpected would happen in those two places. Soon, the two sides met, and Zhao Fu saw who it was that had led troops to attack Qin. What's more, it was someone he was familiar with. In the sky opposite them stood a group of experts. There were 3 people at the front, and one of them had fiery red hair and was around 30 years old. His strength was at the peak of the world realm. Back then, after Qin had won the war, some people had escaped from the human world and gone to other worlds, such as CG. Su Yan was one of them, and there had been no news of him for many years. Now, he had once again appeared before Qin. By now, Su Yan had changed quite a bit. He had lost his sharpness and had become very calm. His gaze was deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking. There was another person who was dressed in green and had a handsome face. He gave off a king's aura, and he was Li Baiqing, the legatee of the Li family and the ruler of the Great Tang Empire. He was someone related to Zhao Fu by blood. Now, his aura was much calmer and he looked much more mature. The aura he gave off was also quite powerful, and his gaze was cold and sharp. Back then, after the war had failed, many people who had enmity with Qin had escaped from the human world. They knew that with Qin's personality, they would all die horrible deaths. There were many of them, and they were not united. They all scattered and escaped to different places, not caring about where others escaped to. The most important thing was to protect their own lives. After Li Baiqing escaped from the human world, he ran into Su Yan, Zhang Heng, and the others. Back then, they all looked quite wretched and desolate because they had lost and had abandoned countless people and territories, escaping like stray dogs. No matter who it was, their expressions were quite unsightly. This was their greatest humiliation, but facing Qin's war of unification, they had lost completely and could not resist at all. Even though they did not want to admit it, they had to accept that Qin was the most powerful empire in the human world. Some people had planned to leave their homeland and not oppose Qin anymore. They had seen through this and just wanted to live the rest of their lives in peace and not care about the troubles of the world. Some people were quite unwilling, such as Li Baiqing. The Great Tang Empire had been destroyed by the Qin Empire, and its people had been slaughtered by Qin. his parents, relatives, and the woman he loved the most, were all dead or alive. With Prince Qin's personality, he would definitely treat them very cruelly. He knew that the person Zhao Fu hated the most was his father, and he could not even imagine what kind of inhumane torture his father had suffered. Also, he had heard how licentious Zhao Fu was and how he liked other people's wives and mothers. Adding on Zhao Fu's hatred towards the Li family, it was very likely that Zhao Fu would rape his beloved woman, or even his mother. Thinking about his beloved woman and mother, who were constantly being violated by Zhao Fu, Li Baiqing kept crying and struggling, hoping that he could save them. He clenched his fists, and clenched his fists. His nails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow. How could he forget such great hatred? How could he choose to live the rest of his life? The idea of revenge filled his mind. Even though Zhao Fu was his half-brother, Li Baiqing would never accept it. Right now, he just wanted to tear Zhao Fu into 10,000 pieces and destroy Qin. At that time, it was a pitch-black night, and the night wind was gently blowing. A group of people were sitting around a bonfire, and the light from the bonfire illuminated everyone's faces. Li Baiqing's face looked quite savage. Su Yan was also quite unwilling. He had a proud personality and sat in a high position, looking down on everyone. In the beginning, he had not taken Qin seriously, and to him, Qin was just a chess piece. However, in the end, he had been defeated by Qin again and again. In the end, he had been forced to escape like a stray dog, which was the greatest shame of his life. Su Yan would not accept living an ordinary life, and destroying Qin was his life's greatest wish and his goal. Without this goal, he would lose his direction in life and his motivation to live. If he could not destroy Qin, he might as well choose to die. Seeing his senior apprentice brother like this, Zhang Heng sighed and said, "Senior apprentice brother, it's better to discover your obsession. The world is incredibly big, and with your talent, you'll shine wherever you go. There's no point in continuing to oppose Qin. Qin is simply too powerful, and with his potential, he won't be able to unify the human world. In the future, he'll definitely become the most terrifying faction here, and if you continue to oppose him, you might still lose to him. In the end, you'll really die at Qin's hands. Now that Qin has unified the human world, it's time to end things here and start a new life. We need to develop the legacy of the vertical and horizontal faction together." Su Yan said resolutely, "Junior apprentice brother, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind. Perhaps my entire life is to destroy Qin. Even if I die at Qin's hands, I'll accept this outcome." After saying this, Su Yan took out a book and said solemnly, "Junior apprentice brother, this is the legacy book of my faction. It also contains some of my comprehensions. Help me find a good legatee, and I hope that he won't end up like me. In the end, please help me develop the vertical and horizontal faction." When Zhang Heng saw how resolute Su Yan was, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He sighed and took the book. At that moment, Su Yan was in the crowd and noticed Li Baiqing. Seeing Li Baiqing's expression, Su Yan immediately understood the reason. Out of all the dynasties, the Great Tang dynasty and the Qin dynasty had the deepest enmity, and the ruler of Qin, Zhao Fu, hated the Great Tang dynasty the most. Thinking about this, Su Yan smiled and came to Li Baiqing's side as he said, "Brother Li, I'm sure you won't give up on your hatred towards Qin. I'm sure you won't give up on your hatred towards Great Qin. If you want to destroy Great Qin, I'll do my best to help you." Li Baiqing looked at Su Yan. He naturally knew who Su Yan was and understood Su Yan's abilities. With the help of such a talented person, things would be much easier for him in the future. Thinking to there, Li Baiqing smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Su, for your support. I believe that we'll make a comeback in the future and destroy Qin." Su Yan nodded seriously with a smile on his face. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight, so they sat together and began to converse, discussing in detail the great plan to rebel against Qin dynasty. Seeing this, Zhang Heng did not say anything because he understood that no matter what, he would not be able to change Su Yan's mind. Back then, Zhang Heng and Zhao Fu had met once. Back then, Zhao Fu had only revealed his aura, but he already had great potential. However, now that he had become the ruler of a human world, this was quite shocking. Zhang Heng wanted to help his senior apprentice brother destroy Qin, but this was not in line with his personality. Moreover, it was too difficult, and he did not know what would happen. Now was the best time to escape this vortex. If he fell into it, he would be doomed eternally. Su Yan and Li Baiqing already had a rough plan. First of all, they couldn't stay near Qin because they knew that with Qin Li's potential, he would become the overlord of this area in the future. If they stayed near Qin Li, they might be destroyed before they could develop further. They decided to go far away, and after half a year, they came to a place called the Fire Kingdom. At this time, something big happened in the Fire Kingdom. The king's beloved princess had gone missing, and the king had offered a great reward for finding the princess. The Fire Kingdom didn't have a prince, only 3 princesses, and there weren't any outstanding people in the branch families. Now, everyone was worried about the next king of the Fire Kingdom. Based on the current situation, no one had the ability to inherit the throne. Su Yan felt that the Fire Kingdom was very suitable for them to develop. The matter of finding the princess was also an opportunity, so he discussed it with Li Baiqing. Li Baiqing nodded in understanding. He felt that the Fire Kingdom's current situation was very beneficial to them, so they agreed to stay here and develop. Their first goal was to find the princess. If they lost this opportunity, their future plans would not succeed. This time, they were a bit lucky. They didn't have to look for the princess for too long before the princess came to them. She was a very beautiful and lively girl, and she had been eating snacks on the streets. Seeing that the Fire Kingdom had come to them, Su Yan didn't let Li Baiqing directly approach the princess, nor did he tell the soldiers that the princess was here. Apart from some rewards, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything else. Su Yan and Li Baiqing naturally didn't care about those small rewards. They needed something bigger, which was the power of the Fire Kingdom. They first investigated the princess, such as her personality, what she liked, and what she disliked. After investigating all of this, Su Yan told Li Baiqing about his next plan, which was to create an opportunity for him to meet the Princess of Flame and make her fall in love with him. Then, he would directly become the son-in-law of Flame Kingdom, directly obtaining a portion of the kingdom's power. After gaining some power, they would slowly develop and devour the Fire Kingdom. Li Baiqing was a bit hesitant about this plan because the woman he loved was Yang Yuyan. However, for the sake of revenge, as well as the image of Yang Yuyan and his mother under Zhao Fu, Li Baiqing still agreed. A beautiful encounter began. That was the Fire Country Spark Flower Festival. In the sky, there were many flame-like flowers that gave off a faint light. They covered the entire night sky, but they did not give off any heat. Contrasting with the sea of stars in the sky, the scene was extremely beautiful. The streets were bustling with activity. They wore fiery clothes, their faces full of joy as they celebrated the Spark Festival. The Flame Princess was also among them, and she had a happy smile on her face as she walked over with the crowd. She also looked around curiously, looking quite lively and cute. Suddenly, the crowd suddenly increased, and the Flame Princess felt someone bump into her. Then, she fell forward and fell into the arms of a young man. The Princess of Flame looked up and saw a handsome young man with a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were bright as he looked at her and asked with a trace of concern, "Are you all right?" Hearing those words, the Princess of Inferno's face reddened as she nodded her head. The youth smiled and said thoughtfully, "There are a lot of people here. Be careful and don't get hurt." The princess did not know why, but looking at the youth in front of her and smelling his aura, her heart rate sped up. Hearing his words of concern, she felt quite happy and sweet. The youth did not say anything and smiled as he left. Looking at the youth leaving, the Princess of Flame wanted to stop him and ask him what his name was, but she felt quite embarrassed because they had just met. After the event was over, the Flame Princess thought about that young man and regretted not asking for his name. She clearly cared about him a lot. At that moment, a few hooligans sinisterly laughed as they surrounded her and said, "Girl, you're really pretty. You're really pretty. Why don't you play with us?" The Princess of Flame frowned and looked at the hooligans in front of her angrily as she said, "Hurry up and leave before I get angry, or else I won't be polite to you." The hooligans loudly laughed as they said, "Really? We want to see how you'll be rude to us." The Princess of Flame was so angry that she wanted to teach those hooligans a lesson. However, a person suddenly appeared and knocked those hooligans to the ground. Seeing that person, the princess felt quite delighted and cried out, "It's you." The youth also looked quite surprised and smiled as he said, "Why are you here?" The Princess of Flame's face became red and she lowered her head as she said embarrassedly, "Thank you for helping me again. May I know your name?" The youth gently smiled as he said, "Of course, I'm Li Baiqing." That was how they met, and the princess introduced herself but did not tell Li Baiqing's true identity. Following this, the two of them went sightseeing, and after half a year, they became quite close. The Princess of Flame fell in love with Li Baiqing, and her heart was completely focused on him. Over the next few days, Li Baiqing looked quite worried. The Princess of Flame worriedly asked him many times before she finally found out that Li Baiqing was the legatee of a dynasty. Now that his dynasty had fallen, he was on the run, and he was worried about his people and family. Hearing Li Baiqing talk about how bloodthirsty Great Qin was and how licentious Great Qin's legatee was, to the point that he could even rape someone else's mother, Zhao Fu became furious and expressed his willingness to help Li Baiqing. The Princess of Flame told Li Baiqing about her true identity, but she did not know that everything was going according to plan. Afterwards, the Princess of Flame and Li Baiqing got married, and he became her husband. He did not lie and told the Fire King about his identity, as the Fire Kingdom would definitely investigate him. If he was hiding anything, they would not believe him. After becoming the Fire Kingdom's son-in-law, he gained some power and displayed his abilities, winning the respect and admiration of many people, and his status gradually stabilized. After a few more years of development, Li Baiqing had become a person with great authority in the Fire Kingdom. He requested soldiers from the Fire Kingdom to lead the Fire Kingdom's army to destroy Great Qin. In the future, that place would be the Fire Kingdom's territory, and he would continue to serve the Fire Kingdom loyally. The Fire Kingdom thought about it for a while before agreeing to Li Baiqing's request. However, they did not give all of their military power to Li Baiqing, and they instead sent a general to destroy Qin. Long time no see. Li Baiqing stood in the sky and coldly looked at Zhao Fu as he slowly spoke. Zhao Fu looked quite disdainful as he said, "Why have two stray dogs come back? Aren't you afraid of being defeated by us again?" Li Baiqing coldly replied, "We've only come back to destroy Great Qin, this has become our life's belief. I don't know where you get your confidence from, but with Qin's viciousness, you've offended many people. This time, it's quite disadvantageous for you, you're only worried about Qin. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "We'll know after we try. Qin won't be destroyed so easily by people like you." Li Baiqing did not continue on this topic and coldly said, "What did you do to my parents and relatives? And how did you treat Yang Yuyan?" Zhao Fu gave a domineering laugh as he said, "Do whatever you want. That's right, your mother, grandmother, and that woman of yours are all doing well and are serving us in Qin's harem so that your father and grandfather can live." As expected, flames of fury burned in Li Baiqing's eyes, and they were filled with killing intent as he said in an extremely cold voice, "I'll make you pay back 10,000 times over. Start attacking. Kill." As Li Baiqing gave the order, the generals also gave the order to attack. Countless Flame Nation soldiers gave off powerful auras as they charged forwards, looking like a sea of flames that could burn everything. At that moment, the Flame Nation soldiers at the front raised a hand towards the city walls, and fire elemental essence quickly gathered, forming watermelon-sized fireballs that gave off intense heat. Swish, 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 the countless Flame Nation soldiers vigorously pushed, and the fireballs containing immense power quickly flew towards the city walls, leaving behind fiery traces of light. The temperature in the surroundings rose. Countless restrictions were activated on Qin's side, and a powerful aura spread out as a massive energy barrier appeared. Bang, bang. Bang, the fireballs slammed into the barrier and exploded, causing countless sparks to spread out like a rain of fire. After withstanding so many fireballs, the barrier started to crack. After all, these were fireballs cast by Stage 2 soldiers, and they were not weak at all. Fire. Qin's side also shot out arrows, and the arrows contained immense power as they tore through the air. They contained a sharp and massive aura as they poured down like a torrential rain. The Flame Empire soldiers immediately emitted a fiery aura, which formed a large fiery mist. The arrows that fell were all blocked by the fiery mist. Aside from a few soldiers who were scattered, they didn't deal much damage to the Flame Empire soldiers. The mist of fire did not dissipate, and it instead gathered at the center of the flame army, forming a massive fireball. It gave off a searing heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it shot towards Great Qin's defensive walls. Bang! An incredibly massive explosion sounded out as the massive fireball gave off terrifying power as it slammed into the defensive barrier, resulting in an intense explosion. A fiery shockwave spread out with terrifying power. Crack! Crack, crack, countless shattering sounds could be heard. Countless cracks could be seen on the gigantic barrier before it shattered into pieces. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a trace of coldness, and he took this opportunity to order his people to once again shoot out countless arrows. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful rays of light containing incredibly sharp power and shocking auras tore through the sky, leaving behind traces of light as they shot towards the Flame Empire soldiers with unstoppable momentum. Apart from these rays of light, there were also crossbow bolts that were as thick as fingers that gave off immense power as they flew out. The soldiers at the front of the Flame Empire soldiers sensed immense danger, and their bodies once again gave off boundless fiery mist, forming a wall of fiery mist. Chi, 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 however, the rays of light containing shocking power shot into the fiery mist, tearing it apart and hitting the Flame Empire soldiers. Chi, 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 swish, swish. Following this, the crossbow bolts containing immense force descended, piercing through the Flame Empire soldiers' bodies. These were Qin's talisman bolts and stage 2 crossbow bolts, and they were not so easy to defend against. It was just that Qin did not have many talisman bolts, or else the effects would have been even more shocking. Blood splattered and screams rang out continuously. Some of the Inferno Flame soldiers were directly shot to death, while others were only slightly injured. With the obstruction of the fire mist and the strength of the Inferno Flame soldiers, the rune arrows were not as terrifying as before. After receiving this attack, the Flame Empire soldiers furiously counterattacked, and fireballs containing terrifying power flew towards the defensive walls. Now that Qin had lost his defensive barrier, he could only rely on himself to defend. The shield bearers went up and formed a shield wall that gave off boundless black light, forming a black barrier of light. Bang, bang. Bang, there were many fireballs, and they were incredibly powerful. As they hit the black barrier of light, they exploded, and in places where there were too many fireballs, the barrier of light was directly destroyed. Some of the fireballs landed on the defensive walls, sending some of Qin's soldiers flying. The defensive walls became quite chaotic, and blood flew everywhere as pitiful cries sounded out. However, the area affected was quite small. At that moment, the Flame Empire soldiers continued to give off a terrifying aura as they charged towards Qin. Qin's side also shot out countless arrows, causing some casualties. Even though Qin's side had the advantage in numbers, they were quite weak, and their arrows were easily blocked by the Flame Empire soldiers. However, the arrows were quite effective, and they weakened the Flame Empire soldiers' ferocious momentum. Suddenly, behind the army of Huiyan, a man wearing a fiery robe and holding a wooden staff appeared. They gave off massive auras as they raised their wooden staffs and chanted in a low voice. Massive amounts of fire elemental essence gathered, forming a massive fiery magic formation in the sky. This magic formation absorbed countless traces of heaven and earth power and gave off a faint fiery light. It also gave off a searing aura, dyeing the sky a fiery red, and the surrounding temperature rose. Boom! The massive fiery magic formation exploded out with a powerful aura, and countless orbs of orange flames descended from the sky like a rain of fire. They gave off an aura that seemed to be able to burn everything as they floated towards Qin's defensive walls. Qin's side immediately raised their shields, forming a massive black barrier of light that blocked the countless falling flames. However, the Flame Empire soldiers gave off massive auras and continued to charge out of Qin's defensive walls. Without the suppression of the arrows, the Flame Empire soldiers became incredibly ferocious. Roar! Roar! These were Qin City's insect den wyverns. In order to deal with this battle, Zhao Fu did not hold back at all. Boom, boom. Boom, the insect den wyrms opened their mouths and countless rays of light shot out from their mouths. Massive rays of light shot out from their mouths, giving off destructive power as they shot towards the Flame Army. The Flame Army sensed how terrifying those rays of light were and exploded out with power, wanting to defend against those rays of light. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless rays of light swept through the flame army, resulting in massive explosions. Countless flame army soldiers' bodies were blasted apart, causing blood and severed limbs to fly everywhere as howls continuously sounded out. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes narrowed as he said, "General Yan, so it seems that Qin still has hidden his trump cards. Qin City has never used these wyverns before, but their power is still so shocking." Hearing this, Li Baiqing nodded and looked at the middle-aged man next to him as he said, "General Yan. It's time to go all out." General Yan, who was the middle-aged man, replied, Your enemy is quite terrifying. He's far more powerful than ordinary outer domain factions." After saying this, General Yan gave the order to attack. At the back of the flame army, people wearing red robes and holding magic staffs appeared. They were called fire mages. These fire mages exploded out with immense power as they raised their magic staffs and once again chanted. The surrounding fire elemental essence continuously gathered in the sky, forming massive fiery magic formations. Adding on the magic formation from before, there were 12 magic formations in total. They were lined up and continuously absorbed heaven and earth power, giving off fiery light. An incredibly fiery power spread out, and the sky became a fiery color as if it was burning. The temperature in the surroundings was quite high, and heat waves caused people to continuously sweat. Even from far away, they could feel this heat. Boom, boom. Boom, the fiery magic formations exploded out with powerful auras and gave off intense fiery lights. Countless 1-meter-long firebirds flew out from the magic formations and quickly flew towards Qin City's city walls. There were simply too many of them to count. Bang, bang. Bang, not only were the countless firebirds powerful, but their movements were also extremely agile. Some charged head-on, while others attacked from the sides, causing explosions to ring out. The shield formed by the shield-bearers continued to crack under such a concentrated barrage of attacks, before finally breaking apart. Countless flaming birds flocked over and landed among the soldiers, directly blasting Qin's soldiers away. Some were even blasted off the city walls. Qin's soldiers continuously brandished their weapons, attacking the flaming birds and defeating them. However, there were many of them and they were quite agile. As soon as they crashed into the crowd, they exploded, injuring many soldiers and causing the scene to become quite chaotic. Countless Flame Empire soldiers took this opportunity to give off powerful auras as they charged towards Great Qin. Zhao Fu looked at the 12 fire-colored magic formations in the sky and ordered people to bring out the ultimate dragon-slaying ballistae. Ballistae that were 300 meters long and gave off savage auras were pushed out by 100-meter-tall corpse soul soldiers. There were 12 100-meter-long arrows that were even thicker than arms propped up on the ballistae. These 10 arrows were blood-red and had countless lines and runes engraved on them, as well as 10 different disaster pearls. Boom, boom. Boom, the corpse soul soldiers pulled open the ballistae and shot out the 12 ballistae bolts. As the 12 ballistae bolts shot out, they gave off terrifying power and seemed to be able to pierce through space, causing massive sounds to ring out. The 10 disaster pearls on the ballistae were also activated and gave off different kinds of lights, causing the ballistae to become rainbow-colored. They were incredibly fast and gave off immense power as they shot towards the 12 fire-colored magic formations. The fire mages controlled their flaming birds to rush towards the ballistae, wanting to block them. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless flaming birds were pierced through by the ballistae bolts' terrifying power and turned into countless sparks. The 12 ballistae bolts were incredibly powerful as they smashed into the 12 magic formations. The 12 massive fire-colored magic formations were shattered into countless pieces and were sent flying. The fire mages felt a powerful wave of disaster power devour their bodies, and they coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Some fell to the ground with heavy injuries, while others directly died. This attack caused countless fire mages to lose the ability to fight. General Yan's expression became serious, and he withdrew all of his condescension. Only now did he truly understand how powerful Qin was, and this mission would not be easy at all. In actuality, when the Flame King had asked him to lead troops to attack a new faction from the outer domains, he had felt quite disdainful and felt that he could easily destroy it. After all, an army of 8 billion Stage 2 soldiers was too much, and at most, he would be able to destroy Qin with 5 billion. However, after seeing Qin's true strength, he understood just how terrifying Qin's faction was. Roar! 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 The insect den wyverns once again gave deafening roars and opened their mouths, shooting out terrifying beams of light that gave off shocking auras towards the Flame King's army. The Flame King's army once again gave off a fiery mist that gathered above their heads, forming a mist shield that gave off a massive aura. Bang, bang, bang. However, the terrifying beams of light still pierced through the mist shield, resulting in massive explosions. The Flame King's soldiers' bodies were blasted apart, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere as pained cries sounded out. At that moment, Li Baiqing's expression was cold as he gave out an order. Within the Flame King's army, muscular young men roared and rushed out, giving off powerful auras. Countless traces of flames rose up from their bodies, and soon, they turned into 100-meter-tall flame giants. These flame giants quickly rushed to the defensive walls, and some vigorously waved their hands, sending many of Qin's soldiers flying. Some flame giants opened their mouths and breathed out large amounts of flames, burning countless soldiers on the defensive walls to death. On Qin's side, 100-meter-tall people wearing heavy weapons and heavy armor quickly appeared. These were the Corpse Soul soldiers. The 100-meter-tall Corpse Soul soldiers and the 100-meter-tall flame giants started to ferociously fight. The flame giant raised its fist and gave off a massive wave of power as it punched towards the Corpse Soul Guard. The Corpse Soul Guard unleashed its large shield to block and then swung its large sword, sending the flame giant flying. By relying on their high-grade heavy armor and weapons, the Corpse Soul soldiers had an advantage against the flame giants, and they were able to successfully defend against this wave of flame giants. The battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, and massive explosions sounded out as gales blew and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Roar! 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 Massive roars sounded out as 1,000-meter-long lizard-like flame beasts covered in flames appeared behind the flame army, giving off powerful auras. Bang, 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 the flame beasts opened their mouths and countless traces of fire elemental essence gathered, forming massive fireballs. They then spat out the fireballs, which contained terrifying heat as they shot towards the Qin city walls. The massive fireballs exploded, and some hit the city walls, causing them to crack. Some landed on the city walls, killing countless Qin soldiers and causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. The insect den wyrm furiously roared and flapped its wings, giving off a massive aura as it attacked the flame beasts. The two sides started to fight intensely, continuously shooting out fireballs and beams of light. By now, the flame army had reached the bottom of the city walls and started to attack. They took out all sorts of ladders and flying locks and climbed up the city walls. Qin's side continuously used arrows and heavy objects to attack, while the flame army continuously fired arrows. Blood flew everywhere as pained cries continuously sounded out. The soldiers on both sides desperately fought, and the sounds of battle were like thunder. The sounds of battle shook the surroundings. In the end, the flame army was able to reach the top of the city walls. As Stage 2 soldiers, they were quite powerful. The two sides started to fight head-on. A flame army soldier held a saber and vigorously slashed out, splitting apart a Qin soldier's body. A flame army soldier held a spear and pierced through a Qin soldier's body. A flame army soldier held a spear and pierced through a Qin soldier's throat. Qin had already gathered the remaining Stage 2 soldiers at the front. A Qin ghost soldier vigorously swung his axe with terrifying power, splitting apart a flame army soldier's body. A Qin soldier held a saber and chopped off a flame army soldier's head. A Qin soldier pierced through a flame army soldier's chest with his sword. Zhao Fu looked over at another battlefield, which was the northern side. The Devil Horn Empire in the north was attacking Qin. As mentioned before, Yao Ming hated Qin to death. The moment Hui Yan's army attacked, Yao Ming wanted to take the opportunity to kill Qin. He didn't care about anything else, and he didn't care if killing Qin was beneficial to him. When he learned that Qin and the Fire Kingdom had officially declared war, he did not hesitate to attack Qin. This time, he gathered 30 billion soldiers and a large number of demon beasts to launch a ferocious attack. Qin's side had long since expected Yao Ming to attack, so they had gathered countless Qin's beasts. However, they only had 10 billion soldiers, which was less than the Devil Horn Empire, and they did not have any Stage 2 soldiers. Roar, The Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts gave off powerful auras, and their blood-red eyes gave off cruel gazes as they looked at Qin's beasts and gave off provocative roars. Roar! The ferocious beasts on Great Qin's side gave off terrifying auras as they ferociously looked at the devil beasts on the other side and roared, unwilling to be outdone. Bang! Bang! Soon, the battle beasts from both sides gave off massive auras as they charged at each other and started to ferociously kill each other. A 100-meter-long black snake shot out like a bolt of lightning and bit down on a massive wolf's leg. The massive wolf roared in pain and opened its mouth, wanting to bite down on the black snake's body. A massive spider vigorously leapt towards a massive bull devil. Its blade-like leg stabbed into the bull devil's body, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The bull devil furiously rammed into the side, wanting to use this method to kill the spider. In the sky, a massive devil chicken used its claws to swipe at a wild goose, opening up a few wounds on the wild goose. Blood continuously flowed out, and the wild goose furiously rammed into the devil chicken, sending the devil chicken flying. A cosmos beast suddenly appeared behind a devil lion and bit down on the lion's body. The lion roared in pain and threw the cosmos beast off its body before opening its massive mouth and biting towards the cosmos beast. However, the cosmos beast directly hid within the nothingness. The battle between the beasts and devil beasts was incredibly intense and ferocious, and the scene was quite shocking. In this aspect, the Qin's beasts were not weaker than the Devil Horn Empires and even had a slight advantage. However, on the other hand, the Qin side was at a complete disadvantage. The Devil Horn army directly attacked the Qin city walls, flooding towards the Qin city walls. They were incredibly ferocious and seemed unstoppable. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows containing immense force shot towards the Devil Horn army, drawing out arcs of light as they landed within the Devil Horn army. Some Devil Horn soldiers were hit by the arrows, while others raised their weapons to block. The Devil Horn army also shot arrows towards the Qin city walls with great power. The Qin city walls restrictions were activated, and an aura spread out as a massive defensive barrier appeared, blocking the countless arrows. Some of the arrows were broken and fell to the ground, while others were sent flying. The Devil Horn army exploded out with terrifying power as waves of violet aura flowed out, forming massive devil beasts. These demonic beasts were all condensed from a purple aura, and their bodies emitted a purple aura. They had a pair of blood-red eyes, and their shapes were all different. Some looked like dragons, some looked like tigers, some looked like dogs, and some looked like snakes. All of the devil beasts gave off terrifying auras, and they gave off corporeal might, causing countless people to feel despair. Roar, roar, roar. The countless devil beasts gave off massive roars that shook the surroundings. They gave off terrifying power and ferocious auras as they rushed towards the Qin's defensive barrier. Bang, 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 the massive devil beasts smashed against the barrier with terrifying power, and cracks started to appear on the barrier. The countless devil beasts once again smashed against the barrier, but unlike last time, they directly exploded, and a massive destructive power spread out, shattering the barrier. Kill. The Devil Horn army gave off a terrifying aura as they rushed to the bottom of the city walls and started to attack the Qin city walls. The Qin side continuously attacked, continuously smashing down Devil Horn soldiers with heavy objects and continuously shooting arrows, killing Devil Horn soldiers. The Devil Horn soldiers also ferociously attacked, shooting arrows and killing Qin soldiers. Barrels of kerosene were poured down, and the Devil Horn army used a type of ice crystal to freeze the kerosene, making it impossible to ignite, and the Devil Horn army continued to attack. At that moment, half-human, half-bird creatures flew over from the sky. These creatures had bird-like wings but humanoid heads, and their bodies were humanoid. They also had hands, but their lower bodies were bird-like. As they flew in the sky, they ferociously attacked Qin. Arrows shot towards Qin, and spears shot out with terrifying power, piercing through some of Qin's soldiers' bodies. Qin also shot out arrows and massive crossbow bolts, shooting down these bird-like creatures from the sky. The battle was incredibly intense, and blood continuously flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. More and more people died, and corpses covered the ground. The Devil Horn army used the soldiers in the sky to suppress Qin to rush up the defensive walls. They were Stage 2 Devil Horn soldiers, and in order to successfully take down Qin, Yao Ming had specially used powerful soldiers to attack. Qin's side did not have enough people to begin with, and now, not only were they being attacked by the Devil Horn soldiers in the sky, but they also had to face the army from below. Adding on the difference in cultivation, Qin's side was at a disadvantage. A Devil Horn soldier slashed a Qin soldier in half with a saber, causing blood to fly everywhere. A Devil Horn soldier vigorously slashed out with a claw, sending a Qin soldier flying, while a Devil Horn soldier stabbed a Qin soldier's chest with a spear. A Qin soldier sent a Devil Horn soldier flying with an axe, and a Qin soldier chopped off a Devil Horn soldier's head with a saber, causing blood to spurt out. A Qin soldier stabbed a Devil Horn soldier's throat with a sword. Both sides fought on the defensive walls, and blood dyed the defensive walls red. Seeing that Qin was at a disadvantage, Qin's side immediately gave the order to retreat. After receiving the order, Qin's soldiers and beasts quickly retreated. Yao Ming stood in the sky and looked at Qin's army running away. He couldn't help but loudly laugh. This was the first time he had defeated Qin, and the first time he had seen Qin run away instead of him. He had finally vented his anger and was in a good mood. Now that they had broken through Qin's defense, the next step was to rush into Qin's interior, break into Qin's imperial palace, and kill Qin. Thinking about that, Yao Ming could not help but feel excited and called out, "Everyone, attack! Break into Qin and everyone will be rewarded handsomely. All the goods and women in the city will belong to you." The Devil Horn army was currently breaking through their old enemy, Qin City's defenses, and everyone looked incredibly excited. Hearing Yao Ming's words, their auras greatly increased, and they gave off ferocious auras as they rushed towards Qin City. However, he had never expected Qin to construct a second defensive wall. Yao Ming did not hesitate, since he could break through the first defensive wall, he could also break through the second one. Kill! The Devil Horn army on the ground gave off a terrifying aura as they loudly roared and flooded towards Great Qin's defensive walls. The countless flying soldiers in the sky also excitedly flew towards Qin City. They had long since heard that Qin was incredibly wealthy and had many beauties. The countless devil beasts also gave off excited and joyful roars as they gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Qin City. They wanted to devour Qin's residents and kill all of Qin's beasts, as they liked to eat their meat. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as the Devil Horn soldiers on the ground felt a grey aura flow out of the ground and into their bodies. It was as if countless insects were tearing at their bodies, and they soon died. It was not just them, the flying soldiers and devil beasts in the sky felt countless insects tearing at their bodies. They exploded out with power, wanting to stop the insects, but it was useless. Flying troops and demonic beasts fell from the sky one after another. Their faces were filled with pain, and there were many insect bite marks on their bodies. Seeing this, Yao Ming knew what method Qin had used, which was to turn the ground into a cursed land. He immediately ordered the army to stop, and Yao Ming called people to get rid of this cursed land. Because Qin had used this on him before, Yao Ming was prepared and prepared some people to get rid of this curse. However, Yao Ming was quickly disappointed, and that person's expression was quite unsightly as he said, "Your Majesty, this cursed land's curse power is too powerful. The power of the curse in this cursed land is too strong, and it's very strange. With our strength, there's no way we can remove it." Hearing this, Yao Ming furiously waved his hand and killed that person. Seeing that they were about to destroy Qin, how could he give up? He shouted, "I don't care what you do, get rid of this cursed land for me." However, not a single person did so, as all of the insect eggs that Qin had collected had been used here, and it was impossible to count how many there were. Back at the western side of the battlefield, the desolate god had led the 12 god emissaries to appear in the sky. The 12 god emissaries exploded out with powerful power, and blood-red orbs appeared behind them, which were controlled by the god emissaries to descend. The 12 blood-red orbs lined up and exploded out with an incredibly powerful suction force, and countless amounts of blood flooded into the blood-red orbs. After absorbing the blood of countless Stage 2 soldiers, the blood-red orbs became incredibly large. Swish, 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 the 12 massive blood-red orbs shot out massive blood-red tentacles that pierced through the soldiers' bodies. The Stage 2 soldiers were unable to resist at all, as the blood god demons were now made up of Stage 2 soldiers. Bang, bang. Bang, the corpse soul soldiers ferociously attacked, slashing the flame giants in half with their swords. Some sent the flame giants flying with their hammers, while others smashed the flame giants with their shields, shattering them. Roar! Roar! The insect den wyverns had quite an advantageous battle. They relied on the fact that they could fly in the sky to shoot out terrifying beams of light that pierced through the flame beasts' bodies. Some swooped down and heavily struck out with their claws, leaving behind massive wounds. On the other hand, the battle on the defensive walls was in a stalemate. The Flame Army continuously killed Qin's soldiers, while Qin's soldiers quickly killed the Flame Army. Both sides suffered great losses. Seeing this scene, General Yan said, "Li Baiqing, I think we should retreat for now. If this goes on, our losses will be too great, and it's possible that we'll lose." Li Baiqing's expression was cold as he looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite unwilling to retreat like this. Su Yan said, "Baiqing, calm down. The situation is quite disadvantageous to us, and if this goes on, we'll lose. It's best to retreat for now and ally with the nearby factions." Looking at the retreating army, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It had not been easy to win this battle. However, Zhao Fu was not happy because Qin's situation was still quite difficult. Now that the matters on this side had been dealt with, there were still other things that had not been dealt with. As such, Zhao Fu immediately headed to those regions. Following this, Zhao Fu heard about the situation in other regions. It was just that the Devil Horn Empire had attacked and the Alliance and Second Wind God Empire had not participated. If both of them had participated, Qin would not have been able to defend. After calculating the death toll, Qin had lost 1.5 billion soldiers this time. Zhao Fu had a heavy heart and ordered people to strengthen the defenses. He returned to Qin and immediately gathered his subordinates to discuss the current situation. However, facing the current situation, the subordinates did not have any good ideas. After all, Qin had used all of his trump cards, and the other side had been on guard. Otherwise, they would have been able to heavily injure the other side. Some of the subordinates suggested allying with the Alliance and Second Wind God Empire to defend against the Fire Kingdom and Devil Horn Empire. This was quite difficult. It was already quite good that they had not participated in attacking Qin, and it would be impossible for them to help Qin. Zhao Fu knew that the two factions had gathered their forces and could attack at any moment. However, Zhao Fu still sent people to try. Even if he could not ally with them, he hoped that they would not participate. The two factions were quite surprised when they saw the various treasures and resources that Qin's emissary had brought. They could understand why. Qin's situation was incredibly dangerous, and if they both participated, Qin would definitely die. Now that Great Qin was expressing goodwill towards them, it wanted them not to get involved. The two factions had originally wanted to act against Qin, but they had wanted to wait for the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom to take Qin and obtain great benefits without losing too much of their forces. However, things once again exceeded their expectations. The Qin Empire was incredibly powerful. Not only had it stopped 8 billion Stage 2 soldiers, but it had also stopped the Devil Horn Empire's army of 30 billion soldiers. This caused the two factions to give up on their original plans. Facing Qin's emissary, the two factions hesitated. Alliance forces. I think we should join the Huiyan army and destroy the Qin Empire together. Everyone has seen how strong the Qin Empire is. It will definitely be a great disaster. I agree. Qin is too big of a threat. Let's kill him first. This is a great opportunity. If we lose it, it will be hard to get it again. So, don't accept Qin's kindness. Think about it. If Qin City is destroyed, what will happen to the Fiery Nation? Will they just go back? That Qin Empire has 9 worlds with countless resources, wealth and people. How could they give up such a big piece of fat meat? You're right. You're oversimplifying things. The Fiery Kingdom definitely won't give up on such a big piece of meat. When the time comes, they'll stay and become the second Fiery Kingdom. At that time, they'll have the support of an inner region kingdom. Who do you think is the bigger threat? What you've said makes sense. We should still discuss it carefully. Don't make a decision too early, lest we cause irreversible consequences. The Second Aeolian Empire. Your Majesty. I think we can join in the attack on Qin City. Not only will we take revenge for the First Aeolian Empire, but we'll also be able to split up the fat meat that is the Qin Empire. In the future, there won't be any threat from Qin City. I don't think so. Right now, Qin City is a powerful helper against the Alliance. If he's destroyed, what will we do when the Alliance attacks us? Think about the situation of the First Aeolian Empire, it won't be able to help us much. That's right. I feel that it's best for us to keep a low profile. Right now, the Second Aeolian Empire is under immense pressure in the alchemy world, so having a stable side in the Heaven Awakened world is beneficial to us. But are we going to miss the opportunity to destroy Qin City just like that? Qin City is in great danger, and this is our best opportunity. If we join in the attack on Qin City will definitely be destroyed. There's no need to be so certain. Ever since the Qin Empire rose up, it has been abnormally fast and is not simple at all. It is also quite mysterious, and perhaps they have some backup plans. If we join in, we might not be able to destroy Qin City and suffer great losses. Xianxia sat on her throne and did not say anything as she thought about the words of the various ministers. Within the Qin Imperial Palace, Zhaofu had not received any news from the two factions, and he let out a sigh of relief. This meant that they were hesitating. If they directly refused, it would be dangerous. Right now, the main thing was how to defend against the attacks of the Fire Kingdom and Devilhorn Empire. In actuality, if it was just the Fire Kingdom, Qin City would be able to defend against it. However, with the Devilhorn Empire joining in, Qin City would not be able to defend. Even though there was an extremely powerful cursed land blocking them, it would be destroyed by the Devilhorn Empire sooner or later. When that time came, the Devilhorn Empire would once again launch a berserk attack. When that time came, Qin City would not have any good methods to stop them. Even if they could defend against the Fire Kingdom, they would still be attacked by the Devilhorn Empire, and they would still perish. Thinking about that, Zhaofu felt a headache. There were simply too many things to worry about. He had thought that the other battlefields would be more peaceful so that he could focus on dealing with the alchemy world. However, something like this had happened in the Heaven Awakened world. If the alchemy world attacked again, Qin City would not be able to defend and would be forced to leave the alchemy world. However, facing the attacks of the Fire Kingdom and Devilhorn Empire, as well as the Alliance and Second Wind God joining in, it was not as if Qin City had no way to deal with them. However, the price of this method was too great. This method was the crack to the outer world. If the four factions really dared to join forces and attack, Zhaofu would completely open up the crack. When that time came, an ocean of insects would flood into the Heaven Awakened world, destroying everything. After all, Great Qin could not control these insects, and they would go berserk and slaughter all Heaven Awakened world creatures, not letting a single one of them off. If they were allowed in, it would be a catastrophe, and corpses would form mountains and rivers of blood. It was possible that Qin City would not be able to escape and would be killed by the countless insects. As such, this method was simply too dangerous, and unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use it. Zhaofu and his people started to make preparations. Now that Qin had the Gate of War, he could go to the Chaos battlefield through the Gate of War and did not need to rely on that crack. As such, that crack had been sealed by Qin, and it was within Qin's territory. If a large number of insects came, the Qin territory would not be able to protect itself, and he would be the first to be destroyed. As such, Zhaofu immediately came to the Chaos world. Erisina felt quite surprised. She had never thought that Zhaofu would bring so many people to the Chaos world. It seemed that nothing had happened in the Chaos world. Zhaofu gave her a simple explanation of Qin's situation. Erisina's expression was quite serious as she asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's too dangerous and can easily go out of control. If that happens, Qin might really be destroyed." Hearing this, Zhaofu nodded seriously and said, "I've already made my decision, and I'm just making preparations. If it really comes to that, Qin will have no choice but to use this method." Seeing that Zhaofu had made his decision, Erisina did not continue and asked, "What are you going to do with so many people?" Zhaofu explained, "Right now, I plan to build a V-shaped passageway that will draw in the insects from the outside. This will prevent the Great Qin territory from being destroyed. Without this passageway, the insects will rush in and scatter, causing great losses to the Qin territory. Moreover, they might not necessarily enter the crack, and the passageway will be able to guide them. Moreover, we can also set up a door outside. If we don't want the insects to come in, we can close the door and try to keep the insects within a controllable range. If they really go out of control, Great Qin will be the first to suffer a calamity. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Aracena gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Speaking of a door, I have an idea." "I have an idea. Do you want to know?" Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised and felt that Aracena had a good solution. He smiled and pulled her into his embrace as he asked, "What is it?" Aracena put her arms around Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "I have a method to create a fallen angel gate. This gate is very powerful and should be of great help to you." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Then tell me about that method." Then, Zhao Fu learned about the manufacturing method of the fallen angel gate. The power and effect of the fallen angel gate were indeed very strong. First, not only was it made of tough material, it also had the ability to protect itself. When it encountered great danger, it would automatically release a defensive barrier. Second, it also had attack abilities. It could summon countless fallen angels to attack enemies, and they had great power and numbers. Thirdly, it had the power of deterrence, causing some weaker creatures to feel afraid and not dare to approach. Fourthly, it could create a massive repulsive force that could send countless enemies flying away, and it could be used in times of crisis. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the fallen angel gate. With such a gate, his control over the insect and beast tides would be strengthened, and it would be less dangerous. However, the fallen angel gate was quite troublesome to create. It required a massive number of fallen angel corpses, a large amount of fallen angel blood, and metals containing powerful darkness energy to create the fallen angel gate. Qin had a large number of fallen angels, and he now had roughly 10 million fallen angels. They were formed from the spirit light people who had fallen and had stage 3 strength. However, there were not many of them. Great Qin also had darkness god metal, which was darkness god iron. Great Qin controlled a space filled with darkness god iron ores, and it was the main material for creating Great Qin's equipment. Normally, darkness god metal was silver grade, but some rare darkness god metal could reach gold grade or even legendary grade. Some ore cores were even epic grade, but they were quite rare. To create a fallen angel gate, it had to be at least epic grade. This was because in order to defend against billions or even tens of billions of insects, it had to be sturdy. Qin had both types, but it did not have a large number of fallen angel corpses. However, Zhao Fu was not disappointed for too long. Aracena said that she had a large number of fallen angel corpses in her darkness god palace. Zhao Fu first ordered people to build a V-shaped passageway, which required the sturdiest materials that could suppress insects. This was because this passageway had to defend against countless insects, so it had to be sturdy. There was no need for Zhao Fu to manage this, so Zhao Fu brought Aracena to create a fallen angel gate. The first step was to use the epic grade darkness god metal to create a gate that was thousands of meters tall and 10,000 meters wide. Creating such a large gate was quite difficult, and it could not be directly created. As such, it had to be pieced together. Zhao Fu called over countless blacksmiths, and it was quite easy to create this gate. It was black and gave off a powerful aura of suppression. There was nothing on it, and it looked quite crude. It could only be counted as an iron embryo. After creating this gate, Zhao Fu carved out a massive magic formation on the ground. The iron gate was placed at the center, and there were hundreds of millions of fallen angel corpses around it. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had a pair of black wings and gave off a darkness aura. The 10 million fallen angels surrounded the magic formation, forming a circle. Adding on the magic formation, iron gate, and corpses, this scene was quite shocking. Aracena brought 24 god emissaries and stood at the center of the magic formation. Aracena exploded out with a powerful power, and her body gave off boundless black god light. The 24 god emissaries surrounded Aracena, half-squatted on the ground, and pressed a hand against the ground, activating the massive magic formation on the ground. A massive aura spread out as the magic formation gave off black light. The fallen angels around it cut their hands, causing blood to flow out, and pressed their hands against the magic formation. The black magic formation absorbed the blood, and its color became black and blood red, and it gave off a terrifying aura. Erisina raised a hand, and countless traces of darkness god power gathered in the sky. A terrifying black ray of light containing terrifying power descended from the sky and landed on the gate. The gate immediately gave off a black light, and a terrifying power spread out. It fused with the magic formation on the ground and became one. The magic formation gave off a powerful energy, and the countless fallen angel corpses started to melt and flowed into the gate like water. A terrifying ripple spread out from the gate. They were Li Baiqing's grandmother, mother, and lover. Yang Yuyan. Now that Li Baiqing had led the flame army to attack Qin, such a big thing had already spread in Qin. When the three women heard the news, they were overjoyed because their grandson, son, and husband had come to save them. Their men in prison might be saved this time. They didn't know how much they had suffered in prison, but now they could finally come out. However, they were still clear about the situation. They were still in Qin's hands, and Zhao Fu could kill them if he wanted to. This was especially so now that Li Baiqing had caused great losses to Great Qin. It was possible that Zhao Fu would take out his anger on them and use them to threaten Li Baiqing, making it difficult for Li Baiqing to advance or retreat. This was why they had come to see Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sat on the throne with a cold expression as he looked at the three women in front of him and said, "What's the matter? If there's nothing else, leave as soon as possible." Li Baiqing's grandmother, Lu Yuxian, had taken a medicinal pill to increase her lifespan and keep her young. She looked like she was in her 30s, and she was very beautiful with a mature charm and a faint charm. "Your Majesty, we came here to help you and Baiqing reconcile. After all, you are a family. Look, it has been so long. You have also taught Baiqing's father and grandfather a lesson. Now that they have been suffering in prison, they also know their mistakes." Lu Yuxian said with a smile as she tried to speak in a gentle tone. She was afraid that she would accidentally anger Zhao Fu. Zhang Shiyun also said gently, "Your Majesty, we're a family, and it's good to be happy. There's no need to fight and kill like this. If we can solve it peacefully, Qin won't lose anything, which is very good for you. Let it all go, okay? I'll treat you well in the future. I can make up for what you lack. Don't go on like this, okay?" Even though Lu Yuyan hated Zhao Fu, for the sake of being with Li Baiqing, she still gave a gentle smile and said, "You're right. Your Majesty. I admit that I used to be prejudiced against you. But now, it doesn't matter. Everything starts over again, and we can live in harmony. Qin can also resolve this crisis. You see, what a good thing this is." Zhao Fu sneered, "You want the best? Do you think I will reconcile with you? What's the point of pretending that nothing happened after so many years? Let me tell you, my resentment towards you will not disappear even if I die. Also, do you think you can make up for it? Now that things have come to this, it's all too late. I can also accurately tell you that as long as I live, I will imprison you. If I live for 10 years, I will imprison you for 10 years. If I don't die, I will imprison you, Li Shan, and Li Jia forever. Right now, Li Baiqing is giving Great Qin a lot of pressure, but one day, I'll capture him and bring him to meet you all. I'll cripple his cultivation, break his arms, and have him spend the rest of his life in prison. Also, am I being too nice to you three? Now you are all going to be the lowest palace made for me." The three women's faces were a little ugly. They wanted to make up and resolve this grudge, so that they didn't have to hurt each other. Unexpectedly, this was the result. Not only did they not make up, but the three of them also became the lowest palace maid. The three of them were all young ladies in their families, but they had never suffered this kind of hardship. Because of their special identities, they would definitely be shocked and humiliated. Lu Yuxian hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Zhao Fu, saying pitifully, "Your Majesty. Please, don't do this to us. We are also doing this for you and for Qin's sake. Please understand our intentions. You and Baiqing's reconciliation is the best way to solve the current problem." Zhang Shiyun also stepped forward and hugged Zhao Fu, begging, "Your Majesty. Really don't go on like this, okay? Both sides will be hurt, and I can make it up to you. You can do whatever you want to me, as long as you can make up with Baiqing." The two mature women hugged Zhao Fu and lightly smelled Zhao Fu's scent. Their faces became red, and their breathing became rapid. It had been a long time since a man had satisfied them, and after smelling Zhao Fu's 6 desires demonic qi, their reactions were quite great. At that moment, their eyes became watery, and there was a trace of lust on their faces as they rubbed their bodies against Zhao Fu. Zhang Shiyun looked as if she was willing to do anything. Lu Yuxian became even more uncontrollable, and her face became red as she panted, wanting to kiss Zhao Fu. Now that they thought about it, if they had sex with Zhao Fu, the problem would be easily solved. In fact, it might not even be important anymore. Right now, they were hot-headed and just wanted to be satisfied. Zhang Shiyun's face became red, and she said in an alluring voice, "Your Majesty. Come and spoil us. Don't worry, no one will know." Lu Yuxian also said emotionally, "Your Majesty. In fact, when I was in your arms for the first time, your breath had already fascinated me. After that, all I thought about was you, and I dreamed of getting your favor." Lu Yuyan's face was a little complicated. Looking at Lu Yuxian and Zhang Shiyun's debauchery, she showed contempt and disgust for their behavior, but they did it for Li Baiqing, and also for themselves. Thinking of Li Baiqing, Lu Yuyan thought for a while, went forward and sat directly in Zhao Fu's arms, put his hands around Zhao Fu, and smelled Zhao Fu's scent. He couldn't help but think of Zhao Fu as Li Baiqing, and said emotionally, "Hurry up." Zhao Fu frowned and pushed the 3 women away. The 3 women fell to the ground and came back to their senses. Thinking about what had just happened, they blushed. But when they thought about it, they didn't regret anything. Maybe that was the most likely way. Lu Yuxian on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu charmingly, began to take off his clothes. Zhang Shiyun also understood to drag his clothes. Lu Yuyan was a little shy, but also began to take off his clothes. "Your Majesty. Are you still not tempted now? The 3 of us will serve you well. Don't worry. No one else will know about it. Don't worry about anything. All 3 of us need you." Lu Yuxian stood up with a seductive smile. Zhao Fu walked slowly. Zhao Fu had a headache and said in a cold voice, "Now get out of here. Otherwise, I will kill the 3 of you now, and Li Shan and Li Jia in prison will also die tragically." Hearing this, the 3 women were a little afraid. Looking at Zhao Fu's cold appearance, they didn't want to tell a lie. They quickly put on their clothes and left the hall. End of chapter 1796. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.